In Jiang City at the Su family ball, a woman with an arrogant gaze and breathtaking beauty coldly said to a handsome man before her, "How dare a mere son-in-law of the Lin family be so arrogant? Hey, go teach that guy a lesson." The handsome man immediately bowed his head and replied, "Yes, I will make sure the young lady is satisfied." With that, he turned around and walked toward an ordinary-looking man sitting in a corner of the ball. As he turned, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. His name was Qin Luo. In his past life, while crossing the road, he was accidentally hit by a car and sent into this urban novel world composed of various invincible protagonist plots. These plots included things like a Livian son-in-law who is a dragon king, a mountain-descending divine doctor, a retired soldier from a foreign assassin group, or my daughter living in a doghouse, etc. Although he had transmigrated with his body, he also obtained a strongest lackey system that would reward him as long as he acted like a lackey. But if he did not bind a villain target within a month, he would completely perish. The woman who gave orders was named Su Muwan, the greatest villain in this urban novel. She had one advantage: she only died at the very end of the story. That was why Qin Luo chose to bind her. The current plot was the ballroom chapter of Urban Livian Son-in-Law Dragon King. It was here that Su Muwan and the Dragon King Xiao Tian became enemies. What no one noticed was that Su Muwan's arrogant expression gradually faded, turning into a daze. She looked around, and her dazed expression slowly turned into surprise. "Here, the Su family ball. I've been reborn." Realizing this, Su Muwan almost cried. In her past life, she had been extremely talented in martial arts since childhood, and with her wealthy and pampered upbringing, she developed an arrogant and domineering personality. She had even foolishly provoked those favored by heaven, the protagonists of destiny, ultimately leading to her tragic death. In this life, Su Muwan resolved to behave herself and absolutely not repeat the old path. Oh, Su Muwan suddenly remembered that there was a key person at the ball who must not be offended. That was Xiao Tian, the Lin family's Livian son-in-law, whose true identity was the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace. In her past life, she had offended him because of her arrogance. She remembered that she seemed to have called a lackey to humiliate him a few times. No, I must stop it quickly. Hope it hasn't reached that point yet. However, just as she thought of this, a commotion came from afar. Slap. A loud, crisp sound echoed through the ball, followed by a taunting voice, "Kid." Su Muwan looked towards the source and immediately saw darkness. "It's over." On Qin Luo's side, he walked arrogantly to Xiao Tian and slapped him hard. System notification. Successfully humiliated the destined protagonist Dragon King. Attribute point 1. Beautiful. Qin Luo remained expressionless, glancing at Su Muwan from the corner of his eye, thinking that she should be satisfied now. But Qin Luo was startled as he saw Su Muwan walking over with a grim expression. Why? Could it be that she thought one slap was not enough? Over there, the Dragon King Xiao Tian's cheek was burning and his mind was buzzing, unable to react. Although he was often slapped like this at home by his wife, mother-in-law, father-in-law, sister-in-law, and other relatives, they were his family. But this lackey of the Su family, what did he think he was? He suddenly stood up, his eyes dark as he looked at Qin Luo, and said coldly, "You dare to hit this lord?" He had been sitting quietly in the corner after showing off, and now he was hit by an outsider. Hearing this, Qin Luo turned his head and looked at Xiao Tian with contempt, saying coldly, "A trash dares to call himself lord. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think you're someone." With that slap, under Xiao Tian's furious gaze, Qin Luo gave him another hard slap. "You're asking for death." Xiao Tian's eyes also showed anger. "You still hit? I've been patient and you're so pushy. Stop." At this moment, Su Muwan hurried over to stop her lackey. This. She grabbed Qin Luo's arm and whispered to him, "Why did you hit him twice?" In her past life, the Dragon King Xiao Tian revealed his identity and ordered the pursuit of all outsiders who had slapped him. Qin Luo heard this and immediately understood. So that's it. She thought his little fuss was too undignified for the young lady Su. That's right, the Su family rules Jiang City. He's just a concealed son-in-law. Su Muwan doesn't know that Xiao Tian is a Dragon King. So 2 slaps are far from enough. So Qin Luo nodded with a loyal expression and said, "Miss, rest assured this is just the beginning. Next I'll make him know what it means to oppose the Su family." With that, he glared at Xiao Tian arrogantly, "Trash son-in-law. Offend Miss Su, and there will be no place for you, Xiao Tian, in Jiang City. Even the Lin family will be implicated." No. That's not what I meant." Su Muwan screamed inwardly, but she couldn't say anything openly as it would alert others to her abnormality. Meanwhile, around the ball, sneers emerged. A Lin family son-in-law dares to cause trouble at the Su family ball, truly reckless. Exactly, a mere trash dares to call himself Dragon King. If he is the Dragon King, he'll eat shit on the spot. He'll add a pound. Ah yes. Su Muwan was inwardly devastated. In her past life, she had loved hearing such flattery, which led to countless enemies. This time she absolutely must not be like before. No, she must stop all this. Thinking this, she forced a smile and looked at Xiao Tian. The next second, Xiao Tian clenched his fists and looked at Su Muwan beside Qin Luo, saying coldly, Su Muwan of the Su family, so it was all you're doing. Good, very good. Sending people to humiliate this lord repeatedly. Once I recover my strength, I will slaughter the entire Su family. As the words fell, how dare you? Slap. Without waiting for Su Muwan to speak, Qin Luo stepped forward and gave another hard slap. Ugh. Xiao Tian covered his cheek, steadying himself by holding the table. He looked at Qin Luo in disbelief. You? Still hit. Qin Luo angrily stood in front of Su Muwan and roared, a mere trash dares to speak rudely to my young lady. This slap is for your disrespect to elders. Slap. Then another slap. This slap is for your arrogance. Slap. Another. This slap is for your conceit. Slap, 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 slap. These slaps are for your ugly face. This. Wait. Not only was Xiao Tian dumbfounded, but even Su Muwan was stunned, staring blankly at Qin Luo's speed. No. How can he hit for being ugly? Although it's satisfying to see this lackey beating the Dragon King, when he recovers his strength, he'll be the one to die. In my past life, I don't remember my lackey being so arrogant. What? It's over. How many times has he hit the Dragon King? Su Muwan was crying inside, but on the surface, she had to maintain her current persona. After all, to outsiders, she was still arrogant and domineering. A sudden change would definitely attract attention. Qin Luo was pulled by Su Muwan, but he withdrew his arm and waved his hand, laughing. Miss, I'm not tired. Let me slap him a few more times, and this trash will behave. No. I'm afraid he'll kill me once he reveals his identity. Su Muwan cried out inwardly, but on the surface, she smiled lightly and shook her head. That's enough. After all, this is my Su family ball. It's not good to make a scene. Then she looked at Xiao Tian, who was barely suppressing his anger, and said, Mr. Xiao, I think we can turn enemies into friends, turn swords into plowshares. What do you think? Su Muwan knew her words were far-fetched, but she had to try anything. Qin Luo listened and began to ponder the villain's meaning. As a great villain, she would certainly not reconcile with the protagonist. So, Qin Luo's eyes widened. She was using another method to humiliate Xiao Tian. Good heavens, as expected of the great villain who made countless enemies, she was already showing her ability to attract the protagonist's hatred. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, felt the same. First, Su Muwan sent someone to humiliate him at the ball, then sent a lackey to slap him. Now in front of everyone, she said she wanted to be friends. Xiao Tian took a deep breath and said coldly, Miss Su. The Su family's enmity. This lord will remember. Su Muwan smiled on the surface, but inside, she was already crying. No. Is there no way to save my precarious life? Oh, right. Su Muwan suddenly remembered that in her past life, Xiao Tian had been particularly caring for the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Wanrong. If she could befriend Lin Wanrong, wouldn't she avoid the death ending? Yes, that's it. On Qin Luo's side, seeing Su Muwan's grim expression, he thought it wasn't enough, and was about to continue. As Xiao Tian was also ready to fight back the next second, Xiao Tian. You useless thing. The moment I take my eyes off you, you cause such a big trouble. A roar came from the side, immediately silencing Xiao Tian, who was about to retaliate. His expression shifted as he hurriedly looked toward the newcomer. Qin Luo and Su Muwan also raised their eyes in unison. There stood a figure in formal attire holding an empty wine glass, face slightly flushed, exuding a heavy scent of alcohol. Qin Luo immediately recognized her identity. Lin Wanrong, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Xiao Tian's wife. Su Muwan's eyes also lit up with joy. Lin Wanrong, Xiao Tian's wife. Perfect. At last the tense atmosphere could be eased. Xiao Tian seemed already accustomed to Lin Wanrong's insults, but he was the first to notice the alcohol on her. His heart aching, he stepped forward and said, Wanrong, why did you drink so much? Before his words faded, she snapped waist and slapped him hard. The force made Xiao Tian's face burn again. He kept his head turned, fists clenched tightly, but soon released them. Qin Luo was stunned. Bro, you can take that. Su Muwan's previous thoughts vanished. Right, I forgot this jerk gets slapped like that at home too. Lin Wanrong, however, had no intention of letting him off and scolded even more harshly, Dragon King, Dragon King. Xiao Tian, do you really think you're the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall? You're a waste. Olivia and son-in-law of our Lin family. This Su family ball was the perfect chance for us Lin family to make friends, but you've ruined it all. Waste. Xiao Tian opened his mouth. Wife. Slap. Lin Wanrong raised her hand and slapped him again. Don't call me wife. But wife. Slap. Why? Slap. Wanrong. Slap. Xiao Tian lowered his head, enduring Lin Wanrong's successive slaps. He changed his address, lowering his voice humiliatingly. Miss Lin, I didn't mean to, but those people had ill intentions toward you. Ha, ill intentions. In this Su family ball, who could have ill intentions toward me? Do you think everyone is a brainless waste like you? Lin Wanrong sneered mercilessly, wiping the tears of disappointment from her eyes. Then she turned to Su Muwan, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said with an apologetic and nervous tone, I'm sorry that waste Xiao Tian offended Miss Su. I know Miss Su previously helped our Lin family secure a 10 million order. Our entire Lin family holds great respect for Miss Su. Can you? Can you forgive us for not disciplining this waste? Su Muwan slightly calmed down. Although she had witnessed Lin Wanrong slapping Xiao Tian in her past life, seeing it again still felt incredibly absurd. She smiled and said, I am not a petty person. Since Miss Lin has apologized, I will not pursue it. Miss Lin, we can exchange contact information. If there are more opportunities for cooperation in the future, feel free to contact me. Lin Wanrong's face lit up with joy. Happiness came too suddenly. She actually got Su Muwan's contact information. It was a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, holding his cheek, said bitterly, Wanrong, that 10 million order was arranged by me, not because of the Su family. The moment he finished, Lin Wanrong, who was just about to exchange contacts, turned pale. She looked at the useless Livian son-in-law in disbelief. You waste. How dare you spout such nonsense in front of Miss Su? She had finally secured a chance to exchange contacts with Su Muwan, but because of Xiao Tian's words, she must have angered Miss Su. Now the exchange was impossible. What a useless waste, always spoiling things. She withdrew her phone and angrily walked toward Xiao Tian. Su Muwan, who had been one step away from exchanging contacts, was taken aback. She looked at Lin Wanrong's phone being put away. The next second slap? Waste. Lin Wanrong raised her hand and slapped him hard. Tears streaked down her eyes, her voice choked with disappointment. That 10 million was all Miss Su's credit. What does it have to do with you, a useless waste who just eats and sleeps at home? Qin Luo stepped forward, fully playing his role as a loyal dog. He first glanced at Xiao Lin with contempt, then sneered, a waste is a waste. Miss Lin, having such a Livian waste must be exhausting for you. If possible, Miss Lin should divorce this waste to avoid harming the family's interests. As he spoke, another flattering voice chimed in. Mr. Qin is right. I've told Wanrong many times, but her grandfather just won't agree. He insists that the marriage between Xiao Tian and Wanrong was arranged by the former Dragon King. How ridiculous. Qin Luo looked over and saw a woman who seemed like an older version of Lin Wanrong. It was Lin Wanrong's mother, Lu Li. Mom. Lin Wanrong tugged at Lu Li, signaling her not to say such things in front of Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, shocked, looked at Lu Li. Mom. Shut up, waste. How dare you call me mom? Slap. Lu Li, disgusted and angry, raised her hand and slapped him. This slap caused the audience to burst into mockery. Look, this is what happens when a mere Livian son-in-law acts arrogant in front of Miss Su. Exactly. Even his own family doesn't side with him. What's the point of him living? Yeah, useless Livian son-in-law calling himself Dragon King. How laughable. Did you hear him say earlier that the 10 million order was his doing? Who doesn't know that order was only secured thanks to Miss Su? Xiao Tian's face was swollen from the slaps, and waves of mockery reached his ears. But 2 words popped into his mind. Endurance. The 6-year period hasn't come yet. I must endure. So Xiao Tian still clenched his fists and did not explode. Qin Luo blinked a few times. Truly the plot of the Livian son-in-law Dragon King, this role, as a Livian son-in-law, was well-deserved. Just as he was about to continue humiliating him, a cold voice said, Stop. This is the Su family's ball, not a place to settle family matters. The Lin family finally stopped. Su Muwan's heart was in turmoil. She was exhausted and wished she could die. She had thought that being reborn would allow her to avoid the death plot, but she had still offended a Dragon King. Miss is right. Our Miss gave your Lin family a 10 million order, and even invited you to the ball, all for future cooperation. But this? Qin Luo, acting as a loyal dog, glared at Xiao Tian. The existence of this waste is an eyesore for my Miss. Lin Wanrong's face turned white, and Lu Li's figure swayed. Su Muwan lowered her head. Don't say anymore, don't say anymore. Xiao Tian coldly spoke, a mere lackey relying on his master's power. Wait until I slap. Shut up, you waste. Lin Wanrong's voice broke as she slapped him again. Then she bowed to Su Muwan and apologized. I'm sorry, Miss Su. This ball is our Lin family's fault. We'll take our leave and not disturb you further. Tomorrow the Lin family will come to apologize. With that, she dragged Xiao Tian away in disgrace. Meanwhile, in Qin Luo's mind, the system notification rang. He smugly walked to Su Muwan and said loyally, Mission accomplished, Miss. But Su Muwan, looking at her loyal follower, suddenly, her vision went black, her mind went blank, and she fainted. And in Qin Luo's mind, the system notification rang. He smugly walked to Su Muwan and said loyally, Mission accomplished, Miss. But Su Muwan, looking at her loyal follower, suddenly, her vision went black, her mind went blank, and she fainted. Just let it be. Miss. The ball's drama was abruptly cut short when Su Muwan fainted. Inside a black car, Qin Luo smoothed the sycophantic expression from his face, fiddled with the steering wheel, and sighed, finally over. He had half expected the vengeful Long Wang to have struck him dead with a single palm. Fortunately, Long Wang had so far behaved according to the original storyline and shown restraint. Unfortunately, before Qin Luo could claim any rewards, Su Muwan had already fainted. Qin Luo wondered if the young lady had simply suffered from low blood sugar. Faint just like that. Fine, first check the spoils. Qin Luo remained in the car and opened the panel of the Zogo system. In an instant, a black interface materialized before him. Qin Luo. Strength 2 points normal 1. Defense 1 point normal 1. Endurance 1 point normal 1. Agility 1 point normal 1. Comprehension 1 point normal 1. Unallocated point 6. Title Top Lackey. Radiates the aura of a lackey, though any brazen act you commit will be blamed on the person behind you. Martial art Palm of the Divine ignores restrictions. Anyone struck by it is compelled to endure until the host is fully satisfied by the act. Qin Luo gazed at his attribute panel and nodded with pleasure. Very good, 6 attribute points in total. Indeed, aligning with a villain meant risks and rewards in equal measure. With that title, matters were even better. Any arrogant thing he did would be mistaken for the villain's command. He acted. Su Muwan took the blame. How utterly delightful. However, this world was a low martial realm. Without some strength, he might not be able to teach those protagonists a lesson. After all, Long Wang was not the only protagonist here. So, Qin Luo clicked the strength attribute. Then he moved on to defense. He poured in the 6 attribute points and defense instantly rose to 7. Suddenly, boom, Qin Luo felt a marvelous change sweep through his body. He had become markedly tougher. He smiled with satisfaction. As a forced lackey to a villain, raw fighting power was not the most important thing. What good is being able to fight? There were plenty who could outmatch him at this stage. He could only develop steadily if he kept his dog's life. He understood perfectly well that excluding the system, he was currently nothing but expendable cannon fodder under a villain's command. The kind who could be thrown in front of a bullet at any moment. Thus, defense was his most crucial priority now. He opened the quest panel. The Zogo system issued random daily side tasks. Completing them yielded rewards. Daily task, daily lackey duties completed. Urban son-in-law Long Wang ball plot completed. Others locked. Zogo system friendly reminder, please continue to be a proper qualified lackey. The name Zogo system could perhaps be a touch more dignified. Have you ever seen a lackey as handsome as I am? Qin Luo closed the panel speechless. In the past month he had received a tribute point daily tasks twice, once when he was first bound, and once at this ball. At other times the rewards were trifles, basic combat, elementary, driving, beginner, cookery, and the like. Right. Qin Luo checked the time. Su Muwan would soon be delivered back to the Su family. As a properly loyal retainer, this was the moment to hurry back and lavish flattery on this future archvillain. If he pleased his master, he could follow her farther, no longer a nameless piece of cannon fodder. In a secluded villa belonging to the Su family in Su Muwan's bedroom, thunderous voices rang in her head. Su Muwan, know that retribution comes at last. You have tormented us for years. This is your death day? Prepare to die. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have humiliated Long Wang. I shouldn't have forced the war god's daughter to stay in the servants' quarters. I shouldn't have bullied the landlord's sister. Su Muwan sat up pale, gasping as she looked about. Am I at home? Her breath gradually steadied. Hot tears streamed from her eyes. I didn't die. I have truly been reborn. Su Muwan lay on the bed, sobbing with emotion. Who could understand her? Her family was influential. Had she not provoked the protagonists in her past life, how happy her life might have been. But I, clouded in ignorance, offended not one protagonist, but a dozen. In the end, my family was ruined, and I was beaten to death by the very protagonists. In this life, I must reform, be meek, and keep my distance. Yet the scene of the family ball suddenly flashed through her mind. The sharp sound of slaps echoed. Ooh, she clutched her forehead, haunted by the image of that handsome attendant's striking palm. Damn, it was certain that Long Wang had been provoked. But it was not fatal to offend a single person. In her past life, defeat had come because she had offended too many. One offense was manageable. Still, to be safe, she must be far more cautious. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Miss, are you all right? The voice belonged to that handsome attendant. Su Muwan wiped her tears and drew a deep breath to compose herself. She mustn't forget that to outsiders, she still appeared haughty and imperious. People changed slowly. She could not let anyone perceive any oddity at once. Besides, she found herself somewhat intrigued by that loyal attendant from the ball. With that thought, her bearing shifted as she adopted a proud, elegant air and said evenly, come in. A moment later, Qin Luo pushed a small trolley into the room. He set it beside Su Muwan's bed and said softly, Miss, I prepared a calming lotus seed decoction for you. It will steady your emotions and soothe your spirit. I know your subordinate knows you are heartbroken over family matters, he added. But you must take care of your body. Su Muwan glanced at the lotus soup and then at Qin Luo. Handsome, loyal, yet in her previous life, she had no memory of such a striking man. She nodded and sipped the soup, asking, what is your name again? Qin Luo understood this to be a trait of the powerful. Nobles often forget, and hurriedly replied, Qin Luo. How long have you been here? A month. Hired through Miss Su's attendant recruitment. The attendant recruitment. Oh, Su Muwan remembered she had not been hiring bodyguards, but attendants. Attendants were those absolutely loyal to doing her bidding, faithful lackeys. Because the Su family was so powerful, many clamored to become her attendants. After a moment's thought, Su Muwan decided to clarify the current situation. She looked at Qin Luo and calmly asked, "How did the Lin family react?" At the question, Qin Luo's lips curved slightly. With a face of fealty, he said, "They were naturally overawed by your young lattice presence. It is said that Lin Wanrong returned and punished that worthless Xiao Tian, making him clean the toilets, on his knees." Su Muwan choked on her drink. Qin Luo promptly offered a tissue, patted her back, and with a worried expression asked, "Young lady, are you all right? That Xiao Tian was indeed arrogant. Later your subordinate shall teach him a proper lesson to vent your grievance." Su Muwan wiped her mouth and internally shook her head. No, that was unnecessary. At that moment, a plaintive voice came from the doorway. "Sister Su, did you really faint?" Lian nearly cried when she heard the news. "Thank goodness. Seeing Sister Su is fine. Lian and her parents can rest assured." "What the hell? Who is so disgusting?" As Qin Luo listened to the clashing voice, goosebumps rose all over his body. He looked up at the door and saw a cute girl with red-rimmed eyes, seemingly just having cried, gazing at Su Muwan with immense joy in her eyes. Su Muwan also looked at her counterpart, but her attitude was not very pleasant. She said flatly, "Has Su Bailian. What are you doing here?" Su Bailian. A piece of information instantly popped into Qin Luo's mind. Su Bailian is the adopted daughter of Su Muwan's parents, favored for her gentle nature. "Oh, so it's her." Qin Luo stood silently to the side, retracting the empty bowl handed to him by Su Muwan. He recalled the plot concerning her. It could be said that one of the major reasons Su Muwan became the biggest villain was because of Su Bailian. Due to Su Bailian's seemingly gentle, yet scheming personality, she earned the affection of Su Muwan's parents, resulting in Su Muwan losing a significant portion of her father's and mother's love. Furthermore, she was later sent to this remote Su family villa, becoming an outcast of the family. In the subsequent plot, everything Su Bailian did would gain the praise and approval of the Su family. Meanwhile, whatever Su Muwan did would be taken for granted. Eventually, when the company was taken over by the two sisters due to Su Bailian's mismanagement, the company suffered hundreds of billions in losses. Everyone in the Su family would rather believe Su Bailian, thinking that Su Muwan lacked skill and virtue, and blamed her for everything. Who wouldn't crack and become a major villain under such circumstances? Su Bailian approached with hands behind her back, looking sweetly at Su Muwan, and softly said, "Sister Su, we are like sisters." Hearing this, Su Muwan's face remained expressionless as she tightly clenched the blanket, saying, "Then I really appreciate." Su Bailian smiled gently. "This is what a younger sister should do." "Oh, and..." She turned to Qin Luo with a bright smile and said, "Could I ask this brother-in-law to help me fetch the supplements I brought? Because they are too heavy, so I can't carry them." As she said this, Su Bailian feigned a pitiful demeanor, sparkling at Qin Luo. Why am I being dragged into this? It really isn't suitable for me to stay here. Perhaps I should leave." Thinking this, Qin Luo glanced at the expressionless Su Muwan and softly said, "Miss, I will go downstairs to bring up the second young lattice things." With that, he pushed the cart out of the bedroom, leaving the two sisters alone in the room. As soon as Qin Luo left, the previously pitiful expression on Su Bailian's face turned into a mocking indifference. She coldly sneered at the expressionless Su Muwan, saying, "Has Su Muwan, you truly have a good strategy, raising a little white face by your side, huh?" Su Muwan couldn't be bothered to explain. She coldly replied, "Are you unable to hide your true nature? Are you so tired of pretending in front of my parents that you come here to seek validation?" As she spoke, Su Muwan tightly clenched the bed sheet. In her past life, her parents died because of Su Bailian. In this life, she must completely expose this person's true nature. However, Su Bailian shrugged and smiled, naturally. "Performing is not tiring at all. I merely came to mock you, the Su family's eldest lady who has been isolated by your father and mother. By the way, the family gathering is approaching, and soon father and mother will announce the new family heir. However, as an adopted daughter, I naturally cannot compete with Sister Su. I only hope Sister Su won't drive me out of the Su family." Su Muwan's expression remained unchanged, but the anger within her gradually surged. This person is still so annoying. Upon arriving downstairs, Qin Luo found the so-called supplements that Su Bailian claimed were too heavy to carry. How can a basket of fruit be too heavy to carry? Qin Luo picked up the basket of fruit, looking speechless. He had already learned from the system what kind of person Su Bailian was. This behavior was likely an attempt to create a weak persona in front of him. Unfortunately, his villainous target was Su Muwan, so he wouldn't fall for her tricks. At that moment, someone said, "Qin Luo, you're making lotus seed soup and sending fruits. Aren't you going a bit too far? Don't get too cocky just because you're a newcomer." A cold voice came from the side. Qin Luo turned to look and saw a black-clad female subordinate exuding a strong aura standing there. Seeing this, Qin Luo shot a defiant look at her and sneered, "Julan, what are you? You think you can talk to me like this?" The girl's name was Julan, and she was Su Muwan's personal attendant. She was the one who brought Su Muwan back when she fainted at the ball. However, Qin Luo had a thick skin, so he thought of himself as her personal attendant after just a month on the job. Julan was taken aback. It was clearly her first time being insulted so openly by a newcomer. Just as she was about to say something, Qin Luo grinned, taking advantage of his height, to lean over Zhu Lan, and mockingly said, Zhu Lan, do you know what the eldest lady just said to me upstairs? What? What did she say? Zhu Lan felt a bit uncertain under Qin Luo's imposing manner. Could it be? Did the eldest lady grant Qin Luo some authority? Heh. Qin Luo raised his thumb to poke his chest, speaking arrogantly, I came down to get the fruit with the agreement of both the eldest lady and the second young lady. If you snatch it, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Why are you trying to take my top dog's job? Zhu Lan felt embarrassed, slowly turning her head in confusion. She felt utterly humiliated to be intimidated by such a fool. For a moment she didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh, shaking her head. Qin Luo, you really make me feel. Suddenly a sharp scream rang out from upstairs which sounded like Su Lian's shriek. Not good. There's an enemy. Zhu Lan's expression changed and she dashed upstairs. Qin Luo blinked and quickly followed her. When Qin Luo arrived upstairs, the scene in the room unfolded before his eyes. He saw a group of subordinates standing at the door in a fluster. Su Lian was covering her face, her eyes red and pitiful as she lay on the ground. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, looking at Su Muwan while glancing at the door. Wah. Sister Su, why did you suddenly hit me? I only mentioned that Grandpa's health has worsened lately, asking you to come home more often, but you. Wah. As she spoke, Su Lian began to cry out loud. Su Muwan stood on the bedroom floor, her eyes filled with anger as she glared at the weeping Su Lian on the ground. She clenched her fists and coldly looked at the subordinates running in from the door, saying, Zhu Lan, show them the door. Hearing this, Zhu Lan was momentarily troubled. She looked at the second young lady, who was sobbing with her face covered, and hesitated. Miss. This. On one side was the eldest lady, and on the other was the second young lady. She couldn't offend either. Moreover, the second young lady usually treated them kindly, and was a great person whenever she met them. She immediately lowered her head nervously and said, Miss. Is there a misunderstanding between you and the second young lady? Upon hearing this, Su Muwan's expression remained unchanged, but she had already guessed the outcome. Just as expected, because of Su Lian's usual reputation, everyone instinctively leaned toward her. This life was no different. However, her mentality was no longer as cautious and sensitive as in her past life, so she naturally wouldn't lose her temper over this. But Su Muwan clenched her fists, feeling increasingly unwilling. This little vixen has disguised herself too, while even fooling her subordinates. Su Lian was secretly delighted. Su Muwan, you deserve it. With just a little trick, I made everyone lean toward me. Just continue to be isolated and helpless until you become completely alone. At that moment, a figure squeezed through the crowd and approached. When Su Muwan saw it was Qin Luo, she immediately sighed. This newcomer probably also thinks all of this is my doing. No matter, I've long gotten used to it. Su Lian also raised her head, looking at Qin Luo as he walked toward her, crying even more sorrowfully, Big brother. Yet another fool lurking under my pomegranate skirt. Qin Luo walked up to her, extending his hand. Then, just when everyone thought Qin Luo was going to help Su Lian up, smack! Why are you crying like a baby? Qin Luo yelled angrily and slapped her across the face. You've wet our eldest lattice carpet with your tears. Su Lian was slapped to the side, her cheek burning with pain. Her mind went blank in an instant. She was dumbfounded. Hey, did someone just hit me? The entire scene was utterly silent. Su Muwan stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the one who had struck Qin Luo. Oh, is this how the script is written? Shouldn't this newcomer be standing in front of Su Lian, angrily accusing me of being the villain? How is this different from what I imagined? Su Lian's head buzzed as she touched her fiery cheek. In that moment, a surge of complex emotions, anger and grievance, suddenly erupted from her chest. Su Lian looked incredulously at Qin Luo, screaming, You actually dared to hit me? You want to die? You? However, before she could finish her words, slap. Qin Luo delivered another slap to interrupt her spellcasting, then looked down coldly at her, saying, Shut up. You disturb my lattice eyes. How dare a mere adopted daughter use underhanded tricks in front of my lady? Su Lian, do you really think of yourself as the legitimate one? As soon as this was said, Su Lian covered her cheek, her expression gradually stiffening. Just a mere adopted daughter. That's right, back in school I was mocked like this. But through hard work, this young lady has long gained the trust and affection of Su's parents. Even if I am an adopted daughter, so what? In the end, it is still my victory. Just a mere follower. She pushed herself up from the ground, her eyes filled with anger, and shouted at Qin Luo. So what if it's Su Muwan? The one who belongs to the main family now is me. A mere follower shouldn't be too arrogant. As soon as the words fell, slap. Ugh. Qin Luo slapped her again. Su Lian's body swayed, and with a thud she knelt again on the ground. She stared blankly at the floor, her mind in disbelief. This follower hit me again. Yet it wasn't over. Qin Luo grabbed Su Lian, and with a cold smile raised his hand, and said, This slap is for your insincerity. Slap. This slap is for your disgusting speech. Slap. This slap is for your lack of humility. Slap. This slap is for you. The sound of slapping echoed continuously in the room. The followers stood frozen in place. No, should we stop this? Stop. Qin Luo, do you know who you are hitting? Zhu Lan rushed forward in panic, wanting to intervene. If they angered the second young lady, they would all be implicated. Shut up. Qin Luo furiously scolded, silencing Zhu Lan. He looked at the group of followers at the door lamenting their misfortune and angrily rebuked, a bunch of useless fools. Do you even understand who the lady you are following is? Is it Su Bailian, this adopted daughter, or our young lady Su Muwan? When the young lady was slandered by this wretch, just now, where were you to lend a hand? And now you all feel pity. Ridiculous. Everyone listen up. If you don't dare to hit her, Qin Luo will. If you don't dare to offend her, Qin Luo will. In short, if you dare to offend someone, Qin Luo will also dare to offend. If you don't dare to offend, Qin Luo will dare even more. First strike, then report. The lady has authorized this. This is Qin Luo. Is that clear enough? After speaking, Qin Luo glanced around coldly. If anyone dares to step forward to stop me from teaching this wretch a lesson today, don't blame me, Qin Luo, for being merciless. Didn't you just join the team a month ago? You only completed training a few days ago to join this group of followers. Zhu Lan was shocked, but upon hearing Qin Luo's words, a wave of shame surged within her. That's right. The one she followed was the young lady, but when the young lady asked her to take the second young lady away, she hesitated. The group of followers bowed their heads in shame, unable to look at Su Muwan or Qin Luo. On Su Muwan's side, she also stared blankly at Qin Luo, who was teaching Su Bailian a lesson. For a moment, an unknown feeling surged within her. How strange. This rebirth scenario is quite different from what I imagined. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of slapping continued in the room. The last slap is for being too ugly. You've simply dirted my lattice eyes. Slap. Thud. The hand of God forced people to enjoy Qin Luo's slaps. Su Bailian fell to the ground, her cheeks swollen and red. She touched her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Su Bailian sobbed violently. You are the ugly one. You are the ugly man. What? You. This sycophant actually dared to hit me. Whoa. I will tell my father to throw you into the river to feed the sharks. Su Bailian grew angrier as she spoke, and before long she was crying publicly. This isn't an act. Rather, she was genuinely crying. The followers looked at the second young lady, who was spewing coarse words, and for a moment their perceptions and beliefs shattered on the spot. Is this still the gentle second young lady they knew? At this moment, clap, clap. Applause broke out. Su Bailian's body trembled, thinking she was about to be hit again. Qin Luo looked over and saw Su Muwan smiling lightly, gently clapping her hands. She looked at Su Bailian, who was sprawled on the ground crying, and chuckled. If Lian keeps crying, she will indeed wet my carpet. Zhu Lan. Saying this, Su Muwan kindly looked at Zhu Lan. Take Lian away for now, later I'll go with you to send her back to the main house. Yes. Zhu Lan shivered her hair, standing on end. She quickly lowered her head in guilt and embarrassment, pulling Su Bailian away towards the exit. The other followers also left one by one in shame. Qin Luo shook his wrist, exhaling his hand, was tired from hitting. However, this could be considered being a qualified follower, right? Thinking this, Qin Luo turned to look at Su Muwan and said little. Before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned. Because Su Muwan displayed a smile he had never seen before, like a breath of spring, containing a sense of gratitude, relaxation, and naturalness. Qin Luo, I will remember you. From today onward you shall be my personal follower and my most trusted subordinate. Here, take this unlimited black card. Later you can take someone to the commercial street to purchase a full set of outfits and living supplies. You can stay here in the Su family villa like Zhu Lan. After speaking, Su Muwan handed over a black card and a key to the garage door. Congratulations. Su Muwan's trust level has increased by 5, current level 5. Reward automatic reflection can automatically reflect all attacks that cannot break through the host's defenses, and the reflected attacks will return 100 to the attacker. What? Hidden reward. Qin Luo was overjoyed, and on the surface he appeared loyal and faithful, bowing and saying, "Thank you, young lady." After speaking, he happily left the place. Crack. As Qin Luo departed, only Su Muwan remained in the room. Her expression gradually faltered. Ha. Ji. She first suppressed her laughter, then seemed unable to contain it, letting out a loud laugh. Su Muwan clenched her fists, replaying the scene of Su Bailian crying after being hit in her mind. Instantly she joyfully exclaimed to the heavens, "How satisfying! I have long been displeased with her in my past life." Outside the Su family's villa, Qin Luo looked at his new acquisition with great satisfaction. However, as he gazed, a strange expression crossed his face as he muttered, "Automatic rebound. It was already unable to break my defense. What difference does it make whether it rebounds or not? Could it be purely to reflect others' moves back at them? What use is that?" Moreover, Qin Luo felt a bit of a headache. Su Muwan asked me to take some people to the shopping street to buy things. This big villain doesn't even think about it. I am just a newcomer who joined the main group 3 days ago. How could these old followers listen to me? Just as this thought crossed my mind, Luo. Go. Luo go, we know we were wrong, Luo go. Huh. Luo go. Qin Luo turned his head without changing his expression. There a group of followers stood in a row, each with a fearful expression, their heads lowered. At the forefront was a burly man, but at this moment his face revealed a hint of dread. That shout of Luo go was made by him. Qin Luo slowly raised an eyebrow, but he soon understood what the other meant. Although Su Muwan was gradually being marginalized by the Su family, she was still the young lady of the Su family. No matter how arrogant or reckless Su Muwan was outside, in the end the Su family would intervene to resolve the issues, and Su Muwan's consumption limits and personal freedom were not restricted. It can be said that aside from being sent to this villa just a few kilometers from the bustling center, she still retained all her rights. So, this group of followers naturally feared that today's incident would lead to Su Muwan's settling accounts in the autumn. Qin Luo also thought of Su Muwan's brutality in the original text. Thus he understood these followers, and, Qin Luo straightened his posture, crossed his arms, and gave a cold smile. Now you realize your mistake. What did you do wrong? As soon as these words came out, the burly man's face turned pale, and with a thud he knelt on the ground. The group of followers behind him also turned pale and knelt down. Luo, go, we were wrong for hesitating while following the young lattice orders. Luo go, we swear we will be loyal to the young lady from now on. Luo go, please plead for us in front of the young lady. After hearing this, Qin Luo sighed in disappointment, shaking his head. He turned his back, standing with his hands behind him. If you have only realized this much, then I must say you have disappointed both me and the young lady greatly. At this, everyone widened their eyes, beads of sweat instantly sliding down their cheeks. The burly man, trembling on the ground, said, Luo, go, please guide us. I have elders above and children below. I don't want to be thrown into the river by the Su family to feed the fish. This world respects power. The Su family dominates in Jiangqing. Seeing this scene, Qin Luo was very satisfied. Very good, just like the deterrent power of the Su family in the original text. With this thought, Qin Luo turned around, looking down at the group of followers. He slowly said, you are wrong, but not just in these ways. You have 3 errors. Saying this, Qin Luo raised his finger in front of the followers who were looking up at him. First error, hesitation in following the young lattice orders. Second error, it's wrong that after I acted you actually felt pity for Su Bailian. Third error, you failed to echo the young lattice criticism of Su Bailian's schemes afterward. These are your 3 original sins. You must understand we are loyal followers of the young lady, who following her leads to a better future. Only then can you go further. You must know that what the young lady says is correct, what she says is absolute, what she says is truth. At this point, Qin Luo's tone softened slightly, looking gently at everyone, saying slowly, as long as you remain loyal to the young lady from now on, then. The young lady will not be too concerned about today's incident. However, if there is a next time, Qin Luo's voice turned cold, his expression darkened as he clenched his fists. Without the young lattice intervention, even I, her most valued and trusted personal follower, will take down the traitors. As soon as these words fell, everyone displayed a look of reverence towards Qin Luo. Yes. Luo go. Everyone get up. Yes. The group of followers stood up. Qin Luo walked up to the burly man, looking at him and asking, what is your name? What is your cultivation level? Upon hearing this, the burly man hurriedly lowered his head and respectfully replied, Luo go, my name is Xin Fei. I have practiced martial arts since childhood, so now I am at the early stage of the entrance realm. Qin Luo nodded. This world also has a system that surpasses ordinary human strength. The levels of cultivation are divided from low to high into initial insight realm, entrance realm, great accomplishment realm, peak realm, and returning to simplicity. Each realm is further divided into 3 stages, early, middle, and late. It can be said that someone at the entrance realm is already considered a small expert. And Xin Fei is also the first expert besides Su Muwan aside from Zhulan. Qin Luo patted his shoulder, smiling. Good, Xin Fei, can you drive? Yes, Luo go, Xin Fei replied cautiously, even though Qin Luo was still a newcomer. However, he felt that there must be some extraordinary relationship between him and Miss Su. After all, having just become a newcomer, Qin Luo already seemed to be on the path to becoming Miss Su's closest aide. Hearing this, Qin Luo's lips curled into a smile as he handed him a car key. Very well, take some people and follow me to the shopping street. The young lady has instructed to buy some seasonal clothing for the brothers. Yes. Xin Fei was deeply moved after hearing this. Although he and the others had behaved so rebelliously, the young lady not only did not blame them, but even thought of them like this. We will definitely follow the young lady to the death. Whatever you ask us to do afterward, we will definitely execute it with all our strength. On the other side, a luxury car was driving towards the Su family's main residence. Zhulan was focused on driving in the front seat. In the back seat, Su Bailian, her eyes red from crying, was sobbing, and said to Su Muwan beside her, Woe is Su Muwan, I will definitely not let go of your follower. I will definitely have my father throw him into the river to feed the sharks. You let him wait for me. Whatever gentle and weak persona, she had whatever role she played under Su Muwan, she didn't care at this moment. She only had one thought, which was to make Qin Luo die. Su Muwan sat gracefully beside her, her posture proud, every movement revealing an extraordinary temperament. Hearing Su Bailian's words, she sneered disdainfully, her smile carrying a hint of coldness and contempt. She slowly extended her hand, her delicate fingers like a snake capturing prey accurately and swiftly grasping Su Bailian's cheek. Then she pulled hard to the side, showing no intention of pitying her. Woo-woo. Su Bailian was interrupted mid-sentence, her eyes trembled, and pain intertwined in her heart. Su Muwan leaned closer, her breath as cold as the winter wind, sharp and piercing. The oppressive force of the former big villain kept closing in, her gaze like a sword piercing Su Bailian's soul. She scanned Su Bailian's fearful face with a gentle look, lightly laughed. If you behave yourself, I will let you continue to be the second young lady of the Su family in peace. But if you insist on opposing me, then even my parents cannot protect you. Just be a good second young lady, don't think of reaching too far. Understand? Su Muwan pinched Su Bailian's swollen cheek, her movements carrying a hint of mockery, but more of a threat. When did Su Muwan become like this? Su Bailian was flustered and scared in her heart, but on the surface, she could only nod submissively. For the first time, she felt fear in front of Su Muwan. Clearly in the past, Su Muwan would always be toyed with by her words and actions until she broke down. Why did she suddenly seem like a different person now? Su Muwan was satisfied as she let go of her hand, her face returning to an elegant smile, as if everything that had just happened was just a game. After being reborn, she suddenly understood a lot. She was no longer the impulsive fool from her past life who would lose her mind at Su Bailian's casual words. Indeed, in this life she would deploy all means in advance, thus allowing herself to live a peaceful life, only provoking a dragon king, nothing to fear. As for Qin Luo, this protagonist isn't a cabbage. How could it be so coincidental to meet another? Even if they did, so what? How could she possibly provoke him? In Jiang City, on the commercial street, a grand procession captured everyone's attention. Dressed in neatly tailored black suits, they carried a multitude of fashionable shopping bags. Leading the group, Qin Luo wore a black trench coat, black leather gloves, and a faint smile graced his face. He exuded an air of elegance and a formidable presence. After an hour of intense shopping, Qin Luo and his companions had nearly swept through all the luxury boutiques on the street. Their method of purchasing was simple. A glance was all it took for the staff to pack everything up. Shen Fei walked respectfully behind Qin Luo and inquired, "Brother Luo, where shall we go next?" "Where to?" Qin Luo pondered internally. In the original story, Su Muwan seemed to enjoy collecting antiques, ancient books, or scrolls. In that case, let's use the card she provided to find some good items. As this thought crossed Qin Luo's mind, a mechanical voice echoed in response. Mission issued: Antique City, Divine Doctor descends from the mountain plot. Please host humiliate the destined child Wang Yong, who has come down from the mountain severely. Mission reward: 1 set of Tai Xian 13 needles, Xian Tai silver needles. At the sound in his mind, Qin Luo's expression froze. Another protagonist has appeared. System, are you so heartless? Su Muwan has just entangled herself with a dragon king, and now she's to provoke another descending divine doctor. Well, this is splendid. A smirk crept onto Qin Luo's lips as he snapped his fingers and chuckled. Let's head to the Antique City and bring back a gift for the young lady. Sorry, young lady, but you've already caused trouble with this group of protagonists in the original story. As your attendant, I'm just letting you stir up trouble a bit earlier. Half an hour later, at the Antique City Association in Jiang City, a strikingly beautiful figure with a luxury handbag strode ahead. Following her was a man with a dejected expression, looking helpless. Noticing the man was moving too slowly, the woman stopped, turned, and scolded in dissatisfaction. "Wang Yong, can you walk any faster? I have my eyes on an antique I've wanted for a long time at the Antique Association. If someone else snatches it away, I'll hold you responsible." Wang Yong, feeling the weight of her words, replied with a grimace. "I don't understand why my father insists on having you take me as your bodyguard. You don't seem to be anything special." With that, she flicked her hair and continued walking ahead. Wang Yong, seeing her attitude, grimaced, but followed reluctantly due to his master's instructions. "I, Wang Yong, am known in the industry as the ghost immortal, the king of hell. My mastery of medicine and poison instills fear in countless people. Even latest-stage foundation establishment cultivators must avoid me. Yet here I am reduced to being a bodyguard for Jiang Sueki, the president of Jiang Corporation, due to a marriage contract from my master." However, looking at Jiang Sueki's swaying figure ahead, he thought to himself, "Hey, Jiang Sueki is actually quite attractive. She is a congenital poison body and can only cultivate through special means. If I were to dual cultivate with her, my poison mastery would surely reach new heights." Wang Yong wiped his mouth, reassuring himself, "Don't worry, bro, I will protect you well and ensure you don't fall into anyone else's hands." At this moment, inside the Antique Association, the manager, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, wiped his sweat and smiled apologetically at the young man before him, saying, "Well, Mr. Qin, this vase has already been reserved by someone else." "Oh." Qin Luo picked up the vase, and upon hearing this a slight smile appeared on his lips. He looked at the manager and said kindly, "Manager Su, are you implying that you are going against my young lady?" Manager Zu's lips twitched, and he quickly lowered his head, trembling as he replied, "No, that's not what I meant. It's just, this vase left by a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator has been reserved by Miss Jiang of the Jiang family in Jiang City. If you take it, it might cause issues between our families." Before he could finish, Qin Luo's expression darkened, and he coldly glared at Manager Su, saying, "Huff, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that my young lady fears Jiang Sueki of the Jiang family? You should know, even if Jiang Sueki stood before me, I would still take this vase back to present it to my young lady." As soon as these words were spoken, Manager Su was left speechless, wiping his sweat as he thought to himself, when did this Jiang City scourge find such an unreasonable attendant? Or could it be that this was the intention of the Su family's young lady? But, if I truly let them take it, the reputation of this shop would suffer greatly. What should I do now? Just as Manager Su was in despair, a crisp voice came from outside. "Uncle Su, what about the vase I reserved?" With the sound, Manager Zu's face brightened. Qin Luo also turned to look outside. There a stunning woman entered, followed by a person in simple clothing with a shrewd gaze. "Detection of the destined child Wang Yong. Please, host, begin your performance." With the system's voice, Qin Luo confirmed the identity of the person before him, the divine Dr. Wang Yong. And, holding the vase, Qin Luo smiled at Jiang Sueki, saying, "Miss, I believe this is what you are looking for." Seeing a handsome guy call her Jiang Sueki turned her head. Upon seeing the vase in his hand, her expression changed, and she looked at Manager Su, asking, "Uncle Su, did you sell this vase to someone else?" Manager Su quickly shook his head, trying to distance himself, and smiled bitterly. "No, of course I prepared it for you, but it seems that Miss Su also has her eyes on it." As he spoke, Manager Su deliberately glanced at Qin Luo, then sighed, and shook his head. Jiang Sueki's frown relaxed instantly as she realized what was happening. She then calmly looked at Qin Luo and extended her hand, saying, "Little handsome guy, I advise you to hand it over obediently, as it was reserved by me in advance. If you don't want to offend the Jiang family, then don't do anything foolish that could ruin your future. The person behind you likely won't be able to protect you either." Jiang Sueki was very confident the Jiang family was a dominant force in Jiang City. Even the Su family with equal strength would not dare to provoke them lightly. Wang Yong also looked at Qin Luo with great interest. He understood the Jiang family's power. In the entire Jiang City, no one dared to offend Jiang Sueki. This lackey of the Su family would likely comply obediently. However, the next moment, Qin Luo's previously smiling expression suddenly turned icy, and he exclaimed, "What are you? You think you can buy a vase just like my young lady? Let me tell you, even if Jiang Sueki stands before me, I will still take this vase back to present it to my young lady." Upon saying this, Manager Su gasped in shock, looking at Qin Luo incredulously. Jiang Sueki's expression stiffened, her outstretched hand frozen in midair. Wang Yong was also taken aback, thinking, this guy actually dared to insult Jiang Sueki to her face. Is he courting death? Or is this all part of a scheme from someone behind him? The young lady of the Su family truly lives up to her reputation as an arrogant and overbearing individual. If her attendant is this arrogant, then the Su family's young lady must be even more unruly. In the Su family's main residence, originally chatting with her parents, Su Muwan suddenly trembled all over. She shot her head up, looking around in surprise. What's happening? Why has there suddenly been a chill? Could it be that something happened on Qin Luo's side? It shouldn't be. Don't scare yourself. Muwan, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Let's continue discussing my desire to take over the family business immediately. Su Muwan maintained a smile on the surface, but her heart was gradually becoming unsettled. As for Qin Luo, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Why do I feel a chilling sensation? Jiang Sueki's hand froze in midair, her face darkening into an ugly pall. Indeed, throughout her life, the greatest reproach leveled at her was her inability to practice martial arts. Yet this world placed martial prowess above all. Because of that, she could not assume control of the family's martial enterprises and was relegated to running a pharmaceutical company. But that was no excuse for others to mock her. An old wound had been torn open. Tears welled in Jiang Sueki's eyes. She bit her lip and hissed at Qin Luo. "You bastard, are you courting death?" Qin Luo, amused, arched an eyebrow and sneered, calling someone names for speaking the truth. "Miss Jiang, you are being unreasonable. Enough of your nonsense. This vase, my lady wants it. Shun Fei, charge it." Qin Luo lifted the vase and handed it to Shen Fei. "Yes, brother Luo." Shen Fei took it, glanced at Jiang Sueki, then at Qin Luo's insolent grin. Admiration swelled in the onlookers. No wonder he was the favorite beside the young lady. Such presence truly fierce. Jiang Sueki ground her teeth in anger. Wang Yong, seeing the chance, decided it was time to play the hero. Just a lackey, how hard could it be to deal with him? With that thought, Wang Yong advanced with confident footsteps and said calmly, "Hold on." Instantly, all eyes turned to him. He strode to Jiang Xueqi's side with evident enjoyment. She looked at him hesitating. "Wang Yong. You. Don't speak. He'll handle it." Wang Yong offered what he thought a rakish smile. Jiang Xueqi felt a tremor in her heart. That smile strangely put her at ease. Though Wang Yong often behaved oddly, her father had said he was powerful, perhaps even able to resolve her bodily problem. Perhaps she should trust him. With that thought, she fell silent and watched Wang Yong's performance. Shen Fei's expression changed. He lowered his head and murmured to Qin Luo, "Brother Luo, this man is at least at the Dengtang realm." Qin Luo nodded slightly, then regarded the fated son, Wang Yong, with interest. "And you are?" Qin Luo initially looked at Wang Yong with a benign expression. Wang Yong mistook the manner for fear, assuming Qin Luo had learned of his Dengtang status from his lackeys. Eager to impress the girl, Wang Yong snorted, "I'm Jiang Xueqi's bodyguard. If your miss wants the vase, so does mine. Put it down, and it'll merely cripple all 4 of your limbs. The rest of your lackeys will leave with paralyzed lower bodies." Wang Yong was nicknamed the King of Death because every one of his moves was a killing stroke. Shen Fei's face fell as someone was actually threatening them. "You?" Before Shen Fei could act, Qin Luo chuckled and shook his head. I wondered who it was. He approached Wang Yong without haste and stood less than 10 centimeters away, mocking as Wang Yong scowled. "Just a shabby bodyguard. Since when does worthless trash like you get to speak here?" While Wang Yong stood stunned, Qin Luo raised his hand and slapped him. The strike left Wang Yong staring blankly, his head cocked, his mind gone white. I was hit. It was not that Wang Yong could not dodge. He believed Qin Luo lacked the nerve to strike him. After all, a man with such imposing words would be measured by anyone. Yet the result was plain. Qin Luo really struck him. Jiang Xueqi went pale. He actually hit him. Why did Wang Yong not dodge? Was he bluffing just now? Manager Su recoiled behind the counter and drew a sharp breath. How could such an unreasonable fellow truly strike someone? This is bad, something will go wrong if this continues. No, I must fetch the chairman at once. He hurriedly pressed a button beneath the counter. At the same time, a system notification arrived announcing task completion. Congratulations to the host for humiliating the fated son Wang Yong. Reward obtained Tai Xian 13 needles and a set of Xian Tai silver needles. Tai Xian 13 needles is a forbidden needling technique of the Tai Xian sect, rumored that at its pinnacle it can sunder the living and lay bare bone. Xian Tai silver needles, a supreme artifact forged to complement the Tai Xian 13 needles. Wang Yong gradually snapped back to himself. He touched his cheek and felt a burning pain. A surge of murderous intent welled in his chest. He looked at Qin Luo slowly, each word seething with killing intent. "You dare hit me?" No sooner had he spoken than Qin Luo slapped the other cheek. "Ugh." Under Jiang Xueqi's and Wang Yong's stunned gazes, Qin Luo sneered, "So what if I hit you?" He enunciated each word. "You loser." Wang Yong's breath began to quicken. As the King of Death, he had never felt such fury. He lunged at Qin Luo, hands swinging in a brutal arc, roaring, "You are asking for death." "Brother Luo." Shen Fei rushed forward, but it was too late. Just as everyone thought Wang Yong would land the blow, a mouthful of blood spat from his lips. His fist froze 3 centimeters from Qin Luo. "What's wrong, trash?" Qin Luo taunted. "Feeling your true qi cannot flow." Qin Luo pushed aside the stalled fist with a disdainful smile. The Tai Xian 13 needles had been set in motion. In an instant, Wang Yong's meridians were clogged. Then Qin Luo struck his face again, taunting, "Keep screaming. Don't slap. You don't slap. You slap." With a wet smack, blood from Wang Yong's mouth splattered across Jiang Xueqi's face. Jiang Xueqi pressed at her cheek and wiped desperately, but the stain would not come off. Helpless, she burst out, "Wang Yong, you useless thing. All your bravado, and you are nothing but trash. Aren't you my bodyguard? You worthless thing." By then Wang Yong sensed the abnormality in his body. His meridians were blocked. His true qi could not circulate. When had someone sealed his acupoints? Damn it, his acupoints were sealed. His hands would not move. He could not untie them. Damn it. That shallow, noisy woman only screamed and did not even think to call for help. Idiot. Qin Luo thought he had taught them enough. Having stopped, he prepared to bag the vase and leave. Suddenly a steady voice came from outside. "Everyone stop. Young man, grant me some face." All eyes turned to the door, where a man entered, stately in bearing, wearing a cultivated, affable smile. "Chairman." Manager Su hurried from behind the counter and respectfully explained the matter. "This man is Long Dingtian. At only 28, he built the famed antique market of Jiangxing. Rumor links him to the Long family of Wanqing. Even our master greets him as Chairman Long." Shen Fei quickly told Qin Luo the newcomer's identity. Jiang Xueqi brightened and cried, "Brother Long." She glared at Qin Luo with lethal intent. This damned scoundrel was finished. Long Dingtian stood between Qin Luo and the bloodied Wang Yong on the ground. With cultured friendliness and a tone that brooked no contradiction, he smiled at Qin Luo. "Young man, I have some ties with Wang Yong. For my sake, will you kneel and apologize and leave the vase? Let this matter pass." Jiang Sueki protested. Brother Long, I want his Dantian destroyed so he can never train again. Long Dingtian smiled and shook his head helpless. Sueki have them offer a formal apology. To ruin a man's cultivation would be excessive. Long Dingtian looked kindly at Qin Luo and added, young man, what do you say? For my sake, do as I ask. Though his smile was warm, his words carried pride and an unchallengeable air. After all, in his view, offering face to Qin Luo was sensible, because Qin Luo was a follower of Miss Su, who herself was a notorious figure in Jiangqing. He did not wish to incur their full wrath. If matters escalated, the Jiang family would make trouble for the Su family later. Manager Su looked at Qin Luo as if some private grievance had been satisfied. No matter how arrogant, one must tuck one's tail before our chairman. Shin Fei swallowed and whispered to Qin Luo, Brother Luo, what should we do? Shall I kneel? What now? Yet what no one expected was Qin Luo's cold smile. He glanced disdainfully at Long Dingtian's stiffened face and jeered, an illegitimate son expelled from his own house dares to bark here. Face? What is face? Who are you to demand my lady give you face? Are you not far too self-important? With that, Qin Luo suddenly swung a slap. A crisp smack rang through the room, and everyone froze. Long Dingtian's mind went blank. His cheek had been turned by the blow and burned with pain. The system recorded humiliation of key supporting character Long Dingtian, successful attribute point gained. Silence. A deathly silence pervaded the entire room. Manager Zu's face was pale as he suddenly knelt on the ground, looking incredulously at the dragon Dingtian, who had just been slapped by Qin Luo. The president was struck. Jiang Sueki also stood there in a daze. She looked incredulously at Dragon Dingtian, who was tilting his head in disbelief, then at Qin Luo, who still maintained the gesture of slapping. For a moment her mind went blank, and she began to doubt whether she was dreaming. How could such a magical scene occur? A mere attendant of the young lady of the Su family dared to slap a president of an antique association, someone even the head of the Su family would greet amiably. Is the world changing too fast? Wang Yong lay on the ground, coughing blood from his mouth. He didn't know Dragon Dingtian, but he sensed from the fragments of conversation that Dragon Dingtian held a very high status. This mere attendant dared to provoke the other. Now this guy was surely doomed. Even the Su family would absolutely not be able to protect him. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, although Dragon Dingtian's face was grim and his expression dark, he did not act immediately. He merely took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and fixed his gaze on Qin Luo, saying, Who are you? What do you mean by knowing? Everyone in the room overlooked the key point in Qin Luo's words. That was, he was a discarded, illegitimate child expelled from his family. The family in question was the Long family of Wang City. And Dragon Dingtian was indeed the biological son of the current head of the Long family, Long Outyan. There have always been rumors that he had deep ties with the Long family of Wang City. In reality, it was a cursed bond, because he was the illegitimate child of the head of the Long family and a servant. Born unable to practice martial arts, Long Outyan abandoned him and his mother in Jiang City to clean up the family's image. And this secret was surprisingly revealed so easily by Qin Luo. On Qin Luo's side, he stood with his hands behind his back, and his aura became calm and collected as he coldly stated, My young lattice influence spans the globe. No one in this world can escape her discerning eye. Dragon Dingtian, do you know why I specifically came to your antique association today to purchase antiques? He directly addressed Dragon Dingtian by name and mentioned a lady. Was all of this planned by Su Muwan? Jiang Sueki was a bit stunned on the side. What was going on? Hearing this, Dragon Dingtian's pupils contracted. The young lady of the Su family. Was everything set up by this Jiang City scourge? From coming here to buy antiques to causing trouble to draw him out, was it all arranged by that scourge? Dragon Dingtian was filled with trepidation and disbelief. That Jiang City scourge actually had such schemes. Jiang Sueki looked at Dragon Dingtian, whose expression had turned somewhat shocked, and a sense of foreboding surged in her heart. She couldn't help but speak, Brother Long. However, before she could finish, Dragon Dingtian interrupted. Sueki, I'm truly sorry, but I need to discuss something with this young brother next. You should take Wang Yong and leave now, and I will give you a better antique later. Jiang Sueki's expression changed upon hearing this, becoming somewhat unpleasant. But thinking of the current situation, she could only nod helplessly and sigh, understood. As she spoke, she looked with disdain at Wang Yong, who was lying on the ground with wide eyes revealing an incredulous emotion. She looked helplessly at Manager Su, who was also sprawled on the ground, saying, Hey, come over here and help me move him to my car. Manager Su, who was already unable to keep up with the current development, nodded quickly. Oh. He then got up and dragged Wang Yong's clothes to pull him out. He could no longer stay in this place. Brother Luo, I'll step outside to guard against anyone coming in. Shin Fei swallowed hard, feeling somewhat shocked. So they had been under the young lad's control all along. Brother Luo was actually carrying out a secret mission. With that thought, he stepped outside and closed the door, standing guard. For a moment, only Qin Luo and Dragon Dingtian remained in the entire association. Dragon Ding Tian cupped his hands together and said solemnly, "Let's get straight to the point, young brother. What does the person behind you want?" Upon hearing this, the title of #1 lackey took effect. Qin Luo's aura changed, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding a powerful presence. He slowly said, "Dragon Ding Tian, my young lady values you as a talent and wishes to recruit you. This was done just before your encounter with Wang Yong, using some means to get you to show up." Upon hearing this, Dragon Ding Tian's expression changed. He hurriedly asked, "Wang Yong, may I ask if your young lady knows my purpose for seeking Wang Yong?" "Of course she knows." Qin Luo smiled lightly, looking at Dragon Ding Tian's expression, and slowly said, "You sought Wang Yong for 2 reasons. First, you hope Wang Yong can find the cause and treat your inability to practice martial arts. Second, you wish to ask Wang Yong to take you to the Long family in Wang City to help the head of the Long family, your father Long Outyin, recover. By doing so, you aim to return to your family. After all, Wang Yong's poisonous skills can kill invisibly, and his medical skills can save lives in dire situations." As soon as the words fell, Dragon Ding Tian's expression completely lost its composure. His face turned pale in an instant. These matters had been buried in his heart, yet they had all been guessed by the woman behind Qin Luo. In that moment, Dragon Ding Tian took a deep breath and slowly said, "Young brother, does this mean your young lady can help me?" "That is natural." Qin Luo smiled slightly and said, "That slap just now was a welcoming gift. You can feel the condition of your body now." Upon hearing this, Dragon Ding Tian was taken aback, then quickly sensed the condition of his body. He suddenly discovered that his previously exhausted body could now actively absorb the heavenly energy for cultivation. For so many years he had tried countless methods, but could not make this useless body operate the martial arts. Yet, it actually works. Dragon Ding Tian held his slightly burning cheek, and the anger in his gaze turned into immense joy. He looked at Qin Luo in disbelief. "Young brother, no master. What is going on?" Upon hearing this, Qin Luo smiled slightly and said, "Our young lady has long been aware of Dragon Ding Tian's physical condition. It is recorded in ancient texts as a condition known as blocked meridian qi. Only by using special methods to inject true qi into your body to cleanse the meridians can you be able to cultivate again. This method has only been taught to me by the young lady, and the purpose is to treat your injuries." Dragon Ding Tian. Dragon Ding Tian had already been shocked countless times today. His eyes sparkled with excitement, tightly clenching his fists as he bowed his head and cupped his hands, asking, "May I ask the name of the esteemed master?" Qin Luo replied calmly, "Qin Luo. Master Qin, please cure my injuries completely." Dragon Ding Tian hurriedly said, "That cannot be done. The treatment must be gradual, and each time requires special methods to apply." Moreover, Qin Luo shook his head, then looked at Dragon Ding Tian and said lightly, "Dragon Ding Tian, you haven't mentioned your answer yet. I am waiting to report back to the young lady. This will determine whether to continue treating you or not." Hearing this, Dragon Ding Tian's inner joy gradually faded, and a struggle appeared on his face. He hadn't expected the person behind Qin Luo to be so deeply hidden, deliberately presenting himself in public as a haughty, arrogant young master. Yet in reality, he was secretly gathering information on everyone's backgrounds, and even found a solution. Such cunning was truly terrifying. Joining the opposing camp would mean that his antique association would become a subordinate of the Su family, or rather the young lady of the Su family. This would offend many families in Jiang City, but Dragon Ding Tian sensed that this young lady of the Su family had such cunning, she would surely become a dragon among men in the future. So, Dragon Ding Tian would take the gamble. With that thought, he bowed and cupped his hands, earnestly saying, "Dragon Ding Tian is willing to swear to follow the young lady of the Su family to death. From this day forth, my antique association will obey any orders from the young lady, becoming her most loyal vanguard. Tomorrow morning, I will personally bring gifts to visit." Random Lackey event completed. Congratulations to the host for helping the antagonist recruit the original protagonist group member Dragon Ding Tian, obtaining Lackey Heart Sutra X1. The host has already become a mature Lackey in just 2 days. The system's notification sound rang out. Get lost. Qin Luo also nodded slightly on the surface, smiling. Then I welcome Brother Ding Tian to serve the young lady with me. As he spoke, Qin Luo seemed to recall something and friendly approached Dragon Ding Tian, patting him on the shoulder, saying, "By the way, my young lady also said that once you return to the Long family, she will help you ascend to the position of family head. This must be your wish, right? To take revenge on the Long family who expelled you and your mother. Am I right?" As soon as these words fell, Dragon Ding Tian's heart skipped a beat, and a chill ran down his back. How did he know even this? The young lady of the Su family was truly terrifying. Even without having met her, he already felt a chill. But it was precisely because of this that Dragon Ding Tian felt he had chosen the right person. In the Su family's villa in the living room, Su Muwan lay lazily on the sofa, feeling utterly comfortable. I'm exhausted. After much effort, she finally managed to use the wisdom from her past life to convince her parents to hand over the family business in Jiang City for her to manage. If she manages this well, it will allow her to gradually take over other businesses. In her previous life, due to her arrogance and reckless behavior, she could only co-manage the Jiang family business alongside Su Balian. Unfortunately, she was deceived, leading to losses that ultimately disappointed her parents. Originally, Su Balian was actually a sharpening stone that her parents used to temper her. Sadly, she failed to realize this in her past life. But in this life, not only must she behave herself, but she must also use the wisdom from her past to strengthen her family, ensuring her own survival. After 10 o'clock at night, all the subordinates left, leaving only Zhu Lan, her bodyguard, to stay in the villa to protect Su Muwan. She respectfully placed a cup of tea in front of Su Muwan and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, miss, I previously." Before she could finish, Su Muwan spoke calmly. "No need to say more, I understand the difficulties you faced, Zhu Lan. But just as Qin Luo said, the person you chose to follow is me. I forgive you this time, but there won't be a next time." Her tone was flat, but it no longer carried any sense of estrangement. Zhu Lan understood that her young lady had forgiven her. At that moment, she felt as if a great weight had been lifted and joy spread across her face. She lowered her head and said, "Yes, miss." "But," Zhu Lan hesitated as she said, "is it really okay for that new subordinate to stay here? After all, Qin Luo is a man." Upon hearing this, Su Muwan recalled Qin Luo's devoted expression and laughed lightly, shaking her head. "There's no need to worry, I can tell that Qin Luo is a good subordinate. He knows how to act appropriately." With that thought, Su Muwan picked up her teacup and took a gentle sip. Just then she heard a voice from outside, "Miss, I'm back." Qin Luo entered carrying a pile of items and respectfully approached Su Muwan. With a devoted expression, he presented her with a beautiful vase, saying, "And this is an antique I chose for you from the antique market. I remembered you liked this kind of thing. Oh, you even bought this for me." Su Muwan's lips curled into a slight smile as she glanced at the vase placed before her. At once she felt a sense of familiarity. The vase was so exquisitely crafted that she immediately took a liking to it. But why did it seem so familiar? Su Muwan dismissed the thought, attributing it to a scene from an auction she had seen in her past life. She took a sip of tea, smiling at Qin Luo. Seeing his refined and handsome appearance, she nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Qin Luo was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. In her previous life, she had been arrogant and had never experienced love, and now, having been reborn, she had no intention of pursuing romance for the time being. However, even without romance, having a pleasing subordinate could still enhance her mood. This is the normal rebirth scenario. Although she had just provoked a Dragon King that was due to her command before her rebirth. As long as she remained cautious and strategic, everything would be fine. Zhu Lan stood beside her, watching Qin Luo, who had spent her money on a pile of items to please her. She felt quite uncomfortable. Furrowing her brows, she said to Qin Luo, "Qin Luo, why are you spending so much money? Although it's the Miss Black card, you shouldn't waste it like this." She felt distressed. Why was Qin Luo buying so many useless things? Why were there even 2 computers and game controllers? Was he planning to play games in the villa? Qin Luo, hearing this, looked at Zhu Lan and scoffed. "Zhu Lan, how can you speak? Why didn't you say anything when Su Balian was here? What? You act submissively to outsiders and strike hard internally. Miss, this Zhu Lan has ulterior motives. I suggest dismissing her." Zhu Lan's face turned red with shame. "You? What? Did I say something wrong? Miss? I." Although Su Muwan had forgiven her, Zhu Lan still felt quite guilty. Now that Qin Luo mentioned it, she indeed felt embarrassed to stay here. All right, everyone stop arguing." Su Muwan shook her head, helplessly glancing at Qin Luo. "Qin Luo, say less. I know Zhu Lan had no ill intentions. By the way, where did you buy this vase from? At the antique market. It's quite nice." Su Muwan took a sip of tea and changed the subject. Qin Luo of course knew that Zhu Lan was loyal to Su Muwan, but he just enjoyed teasing her. Hearing Su Muwan's question, he immediately smiled and boasted, "I bought it from the Antique Association, miss. You don't know, but this vase had already been reserved by the Jiang family's eldest young lady, Jiang Sueki. But I thought you would definitely like this, so how could I let it go?" I immediately unleashed a torrent of verbal attacks on Jiang Sueki, making that young lady cry. Guess what happened next? Oh, the Antique Association. Yes, Jiang Sueki. Huh. Su Muwan, who had initially been listening to a bedtime story, suddenly widened her eyes when she heard the name Jiang Sueki from Qin Luo's mouth. Her hand holding the teacup began to tremble slightly. "Wait, did you say Jiang Sueki?" Su Muwan interrupted Qin Luo, looking at him in disbelief. Yes, what's wrong, miss? Is there a problem?" Qin Luo was taken aback and looked at her hesitantly. "Is there a problem?" "The problem is huge." Jiang Sueki was the poison saint in her previous life, having reached the late stage of the peak realm in her cultivation. In her past life, she had suffered because of the poison arts of both Jiang Sueki and another figure known as the King of Hell. But how could that name come out of Qin Luo's mouth? Su Muwan's heart sank with an ominous premonition. The more she looked at the vase, the more familiar it felt, and her voice became stiff. "You continue." Oh, and that Jiang Sueki has a useless bodyguard named Wang Yong. Wang Yong, a peak realm powerhouse, known as the King of Hell, in her previous life. He was known as one of the peerless poison kings alongside Jiang Sueki. It seemed that a long time ago they indeed had a master bodyguard relationship. Su Muwan listened rigidly as Qin Luo exaggerated the events at the Antique Association. That Wang Yong, I saw him being arrogant and disrespectful, saying that the mere Su young lady could be crushed with a snap of his fingers. Hey, do you think I could tolerate that with my temper? So I gave him a slap to make him behave. A slap. Su Muwan's face turned pale, her breathing quickened, and everything before her became blurry. She was on the verge of tears. How did a simple shopping trip lead to entanglements with two main characters? How could this happen? Miss, are you okay? Qin Luo, halfway through his speech, looked at Su Muwan with some hesitation. Seeing her trembling body and moist eyes, he thought, wouldn't she be moved to tears? Qin Luo's heart surged with joy. He felt compelled to continue. It's okay, it should be fine now. Su Muwan took a deep breath, forcing out a faint smile. No problem. Counting the Dragon King, she had now entangled with three main characters. Of course there's more. Mora. Su Muwan trembled slightly. That's for sure. Then the leader of the Antique Association, Long Dingtian, came. Long Dingtian, who in her past life had become the head of the Long family in Wang City, wielding power far beyond the Su family. But based on Qin Luo's courage, he shouldn't. Don't worry, Miss, I made him behave with just one slap. You. Upon hearing this, Su Muwan finally relaxed her tense heart. Thud. She rolled her eyes and fainted on the sofa, having tangled with three people on this outing. Heaven wants to take my life. Miss. After settling, Su Muwan, Julan stood at the door with a worried expression, sighing softly to Qin Luo. Miss must be too tired lately, which is why she keeps fainting. Upon returning to the Su family, the Miss has requested the family business in Jiangxing from the elders. As long as it is managed well, the Miss will gradually take over all of Su family's businesses. Perhaps that is why she feels so much pressure. Zhulan's tone was filled with concern and guilt. Qin Luo nodded at her words, eager to check the rewards sent by the system, and said, I see. Zhulan, you keep watch here. I'm going to wash up and get some sleep. Zhulan was taken aback, opening her mouth to ask her confusion, but before she could speak, Qin Luo had already turned and slipped downstairs. Wasn't he? Where was that loyal facade he had before? The Miss had already fainted. How could he still sleep? Zhulan was momentarily confused, questioning Qin Luo's sincerity towards the young lady. The personal attendant could choose a room for themselves to avoid unnecessary trouble. Qin Luo chose a bedroom on the first floor. Lying on the bed, he muttered to himself, could this big villain really be suffering from low blood sugar? Was it because of dizziness that he was defeated in his past life? But, after mastering the 13 needles of Tai Xian, I haven't seen any symptoms of low blood sugar. Could it be some obscure disease? Forget it. He'll prepare some candy for her later. With that thought, Qin Luo opened the panel to check the rewards he had obtained. Attribute point 1 point Loyal Dog Heart Sutra X. 1. The attribute point is straightforward. Qin Luo found that the increase in attribute points was the most direct reward. However, the way to obtain it was quite rare. Looking at his panel, Qin Luo pondered for a moment. He ultimately decided to allocate it to defense. In an instant, his defense rose to 8 points. Even a late-stage expert of the Ascending Realm wouldn't be able to break his defense. Coupled with an automatic counterattack, it might yield unexpected results. Next, he opened the Loyal Dog Heart Sutra. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared before his eyes. Loyal Dog Heart Sutra Introduction. Cultivating this skill, as long as it is the command of one's master, the practitioner can fight with the loyalty and fearlessness of a dog, doubling their combat power. Ability Loyal Dog Loyalty. The host cultivates absolute loyalty and unconditional obedience to their master through daily life, accumulating loyalty value, which then transforms into powerful combat strength in battle. Loyal Dog Phantom Body allows the host to move flexibly in battle, evade attacks, and strike the enemy in unexpected ways, leaving them defenseless. Loyal Dog Phantom Palm, now merged with God's Palm, ignoring identity and realm, as long as it is for the master, even a deity must show you. After reviewing the Heart Sutra, Qin Luo covered his face with his hands. What kind of ridiculous skill? Loyal Dog. What do you mean by master? Are you implying that Su Muwan is my master? What a joke, I'm just here to work, alright. Qin Luo strongly condemned this. Even though this martial arts world indeed has a similar hierarchy, he had never agreed to sell himself to Su Muwan. You dog system, don't speak nonsense. But, complaints aside, this Loyal Dog Heart Sutra does have some use, so we'll practice it. The next morning, sunlight poured into the room. Su Muwan opened her eyes in confusion. She looked around at the familiar surroundings. The familiar ceiling. Is this a reset again? The next second, a knock echoed. Miss, are you awake? Lin Wanrong has come with a pile of gifts to apologize for yesterday's ball. I've also prepared some breakfast and toiletries for you, miss. Qin Luo's voice came from outside. Su Muwan, what? Damn, it's still this life. On Qin Luo's side, He wore a look of nonchalance and smiled, saying, "What do you mean by that, miss? As your personal attendant, isn't it my duty to handle such trivial matters?" He continued, "Last night you fainted, so as long as you put on your socks you can start a new day of work." Saying this, Qin Luo raised his hand, presenting a pair of brand new black ankle socks. Su Muwan, upon hearing this, found herself in a bit of a dilemma, but, this kind of thing, perhaps I should just do it myself. Qin Luo interrupted sternly, "Miss, that is not correct. You are to inherit the Su family. Such trivial matters can be left to me, your personal attendant. From now on I will take full responsibility for your daily life, so that you can focus on managing the family." Upon hearing this, Su Muwan glanced at the socks in Qin Luo's hand, and then at his earnest expression. She felt a pang of guilt. This Qin Luo likely had my best interests at heart, yet I was thinking about dismissing him. Perhaps for him serving me is the basic duty of a servant. If I refuse him, he might be upset all day. Such a devoted attendant, I cannot let him feel disheartened. That's right, Su Muwan, don't overthink it. Qin Luo has no ill intentions. A look at how devoted he is. It's as if he is my #1 attendant, solely focused on serving me, the young lady. Indeed. With this thought, Su Muwan gently bit her lip, her cheeks flushing slightly, as she feigned calmness, saying, "All right then, please be quick about it." With that, she lifted the blanket, revealing a pair of jade-like pristine feet before Qin Luo. Then, with a demeanor of righteousness, Qin Luo approached with a solemn expression, his movements gentle and meticulous, as he carefully took the black socks, gently unfurling the openings before cautiously sliding Su Muwan's jade foot into the sock. Qin Luo's fingers deftly turned at her ankle, smoothly pulling the sock up to just above the ankle, ensuring that every inch of skin was perfectly enveloped by the sock, neither too tight nor too loose. Though he felt somewhat strange inside, he saw that Qin Luo did not make any other inappropriate moves. Su Muwan gradually eased her heart. She looked at Qin Luo. His actions were fluid and natural, and his gaze was focused and solemn, as if he were performing an important ritual. Is putting on socks for oneself such a solemn affair? Su Muwan had never experienced such a feeling before, having never encountered anyone so devoted to her in her past life. "All done, miss." After dressing her, Qin Luo stood up and smiled at Su Muwan, saying, "I suspect you have been fainting lately due to overexertion in managing family matters, possibly also due to low blood sugar. Therefore, I specially prepared some handmade candies for you which should be more effective." Saying this, Qin Luo placed the candy on the bedside table. Then, pushing the dining cart, he said with a smile, "I will go entertain the guests now, miss." Click. The door closed. Su Muwan sat on the edge of the bed, looking down at the handmade candies that Qin Luo had prepared for her. Suddenly a warm current flowed through her heart. She gently covered her chest. How strange. Qin Luo's gaze was clear, devoid of any impurities. He was purely doing this out of loyalty to her. But why? Why was he so devoted to her? Outside the door, Qin Luo's initial saintly demeanor could no longer be maintained. He gleefully looked at the loyalty points he had earned on his panel. Loyalty points, 10 points. He was not so eager to curry favor this early in the morning just because of those incredibly fragrant jade feet. It was purely to earn some loyalty points with absolutely no ulterior motives. Last night, he had practiced the dog walking heart sutra, which is why he was here early to perform his daily duties as a servant. Looking at the effects, it indeed worked well. He just didn't know what the loyalty points were actually useful for. But it was fine, they should reveal their worth in the upcoming battles. With this thought, Qin Luo hummed an unknown tune as he pushed the dining cart downstairs. A moment later, in the first-floor reception room, Lin Wanrong sat anxiously on the sofa, fidgeting. She had brought many gifts to apologize, hoping to gain Su Muwan's forgiveness for the disrespectful actions of her useless son-in-law at yesterday's ball. However, Su Muwan had yet to make an appearance. Could it be that she did not want to forgive them? What to do? At this moment, the son-in-law Dragon King Xiao Tian sat beside her, his cheek slightly swollen, making his speech seem rather comical. He shook his head and said, "Wanrong, don't be so anxious. Even if Su Muwan does not forgive us, I have ways to position the Lin group at the top of Jiang City." He spoke with arrogance, saying, "I have numerous groups under my command around the world. With just a word, I can secure tens of thousands of orders for the Lin group." As he spoke, Lin Wanrong stood up in disbelief, quickly walking to Xiao Tian and raising her hand in anger. "Slap! You useless fool. What are you even saying at a time like this? You should just shut up and kneel to apologize when Miss Su arrives. Do you understand?" In her disappointment, Lin Wanrong did not expect that even at this point Xiao Tian would still be dreaming. Xiao Tian covered his swollen cheek, clenching his fists, feeling deeply bitter. Why did his wife not believe him? At that moment, a cold voice came from outside. "Miss Lin, this is the Su family. If you wish to fight, please step outside to do so." Hearing this, Lin Wanrong's expression instantly brightened. She quickly looked up at the source of the voice and saw Su Muwan accompanied by her handsome attendant. They walked in slowly, exuding a powerful aura. "Miss Su, I just couldn't help myself for a moment because this fool was boasting here again. So I brought these gifts to apologize." Lin Wanrong lowered her head, nervously smiling. Su Muwan glanced at the luxurious items in the reception room and slightly nodded. She had never intended to provoke the Dragon King family. If they could just move on, that would be fine. With this thought, Su Muwan revealed a faint smile and said, "Then let the past be the past. The Lin family and my Su family will remain the best of friends in business." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong beamed with joy and hurriedly nodded, "Thank you, Miss Su." After saying this, she seemed to think of something, then turned angrily toward Xiao Tian, who was still sitting there motionless, useless. "Why aren't you coming over to kneel and apologize to Miss Su?" Actually no need." Su Muwan's expression stiffened as she raised her hand, wanting to say something. Just then Xiao Tian clenched his fists and resisted, saying, "As the Dragon King, how could I possibly kneel to a mere young lady from the Su family and apologize?" "You?" Lin Wanrong's face turned pale, and just as she was about to step forward to force him to apologize, a furious roar came from outside. "Arrogant! This is the Su family. How dare you, a mere junior, act recklessly here?" Su Muwan was taken aback, and everyone looked up. They saw an imposing figure with a slightly angry expression walking in. Behind him was a group of bodyguards carrying boxes. From their uniforms, it was clear they belonged to the Antique City Association. Su Muwan tilted her head. "Why is Long Ding Tian here? Could it be because—" She turned her head stiffly, looking at the smiling Qin Luo. Before she could say anything, Qin Luo seemed to understand Su Muwan's thoughts. He stepped forward as if seeking recognition. "Haha, exactly. When did this place allow you, a worthless fool, to act recklessly here?" Qin Luo, with an angry expression, stepped out from behind Su Muwan. He looked at Xiao Tian with a cold smile. "A mere Lin family son-in-law dares to be so arrogant. Originally, my young lady was prepared to forgive you due to Lin Wanrong's earnest attitude. All you needed to do was kneel down and apologize. But unexpectedly—" Qin Luo's expression turned cold as he gazed at Lin Wanrong. "The opportunity has once again been squandered by your useless son-in-law." Lin Wanrong's face turned pale. Su Muwan Omega. "No, I haven't even said anything yet." As Qin Luo's words fell, Lin Wanrong's body trembled slightly, her face turning pale. Fine beads of sweat flowed down her forehead as she clenched her fists tightly. It seemed she had made a decision in her heart. She took a deep breath, raised her head to look at Su Muwan, and then pointed at the still-seated Xiao Tian. "Miss Su, the situation has developed to this point, which is truly beyond our expectations. The root of all this is actually because of this useless son-in-law. So I, Lin Wanrong, have decided." Lin Wanrong inhaled deeply, her gaze filled with disdain as she looked at Xiao Tian, "to divorce Xiao Tian." Boom. With the sound of her words, Xiao Tian's heart felt as though it had been struck by lightning. He stood up in shock and hurriedly ran towards Lin Wanrong. "Wife, what are you saying? Why do you want a divorce for no reason?" However, before Xiao Tian could reach her a slap, Lin Wanrong angrily struck him. With tears welling in her eyes, she choked on her words, scolding, "Xiao Tian, I have treated you well, but why do you repeatedly go against me and my Lin family?" I didn't." Xiao Tian covered his stinging cheek, panic evident in his voice, as he tried to reach out and grab Lin Wanrong. But he was continuously pushed away. Seeing that Xiao Tian still showed no signs of remorse, Lin Wanrong suddenly screamed, "Didn't you? You are arrogant and ungrateful. You have even been boasting in front of Miss Su. You are simply going to ruin our entire Lin family in Jiang City." Xiao Tian, with a frantic expression, hurriedly explained, "No, the Su family is just a speck of dust in front of me. Just wait for me." At that moment, a louder slap interrupted Xiao Tian's words. "Oomph! Arrogant! How dare a mere son-in-law speak so insolently?" Su Muwan's expression stiffened as she realized that without her noticing, Qin Luo had already teleported in front of Xiao Tian and delivered a fierce slap. Xiao Tian's head buzzed from the unexpected slap. He looked in disbelief at Qin Luo, who had suddenly appeared before him, and slapped him hard. So fast. When did this happen? Xiao Tian was shocked. Even though his strength was currently impaired and not fully recovered, he should still be able to see the speed of a mere lackey's attack. How could it be like this? Qin Luo first glared fiercely at Xiao Tian, then turned to Lin Wanrong and calmly said, "Miss Lin, if you truly want to divorce Xiao Tian, then you can act on it today. Our young lady prefers to befriend those who are sensible." After saying this, Qin Luo felt ecstatic inside. Based on the original story, Su Muwan's earlier gaze was definitely a signal for him to step in and punish Xiao Tian. Having done so beautifully, Su Muwan must have praised him 100 times in her heart. However, contrary to Qin Luo's imagination, Su Muwan was indeed thinking about him. It's just that. "Qin Luo, why did you charge out again? Ugh, you actually slapped the Dragon King again. Although it was satisfying to watch, but it's me who's going to die. It's over now. You are forcing Lin Wanrong to divorce the Dragon King. You have to know the Dragon King Xiao Tian values Lin Wanrong the most. Even in his past life, despite being abused and slapped, he still couldn't bear to divorce her. You could say that Lin Wanrong is Xiao Tian's Achilles heel. Touching it means death. And now with Qin Luo adding fuel to the fire, Xiao Tian would surely direct his wrath at Qin Luo. And by extension me. They would definitely think that I wanted this to happen. Oh, there is no turning back now. On Lin Wanrong's side, she nervously swallowed, and then looked at Su Muwan. Seeing that the latter's expression remained unchanged, she understood what the other meant. The Su family's strength is formidable, and this useless son-in-law has repeatedly brought me trouble. Divorcing him would allow me to befriend the Su family, which is definitely a profitable deal. If it weren't for my grandfather constantly saying that this was the child betrothed to the former Dragon King, and with my grandfather still in the hospital and not recovering, I would have divorced him long ago. But if I don't make my stance clear now, I fear I will never have the chance to befriend Miss Su again. Miss Su has already given me too many opportunities. This time I must seize it. With that thought, Lin Wanrong had made her decision. Xiao Tian felt a bad premonition rising in his heart as he looked at Lin Wanrong. Slap. Shut up. Before Xiao Tian could finish his sentence, Lin Wanrong had already slapped him back. She directly cut off Xiao Tian's words. Coldly she said, I have already decided, Xiao Tian, I will definitely divorce you. I will send the divorce papers to you immediately. You can sign them, and I will pay you a divorce settlement. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's mind went blank. Divorce. Without paying attention to what Xiao Tian was thinking, Lin Wanrong took a deep breath and looked nervously at Su Muwan. Miss Su, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Can you forgive our Lin family's previous disrespectful behavior? Su Muwan was already feeling hopeless. The situation was developing even more severely than in her past life. It should be noted that in her past life, Xiao Tian revealed his identity precisely because Lin Wanrong forced him to sign the divorce. She glanced at Qin Luo, who was still beside her, with a loyal expression. After a light sigh in her heart, she put on a kind smile. Of course. Qin Luo, remember this for me. After everyone leaves, I will definitely have to do some ideological work on you. Qin Luo looked at Lin Wanrong, then at the dazed Xiao Tian. Suddenly the corners of his mouth curled up, chuckling. If they really divorced, he would have accomplished another task for his master, and it would be a deviation from the original story. I wonder if I will receive some generous reward for this. At this moment, Qin Luo seemed to notice Long Dingtian, who had been standing there the whole time. So he leaned over and quietly said to Su Muwan, Miss Long Dingtian has been standing there for quite a while. Upon hearing this, Su Muwan came back to her senses. She looked towards Long Dingtian at the door. For a moment, she couldn't make up her mind. What is going on? He was just speaking for their Su family earlier. Su Muwan glanced at the large boxes behind him. He was both presenting gifts and speaking for them. What exactly is Long Dingtian doing here? He wouldn't be. Su Muwan glanced at Qin Luo beside her, wondering if it had anything to do with him. Thinking of this, Su Muwan asked Long Dingtian, President Long, what brings you to my humble villa? Upon hearing Su Muwan's question, Long Dingtian immediately realized that she was testing him. So he bowed respectfully and said, Miss, it was only after Master Qin's guidance yesterday that I suddenly realized. Thus I have brought some small items from the antique fair as a token of my submission to Miss Su. Antique fair. Lin Wanrong's expression was shocked, followed by admiration for Su Muwan. Even the president of the antique fair, Long Dingtian, has pledged allegiance to Su Muwan. The Su family's power will surely elevate to another level. Su Muwan, however, was momentarily stunned. I just took a nap. How did it feel like the world has changed? What is this Master Qin? Is he referring to Qin Luo? That bastard. What exactly did he sneak out to do? After everyone leaves, I must interrogate him. Before Su Muwan could speak, Qin Luo seemed to understand the meaning of her silence. After all, she was unaware of the good deed he had done for her yesterday. Perhaps she was already deeply moved and pleasantly surprised. Qin Luo whispered to Su Muwan, Miss, rest assured Long Dingtian genuinely wishes to join us. I have already recounted your illustrious reputation to him yesterday. Reputation? What reputation? Did you not slap him? Can you not wish me well? A storm surged within Su Muwan, but she couldn't say anything to Qin Luo. After all, he was indeed doing this for her benefit, even though this could very likely lead her to a disastrous fate. Moreover, what method did Qin Luo use to persuade Long Dingtian, the former head of the Long family in her past life, to join her side? This situation was certainly not something she could inquire about now, as she would have to wait until everyone left. Thus Su Muwan had to suppress the collapse within her heart, forcing a slight smile, as she said, Thank you, President Long. Upon hearing this, Long Dingtian finally sighed in relief, though he still had one concern. That was whether Miss Su was aware of his request. He looked at Su Muwan with anticipation, hoping for a clear answer. However, why did Long Dingtian's eyes show 3 parts expectation, 2 parts anxiety, 4 parts fear, and 1 part disappointment? Su Muwan was momentarily stunned. Were those little eyes so complicated? Did he have more questions? How should she respond? Seeing Long Dingtian's desires, Qin Luo stepped forward, waved his hand, and said with a smile, Long Dingtian, your request has already been acknowledged by my lady. As long as you are loyal and diligent, my lady will help you ascend to that throne. Su Muwan quickly turned to Qin Luo, her eyes wide. What do you mean I know? The throne? What throne? Long Dingtian, on the other hand, was completely relieved. He cupped his hands and bowed, exclaiming, Thank you, miss. Su Muwan looked at Long Dingtian again. No. What are you thanking me for? I haven't agreed yet. Can someone tell me what exactly is happening? Why can't I get a word in? At this moment Qin Luo leaned closer to Su Muwan's ear and whispered, Miss, wait until everyone leaves, and I will explain everything to you in detail. The warm breath brushed against her earlobe, making Su Muwan feel a bit flustered. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly shifted to the side, covering her left ear. Wait, this is not the time to feel shy. Su Muwan snapped back to reality and glared fiercely at Qin Luo. This guy had indeed caused me a lot of trouble outside. Lin Wanrong, seeing that things had settled down, joyfully congratulated. Congratulations, Miss Su. With the support of President Long from the Antique City, it won't be long before Miss Su becomes the head of the Su family. We will follow your lead into battle. No, you are exaggerating too much. Why did I not notice the strange way those sycophants around me spoke in my past life? Each one elevating themselves to the top of the pyramid only to vanish without a trace when I became isolated. Seeing that the situation was too complex and variable, Su Muwan wished to quickly end this complicated farce. Just as she was about to nod and let the others leave, a sudden passionate roar rang out. No. Su Muwan was taken aback and looked over to see Xiao Tian, who had been doubting himself, suddenly roaring with bloodshot eyes. Qin Luo was also startled and immediately scolded. Waste. What's wrong with you? Scaring my lady? Are you asking for trouble? Su Muwan. Lin Wanrong's expression also changed as she looked at Xiao Tian with displeasure. Xiao Tian, what do you want? I am already preparing for a divorce. No, Wanrong, you can't divorce me. Xiao Tian's expression was bitter and pained as he clutched his chest, choking back tears. For the past 5 years, I have worked diligently for the Lin family. I helped the Lin Group become a medium-sized enterprise in Jiang City, but how could you just? However, before he could finish, Lin Wanrong angrily stepped forward and slapped Xiao Tian hard. She rebuked. What? The scale of the Lin Group today is entirely due to my business acumen. What does it have to do with you? Waste. If you say one more word, I will make your life miserable. Qin Luo, standing beside Su Muwan, watched with great interest and quietly commented, Tisk tisk, Xiao Tian is quite pitiful. How can he endure such a beating? Su Muwan also felt a deep sympathy and nodded in agreement. Exactly, I thought it was ridiculous at the time, but seeing it now is even more. As they spoke, both Su Muwan and Qin Luo suddenly froze. They exchanged glances. Qin Luo asked with uncertainty, Miss. Shut up, just watch the show. Su Muwan hurriedly interrupted and turned her head to feign calmness, while looking towards Xiao Tian. Oh no, why did I instinctively respond to him? Qin Luo scratched his face, looking suspiciously at Su Muwan. How strange, why was this villain's behavior different from the original story? According to the original, this villain would directly insult Xiao Tian, calling him a pitiful waste and a good-for-nothing deserving of his fate. Why is it now so strange? Uncertain, he continued to observe. Qin Luo kept staring at Su Muwan with a doubtful gaze, while Su Muwan maintained her composure, pretending to look at Xiao Tian amidst the intense scrutiny. TT, stop looking at me, I beg you. If you keep staring, I really can't hold on. I admit my behavior is a bit different from usual, but isn't there a saying? The prickly exterior was my disguise. I truly wish to be a good person. Thinking of this, Su Muwan turned her head, glared at Qin Luo, and muttered, What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I will gouge your eyes out. Qin Luo smiled, slightly shifting his gaze. All right, miss. It seems he had been overly suspicious. This was indeed the villain from the original story. Seeing Qin Luo smile with relief after being scolded by her, Su Muwan felt helpless. No. What kind of ingrained impression is this? Why do I feel strange when I act like a good person, but am relieved when I act like a bad one? Family who understands. The malice towards us villains is truly overwhelming. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, after being slapped dozens of times, reached the end of his ordeal. Despite being beaten so badly, he still resolutely did not retaliate, speaking earnestly. Wanrong, you cannot divorce me. Old Master Lin still needs me for treatment. What? Lin Wanrong had just raised her hand, but froze upon hearing this. My grandfather needs you for treatment. Lin Wanrong felt as though she had heard something particularly ridiculous. Xiao Tian nodded, saying, That's right, considering the time old Master Lin is due for another treatment. This time is crucial. If treated well, old Master Lin should be able to be discharged. Without me, no one in this world can treat your grandfather. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong was so furious, she started laughing, looking at Xiao Tian. All right, without you my grandfather won't survive, right? Xiao Tian, let me tell you. Before she could finish her sentence, ding ding ding. A phone ring interrupted Lin Wanrong's words. She frowned and picked up the phone. It was her mother's call. Looks like old Master Lin is not doing well. At this moment, Xiao Tian seemed to have realized something, and his demeanor grew confident. Lin Wanrong frowned, then answered the call. 3 seconds later. What? Grandpa is critically ill. Lin Wanrong's expression changed drastically. Su Muwan's expression also shifted. Here it comes. The most critical turning point from her past life was approaching. Qin Luo's lips curled up slightly. Here it comes. The most crucial turning point regarding the son-in-law Long Wang from the original story was here. This was also the moment when Xiao Tian would first reveal his true abilities. Lin Wanrong hung up the phone looking panicked at Su Muwan. Miss Su, my grandfather. Su Muwan nodded saying go ahead, and we will discuss the cooperation later. Alright, thank you miss. Lin Wanrong nodded gratefully, then hesitantly looked at the confident Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, are you telling the truth? Xiao Tian, seeing that his wife finally showed a pleading demeanor, felt a surge of protective instinct. He smiled and nodded, rest assured, leave it to me, old master will be fine. Just as Lin Wanrong was about to take Xiao Tian to the hospital, Long Ding Tian volunteered, shouting wait. Miss Lin, do not let a useless person mislead you. If this waste lies, old master Lin will truly have no chance of survival. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong instantly realized that she should not rush into seeking medical help. If Xiao Tian, this waste, were to deceive her, it could harm her grandfather. So she turned to Long Ding Tian and asked, does President Long know anyone else who can treat my grandfather? Of course. Long Ding Tian waved his hand, pointing at Qin Luo. The latter smiled and took a step forward. Su Muwan widened her eyes in disbelief, looking up at Qin Luo. Huh? What are you getting involved in? Long Ding Tian explained, Miss Su has a peerless divine doctor by her side. Qin, sure, is this divine doctor? Su Muwan, wait, a divine doctor? Qin Luo nodded, looking at Lin Wanrong with a smile. Miss Lin, I can accompany you. If. He looked at Xiao Tian and sneered, this waste has no abilities. I can still turn the tide and save the situation. Xiao Tian scoffed at this, shaking his head and saying nothing more. Apart from his Tai Chi 7 needles, no one in the world could treat old Master Lin. So be it, let Wanrong see his true strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong felt relieved and looked gratefully at Su Muwan. Thank you, miss. She knew that this was definitely at Su Muwan's behest. Hee. Su Muwan showed a stiff smile. No need to thank us, let's go together. Miss, how did I do? Jiang City Hospital. Within a ward, the air is filled with sounds of sorrowful weeping. Old Madam Lin, leaning over the hospital bed, tearfully calls out to an elderly man lying there, saying, Old master, you must not be in trouble. Beside the old woman, Lin Wanrong's mother Lu Li comforted her, saying, Grandma, don't worry, Grandpa will be fine. I have already notified Wanrong. She said that Miss Su has a divine doctor by her side, who will surely be able to treat Grandpa. Upon hearing this, old Madam Lin's expression brightened. She looked at Lu Li, grasped her hand, and asked, really? Is Miss Su willing to help us? The surrounding family and friends also showed relief on their faces. Good. With Miss Su's help, our old Master Lin can finally be saved. Indeed, with Miss Su's assistance, not only does it mean that old Master Lin can be treated successfully, but our Lin family can also climb up the branch of the Su family through Wanrong. That's right. Wanrong is truly capable, unlike that useless waste who brings more trouble than success. Exactly. Once old Master Lin recovers, why not let Wanrong divorce Xiao Tian? I remember that young Master Wang from the Wang family has been fond of Wanrong since childhood. The atmosphere gradually relaxed. However, a weak voice slowly emerged, instantly shattering the light-hearted mood. Shut up. Everyone was startled and quickly turned to look at the bed. They saw old Master Lin seemingly returning to life, using all his strength to whisper, no one can save me. Only Xiao Tian can save me. He had once received help from the old Dragon King in his youth and had always remembered that favor. Many years ago, the old Dragon King came to him and said that the next Dragon King, who would be Xiao Tian, would face a calamity in a few years. At that time, he would suffer a loss of power and would need the protection of the Lin family for 6 years. Thus, old Master Lin agreed without hesitation and arranged for his granddaughter to marry Xiao Tian. He also had his own selfish motives. He knew that Xiao Tian was the Dragon King. By marrying his granddaughter to him, the Lin family would prosper as well. However, nonsense. Old man, are you out of your mind? That Xiao Tian is just a useless son-in-law. How could he possibly save you? How can you still believe in such nonsense that Xiao Tian is the Dragon King when you are in this condition? Am not unaware that he secretly came to the hospital to treat you, but what was the result? Your condition has only worsened, hasn't it? Old Madam Lin screamed in shock, unable to understand why her beloved had become so confused. After hearing this, old Master Lin fell silent. His wife was actually not wrong. Xiao Tian had indeed secretly come to the hospital to treat him a few times. But there had been no improvement, in fact the condition had worsened. However, old Master Lin understood that Xiao Tian was the Dragon King and his methods of treatment must have their own reasons. Yet, with things having developed to this point, even he began to lose confidence. At that moment, the door creaked open. Several figures entered, led by the self-assured Xiao Tian. He immediately spotted old Master Lin lying on the bed, and seeing the weak aura, Xiao Tian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Indeed, previously he had secretly performed acupuncture on old Master Lin, but that was all a prelude to this final treatment. Old Master Lin's serious illness was purely due to a deadly battle in his early years that caused his true energy to flow backward. It could be said that it was a miracle that he had held on for so long. Previously, he had locked the acupoints to concentrate the reversed true energy, intending to expel all of it with this final needle. Looking at him now, it was just as he had imagined. Just as he thought this slap. Xiao Tian, what are you smiling about? Are you pleased to see my grandfather like this? Lin Wanrong stepped forward and slapped him her face, filled with disappointment. Unexpectedly, her grandfather had become like this, yet Xiao Tian still wore such a face. Xiao Tian covered his face, coming to his senses, and smiling confidently. Wanrong, you don't understand, I'm smiling, because old Master Lin is coming out of the hospital today. You. Xiao Tian, you are truly arrogant. Lin Wanrong was left speechless with anger. Lu Li also stepped forward. Slap. She raised her hand and gave him a hard slap, then angrily scolded Xiao Tian. My mother said you secretly treated the old master before, didn't you? Did you intentionally cause my father to end up like this? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong looked at Xiao Tian in disbelief. Xiao Tian, the Lin family has treated you well, yet you are so malicious. At this time, Qin Luo shook his head, stepped forward to disdainfully glance at Xiao Tian, and then sneered. He missed Lin. This question is obvious. Xiao Tian's actions are intended to kill old Master Lin and seize the Lin family's wealth. With such a wolfish ambition, I advise you to divorce Xiao Tian as soon as possible. As Qin Luo spoke, the Lin family members all echoed, that's right. Xiao Tian has wolfish ambitions. This beast, the Lin family, has treated him well. If it weren't for old Master Lin bringing him back, he might have starved to death on the streets. Each mocking word pierced Xiao Tian's heart. He clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath. No matter. After today, everyone will know that I, Xiao Tian, am not a waste. Thus Xiao Tian's confidence swelled again. He glanced at Qin Luo and said blandly, this is a matter of my Lin family, outsiders need not meddle. Saying this, he looked at Lin Wanrong, whose face turned pale with anger, and said, only I can treat old Master Lin. Wanrong, you'll understand why I secretly treated him a few times later. Lin Wanrong gritted her teeth tightly. How could she allow Xiao Tian to perform medical treatment on her grandfather? So she shouted, shut up, you waste. You caused my grandfather to become like this. Do you think I dare to let you touch him? After saying that, she nervously looked at Su Muwan and respectfully said, Miss Su, please let the divine Dr. Qin take action. Su Muwan's expression remained unchanged. In reality, she was already unable to hold back. A divine doctor. Master Qin. She smiled kindly at Qin Luo. Qin Luo, what do you think? You better think carefully before speaking. This young lady has already given you a way out. Qin Luo, seeing Su Muwan's calm, yet somewhat meaningful smile, suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Su Muwan, as expected of the main antagonist in the original story, not only had no doubts about his medical skills, but she even believed in him, wanting him to trick Xiao Tian again. So that's how it is. I understand. With this thought, Qin Luo gave Su Muwan a reassuring glance. Su Muwan's heart trembled. Wait. Then Qin Luo looked at Lin Wanrong, chuckling and shaking his head. Miss Lin, since your waste of a husband says that only he can save old Master Lin, then let him try and see his true face. If he fails, then I will surely take action. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong felt relieved and respectfully nodded. Okay, Master Qin. Saying this, she glared at Xiao Tian angrily and scolded, useless thing. Are you satisfied? Then hurry up and treat my grandfather. Xiao Tian clenched his fists, angrily glaring at Qin Luo in his heart. This bastard actually trying to sow discord. Since that's the case, I will directly cure old Master Lin. To prove my true strength. The treatment begins. Everyone clears space for Xiao Tian and old Master Lin. Qin Luo and others stand at the front of the crowd. The former glanced over old Master Lin's entire body and immediately noticed the critical condition he was in. It turned out to be reversed qi flow. Xiao Tian's earlier intention was to gather the scattered reversed qi throughout the meridians. However, this acupuncture technique is too outdated, which is why it requires multiple applications to complete the treatment. Yet this is also necessary for the plot of Urban Son-in-Law Dragon King. You have to endure a certain degree of frustration before the eventual explosion of relief feels even more satisfying. Xiao Tian stood before old Master Lin, extending his hand to press on the old man's pulse. Xiao Tian, I'm counting on you, old man. Old Master Lin opened his eyes, panting as he spoke to Xiao Tian. He still chose to trust Xiao Tian. After all, he was the successor Dragon King appointed by the previous Dragon King. It was only due to misfortune that he had been left in the Lin family for a full 6 years. Xiao Tian had already checked old Master Lin's entire physical condition. A confident smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, old Master Lin, I will definitely cure you. I hope it's as you say, otherwise I will make you pay. Lin Wanrong stood to the side, looking at Xiao Tian with a dark expression. The latter took a deep breath, feeling bitter inside. Wanrong still doesn't believe me. But it's fine as long as I treat old Master Lin well then. All doubts from the world about me will cease to exist. With this thought, his gaze became incredibly resolute, and then he extended his hands, waving them. Swish, swish, swish. A total of 7 silver needles shot out from his palms, continuously piercing into various parts of old Master Lin's body. Su Muwan's expression became serious. Here it comes. This is one of Xiao Tian's techniques from his past life. Tai Chi 7 needles. It can help treat some difficult diseases through the infusion of qi. In his past life, Xiao Tian saved Old Master Lin's life using this acupuncture technique. However, those standing nearby were unaware of this. Upon witnessing this, Lin Wanrong immediately screamed in terror and rushed forward to grab Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill my grandfather? Lu Li also shouted in panic. This is outrageous. How dare a mere son-in-law of the Lin family attempt to harm his master? Someone, pull that waste away. However, old Madame Lin noticed something amiss and solemnly stopped them, saying, wait a moment. I know this state Xiao Tian is in. He has entered a meditative state. Throughout her speech, old Madame Lin kept her eyes on Xiao Tian. He was being pulled by Lin Wanrong, yet he remained unaffected, solely focusing on Old Master Lin. Entering a meditative state, Lin Wanrong hesitantly let go of Xiao Tian. This waste has such ability. Since the Lin family has Old Master Lin, Lin Wanrong was aware that there are those who can cultivate martial skills in this world. Thus she had heard of the term entering a meditative state. It is said that when a person focuses intently on something, they may have a chance of entering this state. And now, this waste has actually entered a meditative state. Could it be? This waste truly has skills. Lu Li looked incredulously at old Madame Lin. Mom, this waste couldn't really be capable of treating Dad, could he? Old Madame Lin hesitated, shaking her head. I'm not sure, but since Xiao Tian has repeatedly emphasized this, perhaps he really does have that ability. Upon saying this, old Madame Lin sighed. It seems we all may have underestimated this son-in-law. The Lin family members were stunned. Could it be that they had been misunderstanding Xiao Tian all along? Qin Luo, on the other hand, looked toward Xiao Tian, who was focused on treating Old Master Lin, and couldn't help but smirk. According to the normal plot, it was a foregone conclusion that Old Master Lin would be cured. However, Qin Luo glanced at Su Muwan beside him. Her expression was somewhat unsettled, likely because she did not want Xiao Tian to steal the spotlight. In that case, let me as a subordinate take some action. With this thought, Qin Luo couldn't help but softly sigh inwardly. Oh, young lady, how can you find a subordinate as dedicated as me? With a follower like me, you can secretly rejoice. With this in mind, Qin Luo's expression became serious. Buzz. Tai Xian 13 needles. Activate. Next to him, Su Muwan's expression was somewhat restless. It was not because Xiao Tian was about to cure Old Master Lin. It was purely because she recalled some unpleasant memories from her past life. Afterward, at Old Master Lin's birthday banquet, Lin Wanrong still preferred her childhood sweetheart young Master Wang from the Wang family. Thus she announced at the banquet that she wanted to divorce Xiao Tian. And it was on that day that the 6-year period was over. Xiao Tian's identity as the Dragon King was revealed. It wasn't a problem to reveal it. But, as the eldest of the young masters, she naturally added fuel to the fire. This directly led to Xiao Tian harboring a grudge against her. So I better not mention it. But now it's fine. As long as Xiao Tian steadily cures Old Master Lin, then I can also round up the matter of Qin Luo being a divine doctor. Provided that. Su Muwan glared at Qin Luo, hoping this guy would refrain from any unnecessary actions. Oh, the young lady looked at me with a gaze that seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Does she think I'm moving too slowly? Is she so impatient? Tisk, this young lady is indeed hard to please. However, the necessary measures have already been taken, soon it will be. Qin Luo slightly bent his waist, lowering his voice to Su Muwan. It's time for us to watch the show, young lady. Su Muwan was taken aback by this sudden statement. Why does this statement give me a chill? At this moment, swish, 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 Xiao Tian exited the meditative state, retracting the 7 silver needles, his entire body drenched in sweat. Although he had exhausted a significant portion of his qi, thankfully the treatment was finally over. Then he looked around at the circle of friends and relatives who regarded him with unusual eyes. His expression gradually became more confident, and with a slight smile he stood up and said, Old Master Lin, I have cured you. You may be discharged today. Now Wanrong, do you believe me? Lin Wanrong did not refuse this time. She looked at Old Master Lin, who appeared noticeably better. Instantly her heart trembled. Xiao Tian really understands medicine. Lu Li also couldn't contain her shock, rushing to Old Master Lin's bedside, softly calling out, Dad, are you alright? Everyone looked over. Time passed second by second. Old Master Lin still did not speak. Lin Wanrong was about to pull her hand away from Xiao Tian's palm when she hesitantly asked, Xiao Tian, what's going on? Why hasn't my grandfather woken up yet? Hearing this, Xiao Tian smiled confidently. Don't worry, the treatment just ended, he will soon. Cough, cough. Before he could finish, Xiao Tian's confident expression suddenly froze on his face. Everyone turned to look at Old Master Lin's bed. To their surprise, Old Master Lin suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, looking pale. He widened his eyes, his expression painful, revealing an incredulous meaning. Trembling, he pointed at Xiao Tian, his voice weakly shouting, Xiao Tian, how cruel-hearted you are. You actually extracted my chi force from my body. Are you trying to kill me? Old Master Lin couldn't believe it, feeling incredulous. This Xiao Tian actually drained all his chi at this moment. This was clearly an attempt to kill him. Combining with what that young lady Su's follower said earlier was Xiao Tian's true intention to seize the Lin family's inheritance. Once he dies as the Dragon King, how could Xiao Tian's family deal with him? So he endured humiliation for many years, and the real goal was this. Old Master Lin's mind was becoming unclear, and his thoughts slowed down. He didn't even consider that as the Dragon King Xiao Tian would not need the Lin family's wealth. This remark was like a stone falling into water, creating a splash in the ward. The Lin family was furious. Xiao Tian, you deserve to die. You waste. Can you really do something so beastly? Waste. If old Master Lin dies, we will take you along to the grave. Xiao Tian's mind turned blank in an instant. He looked in shock at old Master Lin, who was coughing blood and closing his eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My Tai Chi 7 needles has never missed. How could this happen? He quickly looked towards Lin Wanrong beside him. Wife, do you believe? Slap. Before he could finish, Lin Wanrong angrily slapped him, pulling her hand away from Xiao Tian's palm, scolding, waste. How dare you deceive us? Lin Wanrong felt utterly hopeless toward Xiao Tian. She never expected that Xiao Tian would choose to act against old Master Lin at this critical moment for revenge against the Lin family. Old Madam Lin also turned pale, closing her eyes and falling backward. Old fool, I misjudged you. This waste is still that waste. Everything was just an act. Old Madam, Grandma. Lin Wanrong had already burst into tears thinking of something. She hurriedly knelt on the ground, begging Su Muwan, young lady Su. Please let Qin Shi help save my grandfather. Thud, thud, thud. The other members of the Lin family also reacted one by one, kneeling in pain before Su Muwan, wailing, young lady Su. Save our old Master Lin. You. I. He. Su Muwan was also at a loss for words. In the end, she could only helplessly blink at Qin Luo. Qin Luo, it's up to you to heal old Master Lin. Damn it. How did things turn out like this? Are your legs made of cotton? Why kneel so easily? Wah. Qin Luo, you must save him. Otherwise I wouldn't know how to wrap this up. Clearly I could have let them save him themselves before. Why did you have to interfere? Understood, miss, I assure you I will complete the task. Qin Luo trembled when Su Muwan spoke. What's happening? Suddenly, I feel something new in my mind. A task directive was issued. Received task directive from the antagonist, detecting remaining loyalty value 10. Does the host wish to use loyalty value to completely heal old Master Lin? Task rewards 70 of the Lin family's assets. Ah, so this is how loyalty value is used. It can be directly used to complete tasks assigned by the antagonist. Qin Luo was stunned, even with task rewards. In that case, let the title of the number 1 lackey be worn. Boom. An overwhelming aura erupted from Qin Luo's body in an instant, instilling immense confidence in the Lin family. Even Su Muwan, the antagonist, is not affected, was stunned. What's going on? Why do everyone's eyes suddenly shine? Xiao Tian stood by old Master Lin's bed, watching Qin Luo approach. He instinctively said, Impossible, Wanrong, don't believe this guy. In this world. Slap. Shut up. Before he could finish, Qin Luo coldly raised his hand and slapped him to the ground. Then he coldly looked down at him, mocking. How dare a mere son-in-law act pretentiously in front of my lady? I thought you were talented, but who knew? He smirked and shook his head. You're just a fool, fabricating that you are the Dragon King and claiming to know medicine. Fortunately, my lady has keen eyesight and informed me to come along. Upon hearing this, the Lin family looked up at Su Muwan, grateful. Thank you, young lady Su. Su Muwan's lips twitched, revealing a vague smile. I didn't even know I was this powerful. Then Qin Luo walked to old Master Lin, extending his hand and lightly placing it on the man's chest. He shouted, awaken. Boom. In an instant, a surge of exceptionally vigorous energy appeared from Qin Luo's palm. It was a pure qi. The moment it was unleashed by Qin Luo, it created a grand spectacle. Whoosh. A fierce wind howled in the ward, and the windows creaked and rattled. Everyone was shocked. Such a technique. Qin Shi is indeed a divine doctor. Exactly. Just now that Xiao Tian didn't show any movement at all. What a pile of nonsense. He's just a pretentious waste. Exactly. Fortunately, we have young lady Su here. This time old Master Lin's life is saved. Su Muwan silently observed Qin Luo's actions. Hey, if my 20 years of martial arts experience in my past life isn't mistaken, this is clearly just creating a grand illusion by expelling qi from the body, right? If this can be cured, then, wait. In the midst of her thoughts, Su Muwan suddenly widened her eyes. Because she saw that old Master Lin, who was originally pale, suddenly sat up straight. He comfortably opened his palms, his voice filled with energy, and looked at everyone in the ward with joy, saying, I feel like I've become 50 years younger. The Lin family members were astonished. Xiao Tian's expression twisted in disbelief. Qin Luo deliberately appeared exhausted, showcasing a very fatigued demeanor. Then, standing with his hands behind his back, he looked at Su Muwan and smiled slightly. I have lived up to my duties, miss. The young lady should be satisfied now. Su Muwan was already bewildered. She looked again at the earnest and handsome face of Qin Luo, feeling somewhat incredulous. Could it be that Qin Luo truly possesses medical skills? No, I must interrogate him properly later. On the surface, Su Muwan coughed lightly and said, well done. Qin Luo smiled slightly at this, praising it's all thanks to the diligent training from the young lady. Upon hearing this, the surrounding members of the Lin family all expressed admiration and gratitude towards Su Muwan. If even such a miraculous doctor serves under Miss Su, doesn't that imply that Miss Su's own medical skills are even more remarkable? Su Muwan twitched the corner of her mouth, forced a smile, and thought, sigh. Old Master Lin felt that he was in good spirits. He clasped his hands and expressed his gratitude to Qin Luo, saying, "Thank you, Master Qin, for pulling me back from the brink of death." Qin Luo shook his head with a light smile, attributing the credit to Su Muwan. "It was the young lady who instructed me to assist. If you want to thank someone, it should be my lady." Old Master Lin nodded in response. He looked at Su Muwan and gratefully said, "Thank you, Miss Su, for helping me. I am truly grateful." Su Muwan nodded slightly and smiled. "We are all from Jiang City. It is only natural for us to help one another." This statement warmed the hearts of the Lin family members. They hadn't expected that the usually frivolous Miss Su was actually a genuinely good person. However, there were mixed feelings. "No, it's impossible." Xiao Tian had already gotten up from the ground, his face twisted with despair as he looked at Qin Luo. His face was a picture of disbelief as he pointed at Qin Luo and shouted, "It's fake. Everything is fake. Qin Luo, you could never have cured Old Master Lin. Who else in this world could manipulate the true energy besides me? Only I can. I am the Dragon King. If I can't do something, no one else can either." "Right. That's right." Xiao Tian looked at Old Master Lin, whose expression was gradually darkening, and it seemed he finally understood, laughing maniacally. "I cured you earlier, didn't I? The blood you coughed up was merely stagnant blood from within your body." Old Master Lin clenched his fists. He never expected that even at this point Xiao Tian would still be lost in his own world. He coldly remarked, "Xiao Tian, shut your mouth. My recovery has nothing to do with you." Lin Wanrong also stepped forward, pointing at Xiao Tian and scolding, "Useless. Shut up. Don't disturb everyone's peace here. Get out." Lin Wanrong was utterly disappointed, not expecting that Xiao Tian would act like a madman, shouting wildly after being exposed. The entire Lin family stepped forward to criticize and reprimand him, throwing all kinds of insults at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, being scolded, was left speechless, his face contorted in anger. Su Muwan watched with great interest, clicking her tongue. This Dragon King was truly a sight to behold. It seemed like it wasn't this miserable in his previous life, right? Qin Luo also turned his head, whispering to Su Muwan with a smile, "Miss, did you enjoy this performance?" Don't mention it. It was actually quite entertaining. But in the end, it's me who will be the one to die." Su Muwan felt distressed, but kept silent, glaring fiercely at Qin Luo. However, because Su Muwan was exceedingly beautiful, this meaningful glare was interpreted by Qin Luo as a sign of her satisfaction. So he chuckled softly. "That's good." Su Muwan. Did he misunderstand something? Qin Luo was unaware of what Su Muwan was thinking. Of course, it was highly likely that she was praising him for doing well. At this moment, seeing that this little plot was nearing its end, he quietly asked Su Muwan, "By the way, miss, it will soon be noon. Where shall we go for lunch?" Why are we suddenly talking about lunch? But it was indeed almost noon. And the hospital drama with the Dragon King Xiao Tian had come to an end. Moreover, she had just taken over the family's business and could take a look. So, Su Muwan thought for a moment and said, "Let's eat something casual, and afterward we'll head straight to the Su Corporation. I just took over the family business and I need to check on the situation." The Su Corporation, a renowned leading enterprise in Jiang City. Speaking of which, Zhulan had mentioned that Su Muwan had gone to the Su family last night and subsequently took over the family business. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo was taken aback, because in the original story Su Muwan hadn't taken over the business at this time. Could it be the butterfly effect triggered by his arrival in this world? Qin Luo suddenly felt a heavy sense of responsibility. He earnestly said, "Understood, miss. Since the plot was going to change, then surely this major antagonist wouldn't survive until the end, right? No, before he fully develops, Su Muwan, I cannot allow you to die." Su Muwan, seeing Qin Luo's loyal expression, felt quite strange inside. Though this thought had always been there, it felt even more profound now. After all, she clearly remembered that in her previous life, there seemed to be no loyal subordinate like Qin Luo by her side. Could it be? Su Muwan's heart tightened slightly. Could it be that this was the butterfly effect caused by her rebirth? This reason alone seemed to make sense. Because in her previous life there was no one who was absolutely loyal to her, so upon her rebirth heaven gifted her a Qin Luo, right? Yes, it must be so. Then I must treat Qin Luo Su Muwan better. Qin Luo and Su Muwan exchanged glances, and both smiled slightly. Qin Luo Su Muwan smiled on the surface. What is he smiling about? Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was surrounded by insults and slander, his self-esteem seemingly trampled underfoot. What? Why has it turned out like this? My execution steps had no errors, so where exactly did the problem arise? I should never have failed. What? Where exactly? Where? Xiao Tian's mind crumbled. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Qin Luo and Su Muwan in the crowd. The two were looking at each other, their gazes intertwined from Xiao Tian's perspective. In that instant, Xiao Tian seemed to have found the angle of the problem. He excitedly and madly shouted, "I am not wrong. I cannot be wrong. It must be like this." Xiao Tian first pointed at Old Master Lin, shouting, "What you coughed up earlier was merely stagnant blood accumulated within your body." Saying this, he looked at Qin Luo and Su Muwan, yelling, "And you too, this pair of dog lovers. You conspired together to claim my credit." The one who cured Old Master Lin was clearly slap. "Shut up." Before his words could finish, a ghostly figure traversed the crowd and appeared before Xiao Tian. It was seen that Qin Luo, with a grim expression, raised his hand and slapped Xiao Tian across the face. His momentum gradually escalated, his eyes filled with anger. Qin Luo angrily rebuked, "What kind of person is my lady that someone like you, a useless piece of trash, can speak so impudently? How dare you provoke the relationship between me and my lady? What kind of person is my lady? She is a phoenix among people. Why would she need to engage in such disgraceful acts of claiming credit for others as a mere subordinate? You have no skills and the biggest temper. If Old Master Lin hadn't had my assistance, he would have long been harmed to death by your clumsy medical skills. Yet you are still here barking wildly, unaware of your true level. You are truly a worthless piece of trash, not even worth comparing to a mere clown." The surrounding members of the Lin family were all disturbed by Qin Luo's furious aura. Su Muwan glanced at the empty seat beside her, then looked at Qin Luo, who had suddenly rushed over. She immediately covered her little cherry mouth, her eyes shimmering. "Qin Luo." Su Muwan was moved. Xiao Tian stared blankly, holding his fiery red cheek. He looked at Qin Luo's furious expression and then at the scornful and disdainful gazes of the crowd around him. He suddenly realized that his body seemed to shrink and the people surrounding him appeared as towering walls suffocating him. Accusations, disdain, insults. Xiao Tian suddenly realized that he might truly be in the wrong. Why was he still deceiving himself? Although he did not know why things had gone wrong, Lin Leaziz's treatment had indeed failed. If it weren't for Qin Luo's intervention, Lin Leazizi would have died. Xiao Tian covered his face, gradually lowering his head as his gaze grew increasingly vacant. "Did I make a mistake?" Lin Wanrong looked at Xiao Tian, who was lost in thought on the ground, her eyes filled with extreme disgust, as she angrily shouted, "Waste. Today you will go back and sign the divorce agreement with me, and then get out of the Lin family." Xiao Tian opened his mouth, but only managed a bitter smile without a reply. Although he knew he was wrong, it did not mean he would divorce Lin Wanrong. However, Lin Wanrong's current attitude towards him had undoubtedly hit rock bottom, with no chance of recovery. Regardless, he had to endure until his 6-year period was over. Suddenly, Xiao Tian seemed to think of something, a glimmer of excitement appearing in his eyes. "Yes, how could I have forgotten? These people disrespected me, hated me, beat me, insulted me, and looked down on me. In reality, it was all because they did not know my true identity and believed that I was just a false dragon king. But once my 6 years are up, my identity will naturally be revealed. By then everyone will know. I, Xiao Tian, am the Dragon King. Everyone will respect him and fear him, and Lin Wanrong will fall in love with him again. That's right." With this thought, Xiao Tian's inner turmoil vanished. He lifted his head, displaying the confidence he once had, shaking his head as he said, "Wanrong, I will not divorce you. Once my true identity is restored, you will know what a great fortune it is to marry me. As for the Su family..." Xiao Tian stood up, looking calmly at Qin Luo, saying, "In light of you saving Lin Leazizi, I will only cripple your limbs and deal with the person behind you and her family." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong trembled with rage, pointing at Xiao Tian and incredulously scolding, "Xiao Tian, you worthless fool, you are simply beyond saving." She could not believe where Xiao Tian found such confidence. How could he still be so defiant at this point? Su Muwan's expression fell. She had been touched by Qin Luo's intercession, but upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, her mood plummeted. "No, are you all right? Why won't you just let me go?" Su Muwan naturally knew who the person behind Qin Luo was. Wasn't that her? In the end, would she have to be embroiled in a life-and-death struggle with the Dragon King? There was nothing to be done. The matter had come to this. Su Muwan could only seek another path. With this thought, she slowly moved forward. Meanwhile, Qin Luo was about to slap Xiao Tian again when a cold and indifferent voice suddenly came from behind him. "Ridiculous. You think you can destroy the Su family with just this little son-in-law?" Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated from behind Qin Luo. He was taken aback and turned to look. There stood Su Muwan, exuding an aura of coldness, her beautiful eyes fixated on Xiao Tian as she raised her hand. Slap. Uffed. A powerful palm infused with chilling energy struck Xiao Tian's face. Boom. Xiao Tian's body was sent flying like a kite, with a broken string crashing into the corner of the ward and hitting the ground hard, unable to rise, as if paralyzed. Xiao Tian spat blood, and the objects before his eyes gradually became blurry. He realized that his entire body felt as if its meridians were frozen, rendering him unable to control himself. He coughed up blood, unable to even speak. So fast. When did this palm actually render me incapable of moving? The eldest daughter of the Su family was surprisingly so deep and unfathomable. So strong. Xiao Tian's consciousness faded, his head tilted, and he fainted. Qin Luo was stunned, then nervously glanced at the quickly acting Su Muwan beside him. Gulp. He swallowed hard. What the hell? Did she just knock out the Dragon King with a single slap? Is this something a person can do? This Su Muwan is indeed the big villain from the original story. Her initial strength was not something an ordinary boss could possess. Oh, Qin Luo suddenly widened his eyes. He remembered. In the original work, Su Muwan had the strongest martial arts talent in the world, but sadly her favorite pastime was ordering her subordinates to teach the protagonist team a lesson. Once the protagonist team grew stronger, she would reluctantly intervene, each time suppressing them with overwhelming strength. But just like a cat playing with a mouse, Su Muwan loved to toy with and provoke the protagonist team to satisfy her twisted desires. Through this cycle, the protagonist team would grow and eventually band together to defeat Su Muwan. Hiss. So if Su Muwan always acted herself, perhaps there would be no subsequent troubles. Just not really. It was unrealistic to always let Su Muwan act. Qin Luo sighed inwardly. The common trait of great villains is to ride the waves when favorable and create chaos when unfavorable. At this moment, congratulations to the host for completing the task of saving Lin Leazizi. Rewards 70 of the Lin family's assets, which will be distributed in a reasonable manner later. The system's notification sounded. Qin Luo's lips curled into a slight smile. Good. Su Muwan withdrew her hand, her gaze shifting to Qin Luo's face as she calmly said, "Let's go." Qin Luo came to himself and nodded, replying, "Yes, miss." He then ignored the shocked crowd around them. Su Muwan and Qin Luo left the ward together. Lin Leazizi's eyes were filled with horror, tightly gripping the bedsheet. The aura displayed by that palm earlier. This young lady from the Su family. Has she already reached a great level? How old could she be? Such a talent is truly rare in the world. As for Xiao Tian, the Dragon King, Lin Leazizi retracted his horrified gaze and then glanced at Xiao Tian, who lay like a pile of rotten meat. He sighed in annoyance and said, "Take Xiao Tian back first. Once I recover, I will hold a birthday banquet and publicly announce the divorce between Wanrong and this Xiao Tian." Lin Wanrong's expression brightened. "Thank you, Grandpa." Great. With a public announcement, everyone would know that she, Lin Wanrong, had divorced the waste that is Xiao Tian. Moreover, she could go find her brother Wang. Boom. A convoy drove along the road, one of the luxury vans surrounded by a group of black cars for protection. Qin Luo and Su Muwan sat together in the private rear seat of the van. Zhu Lan sat in the driver's seat, and the rear space was large enough for 4 people to sit facing each other. A luxurious square table was placed in the middle. This was a special privilege that Su Muwan granted to Qin Luo. After all, this guy seemed the most loyal, so he deserved some perks. If possible, she wanted to cultivate Qin Luo into her most capable and loyal subordinate. Leaning against the window, she gazed at the scenery outside, recalling her actions from earlier. At this point, she understood that she could only fight to the death with the Dragon King Xiao Tian. So now that she knew, there was no need to be timid. Thus she slapped him. To be honest, it felt great. PWQ. Su Muwan thought, casting a glance at the upright Qin Luo in front of her. He was also looking outside, pondering something. No wonder this guy enjoyed slapping Xiao Tian so much. If I didn't care about my own and my family's safety, I would have gone to teach a lesson to that group of protagonists from my past life. But after being killed in my past life, I returned to life, and if forced to, I really wouldn't dare to do that. Because I fear being spicy. To completely provoke a Dragon King was already her limit. Do anything more would not be beautiful. Alright. Su Muwan seemed to think of something, so she turned her beautiful eyes and looked at Qin Luo opposite her. Qin Luo. Her tone carried a hint of inquiry. Where did you learn your medical skills? And what about your promise to Long Dingtian from the antique city yesterday? Long Dingtian had praised her profusely not long ago, and she could only maintain a graceful smile. But inwardly she thought, when did I become so impressive? As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Luo thought to himself, here comes the question he had been anticipating. Fortunately, he was well prepared. He feigned coming back to himself, turned to look at Su Muwan, their eyes locking, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy as he began, "Miss, actually, I am an orphan. When I was very young, I was coincidentally taken as a disciple by an old man, and it was from him that I learned my medical skills." Orphan. Old man. Wait. Su Muwan's entire body trembled, and she quickly widened her eyes. How come I remember that the protagonists of that destined group were all orphans too? The atmosphere in the car plunged into sorrow. Qin Luo vividly recounted how he lost both his parents at a young age, and was on the brink of starvation in society when he encountered an old man who taught him medical skills and divination. Later he arrived in Jiang City and learned that the Su family had established a charity foundation called Su's Hope dedicated to rescuing impoverished children, helping them to be well-fed and clothed. For the gifted, the Su family offered martial arts training, while for those without talent, they provided education. With red-rimmed eyes, a tear was forcefully squeezed out as he covered his mouth and earnestly looked at the slightly stunned Su Muwan, choked up, and said, "Therefore from that moment, I made up my mind to join the Su family and serve them. Coincidentally, at that time you were recruiting followers, so I naturally became your attendant." Qin Luo lowered his hand, took a deep breath of sincerity, and looked at Su Muwan seriously, saying, "Miss, I will dedicate my life to you and the Su family." Su Muwan felt a surge of emotion as she realized that the Su family indeed had a charity foundation named Su's Hope. As one of the leading powers in Jiang City, besides money, influence, and status, the Su family also desired fame. Thus, establishing a charity foundation was a mere formality. Even if their initial intentions were flawed, they had indeed done something good. However, she never expected that Qin Luo would choose to join them for this reason. Even more unexpected was that he not only possessed medical skills, but also divination abilities. This was a living template of a protagonist. Su Muwan, being an avid reader of novels, recalled all the dragon lords, war gods, and divine doctors she encountered in her past life. In reality, they were all chosen ones, or rather protagonists. Therefore, Qin Luo was also a protagonist. A protagonist was actually by my side. Su Muwan reflected, inwardly marveling at the twists of fate, having been beaten to death by the protagonist group in her previous life. In this life, she had returned only to have a protagonist come to her side. Good. Su Muwan felt moved inside, but on the surface she revealed a hint of a teasing smile, and looked at Qin Luo, saying, "You say you have medical skills and divination abilities. I've seen your medical skills. What about your divination abilities? Why did Longding Tian choose to serve me? What did you predict about him?" Hearing this, Qin Luo realized that Su Muwan believed him to a large extent, and was now testing him. So he nodded and said, "Yes, I predicted that Longding Tian actually." He lowered his voice, straightened his body, and quietly leaned towards Su Muwan's ear, whispering, "He is the future head of the Long family in Wanqing. Ah, this great villain is surprisingly fragrant." When he leans close, seeing Qin Luo approach to speak, Su Muwan's heart fluttered. However, thinking about his loyalty, she stifled her feelings, believing that his words must be significant. At that moment, hearing him reveal Longding Tian's true identity, Su Muwan's heart jolted. Could it be that he was right? The driver Zhu Lan gripped the steering wheel, biting her lip as tears flowed in her eyes. "Wow, miss, why are you being so kind to this newcomer? Not only letting him sit in the back seat, but also allowing him to lean so close to your ear to whisper. Shouldn't I leave the car now? Am I about to lose the title of Zhu Lan's #1 attendant to Qin Luo?" Qin Luo had already sat back down, his expression heavy, saying, "So Miss Su, do you believe me now?" At that moment, the system prompted, "Congratulations. The trust level of the antagonist has increased by 5. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, God-level hacking skills." Oh, this great villain believed him so soon. Qin Luo maintained a facade of loyalty, but internally, he chuckled wickedly. Did he believe him just because of his earnest demeanor? Moreover, he received God-level hacking skills. What use is that? Should I open a box of little hackers? Su Muwan naturally believed him, as she was someone who had died once and knew Longding Tian's future identity. However, according to logic, she should be displaying a skeptical demeanor at this moment. Then she would let Qin Luo predict something simple to confirm his abilities. Thus she coldly laughed and shook her head, saying, "Ridiculous. You merely speak. How can I believe such foolish words? Though it is rumored that Longding Tian has connections with the Wanqing Long family, those are merely rumors." As she spoke, Su Muwan leaned against the backrest, crossing her arms and legs, her gaze icy as she looked at Qin Luo. "If you cannot predict a reasonable outcome, then I will not believe your nonsense. In fact, I might even think you are a spy sent by another family to get close to me." Looking at the imposing Su Muwan, Qin Luo inwardly smirked. Tisk, this great villain, though she already believed him deep down, still put on a strong front. "All right then, since it is so." Qin Luo seemed to think of something. He feigned a troubled expression, saying this. Su Muwan felt a jolt in her heart, thinking, "Come on, just say something I know." On the surface, she let out a cold laugh, saying, "What? You can't do it." Hearing this, Qin Luo sighed lightly and said, "No. It's because my divination requires contact with the person being predicted. But there is no one else around, making it difficult to predict for the miss. Just this." Su Muwan felt relieved upon hearing this, then extended her hand to Qin Luo, saying, "Then predict for me." Seeing the fair, delicate arm extended towards him, Qin Luo hesitated and looked at Su Muwan, saying, "Miss, the divination can reveal detailed circumstances about a person. If I..." Seeing her still hesitating, Su Muwan glared at Qin Luo, saying, "If I ask you to predict, you predict. Stop wasting words." "Yes." Qin Luo no longer hesitated, pressing his index and middle fingers together on Su Muwan's pulse. He closed his eyes, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Su Muwan looked on with a face full of suspicion. What are you doing? Is this how it's done? Shouldn't you toss some coins or throw some turtle shells? Time passed second by second. Su Muwan's doubts grew stronger. Does it take this long to predict? Just as she was about to speak, Qin Luo opened his eyes, his expression somewhat troubled, his gaze flickering, unable to look directly at Su Muwan. He hesitantly spoke, Miss, I have already predicted, but some aspects of the future are truly strange. If I were to speak them out, you might be furious and kill me. So I will only tell you some current things. Su Muwan nodded, saying, go ahead. I want to see what you can predict. Hearing this, Qin Luo lightly coughed, looking at Su Muwan with a flickering gaze, saying, Miss, this matter is quite private, so let us speak closer. All right. Su Muwan's mouth twitched, also yielding to Qin Luo, wondering what could be so important that they had to speak closer. Thinking this, she leaned in closer. After swallowing, Qin Luo leaned forward, whispering in Su Muwan's ear, may I ask, Miss, do you like to read those kinds of forbidden love books? As Qin Luo's words fell, Su Muwan's cheeks flushed, and she stood there in a daze. Boom. Her mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning, leaving it blank. A shameful and infuriating sense of embarrassment surged in her heart. No way could it really be calculated. Oh no, oh no, oh no. But this wasn't over yet. Qin Luo hesitated and continued, Miss, please control yourself a bit after reading. After all, as soon as these words were spoken, Su Muwan's heart trembled violently, as if something deeply hidden and unspeakable had been pierced. Stop. Don't calculate anymore. Don't say anymore. Su Muwan's face instantly turned beet red, and she hurriedly reached out to cover Qin Luo's mouth. With tears in her eyes, her voice trembled, enough, I believe you. I believe you have this ability. Don't say more, don't say anymore. Qin Luo, having his mouth covered, inhaled the faint fragrance of Su Muwan's palm, and a smile crept into his heart. The original text clearly stated that this great villain loved reading such romantic literature. This description would often appear behind the screen. A charming and enchanting figure extended her delicate hand to turn the page of the book in her hands while listening to her subordinate's report. She smirked and said, oh, interesting, they actually defeated XXX, quite interesting, but it's not worth my intervention yet. Zhulan, have XXX go try them again. If XXX loses, then have XXX. Zhulan, yes. In short, every time Su Muwan appeared in the plot, it was during her reading, while listening to reports from her subordinates. From the details in their words, it could be seen that they were indeed reading romantic literature. But, just reading. Why did Su Muwan react so strongly? I only asked her to control herself after reading, not to cultivate immediately. After all, just having seen the blood boil, it's easy to go astray in cultivation at this moment. In any case, since she won't let me speak, I won't say anything. So Qin Luo pushed Su Muwan's hand away and smiled, all right, miss, as long as you believe in your subordinate. Su Muwan, on the other hand, felt utterly embarrassed. She never expected that even the embarrassing things she wanted to do after reading romantic literature would be calculated by him. Oh no. How am I supposed to maintain my cool and dignified image in front of Qin Luo now? Oh, the divination technique is actually real. The atmosphere in the car became somewhat tense and strange. Su Muwan suppressed her feeling of embarrassment and glared at Qin Luo, fiercely. Forget everything you've calculated, do you understand? Qin Luo naturally knew that this great villain had a very high self-esteem. Finding out that she read romantic novels would naturally infuriate her. Thus Qin Luo quickly assured her earnestly yes. The villain's emotional state changed drastically, gaining 10 loyalty points. No way, isn't this a bit perverse, dog system? Aren't you a dog system? Shouldn't this deduct 10 loyalty points? Reply to the host, the dog system can turn the emotional value provided to the villain into loyalty points. So any emotion that isn't disliked by the villain can be converted into loyalty points. Hearing this, Qin Luo slowly pondered, several question marks forming in his mind. Wait, does this mean I can gain loyalty points not only by performing loyal deeds? I can even gain loyalty points through other means. Su Muwan's emotional value, loyalty points. So the question arises. Qin Luo thought to himself. First of all, loyalty points equal fast-track sweep tasks assigned by Su Muwan. Completing Su Muwan's tasks will yield a series of rewards, and the rewards can enhance Qin Luo's strength. This means that loyalty points rewards becoming stronger. To summarize, providing emotional value to Su Muwan, making oneself stronger. This is a shortcut. Like a bolt from the blue, Qin Luo suddenly realized how to become strong quickly. On Su Muwan's side, the flush on her face gradually faded. However, her heart was still somewhat unsettled. Damn it, how could Qin Luo know her biggest secret? Truly infuriating. I hope this bastard really forgets it otherwise. I would have to consider whether to try using physical elimination methods. In the driver's seat, Zhulan was very curious. She wondered what Qin Luo had calculated that caused such a drastic change in her lattice emotions. However, this guy really has some skills, he is indeed talented. But there were slight loopholes in what he said before. After all, is there really someone who would willingly become Su Muwan's follower just because of the good deeds of the Su family? Just as she thought of this, miss, actually there's another reason why I chose to become your follower. Qin Luo's eyes were fixed on Su Muwan, his voice extremely serious. Su Muwan felt a little shy under his intense gaze and hesitantly asked, what other reason is there? Actually, Qin Luo took a deep breath and said earnestly, I chose to be your #1 follower because I am captivated by your charm. Su Muwan's heart jolted. Your face is like a painting of a celestial being. Every night, the only figure I think of is you. Wait. Your hands are as white as jade. Hey. Zhulan widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Qin Luo through the rearview mirror. No. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to devour your master too? Qin Luo continued to describe passionately, his voice filled with sincerity and admiration. Every time I touch your hand, I feel an indescribable warmth and tranquility. Thump, thump. Su Muwan had never heard such cheesy words in her past life. Her heart raced, and for a moment, she couldn't express her feelings. She looked at Qin Luo, who appeared loyal. The other party surely doesn't have that kind of meaning, right? Your smile is like the warm sun of spring, dispelling all the gloom in my heart. Oh, I'm not that great. In my past life, I even provoked more than a dozen protagonists and did all sorts of bad things. I am a major villain. Although I've turned over a new leaf now. Su Muwan's cheeks flushed lightly as she lowered her head slightly, seemingly trying to hide her shyness. Her heart raced, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond to Qin Luo's deep loyalty. Seeing this, Qin Luo gently reached out to cover his chest and said softly, Miss. Su Muwan quickly raised her head, sitting up straight and nervously looking at the serious Qin Luo. He covered his chest and emotionally said, Miss, I know my words may surprise you, but every word I say, every syllable comes from the heart. I am willing to be your follower not just because of your identity and status, but because you are so beautiful, kind, strong, and brave. To be your follower is truly wonderful. Oh. Don't say any more. Don't say any more. Su Muwan's inner corners of her mouth kept lifting. It was the first time she had been praised like this. Her whole heart felt light and airy. Don't say any more, or I might laugh out loud. She suppressed her urge to laugh, maintaining a meaningful smile towards Qin Luo. She reached out her finger, gently lifted Qin Luo's chin, leaned forward, and revealed a playful smile in her eyes. Interesting. Qin Luo, your words have truly touched me. Have you said this to many people? Loyalty points 1, loyalty points 1, loyalty points 1. Listening to the system prompts in her mind, Qin Luo, emboldened, reached out to grasp Su Muwan's wrist, which was teasing him, and gently held it in his palm. He earnestly declared, I swear, I've only said these words to you, miss. Loyalty points 5, loyalty points 5. Su Muwan thought, oh, delightful. Qin Luo understands me. Qin Luo thought, gaining loyalty points is too easy. After all, this group of villains loves to be flattered. The Su group, established by the Su family in Jiangxing, is essentially one of their enterprises. Its primary business is real estate. Due to the Su family's immense strength, half of the houses in Jiangxing were built by the Su group. At this moment, beneath the Su group building, luxury cars surrounded a business vehicle that had arrived. Zhulan stepped out from the driver's seat just as she was about to open the door for Su Muwan when a figure squeezed past her. Zhulan turned her head to look. There stood Qin Luo already at the door, opening it to escort Su Muwan. Miss, be careful of your step. Su Muwan held on to Qin Luo's outstretched hand as she descended from the car. She raised her head to look at the group building, feeling a deep sense of melancholy. In her past life, it was precisely because she was too arrogant that her parents forbade her from taking over deeper family enterprises. They merely handed over a real estate group for her and Su Bailian to manage. As a result, Su Bailian knew nothing, causing the group to lose hundreds of millions. Even more tragically, no one believed it was Su Bailian's fault. They all thought it was Su Muwan who had led her astray. In her past life, she played the role of a great villain, inciting public outrage. In this life, she only wished to be a good person. Qin Luo, having finished his instructions to Shun Fei to park the car, turned his gaze back. Then he glanced at the empty space beneath the group building. Raising an eyebrow, he lowered his head and said to Su Muwan, Miss, I have already conveyed the message about your arrival to the group today. Su Muwan heard this and gently shook her head. It's fine, let's go in and see the situation first. She already anticipated this reaction. After all, the entire group was united under Su Bailian. Understood, miss. Qin Luo responded, saying no more, his mind already contemplating how to provide emotional support for Su Muwan. According to the original plot, Su Muwan was not obeyed by the group members, they only listened to Su Bailian. Therefore, I only need to help Su Muwan unite the group, which should help her trust him more. At this moment, on the top floor of the building, a subservient man rubbed his hands as he reported, Big brother, Miss Su has arrived. I did not send anyone to greet her, she is currently waiting in the group hall with her entourage. What should we do next? Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man lounging in the boss chair smoking a cigar sneered disdainfully, the eldest daughter of the Su family. Just a useless person who has been pushed out. Miss Su Bailian is the one we should follow. You all should not choose the wrong side. This person was none other than the current head of the Su group, Xie Jun. Yes, The subservient man showed a knowing expression, smiling softly. Big brother, I will go and give her a show of strength. Xie Jun, seeing his subordinate, so compliant, couldn't help but grin. Hee Li Jun, you truly are wicked. Ooh, just go ahead. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. You must know. We have the second Miss Su backing us. Yes? In the group hall, Su Muwan waited with a calm expression. During this wait, no one came to greet her. Su Muwan understood that the current situation was entirely due to Su Bailian's influence having already permeated the group. Thus what Su Muwan needed to do was establish her own authority within this group. In her past life, she had used ruthless measures to teach all the group members who initially looked down on her a lesson. However, the result was that these people outwardly showed respect while secretly obeying Su Bailian. So this time she had to adopt a different approach. At least she wouldn't be so forceful. At that moment, a sharp laugh echoed from a distance. Haha, my apologies. I truly apologize. With the esteemed arrival of Miss Su, I was so busy that I momentarily forgot. I am truly sorry. Everyone looked over. They saw a skinny man filled with apologies accompanied by a group of surly security guards. Qin Luo scanned the group and found them to be a bunch of thugs disguised as security guards. Their strength was merely that of ordinary people. Zhulan frowned and whispered to Su Muwan, Miss, the news of your arrival was already conveyed to them, yet they... Su Muwan raised her hand to stop Zhulan. She knew, but she couldn't directly punish them. That would only escalate the situation and lead to a repeat of her past life. Li Jun, leading the group, approached with an apologetic demeanor, rubbing his hands as he looked at Su Muwan. Miss, I sincerely apologize. Hey, look, we haven't prepared anything for your arrival. Everyone is quite busy. As you know, this real estate company has many operations, so we are overwhelmed with tasks. Everyone knows about your intention to take over the group. Miss, is there anything you would like to inquire about? This person's attitude seemed sincere on the surface, but he was actually the most duplicitous character in her past life. Su Muwan, hearing this, replied coolly, if you cannot answer my questions, have the person in charge come to see me. Li Jun, upon hearing this, apologetically shook his head and smiled. It's nothing. Ooh, I am the second in command of the group. If you ask me, I will surely know. Is that so? Then how many employees does the group currently have? Li Jun's face showed a hint of distress. That is difficult for me to say. Su Muwan's gaze sharpened slightly as she asked, then where is the current person in charge? Li Jun shook his head. I don't know. He is the boss. How would I know where he is? Then, Miss, you might as well not ask me anymore. Li Jun interrupted Su Muwan again, his face filled with an apologetic smile. I am merely a worker. How would I know these things? Su Muwan took a deep breath and clenched her fists tightly. Although she knew this task would be challenging, she hadn't expected it to be this difficult. Li Jun was clearly sent by the current head of the group to give her a show of strength. If she were to punish this person, it would play right into their hands. At that point, everyone in the group would know that Su Muwan was merely a brute with no wit. In today's society, strength is not the most important thing, rather it's the people's hearts. This was a truth Su Muwan had come to understand in her past life. United we stand. Even the mightiest like her past self could not overcome a group of fated individuals working together. Therefore, she must hold back at this moment. Li Jun's face bore an apologetic smile, yet inside, he was already sneering. Tsk tisk, she actually managed to hold back from striking. What a pity. It seems this Miss Su is not as brainless as the rumors say. However, that's fine. You may not act now, but we will have our opportunities for you to strike later. And as long as you lose your restraint and act, at that time you will lose all support from everyone. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a roar suddenly echoed throughout the entire hall. Damn you. What good are you if you can't answer my questions? What use do we have for a waste like you? Su Muwan, Li Jun. Everyone was taken aback. Su Muwan's expression changed as she looked up. She saw Qin Luo striding towards Li Jun. No, Qin Luo, what are you doing? Li Jun, taken aback by the sudden insult, stiffened, and seeing Qin Luo was just a subordinate, his tone turned unfriendly. What do you mean by slap? Before he could finish, waste. Qin Luo raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Thud. He knocked Li Jun to the ground, and his cheek visibly swelled. The pain shot through Li Jun's face, and his head buzzed. No. Su Muwan hadn't even spoken yet. Why did you strike him? Seeing Li Jun knocked to the ground, the security guards who had followed him were left dumbfounded by this sudden scene. Huh. Big brother got hit. What should we do? Should we fight back? Su Muwan was also stunned, and regaining her senses, she hurriedly said, Qin Luo, what are you doing? Come back quickly. Qin Luo, why did you suddenly strike? While it did relieve some of my pent-up frustration, this was no different from my past life. Oh, this young lady knows how to put on an act playing along with him. Thinking of this, Qin Luo turned around looking guilty as he said, Young lady, I thought this person was truly foolish and incompetent, just a useless waste, who can't even answer your questions. This shows that the person in charge isn't much better. Both are fools. How could such a dimwit stay in the Su family group and eat away at Su family interests? With that thought, my heart filled with anger, and in a fit of rage, I couldn't help but strike. I hope the young lady can forgive me. Shen Fei and the other followers stood in the back, their faces showing satisfaction. They looked at Su Muwan with admiration. It makes sense now, as since it wasn't convenient for the young lady to order them to act, they let Luo Ge take the initiative and claim he was the one who struck. Li Jun also regained his senses. First he looked at Qin Luo in disbelief, then turned to Su Muwan, his eyes wide. What a vicious heart. If he struck himself it would leave him vulnerable, but if this follower took the blame it wouldn't be an issue. Miss Su is not as unruly and mindless as the outside world claims. Su Muwan was stunned. She looked at Zhu Lan and then at the others. Suddenly she realized that these people must have misunderstood, thinking she had ordered Qin Luo to act, and that he had taken all the blame. But she really didn't know. The next moment a wail rang out. Li Jun covered his face in pain and cried out, "Someone hit me! Someone hit me! Su Muwan's follower hit me." It doesn't matter even if your follower acted on his own. As long as he is your follower you cannot escape responsibility. With just a little embellishment white can become black. As Li Jun's words fell, the group of security guards he brought also began to accuse Su Muwan one after another. "Miss Su, what do you mean? Why did you injure our employees? We were all busy and it was you who insisted we come see you, leaving our work behind. But you couldn't even get a result and resorted to hitting us. How are you any different from that thug? Do you think being the young lady of the Su family gives you the right to act wantonly here?" Su Muwan sighed softly at this scene. "If I step back now, while it may stabilize the situation, it would make it difficult for me to take over the group in the future. But if I suppress them as I did in my past life, it would only make things harder, just like before. Could this be a deadlock? Am I destined to follow the plot of my past life?" The next second a figure flickered like a shadow among the crowd. Slap, 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 slap. Several loud slaps suddenly echoed through the hall, and one by one figures fell to the ground with whimpers. They lifted their heads, covering their faces, looking fearfully and in shock at the figure standing before them. Qin Luo activated the dog's ghostly body, and in just a breath knocked down all the standing security guards. Everyone was shocked. Qin Luo stood with his hands behind his back, coldly surveying the crowd that had fallen to the ground, sneering. Ridiculous. This is the Su group, the Su family's industry, and my young lady is the future heir of the Su family. What are you even worth to bark here? Don't say I hit you, even if I throw you into the river to feed the fish. Who would dare say my young lady isn't right? A bunch of useless fools dare to show off their cleverness in front of my young lady. As Qin Luo said this, he glanced at Shen Fei in the back, saying, "Shen Fei, Zhu Lan, you two take people and drag this bunch of useless fools along with me and the young lady to meet this so-called person in charge. What kind of thing dares to act presumptuously in front of my young lady?" As his words fell, Zhu Lan was momentarily taken aback, pointing at herself. When did you get the right to command me?" Meanwhile, Shen Fei had already stepped forward, shouting, "Got it, Luo Ge." After saying that, he waved his hand. All the followers stepped forward, each pressing Li Jun and the others to stand in a row. Zhu Lan, seeing this, had no choice but to join in as well. Su Muwan opened her mouth, stunned, watching. How did it end up like this? Qin Luo had already returned to Su Muwan's side, respectfully saying, "Miss, this group of useless fools has been dealt with, and we are just waiting for your order to completely take over the group." Hey, don't make it sound like I'm a villain seizing someone else's territory. You. Qin Luo, you're going to drive me crazy. Su Muwan was left in tears by Qin Luo's actions. She could only helplessly rub her forehead, saying, "Let's go see that person in charge." Forget it. There are no destined children in this group. Even if I provoke them all, it doesn't matter. However, without these people, it may lead to the group being unable to operate for a while. So this person in charge must not be touched. If they are willing to explain voluntarily, I can smoothly take over the company. At the top of the group, Xie Jun lounged in his office chair, leisurely smoking a cigar. He was happily thinking that if he guessed correctly, this young lady from the Su family wouldn't be able to hold back and would surely strike. And once she strikes, it would play right into the hands of the second young lady. Just a young lady who has been ostracized from the Su family. How could she possibly compare to the second young lady? At that time, the group would surely be handed over to the second young lady, and they could reap more benefits from it. Alright, calculating the time, the situation should have become very chaotic, and it was time for him to see what was happening. Thinking this, Xie Jun extinguished his cigar and stood up from the office chair. Just as he was stretching comfortably, bang, the door was suddenly kicked open. Then Qin Luo walked in, frowning as he shouted into the room that only had one person. "Who is Xie Jun?" Xie Jun. He was slightly taken aback, and then a few figures were dragged in. Their faces were swollen, and they looked fearful. One of them was so swollen, he looked like a pig's head, but Xie Jun still recognized him at a glance. "Li Jun." Xie Jun exclaimed, "How did he get beaten up like this?" Then Xie Jun saw the rumored young lady of the Su family. Her aura was strong, and her face was cold. The pressure emanating from her made Xie Jun break out in a cold sweat. He could reach this position not for any other reason, but because he understood how to read people's expressions. He knew that this was not the time to provoke the young lady of the Su family. He could only endure for now, so he hurriedly stepped forward smiling. Miss Su, this. What's going on? Are my people not? Before he could finish, Qin Luo stepped forward and slapped him hard, directly interrupting what Xie Jun was going to say and leaving him dazed. How did this kid not play by the rules? Why didn't he even wait for me to finish throwing the blame? After the slap, Qin Luo scolded. What are you pretending for? Aren't you the mastermind behind this? What else do you have to say? Seeing that Su Muwan's expression didn't change, Qin Luo thought she was still not satisfied. He simply stepped forward again, grabbing the collar of the now panicked Xie Jun. Then he pointed at the pig-faced Li Jun and scolded. This dog thing called Li Jun said you weren't here, but you're clearly right here. So since you're here, you must be slapped 200 times by me. Xie Jun's face turned pale at this 200 slaps. He trembled and asked, who stipulated this? Qin Luo raised his hand, coldly snorting, I stipulated it. With that, Qin Luo began a series of slaps. The continuous sound of slaps filled the entire room. Li Jun and the others watched, trembling in fear, while Su Muwan's expression remained unchanged. We shall serve the young lady with utmost dedication. At the top of the Su group, a group of individuals, their faces swollen like pig heads, knelt on the ground, trembling as they looked at the expressionless Su Muwan before them. Yet they appeared calm on the surface. In truth, they were cursing in their hearts. Damn Su Muwan. Once I get the signal from the second young lady to devise a new plan, I will ensure that you face difficulties at every turn in this group. Such a ruthless heart. Qin Luo strolled over to the impassive Su Muwan, respectfully stating, Miss, these people have become obedient. He chuckled softly. Su Muwan, upon hearing this, managed to pull a strange smile. Obedient? They are probably thinking of how to undermine me in secret. Sigh, this situation has now reverted to what it was in my past life. But it's fine. I had anticipated this scenario. After all, those few are aligned with Su Bailian. Originally, I intended to keep them around to prevent the group from stagnating. But now that they have provoked me, keeping them would undoubtedly be a disaster. With this thought, Su Muwan looked at Xie Jun, who had been slapped 200 times, and said flatly, you can take your people and get out. This place doesn't need trash like you. Xie Jun, who was originally contemplating hiding and biding his time to relay messages for the second young lady, was stunned upon hearing Su Muwan's words. He panicked and shouted, young lady, this can't be. If we leave, who will manage this group? From top to bottom, everyone has their role. If we leave, this group will become a hollow shell. Su Muwan merely sneered, ridiculous, this group has countless employees. How much difference would it make without you few pests? It will just be a bit troublesome without these people in other areas. But it doesn't matter. I only need to pay attention to a few key points from my past life. After hearing this, Xie Jun's mind went blank. To climb to this position, he had exhausted half his life. At this last moment, he chose to side with the second young lady, hoping that aligning himself with the right side would secure a worry-free life for himself and his descendants. But who would have thought? This young lady truly does not play by the rules. Seeing this, Qin Luo stepped forward and shouted at the trembling crowd, are you deaf or blind? Did you not hear my lady say to clear out? You bunch of followers of Su Bailian, why don't you hurry up and leave? As the words fell, Xie Jun's pupils shrank. He incredulously looked up at Qin Luo, and then at Su Muwan. What? Su Muwan already knew we were followers of Su Bailian. No wonder. No wonder. Our previous actions in front of Su Muwan must have made us look like fools. This young lady of the Su family is truly terrifying. She is nothing like the spoiled rich kid depicted in rumors. Xie Jun felt deflated. He understood that he and his companions had no chance of remaining. He could only lower his head, unwillingly saying yes. What could he do otherwise? The followers beside young lady Su were exceptionally strong, while they were just ordinary people. How could they possibly compete? But it doesn't matter, the entire group is filled with our people. Once we leave, this company will become a mere shell. Second young lady, I can only do so much for you. Moments later, Xie Jun and his group departed. A series of high-level positions in the group were left vacant. Su Muwan sent people to clear out Xie Jun's belongings from the top-floor office, including his desk chair and even his personal portrait. Qin Luo flattered, young lady, you are wise and mighty, seeing through everything. You easily cleaned out the harmful elements within the group. Upon hearing this, the corners of Su Muwan's mouth twitched. How come you are so fond of speaking the truth? However, I do enjoy hearing the truth. Half an hour later, a brand new office was completed. Su Muwan sat behind a large redwood desk, lost in thought. With Xie Jun and his group gone, the next step was to find people to fill these vacancies. The assistance from the Su family cannot be used, as this is a test from her parents. Therefore, it seems I can only recruit through ordinary means. However, the people recruited through such methods are often mixed, and if someone from Su Bailian or an enemy infiltrates, it could lead to serious issues. Su Muwan had been bitten by a snake once, and was now wary of ropes for 10 years. She had truly been traumatized in her previous life. This is why she had become cautious in this life. I have already sent Zhu Lan to call the remaining executives of the group. I should soon know the current situation of the group. Currently she had a question to ask. Thus Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo beside her suspiciously asking, how did you know that Xie Jun and the others are from Su Bailian? Qin Luo replied, I calculated it. But don't you need to make contact to calculate? Su Muwan was even more suspicious. Qin Luo smiled slightly and confidently stated, I calculated it, while slapping my own face. Is that possible? Su Muwan widened her eyes, slightly looking at the smiling Qin Luo with disbelief. For some reason, she always felt that Qin Luo must be hiding something from her. Originally wanting to say a few more words after seeing Qin Luo smiling innocently and appearing loyal, Su Muwan's mind kept flashing back to how he had calculated that she would be reading romance novels. She turned her head, clenched her fists, and said, Humph. Anyway, be a bit kinder to others next time. It's a civilized society now, do you understand? Qin Luo was taken aback. How could such words come from the mouth of the most ruthless, disdainful, and perverse villain in the original story? Oh, Qin Luo suddenly understood. This must be the villain hinting at him, saying this in a sarcastic manner. It was informing him that he could not only act openly, but also had to undermine people behind their backs. The last sentence was likely indicating that since Su Muwan was the young lady of the Su family, in case something happened, she would cover for him. So that's it. Qin Luo then smiled slightly, saying, Understood, young lady, I got it. Do you really understand? Su Muwan glared at Qin Luo, feeling that he hadn't grasped her meaning. But then again, her reputation was already that of a spoiled brat. It was indeed difficult to change public perception in a short time. So I forget it. This matter can be discussed later. What she needs to consider now is a matter concerning her very survival. Why was she so eager to seek her parents for control of the family business upon her rebirth? Specifically to take over the Su group in Jiangcheng. Not for any other reason, but because. In her past life, the daughter of the war god ended up living in a doghouse. All because of her indirect actions. It is well known that the Su group is a real estate company. In her previous life, when she and Su Bailian first took over this group, it was already in a state of severe financial loss. The culprit behind it all was Su Bailian. She knew nothing about business, yet relied on her identity to devour the employees of the Su group. She meddled in the internal affairs of the group, directly leading to a series of unfinished buildings. But at that time Su Muwan was unaware. When trouble arose later, she found out she had taken over a hot potato. Moreover, the entire group had shifted all the blame onto her. Thus, she was inexplicably set up by Su Bailian and bore the burden of a loss of hundreds of billions for the group. But that was not the main issue. The main issue was that the person who bought one of the unfinished apartments happened to be the war god's wife, Tang Wenyu. As a result, they not only lost their home, but also their wealth. Tang Wenyu could only huddle with her 10-year-old daughter, living under a bridge in a doghouse, relying on each other for survival. Just when she barely managed to clean up the group's mess and was about to restart the unfinished buildings, the war god returned. Upon discovering that his daughter had been forced into a doghouse due to Su Muwan's doing, he was furious and summoned an army of 100,000, vowing to kill her, the true culprit. 1 hour later, in Su Muwan's office, she gazed at the stack of resignation letters handed over by Zhu Lan, lost in thought. Are you saying that all the employees of the group have resigned? Su Muwan asked incredulously, pointing at the mountain of resignation letters before her. Zhu Lan's expression was somewhat tense, but she nodded and said, Yes, miss, they said they don't want to work anymore, so they resigned. The group is now empty. With a slap, Su Muwan covered her face, her eyes revealing an unbelievable look through her fingers. No. Are you all just sycophants of Su Bailian? What benefits did Su Bailian give you? Why do you all have to oppose me? Don't you have mortgages? Don't you have car loans? Don't you have families to support? Just resign without a second thought. So willful. Su Muwan felt like crying without tears. Oh my. This is simply hellish difficulty from the start. And why is this happening? Everyone in the group has resigned, and am left as the last one standing. Why is this real world so absurd? This plot would even be criticized as ridiculous in a novel. What am I going to do now? The main issue is I can't seek help from my parents. Otherwise, Su Muwan felt like crying without tears as she seemed to imagine that scene. How you spoke so confidently before, and now at the first sign of trouble you come to your parents. Little one, it's rare for you to have such a heart, so don't mock her. But Muwan, you can't give up at this little difficulty. How will you take over the family in the future? Daddy, mommy, if my sister can't handle it, let Bai Lian come to help. No, it can't turn into that. Su Muwan covered her face, wanting to cry without tears. In my past life, I have read countless books. I've seen many stories of rebirth and time travel. Now I suddenly realize that I seem to be the most miserable reborn person. Which reborn person has ended up like me? Even knowing what will happen in the future, I still can't do anything. Zhu Lan swallowed hard, flipping through the materials in her hand, and then said, Also, miss, the group seems to be suffering serious financial losses with a shortfall of 2 billion left to fill. She indignantly added, These people are a bunch of parasites. Who knows how many benefits they have taken from the Su family. Don't say that. In my past life, this shortfall grew larger and larger, directly leaving me with 200 billion in debt. Wow. What should I do? Is it too late to recruit people now? The main issue is that the house has to continue being built. It can't be left unfinished. Otherwise, what will the Tang family mother and daughter do live in some shabby dog house? Who can tell me what to do? In my past life, I didn't have such a difficult start. On Qin Luo's side, he also noticed Su Muwan's predicament and smiled slightly to himself. It turns out Su Balian has such good tactics, it seems that everyone in the Su group is on her side. No wonder she was called Su Muwan's lifelong rival in the original work. But what a pity. Su Balian's scheme might not succeed after all, because he already has a way to help Su Muwan through this crisis. It's time for me to absorb loyalty points. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow, a smirk on his lips, and said to the deep-in-thought Su Muwan, "Miss, I can resolve the current situation." As soon as these words were spoken, they shattered the silence in the room. Really? Su Muwan quickly looked up, her face suddenly bursting with joy. But thinking of her character being powerful, majestic, cold, and proud, she hurriedly cleared her throat and composed her expression, giving a smile that carried an inexplicable meaning. She scrutinized Qin Luo's face from top to bottom and asked, "Qin Luo, do you know what happens to those who deceive me?" Qin Luo, upon hearing this, smiled lightly and said, "I would deceive anyone in this world, but I would never deceive you, miss. Because I, Qin Luo." He looked seriously at Su Muwan, "Am your most loyal and beloved personal attendant." With these words, thud. Loyalty points 10. Su Muwan's heart trembled violently. Oh my. There's no need to make it so touching, it's a bit embarrassing. Su Muwan's shoulders slightly trembled, her gaze flickered, and her cold and beautiful expression gradually began to crack. She covered her mouth to hide the corners of her lips that couldn't be restrained, then glared fiercely at Qin Luo. "Smooth talker, when did you become my most beloved attendant? When did I ever say such a thing?" Qin Luo, upon hearing this, lowered his head full of apologies and said, "I have overstepped. I thought most beloved equated to most trusted. I believed I was loyal to you, miss, so I thought you trusted me the most. Oh, so that's how it is. It seems I misunderstood." Su Muwan glanced at Qin Luo and smiled mysteriously, saying, "Not currently, but that doesn't mean it won't be in the future." As she spoke, Su Muwan reached out her finger and gently lifted Qin Luo's chin, her movements soft and provocative, making Qin Luo's face clearer in her sight. Her lips curled slightly, and she chuckled. "Qin Luo, strive to become my most beloved attendant. This matter is entrusted to you, complete it well." As her voice fell, a mechanical sound also appeared in Qin Luo's mind. Main task released. Help Su Muwan lead the Su group back on track. Do you want to use 100 loyalty points to expedite this task? Current loyalty points 75. Task reward: full army command, unite hearts, strengthen bonds. All who join the side will have their loyalty increased to 100 and will never betray. At this moment, Qin Luo didn't pay attention to the voice in his mind. He just blinked at Su Muwan, whose beauty was so close to him. Qin Luo's heartbeat quickened slightly. What a strange seductive technique. It actually made my heart rate pick up. The charm of a great villain is indeed frightening. To say that I should strive to become the most beloved attendant in the future, what a method to seduce subordinates. If I didn't already know your true face, I might have really been seduced like a native. How, what a joke. Su Muwan, you do indeed have some looks. But if you think I can be completely seduced by your sweet words, then you are gravely mistaken. I, Qin Luo, am not that kind of person. Also, during this period, all expenses will be deducted from this card. Ooh, I want to ask about it. The limit is still over 90 million. Seeing that the time was almost up, Su Muwan released Qin Luo and handed him a black card. This card has a limit of 100 million. It is the annual expenditure limit allocated to Su Muwan by the Su family. If it exceeds this amount, the remaining expenses for the year will have to be earned by Su Muwan herself. Qin Luo was momentarily stunned, then took the black card with a loyal expression. "I guarantee to complete the task." "Miss, you have a real eye for people." In the Su family, Su Balian lay on the sofa with ice packs on both sides of her face. This was due to the slap from Qin Luo that had not yet subsided. "Miss, everyone in the group has resigned, and all construction sites have halted. Even Su Muwan cannot manage to run the group in such a short time without the family support. Once the properties are no longer under construction, the public's fury will surely crush Su Muwan. At that time, if you take a slight action, all the credit will go to you, Miss Su." Su Balian's loyal follower reported to her with a respectful demeanor. Hearing this, Su Balian's lips curled slightly, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on her face, covered with ice packs. "Humph. Very good. That group has long been something I set my sights on. Oh, how could I allow Su Muwan to take it from me? To dare to say such things as letting me behave myself, not to stir up trouble." As soon as Su Balian thought of Su Muwan's threatening words in the car that night, she was left speechless with fury. Hiss. Su Balian felt a pain in her cheek, her eyes reddening, as she clenched her silver teeth. Especially that dead follower of Su Muwan. To dare slap me so many times. If I don't take revenge, my name isn't Su Balian. In the Su group, in a machine room, Qin Luo sat in front of a newly configured high-end desktop computer, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the keyboard. The screen displayed lines of obscure code being typed by Qin Luo. Previously, he had gained god-level hacking skills due to increasing Su Muwan's trust level. To resolve the current predicament of the Su group, this hacking skill was a crucial step. Qin Luo's lips curled slightly upwards. In fact, he wanted to speed through, but his loyalty points were insufficient. Thus, he had to take matters into his own hands. A few minutes later, Qin Luo exhaled, having created a small diffusion virus code. He then hit enter to send it. Then, as if recalling something, he took out a USB flash drive, inserted it into the main unit, and chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Su Muwan, with such a good subordinate like me, you can enjoy your luck in secret. In a square, a group of fresh graduates was sitting by a flower bed with furrowed brows. They held their phones in hand, browsing job postings. A man sighed softly. Sigh, is it really that hard to find a job with weekends off? A companion beside him nodded and said, don't mention it. I previously asked someone on a recruitment app if our company had weekends off. Guess what? They actually told me not to think too much as a young person. I should understand the importance of hard work and dedication, and said that there were no jobs with weekends off in the entire Jiang city, then blocked me. A group of people huddled together to complain. I majored in information security in college, but the minimum requirement for the job postings is 3 years of experience. I studied accounting. I found a job before, but after a month I could only take 1 day off and my salary was 1,800 without insurance. I was so stunned that I quit immediately. As they spoke, suddenly a pop-up appeared on several phones. Su Group Talent Recruitment Announcement, Job Positions: Financial Analyst, Marketing Specialist, Project Manager, Software Engineer, Human Resources Specialist, Legal Advisor, Customer Service Representative. Our group's benefit salary from 1,000 and above, a 4-day work week, holiday gift cards, and gifts, year-end company shares bonus. Contact 1 XXXXXX Group, address no. 1 Jiangxing Road. If interested, please click the appointment button. Appointment cancel. The crowd looked stunned. They exchanged glances and said with some hesitation, is this a scam text? The Su Group is a well-known real estate company in Jiang City. They wouldn't even dare to dream of entering it. How could a recruitment announcement pop up like this? Moreover, looking at this recruitment announcement, it was clear that they needed to hire a large number of people. They were even looking for civil engineers. Were they planning to build tall buildings? Regardless of whether it's a scam or not, let's make an appointment and take a look. If they ask us to input any bank card passwords, we'll close it immediately. Agreed. I concur. An hour later, in the Su Group, Su Muwan sat behind her desk with a furrowed brow, her fingers lightly tapping on the table, creating a rhythmic sound. Her eyes reflected deep worry and helplessness. The table was piled high with various financial statements, contract documents, and internal audit reports, each page recording the group's losses and issues. Among them were several documents related to important properties. Now she had received news from Zhulan that several construction sites had completely halted, and the site managers claimed they would only answer to the previous group leader. They had even been prepared, and the signed contracts did not mention any compensation. They directly packed up and ran away. And with the properties halted, when Su Muwan goes to find someone else to take over, it might take a long time. By then, news of the properties being left unfinished would surely spread, and if someone misunderstood, I'm afraid. Sigh. Such a move must have been orchestrated by Su Balian. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. But, why is this happening? This is too dramatic. Why isn't my restart following a straightforward and carefree path? Su Muwan took another deep breath, picked up the documents, and stubbornly began to carefully review the materials, her gaze lingering on each page, trying to find the root of the problem. She discovered that the group's losses mainly stemmed from the failure of several large projects, as well as poor internal management and corruption issues. How could 1 or 2 people turn my family's business into such a mess? If I find evidence of your corruption, I will send each of you to prison. At this moment, there was a knock at the door, and after 2 knocks, Qin Luo walked in holding a USB flash drive in his hand. Qin Luo. Su Muwan, who was anxiously pacing, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. Hadn't he gone to recruit talents? Qin Luo walked up to Su Muwan and placed the USB drive on the desk, smiling. Miss, I found some criminal information about the previous leader while recruiting talents. It contains important evidence of how they corrupted the group's interests. Su Muwan's expression froze upon hearing this, looking quite adorable. I was just thinking of sending them to prison, and you brought me the evidence. It's not often that someone delivers a pillow when you're sleepy. Moreover, how did you manage to find something on those old foxes? With a skeptical attitude, Su Muwan took the USB drive and plugged it into the computer. A few seconds later, her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Qin Luo. How did you do this? Loyalty points 5. Qin Luo smiled slightly and said, actually, I also know a bit about computer technology. A few minutes later, Su Muwan was stunned. It turned out that Qin Luo had not only met an old man who taught him fortune-telling and medical skills in his childhood, but also a retired hacker master who taught Qin Luo a bunch of hacking skills. The more Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo, the more she noticed the halo above his head shining brighter. Wow, is this what the protagonist is like? So dazzling. Having the protagonist by my side is so reassuring. Su Muwan didn't think too much as Qin Luo had clearly placed the evidence right in front of her. She first happily put away the USB drive, and then looked at Qin Luo smiling as she asked, "By the way, how many people have you recruited? Don't worry, we still have at least a month, so we have time. Recruiting talents for the company, and then rehiring for construction sites to build tall buildings. The time spent on this cannot be underestimated." In such a short time, Qin Luo probably wouldn't be able to recruit a single person. It was already impressive that he could help her obtain evidence. However, Qin Luo smiled mysteriously, pointing to the floor-to-ceiling window behind Su Muwan, saying, "Miss, actually I came to report on the recruitment situation too." His lips curved slightly. "We have already filled all the positions." Suddenly Su Muwan stood up in disbelief. "Filled all positions?" She hurriedly ran to the floor-to-ceiling window to look down. Instantly she was left dumbfounded. There below, a dense crowd had gathered. The entire open space of the group was packed tight. Su Muwan Omega Omega, Qin Luo, are you? The Su group is currently overcrowded. Everyone is anxiously waiting at the entrance with their personal resumes. Me. I'm the most capable. I work hard without complaints. I just want to join the Su group. Me too. I'm not here for the high salary. I'm here purely out of love for the Su group. And me? I'm not here because I only work 4 days a week, but purely out of love for the Su group. The atmosphere is electric. Su Muwan stands in the hall, her expression far from calm. She glanced at Qin Luo, who was smiling beside her. How did he really manage to gather so many people? No, how did he do it? Even if he provided these people with benefits and perks, how could he have recruited so many simultaneously? He directly covered all vacant positions in the group, from top to bottom. How could this guy be so clever? Su Muwan felt moved inside. Not only did he help her find evidence against Xie Jun and the others, but he also assisted in recruiting talent for the group. The other party is exceptionally outstanding. To have such a follower in this life is simply fantastic. As for the money spent, just a drop in the bucket. Miss, should I go maintain order at the scene? Qin Luo asked at this moment. The recruitment virus he released wasn't a broad scattershot approach. Instead, it was targeted. The people who came were precisely suited for each vacant position in the group, and among them were experienced former employees who had just been laid off. With them training a group of newcomers within a week, everyone will be proficient in their roles. Su Muwan nodded at this, but soon shook her head. She looked at Qin Luo and smiled, saying, "You've done well enough. As the group leader, you'll take care of the rest." Hearing this, Qin Luo no longer contradicted her, but nodded and smiled, saying, "All right, miss." Has Su Muwan changed her ways? In the original story, after taking over the group, she always had her subordinates handle things. It wasn't until losses mounted to hundreds of millions that she finally took over herself. Time passed. Evening. The recruitment work of the Su group finally came to an end. Some people were hired and immediately started working with HR, handling the contract signings. After a series of events, the group's vacant positions were finally filled. These individuals were shocked to discover that the Su group had effectively undergone a thorough cleansing, dismissing all previous employees in favor of them. Suddenly they worried about whether they would be dismissed as well. However, soon another news story hit the trending topics. It reported that former Su group leader Xie Jun and others were involved in embezzlement and corruption. In an instant, everyone understood. The previous employees were all corrupt, and they had all been swept out by this young lady Su. With this understanding, everyone felt relieved and began to admire Su Muwan's strong methods and decisiveness. To be able to conduct a thorough cleansing and directly replace personnel within a day was impressive. It was now dusk. Tap, tap, tap. A woman dressed in a black office outfit hurriedly approached the entrance of the Su group, panting in her high heels. She anxiously peered inside. However, after looking around, she realized that the recruitment fair had long ended. "Ma'am, do you need any assistance?" At this moment, a security guard walked out of the booth and kindly asked the woman. Hearing this, the office lady adjusted her breath and hurriedly asked, "Has today's recruitment fair ended?" Upon hearing this, the guard adjusted his cap and smiled, saying, "You're late, ma'am. The fair ended 3 hours ago. Look at me, I just started my shift." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression darkened and she clenched her fists. Was she still too late? She sighed softly, thanked him, and turned to leave. Her name is Tang. When you married with a daughter. Her husband left her while she was pregnant and has been missing ever since. A full 10 years have passed since then. She has been left alone to raise her daughter. Today, facing layoffs, she was dismissed from her job. Because she rarely used her phone, she only saw the recruitment announcement on her way home after being fired. With the mindset of giving it a try, she ran here to test her luck. But unexpectedly, she was still too late. Over the years, she has been renting an 8-square-meter shop and had saved up some money with the intention of buying her own house. Now that she has lost her job, she doesn't know what to do. The guard didn't pay much attention and returned to his booth. At that moment, 2 voices came over. "Qin Luo, you did well. What reward do you want?" "Miss, you just as long as you allow me to stay by your side, I, Qin Luo, will be satisfied." You am asking seriously, do you have anything you want?" Su Muwan felt a bit shy from Qin Luo's words. Qin Luo is great in every way, but he has a knack for saying things that make her heart race. Seeing this, the guard quickly shouted nervously, "Hello, miss." "Hello, Brother Luo." Qin Luo smiled and nodded at him, then continued to chat and laugh with Su Muwan as they left the group entrance. The guard was deeply touched. A person like Brother Luo is actually so friendly to me. No way. I must swear allegiance to the Su group and will never let any bad person in. At the entrance, a convoy had been waiting for a long time. Zhulan opened the door of the business car respectfully and said to the approaching Su Muwan, "Miss Xie Jun and others have been captured and sentenced to life imprisonment. However, none of them have implicated Su Bailian." Su Muwan nodded lightly upon hearing this, saying, "That's good enough." She never truly intended to send her sister to prison, even though in her past life this troublesome Su Bailian had constantly plotted against her. "I really am too kind." Su Muwan entered the car, first glancing at the motionless Qin Luo, and then patted the seat beside her, saying reluctantly, "Qin Luo, keep talking about what you want, I must reward you." Although Qin Luo said he didn't need anything, she insisted on giving him something. It was a matter of principle. Zhulan blinked. "Reward? What reward? Can I have one too?" Upon seeing this, Qin Luo pretended to be touched and hurriedly rolled over to sit beside Su Muwan, saying, "Then miss, I want be polite." As he said this, Qin Luo's expression of feigned emotion faded, and he looked at Zhulan standing at the car door, saying coolly, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and close the door and drive." Zhulan tightened her grip on the car door, twitching her lips. "All right, I can endure this." The convoy started moving. Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo sitting beside her and happily asked, "Qin Luo, hurry and tell me what you want." Today Su Muwan was in a good mood, having resolved the group's personnel issues and sent Xie Jun and his group of troublemakers to prison. Thus no matter what Qin Luo wanted, she would agree. Hearing this, Qin Luo looked into Su Muwan's eyes, and when she seemed unable to hold herself, he said, "Miss, I want to buy all the street shops in the old town, because I have calculated some future events, and buying them will only benefit you." Zhulan, driving the car, smirked to herself, thinking, "You calculated the future? Are you some sort of fortune teller?" "Miss, please don't believe him." Upon hearing this, Su Muwan waved her hand grandly and said, "All right, I believe you. Tomorrow I'll take you to buy the shops." She had already witnessed Qin Luo's ability to foresee events, so she naturally believed him. "Zhulan." Qin Luo smiled mysteriously, saying then, "Thank you, miss." At the same time, a system notification sound rang out. "Detected female lead Tang, Wen Yu from Legend of the War God in the Blood-Soaked City. Please host, perform, and rank evaluation task. Reward: War God Order X1. The holder of the War God Order can command 1,000,000 border troops." Qin Luo maintained his smile, but his gaze was directed out the window at a fleeting figure with a drooping head and a lost expression. "Tang Wen Yu. How interesting. The task reward turns out to be the War God Order, which is a valuable item. And rank evaluation, how can I achieve that?" Suddenly, the main reason for wanting to buy the shops is precisely because Tang Wen Yu lives in a shop in the old town. Early the next morning, in a villa on the outskirts, in the kitchen, sizzle, Qin Luo, wearing an apron and humming a tune, was preparing a balanced breakfast for Su Muwan. As a competent aide, it was only natural for him to prepare the meals for the young lady. At that moment, a system notification sound entered Qin Luo's ears. "Congratulations, Su Corporation is back on track. Current reward, full military command." Hearing the notification, a slight smile crept across Qin Luo's lips. The reward had been credited. This full military command, in simple terms, meant ensuring their absolute loyalty. This way he wouldn't have to worry about betrayal. Perfect. At this moment, the kitchen sliding door was pulled open. Su Muwan, dressed in dark green shark pajamas and wearing shark slippers, yawned and entered, saying, "Qin Luo, you're up so early. Wow, it smells so good." As she spoke, Su Muwan slipped over to Qin Luo's side. Playfully, she pinched a small sausage that Qin Luo had fried and popped it into her mouth. Delicious. Su Muwan licked her lips. In reality, she had almost cried when all the employees of Su Corporation resigned. But who would have thought that Qin Luo would directly turn the situation around and gather everyone back on the same day? Overwhelmed by joy and sorrow, she had been anxious all night, so she went to bed early and woke up early today. Qin Luo smiled and handed a tissue to Su Muwan, saying, "As long as the young lady likes it, it was originally meant to be delivered to your bed." "Thanks, but there's no need for it to be delivered to my bed. If I always solve my meals in bed, I might just turn into a rice bug." Su Muwan took the tissue, shaking her head helplessly at Qin Luo's words. Qin Luo was indeed too competent as a subordinate. If one didn't know better, they might think he was her bot servant. However, Su Muwan glanced at Qin Luo's face and quickly looked away. This servant was quite handsome. Qin Luo chuckled and said, "It's perfectly fine if the young lady becomes a rice bug. I will take care of you for a lifetime." See. Su Muwan was momentarily stunned, then looked at Qin Luo in disbelief. Qin Luo maintained his smile, observing Su Muwan's incredulous expression, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, young lady? Isn't it normal for a subordinate to take care of you?" "Oh, subordinate." Su Muwan coughed lightly, her face turning slightly red. She glanced at Qin Luo, then couldn't help but look away, taking a deep breath before exclaiming, "From now on, You mustn't say things that can be misunderstood. Misunderstood. Seeing Qin Luo's oblivious expression, Su Muwan looked up, her face flushed with anger, as she shouted, exactly, I thought you liked me, Qin Luo. Always saying things that lead to misunderstandings. Qin Luo, upon hearing this, was slightly taken aback, then revealed a hint of a smile, saying, I do indeed like the young lady. Su Muwan. She froze, then pointed at Qin Luo's smiling face and shouted, is it the kind of liking a subordinate has for their boss? Qin Luo shrugged, and asked Su Muwan in confusion, of course, what else could it be? It's nothing. Su Muwan's mood gradually settled. She felt that Qin Luo had too much influence on her state of mind. Of course, the main point was, images from the romantic novels she had read in her past life suddenly flashed in Su Muwan's mind. She was in her pajamas while Qin Luo was making breakfast in the kitchen. The way they joked and laughed together seemed far from the typical relationship between a subordinate and a young lady. It felt slightly ambiguous. Meanwhile, on Qin Luo's side, Loyalty 5, he was pleasantly surprised by the increase in loyalty points. Tisk receiving loyalty points early in the morning. What was up with Su Muwan? Why was her emotional fluctuations so dramatic? Of course, the main point was, Qin Luo glanced at Su Muwan in her sharp pajamas. To be honest, she had looks, and she was smart. Aside from the fact that she was the main antagonist, he quite liked this type of Su Muwan. Of course, it wasn't just her looks, it was also her personality. Qin Luo seemed to sense that Su Muwan was not the cold-hearted antagonist as portrayed in the original story. Instead, she was a bit cute. Sizzle. Lost in thought, the frying pan made an irregular sound. Qin Luo, what are you thinking about? It's burning. Su Muwan, smelling the burnt scent, hurriedly grabbed the frying pan and tossed it into the sink. Qin Luo snapped back to reality, standing aside and watching Su Muwan deal with the chaotic situation. Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle, saying, I was thinking that the young lady seems quite different from the rumors. Splashing water. Su Muwan was busy washing the dishes when she heard Qin Luo's words and froze for a moment. Then her face changed in alarm. Oh no. Her current persona was supposed to be proud, aloof, and domineering. But she had forgotten to maintain her persona because she had resolved a major issue. Before Su Muwan could explain, Qin Luo continued, they say the young lady is spoiled and headstrong, but I think the young lady has a cute side too. This morning I reaffirmed that you are not at all like the rumors. Su Muwan was taken aback, her eyes revealing a hint of unexpected joy. Cute, is that referring to me? Although I know I am indeed the world's cutest forever 18-year-old beauty, but no one in my past life ever said that about me. In the past, others kept their distance, thinking I was a formidable antagonist. Even passing dogs feared and respected me. No one dared to say I was cute or beautiful without fearing for their lives. But who understands my family? I'm just a girl who loves reading romance novels. I want people to praise me for my beauty, not for being a prodigy, a martial arts genius, an unparalleled talent, a heart as cold as a serpent, or a cruel woman. Cough. Thinking of this, Su Muwan was about to nag Qin Luo a bit about saying such truths more often when she turned her head and saw Qin Luo smiling and saying, oh right, for example, the young lady. You love to read romance novels just like any ordinary girl. This surprised me quite a bit. Swish. Su Muwan instantly swallowed the words she was about to say, her cheeks visibly reddening. She let out a sharp squeak of annoyance. Ah? Didn't I tell you to forget about it? Qin Luo, you go die. Clap, clap, clap. Outside the yard, Zhulan, who was practicing her punches in the early morning, suddenly looked up at the house. The young lattice screamed. What happened? But she didn't sense any enemy presence. Rather, it was Qin Luo and the young lattice auras getting very close. Could it be? Zhulan's eyes widened, and she let out a reluctant sound. Damn, Qin Luo. You've stolen my #1 subordinate position. An hour later, outside the villa, Shen Fei and others stood in 2 rows, clearing a wide passage for Su Muwan. They shouted in unison, Good morning, young lady. Good morning, young lady. Su Muwan did not respond. Instead, she walked into the car with a stern face full of anger. Qin Luo followed suit. Shen Fei hesitantly whispered to Qin Luo, Brother Luo, what happened to the young lady? Is it because of yesterday's incident with the corporation? Upon hearing this, Qin Luo's mouth twitched, and he rubbed his chest. He recalled how she had angrily unleashed a series of punches on him previously. Fortunately, he had pulled back, otherwise he might not have been able to stand there. Snapping back to reality, he sighed lightly at Shen Fei. You all need to be more careful, don't provoke the young lady. Just then an angry voice came from inside Qin Luo. How long are you going to talk? Hurry up and come sit next to me. Shen Fei and the others quickly lowered their heads, trembling. Qin Luo smiled slightly and walked over, saying, Coming, young lady. Tisk. This was the big villain he remembered. The morning one must have been half asleep, right? Jiang City Old District. A dilapidated street. Black cars were parked along the roadside. Passers-by all stopped to take notice. Hiss. Isn't that the grand procession of the young lady from the Su family? No way, how could this little devil come to our rundown place? I don't know what's going on. Su Muwan was renowned, always needing luxury cars to escort her when she went out. She frequently made headlines in the newspapers. It could be said that back in the day even a dog on the street would have been kicked by Su Muwan. This made the vast majority of Jiang City's inhabitants, even ordinary citizens, familiar with Su Muwan. Snap! The door of the business van opened. Su Muwan, wearing sunglasses and draped in a black leather shawl, stepped out. Her designer outfit highlighted her affluent demeanor. She got out of the car and surveyed the surroundings, then glared at Qin Luo, who was also wearing sunglasses, and said, "Is this the place you mentioned? Also, I've brought the person in charge for you." Qin Luo, dressed in a black trench coat, wore sunglasses. He casually glanced at the row of shops along the street while standing on the sidewalk. Shin Fei stood solemnly behind him in a black suit. In front of them, a man was rubbing his hands together fawningly, saying, "Sir, how about I sell each of these shops to you for 5 euro? Although this place is quite shabby, there are still a considerable number of foot traffic." Tisk tisk, who would have thought there would be a sucker wanting to buy these shops? This was rather delightful. The Su family had ample financial resources, and after all, any little gain was worth it. These shops were all properties left behind by the Su Group's previous real estate company. Due to the dilapidated state of the district, the roads were damaged, and it was perpetually congested. At night, this area would fall silent, and some lawless individuals would show up, causing panic among the locals. Here, not to mention opening a shop, even the number of residents was sparse. Even those who lived here were mostly renting houses to work elsewhere. Not for any other reason, but because the old rundown houses were cheap. Thus, these shops were left vacant. Qin Luo looked at the shops along the street, estimating there were about 30 to 40. Buying them would cost over 10 million. Su Muwan took out a black card and looked at Qin Luo. "What do you think? If there's no problem, I'll swipe the card." This place was so run down that even their Su group was reluctant to acquire and develop it. However, Qin Luo must have his reasons for doing this. Not to mention, the layout of this place seemed a bit familiar. It appeared to overlap with a certain location from his past life. Qin Luo nodded in response, then looked at Su Muwan, pushing up the lenses of his sunglasses, and said, "This is definitely the place. Everyone, those sunglasses are quite unique." He had 2 reasons for wanting to buy this row of shops. One was that one of the shops housed the wife and daughter of a war god. The other was that in the original story, this small district would be designated as a key experimental base for Jiang City in the future. It was specifically intended for the systematic cultivation of martial arts talents. One of the genius protagonists was born in this experimental base. Su Muwan had already swiped the card for payment. The person in charge, feeling awkward, rubbed his hands and explained, "Miss Su, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. The shops that are vacant have already had their tenants moved out, but one shop still has a mother and daughter living in it. But it's not a problem. I sent someone to evict them before you arrived, miss." Upon hearing this, Su Muwan reacted immediately, pointing at the person in charge and angrily scolding, "You useless person, how could you handle things like this?" Just as the person in charge was about to apologize for his slow efficiency, Su Muwan interjected, "What gives you the right to chase people away when they are living peacefully? Is the contract expired?" The person in charge was taken aback and instinctively said, "No." "And you still want to evict them? Did you provide any compensation?" The person in charge blinked, feeling something was off, and nervously replied, "No." "Scum? How can there be scum like you in a civilized society?" Su Muwan scolded angrily, her whole body trembling. In her past life, the people under her were always causing trouble inexplicably. This led her to inadvertently provoke characters she shouldn't have. Now that she was reborn, she had to eliminate all future troubles. If those 2 were protagonists or connected to them, that would be disastrous. The person in charge was left dumbfounded by the scolding. Huh, why has the young lady from the Su family changed her personality? At this moment, smack, Qin Luo stepped forward and delivered a hard slap, snapping the person in charge back to reality. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take us to see that shop you mentioned." Afterward, Qin Luo also scolded, "Scum." The person in charge covered his face on the verge of tears, replied, "Yes." In one of the shops, miserable cries echoed from within. "Don't touch my daughter, you beasts." Tang Wenyu cried out, pinned to the ground, while beside her a little girl was being pulled away, crying out, "Mom, let go of my mom." A burly man with a brutish face disdainfully tossed a token towards Tang Wenyu. Then, brushing the dust off his hands, he let out a cold sneer. "Humph. Tang Wenyu, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and leave, and we wouldn't have to be so rude as to throw your belongings out." Saying this, he gestured to his subordinates. "Let them go." At this moment, a pile of household items had already been thrown outside the shop, all belonging to Tang Wenyu and her daughter. They were entirely tossed out. Tang Wenyu and the little girl were released, and she hurriedly embraced her daughter. Crying in despair while lying on the ground, she shouted, "You are nothing but a pack of beasts. Our contract clearly still has 2 months until expiration. How can you just drive us out like this?" Tang Wenyu, who was gentle and charming, exuded a sense of a devoted wife after having a child. Thus, even when crying, she was quite endearing. The burly man, seeing this, and noticing more and more spectators, felt a twinge of guilt, and coldly snorted, "Stop the noise, there are plenty of houses outside. You can rent elsewhere. If you don't leave, you might find yourself in trouble. Oh, do you know who the young lady from the Su family is? She has her eyes on these shops. If you keep causing trouble, you and your daughter might just end up fed to the fish in the Jianghai by the young lady. Upon hearing this, Tang Wenyu's face turned white. Su family young lady. She was filled with despair. Why must the world treat her and her daughter this way? Her daughter in her arms trembled in fear. Mom, I'm scared. The burly man, seeing this, smiled with satisfaction and said, good, you understand now. If you provoke the young lady from the Su family, there will be no place for you two in Jiang City. Just as his words fell, a furious voice suddenly came from afar. Shut up. You better close that mouth of yours. Who dares to provoke me? Qin Luo, make that dog thing shut up. Understood, miss. Whoosh. Just as the burly man was caught off guard, a ghostly figure appeared abruptly in front of him. Immediately after, a shadowy hand struck out. Smack. Huh. The burly man's pupils constricted, and before he could say anything, he collapsed to the ground unconscious. The entire area fell silent. Tang Wenyu widened her eyes, clearly bewildered by the current situation. Are you alright? Su Muwan arrived late, rushing over and showing a friendly smile to Tang Wenyu and her daughter. Why is it this mother and daughter? Heaven, did you give me the physique of attracting hatred? Helping Qin Luo buy a shop, and I run into the wife and daughter of the war god. Tang Wenyu blinked, and her daughter in her arms had stopped crying. What's going on? Why is the young lady from the Su family smiling at me? Could it be a devil smile? It is said that the young lady from the Su family always smiles gently before killing someone. Could it be? Tang Wenyu swallowed hard, hurriedly lowering her head, her voice trembling. I am fine. If the young lady from the Su family wants the shop, I will leave right away. Just don't kill my daughter, just kill me. Woo woo woo. As she spoke, Tang Wenyu fearfully collapsed to the ground, bursting into tears. Su Muwan's smile froze on her face. Hey, I didn't say anything. Is it wrong to care for you? What kind of inherent impression is this? Su Muwan took a deep breath, forcibly turning her stiff smile toward Qin Luo, her voice squeezed out between her teeth. Qin Luo, come here. Release daily mission for the villain. Target comfort this mother and daughter. Let them know that the host and others mean no harm. Reward natural affinity. Anyone will feel that the host is kind and a good person. Note, once standing with the villain target, it will further highlight the villainous aura of the target. As Su Muwan's words fell, the system mission came along. Qin Luo's lips curled slightly. Su Muwan, you are truly a treasure. He smiled and said, understood, miss. Tang Wenyu was filled with fear, despair, and a sense of collapse. She couldn't understand why the world harbored such malice against her. In her youth, she fell in love with a man only for him to disappear after leaving her pregnant, leaving behind a strange token inscribed with the character for war. Due to her out-of-wedlock pregnancy, she was expelled from the Tang family. Alone, she wandered through Jiang City with her growing belly, transforming from a precious young lady into a beggar on the streets. It wasn't until she gave birth to her daughter that hope returned to her life. For the sake of her daughter, she washed dishes, cleaned, and worked as a handyman. Year after year, she raised her daughter through sheer determination. When they had saved up a little, they rented a shop no bigger than a restroom and lived inside. With careful budgeting, their money slowly accumulated. What Tang Wenyu desired most was a home of her own for herself and her daughter. However, just when she finally got a job at a company, she was laid off. The reason was that she constantly needed to take leave to care for her child. Now the young lady of the Su family had her eyes set on her only home and even threatened to harm her entire family. Why? Why did the world harbor such deep-seated malice against her? If only she hadn't been with that man back then. Would her life have taken a different path? Years of pent-up grievances caused Tang Wenyu to burst into tears in public. At that moment, a gentle voice sounded warm as a spring breeze. Ms. Tang, this should be something you dropped. Tang Wenyu trembled, fear causing her to lift her head slightly, her eyes reddening as she looked up. Before her stood a handsome man, half squatting, with a gentle smile, extending his hand with the very token that the scoundrel had left her to keep safe. Thank you. Tang Wenyu cautiously reached out to take it, then thanked Qin Luo. This man didn't seem like a bad person, but why was he working under the young lady of the Su family? Could it be that he was being threatened? Seeing that Tang Wenyu was willing to speak, Qin Luo turned his gaze to the daughter lying beside her, gently reaching out. Despite the girl's fearful expression, he patted her head, saying, your daughter is very brave. She will muster the courage to protect you in dangerous times. Actually, I really like children. All right. As Qin Luo spoke, a smile appeared on his face as he extended his hand to the little girl, flipping it over. With a swish, a colorful lollipop suddenly appeared. Wow. The little girl instantly widened her eyes in surprise. She tugged at her mother's sleeve and whispered, Mom, this big brother is amazing. Gradually, Tang Wenyu began to lower her guard, due to Qin Luo's gentle demeanor. Seizing the moment, Qin Luo handed the lollipop to the little girl, smiling, little friend, what's your name? The little girl accepted the lollipop, joyfully looking at Qin Luo. My name is Dodo. Qin Luo chuckled. Dodo, what a lovely name. Then Dodo, it's not very good for you to make your mother kneel on the ground. Oh, let her stand up first. Brother and the sisters mean no harm. In fact, you could say we're here to help you. As he spoke, he turned to Tang Wenyu, extending his hand with a smile. Miss Tang, please don't catch a cold sitting on the ground. Let's stand up and talk. Trust me. Dodo looked at Tang Wenyu, saying in a sweet voice, Mom, this big brother is a good person. Upon hearing this, Tang Wenyu pursed her lips, lowered her head, and took Qin Luo's hand to stand up. If the young lady of the Su family intended to harm me and Dodo, she would have acted long ago. Why would she have her minions explain things so patiently? That's right. It seems there's some misunderstanding. Perhaps I've been overthinking this. As this thought crossed Tang Wenyu's mind, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have gained natural affinity. Anyone will find the host approachable and kind. Note, once you stand next to the antagonist, it will further highlight their villainous aura. In an instant, a natural charisma emanated from Qin Luo. The way Tang Wenyu and Dodo looked at him gradually became more at ease. In stark contrast, Su Muwan, watching from behind Qin Luo, felt as if a layer of gray malice surrounded him. It terrified the two of them. The situation was resolved. Qin Luo stepped back beside Su Muwan and quietly said, Miss, the rest is up to you. Su Muwan was still stunned by Qin Luo's actions. Wait, is this the kind of treatment the protagonist gets in the novels I read? No. Why should that be the case? Most importantly, why is he so skilled at charming children and married women? Where did that lollipop come from? Can you do magic? There were many questions she wanted to ask, but Su Muwan knew she couldn't. So she smiled and stepped forward, greeting them. Hello. Tang Wenyu's face turned tense as she hurriedly clutched her daughter, saying, Su, Miss Su. No. Why am I so nervous now? Su Muwan felt like crying. I'm actually a good person too. On the surface, she smiled gently, saying, there's no need to be so formal. I mean you no harm. This acquisition was indeed unexpected. As an apology, Miss Tang, you can choose any house in Jiang City. Tang Wenyu, who had been waiting to hear what Su Muwan would say, was suddenly taken aback. She looked at Su Muwan incredulously, exclaiming, What? You want to give me a house? No. No way. I can't accept that. I can rent a place on my own. I cannot accept such compensation. Tang Wenyu stammered, frantically shaking her hands in rejection. Although she longed for her own home, she never imagined receiving it from someone else. Especially since she was just driven out and now someone was offering to compensate her with a house. No, it's just a house. I can afford it. Su Muwan insisted, waving her hand. No, you have to take it. I don't want it. You must. I won't. You will. I want. You must. Su Muwan was left speechless. Is it really that hard to accept a free house nowadays? Thud. Seeing Su Muwan fall silent, Tang Wenyu thought she was angry. So she fearfully knelt on the ground, trembling. Su, Miss, I truly cannot accept. This house is far too valuable. I can't possibly live in it. Dodo looked at Su Muwan with fear in her eyes, saying, Sister, please don't kill my mom. Oh great. We're right back where we started. Su Muwan's mouth twitched as she rubbed her forehead in frustration. When did I ever say I wanted to kill you? No, when have I ever killed anyone? Why is there such a stark contrast between me and Qin Luo? With that thought, Su Muwan shot Qin Luo a glare, silently gesturing, You take over. Qin Luo's mouth twitched. Why am I the one catching the flack for this? This young lady is truly difficult to handle. With that in mind, Qin Luo nodded and walked in front of Tang Wenyu and her daughter. He half squatted down, smiling. My young lady is a good person. She just tends to be a bit stubborn. How about this? Since you, Miss Tang, are unwilling to accept the house, then how about we find another way to compensate you? As Tang Wenyu looked on in surprise, Qin Luo extended his hand, smiling. Why not come work for our Su group? Tang Wenyu. Beneath the sunlight, Qin Luo's smile and voice were firmly etched in Tang Wenyu's heart. Is this the warmth of humanity? A tear trickled down the corner of Tang Wenyu's eye. She grasped Qin Luo's hand and nodded, choking on her words. Okay. Behind her, the antagonist is not affected by the natural affinity. Su Muwan, she looked speechlessly at Tang Wenyu, whose demeanor had suddenly changed. No. Why should it be like this? Why is there such a drastic change in attitude? As Tang Wenyu forsook darkness for light and joined the Su group, a system notification echoed in the air. Congratulations, host, for assisting the villainous character in subverting the original protagonist team member Tang Wenyu. Rating S class. Reward War God Token X. 1. The bearer of the War God Token can command an army of 1,000,000 border troops. In reality, Tang Wenyu and Dodo had calmed their emotions. She glanced nervously at Su Muwan, unsure of why she felt this way. Although the other person smiled warmly, she couldn't shake off her fear. She swallowed hard. Trembling, she extended her hand and handed a token to Qin Luo, saying that Qin Luo, I'm not very familiar with this item, but Miss Su is knowledgeable and has a broad perspective. She might recognize it. Su Muwan glanced at it, and her expression changed immediately. The token was entirely black, seemingly crafted from a special material. It bore a blood-red character. War? This is the War God Token. The bearer can command 1,000,000 strong troops. In her past life, the War God had returned with this token and summoned a multitude of people to trouble her. This, Qin Luo quickly accepted. Qin Luo took the token and feigned confusion, asking Tang Wenyu, Sister Tang, I see this token is made of special material. and should be quite valuable, isn't it important to you? Upon hearing this, Su Muwan shot a glare at Qin Luo indicating he shouldn't have asked. Tang Wenyu shook her head, a hint of reminiscence lingered in her gaze. However, those memories had faded away with the trials and tribulations of the years. She sighed softly, shaking her head with a bitter smile, saying it was once important, but now it's no longer important. Qin Luo, upon hearing this, accepted the token and remarked, Sister Tang seems to have come to terms with it, so I won't refuse it any longer. Su Muwan thought, yay, we got the war god token. A major threat has been eliminated. Su Muwan stepped forward and kindly said, since this shop has been emptied, there's no need to stay here. They'll rent you a place less than a kilometer from the company, but the rent will be deducted from your salary. How about it? This should be acceptable to you, right? Upon hearing this, Tang Wenyu stopped rejecting the offer and, feeling a bit scared, nodded and said, okay, miss. The effect of the army's leadership was activated, ensuring absolute loyalty from all who joined her faction. Yet, fear still lingered. Seeing Tang Wenyu's fearful demeanor, Su Muwan couldn't help but twitch her lips. She realized she needed to change her villainous image in the eyes of others. She helplessly called out, someone take the two of them to the Maple Forest Villa. If you need to buy anything, take them along. Yes, the Maple Forest Villa? Tang Wenyu's eyes widened in shock. This place costs 2,000 per square meter, yet Miss Su was offering them accommodation. How much salary would it take to afford the rent? Miss Su, this is indirectly giving them a house. Tang Wenyu felt deeply moved. Although Miss Su appeared intimidating, she truly was a good person. Thank you, Miss Dodo, and I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Before leaving, Tang Wenyu expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Su Muwan. Dodo waved her hand, saying, thank you, big sister. Thank you, big brother. Su Muwan smiled and waved back. This should help avoid the war god, a deadly enemy, right? As Tang Wenyu departed, the remaining issue was. Su Muwan's smile faded, and she glared at the grinning Qin Luo. Sarcastically, she remarked, Qin Luo, you're quite good at this. It seems you excel at charming married women with children. You charm every one of them perfectly. Su Muwan felt displeased for some reason. Watching her subordinate happily charm another woman, even if it was to avoid her impending doom, was still unsettling. This was likely a typical possessive mentality. After all, Qin Luo was her subordinate, so he should only smile at her. Qin Luo, having secured the token, approached Su Muwan. Noticing her suddenly sarcastic tone, he was immediately puzzled and asked, Miss, didn't you ask me to charm her? Su Muwan's face flushed. She certainly knew that. But, can you tone it down a bit? Look at how Tang Wenyu is practically drooling at you. A lonely, beautiful married woman with a child. And Qin Luo, who looks quite decent. What kind of script is this? All in all, you express affection and tenderness towards others, but with me, it's just, it seems quite gentle, and you take care of my needs. No, wait. In any case, shut up. It's your problem. Let's go back. Su Muwan concluded the argument and turned to walk towards the car. Qin Luo clamped his lips shut, helplessly smiling as he followed. The capricious young lady was also quite adorable. Inside the car, what's wrong, miss? Shut up, let me look at you again. Su Muwan glared at Qin Luo while holding his hand, inspecting it closely. Qin Luo's hand was remarkably beautiful, akin to a masterpiece finely crafted by a sculptor, with every inch of skin exuding delicacy and strength. His fingers were long and proportionate, with joints slightly protruding. When sunlight fell on his hands, the veins beneath the skin were faintly visible. Su Muwan compared her small hand, and found that Qin Luo could easily envelop it. She examined it closely and muttered, aside from being good-looking, there's nothing particularly special about it. Reluctantly releasing his hand, she curiously asked Qin Luo, how did your hand become like a lollipop? So it was for this reason. I thought you were a hand enthusiast. As Qin Luo pondered, he smiled on the surface and replied, it's simple, it's just a little magic. Just toss the item into the system space and pull it out directly. This was also something he had recently discovered. The system was fully functional, resembling what one might read in a novel. A little magic. Show me another one. Su Muwan's eyes lit up as she looked at Qin Luo expectantly. Sure. Qin Luo smiled slightly, clenched his hand into a fist, and placed it in front of Su Muwan. Then he extended another hand above the fist. He winked at Su Muwan, saying, have you seen it clearly, miss? After that, he lifted the hand above the fist. Whoosh! Countless red rose petals suddenly poured into the car. Among the swirling petals, a blooming red rose was pulled out by Qin Luo and held in his hand. He handed it to Su Muwan, smiling, for my most beloved young lady. Thump! Loyalty 5. Su Muwan's heart raced and her cheeks flushed slightly. Surprised and delighted, she accepted the rose and gazed at Qin Luo with sparkling eyes, saying, so amazing. Teach me, Qin Luo. How does one teach this system? Qin Luo shook his head and smiled. Magic is all about making others happy. And miss, all you need is for me to make you happy. This magic, I'll handle it just fine. Hearing this, Su Muwan was momentarily stunned. A glimmer of light flickered in her eyes. Turning her head, she shyly sniffed the red rose in her hand. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within her. She gently spoke, Qin Luo. Yes, miss. Qin Luo smiled slightly. Su Muwan beamed and reached out saying, "Give me that token." "Tisk, I thought you had forgotten." Reluctantly, Qin Luo handed over the war god token. Su Muwan picked up the token and carefully examined it, finding no issues. Then she tossed it back to Qin Luo saying, "Forget it, you keep it, do I want need it." The war god token can command 1,000,000 troops, and she had the Su family as her backing. As for Qin Luo, he could have the war god token as a safeguard. Qin Luo picked up the token, casting a hesitant glance at Su Muwan. Did she not understand the function of this token? Miss, this token actually might. If I say you keep it, then keep it. Stop talking nonsense. Yes. Qin Luo fell silent and secured the token. He watched Su Muwan, who was excitedly taking photos of the red rose with her phone. The sunlight bathed her, enveloping her in a soft glow. Qin Luo's heart began to race slightly. Why is my heart racing so fast? Am I starting to like Su Muwan? But I've only known her for a few days and I know her true nature. No way. Could this be love at first sight? No, that's impossible. Qin Luo chuckled and shook his head. He wasn't that superficial, falling for someone just because they were pretty. Su Muwan, while photographing the rose, felt extremely anxious, questioning why she was so moved by a mere subordinate. Could it be that she had developed feelings for Qin Luo, but they had only known each other for a few days? Could it be that this is what the books from her past life described as love at first sight? But that's impossible. After all, she had read countless books and considered herself someone who had experienced life and death. Therefore, Su Muwan chuckled and shook her head, realizing she was merely intrigued by someone so extraordinary, seemingly under the protagonist's halo. That's right, it must be that. Su Muwan, you've been too stressed lately, making you overly sensitive. Eastern nation. In a rainforest. Bang. A massive body collapsed against a tree trunk, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth. On his chest, there was a distinct indentation of a fist. He raised his head, a bitter smile appearing as he looked at the cold-faced man approaching him. At the peak of the great achievement realm, truly worthy of being called a war god. However, it's a pity that this confirms my lord's speculation. The war god token. Indeed, hidden away by you in another place. The man fell silent for a moment, the image of someone he had betrayed 10 years ago flashing through his mind. A trace of pain flickered in his eyes, but it was quickly concealed. He stepped forward and coldly asked, "Who is your lord?" He scoffed, "My lord is currently searching for your wife and your daughter. I believe they will be found soon and action will be taken. And you? War god Tang Ao, can you free yourself to save your family now?" Upon hearing this, Tang Ao's expression changed, his eyes shining with shock, his voice revealing incredulity. "You mean my wife and daughter? When you? Is she pregnant?" I have a daughter. Tang Ao trembled, tears streaming down his face. Excitement, joy, happiness, exhilaration. His wife is safe. He even has a daughter. This is undoubtedly the most thrilling news he has received in many years. But then Tang Ao's expression shifted. He reached out and pressed his hand against the man's head, his eyes blazing with fury and killing intent as he shouted, "Quickly tell me, who exactly is your lord? What does he intend to do to my wife and daughter?" The burly man knew he wouldn't survive today, and mocked, "You need not know. That lord will soon become the strongest in this world, surpassing all martial artists, standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, seeking death." With a furious shout from Tang Ao, the burly man's head was crushed in an instant. Drip, drip. Blood flowed from Tang Ao's fingertips as he looked up, his expression a mix of excitement and fear. "I have a wife and a child, but I don't even know where they are. It seems I must ask my hacker friend to help find them. I currently have tasks from the War God Temple, so I cannot go back. Forgive me when you. Once I finish my tasks, I will return to you at the earliest opportunity." Moreover, he clenched his fists, his expression darkening. "Who is that so-called lord who has set his sights on my wife and daughter? Don't let me find you, otherwise I will surely make you suffer a fate worse than death." Tang Ao felt a vague worry in his heart, fearing that the other party knew he had placed the war god token with Wen Yu. That is why they are looking for them. If that lord behind these people were to obtain the token, it would probably lead to significant trouble for me. Who is that lord after all? Inside Su Muwan's villa. "Who, it's so hot I might just die?" Su Muwan turned on the air conditioning and lay on the bed, beginning to relax lazily. A proud smile appeared on her face. After establishing a good relationship with Tang Wen Yu and her daughter, there wouldn't be any issues with war god Tang Ao. I'm just too clever, quickly sensing something was wrong and rushing over to stop those scumbags from harming the mother. And plus, with Qin Luo's help, I have perfectly avoided becoming a destined protagonist. The Su group is gradually getting back on track, and all the construction sites are starting to resume work. There will absolutely be no repeat of the unfinished buildings from my past life. Now that things have settled down next. Su Muwan suddenly jumped up from the bed, then crouched down and dragged out a heavy safe from under the bed. Let me see if my treasures are still here." Su Muwan licked her lips, her face showing a glimmer of anticipation. Then she entered the password to open the safe. Immediately the contents inside were revealed before Su Muwan's eyes filled to the brim. For the Forbidden Love books. She casually pulled out a book titled The Overbearing CEO and His Man. After flipping through a few pages, she felt her face flush and her heart race. Covering her mouth, her eyes sparkled. Wow. This is the vibe. So awesome. In her past life, the Su family was destroyed, and all these books were burned to ashes. This was one of her greatest sorrows. However, Su Muwan hugged the safe tightly. This time, I will definitely protect you well. Oh right. Su Muwan suddenly remembered a particularly special book. So she began searching. Moments later she exclaimed, found it. She took out the book, a hint of hesitation and slight shame appearing on her beautiful face. Because the cover of the book read The Wicked Villain's Daughter and Her Loyal Cunning Little Wolf Dog. In fact, this book had a significant impact on her, directly leading her to become the spoiled villainous young lady. For some reason, whenever she looked at Qin Luo, this book would come to mind. In any case, she picked up the book, flipped over onto the bed, and began to savor it while enjoying the air conditioning. Let's review it once more. On the first floor, in the living room. As a close aide, Qin Luo naturally wouldn't move around carelessly, always staying within Su Muwan's calling distance. A dazzling array of skills filled the panel. Qin Luo nodded in satisfaction. Very good. This is far more beautiful than when he first received the system. He didn't expect to gain so many skills just by teaming up with this major villain for a few days. It was truly beyond Qin Luo's expectations. As for his cultivation level, it seemed to have naturally improved due to the added attribute points. Now he was already a warrior at the initial stage of foundation establishment. He closed the panel, stood up, picked up the takeaway seafood he had ordered, and walked towards the kitchen. Let's plate it up, add a couple of fruits, and consider it Su Muwan's lunch. Alright, it's summer, so I should prepare her a glass of chilled drink. TSK tisk, Su Muwan, where are you going to find such a loyal subordinate like me? On the third floor in the bedroom. Hiss-ha hiss-ha. After so many years, this is still the most thrilling book. Su Muwan lay on the bed, kicking her delicate jade feet up and down, dressed in a thin shirt. While flipping through the book, she let out a strange laughter kikik. Her charming face was expressive, occasionally blushing with excitement at the thrilling scenes. When she encountered interesting plots, she would burst into laughter. At times, she would lightly bite her lip, her heart racing as she clutched the pages of the book tightly. So thrilling. No matter how many times she read it, this scene was too stimulating. As a young lady, she was unexpectedly toyed with by a follower. Hiss, this little wolf dog is too wicked. Initially appearing to be fond of the young lady, he secretly plotted to use her to achieve his revenge, because his parents' company had gone bankrupt due to the ruthless schemes of the young lattice family. Suddenly Su Muwan had a flash of inspiration. The image of Qin Luo popped into her mind. Oh no. Her face flushed. I just suddenly thought of what Qin Luo was doing. I don't like him. His feelings for me are merely that of a subordinate towards a superior. So it has nothing to do with the contents of this book. Suddenly, bang bang, a knock on the door sounded. Young lady, it's time for lunch. I'm coming in. As the words fell, Su Muwan instantly became like a startled bird, her shy thoughts disappearing in an instant. Instead, a look of panic appeared on her face. She glanced at the scattered books on the floor that would definitely need to be censored before Qin Luo could see them. Oh no, he mustn't see this. Su Muwan hurriedly shouted outside, wait a moment. Saying this, she hurriedly sprang out of bed and hastily stuffed the books into the safe, dragging it under the bed. Outside the door. Loyalty 1. Qin Luo was stunned by the system's prompt sound. As everyone knows, the way to gain loyalty points is to provide emotional value to Su Muwan. But Qin Luo was a bit dazed. He hadn't done anything yet, just knocking on the door. How could it cause such a drastic emotional change in the young lady? Just as he was about to continue knocking to inquire, creak. The door swung open. Su Muwan, who had finished tidying up the mess, opened the door, panting slightly. Since she was in her home clothes, she was dressed casually, and her long white legs were clearly visible to Qin Luo. Su Muwan then glared fiercely at Qin Luo. Looking at the takeaway seafood he was holding, she couldn't bear to scold him, so she could only say, you don't have to bring it in next time. He'll come down to eat in the future. Remember that. Qin Luo nodded. Then he looked curiously at Su Muwan's cheeks that had flushed slightly. She had a sheen of fine sweat on her forehead, as if it was hot. So Qin Luo kindly said, young lady, it's summer. You should turn on the air conditioning, otherwise it'll be very hot. Upon hearing this, Su Muwan felt a wave of guilt. She hurriedly raised her voice to cover her embarrassment, saying, why do you care? Don't mind me. After saying this, she pushed Qin Luo, her tone flustered and annoyed. Go. Oh. Loyalty 1. Qin Luo was bewildered. What's up with this young lady? Why the sudden emotional shifts? On the first floor, after a satisfying meal, Su Muwan lazily lay on the living room sofa. She stretched her long white legs, crossing them on the sofa. To punish Qin Luo for repeatedly disrupting her peace of mind, she decided to make him do some chores meant for the underlings. So she gestured to Qin Luo, who was standing idly by. Qin Luo, my legs are sore. Come over and give me a massage. Sore. Qin Luo glanced over and couldn't help but smirk. He said sure. With that, he stepped forward and extended his jade hand to begin massaging. Basic massage technique activated. as Qin Luo began to need an unusual sensation surged within Su Muwan. Especially with Qin Luo's response, she couldn't help but chuckle. What do you mean by sure? Do you think you're a eunuch? Qin Luo, feeling the softness in his hand, smiled and replied, in my heart the young lady is like an ancient princess. Smooth talker. Speaking of which, you can massage. Although your technique is average, you must have learned it. Ahem, this is. Did a master teach you when you were young? Not really. I taught myself for you, young lady. You better be. Su Muwan felt quite pleased inside. Then she ignored Qin Luo leaning back on the sofa. She opened the VX chat window and started chatting with someone saved as Big Star. Big Star, are you busy? A few seconds later, a gif of a little yellow person picking its nose popped up. Picking nose, what's up? I'm putting on makeup. Seeing the reply, Su Muwan's lips curled up. Nothing much, just missed you, my dear Shy. Oh, no reason to be so nice. What do you want from me, young lady? My dear is indeed smart. You can't hide anything from you. I just wanted to ask if your parents have mentioned anything about a marriage contract lately. Marriage contract? No way. You're doing fine with your career. Can you please wait for me? Well, if I get married, you'll become a widow. Seeing this cheeky remark, Su Muwan rolled her eyes and quickly typed, not at all. If not, then forget it. After saying this, she closed the window, feeling relieved. Phew, it seems that the destined person hasn't appeared yet. In her past life, a destined person from a prominent family had a marriage contract with her best friend. Her friend came to her crying and sobbing. At that time, she patted her chest and vowed to take care of it. So, she took a group of foundation establishment experts to help her best friend break off the engagement. Under overwhelming pressure on the day of the engagement cancellation, the rejected destined person threw down the contract in anger and shouted, in 30 years the river east and the river west do not bully the youth for being poor. Today the humiliation of your Su family towards my family, I will surely return 100-fold in the future. And then, you know how it goes. In short, in this life, she absolutely cannot repeat the old mistakes. However, her good friend truly doesn't want to marry. It seems she needs to find a gentler way. At this moment, dingling, Su Muwan's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, she couldn't help but smirk. After answering, she asked hello. Just then she felt something strange. Looking up, her face suddenly flushed. She saw Qin Luo was meticulously massaging her, and his expression was incredibly serious. But it seemed too serious. On the other end of the phone, a familiar mischievous voice came through. Sister Su, how have you been lately? I miss you, sister. Grandpa's health has improved, so we're planning to hold a family banquet in 3 days to celebrate. There are many things to prepare during this time. Do you want to come and help? Su Bailian's charming voice echoed from the other side. A family banquet? All right. In her past life, her grandfather Su Laozi did hold a family banquet when his health improved. However, at that time she was abroad, so no one informed her. This time she absolutely must go. Su Muwan was about to answer, but her voice came out strangely. Oh, got it. After saying this, she yanked her little foot out of Qin Luo's grasp and glared angrily at him. That bastard. He can't possibly be doing this on purpose, right? Doing it so forcefully while I was on the phone. Loyalty to the latter came back to his senses, looking at the annoyed Su Muwan with some confusion. What's wrong with this young lady? My technique should be fine. Does she think my skills are lacking? Tisk so hard to please. Then I must make sure she is satisfied. Now is a good time to gain loyalty points. So Qin Luo pulled back again. Su Muwan. Su Bailian, on the other hand, was actually a bit scared due to the imprisonment of Xiejun and others. She feared that they might crack and reveal her identity. That was why she took the initiative to call Su Muwan about the family banquet and to gauge her emotions. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't even bother to remind Su Muwan if she jumped off the building. But, hearing Su Muwan's voice on the other end, Su Bailian found it a bit strange, but she didn't think too much about it. She just continued, "Oh right, Sister Su, Mom and Dad also want to see your new recruit, so bring him along when you come." Recruit? Yes, the one named Qin Luo. Oh, it's him. Sister Su, are you okay? I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? Anyway, I will go. Just like that. Bang. The phone was violently hung up. Su Muwan's face was flushed with shame as she gripped the corner of the sofa tightly. Are you satisfied, young lady? Satisfied? Su Muwan turned her head at the mention, her expression one of anger and embarrassment as she glared at the loyal Qin Luo. Then, bang. Ouch. Bastard. You did that on purpose. 111. Splash. In the bathroom, Qin Luo helplessly washed his face. As the cold water splashed onto his face, Qin Luo finally found himself at a loss for words. No way. Su Muwan, are you out of your mind? Wasn't it you who asked me to serve you? Why did you suddenly jump up and kick me? But, Qin Luo looked up, staring at his own reflection in the mirror, and there was an indescribable meaning in his expression. Strange. Why does that keep echoing in my mind? Hiss. This isn't right. Could it be? Qin Luo opened his eyes, gazing incredulously at his reflection in the mirror. He covered his mouth, his expression one of shock. Qin Luo, male, 24 years old, single. In his past life his parents had both died, and one day, while crossing the street, he was struck by a car and crossed over into this world. He had never been in a relationship, so he wasn't quite sure what type of woman he liked. However, with what just happened, Qin Luo seemed to realize something. Could it be? He actually likes this. Qin Luo's pupils constricted. No. This is something Su Muwan must never know. Otherwise he would definitely be both despised and verbally abused. At that moment, knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. Then came Su Muwan's voice. Qin Luo, are you okay? Feeling better. Su Muwan stood at the door, her expression one of deep conflict and embarrassment. She swore to the heavens that it had been a reflex at the time. It was absolutely not because of her spoiled lady demeanor. She was purely overwhelmed by shame and anger. That's how she misunderstood Qin Luo. But at that moment she had no choice. It was a reflex and she kicked out in an instant. However, Qin Luo's physique was quite sturdy, he didn't even faint. At this time, creak, the door swung open. Qin Luo stepped out with a bitter smile. He looked at Su Muwan, whose face was conflicted and filled with apology, and chuckled helplessly. It's fine, it's just that your kick made me truly feel what it is to be a martial arts prodigy. As he spoke, Qin Luo patted his chest fearfully, saying, even as someone at the initial stage of the foundation establishment, I felt my blood surge, and almost coughed up blood. Su Muwan's face flushed red. She glanced at Qin Luo's large hand. Then she bit her lip, took out a handkerchief, and while holding Qin Luo's hand wiped off the water stains while apologizing. I'm sorry, that was purely an unconscious kick. Seeing your hand is wet, let me wipe it for you as an apology. Seeing Su Muwan's sincerity, Qin Luo understood that she wasn't just playing around with him. So he smiled and tried to retract his hand. No need, miss, I can handle this myself. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Luo's smile froze on his face. Huh, why can't I pull my hand back? Miss, he. Qin Luo awkwardly glanced at Su Muwan, who was still holding his right hand, meticulously wiping it with the handkerchief. She didn't even look up, continuing to wipe diligently, saying, it's fine, I'll help you. Su Muwan lowered her head carefully, drying Qin Luo's palm. In reality, his small hand had always felt quite nice. Unexpectedly, the water stains now seemed to add a seductive allure to Qin Luo's palm. Flirtatious hands just know how to tempt people. In reality, Su Muwan had a huge secret, a secret that was bigger than any romance novel. That is, actually, she is a hand fetishist. No, this is something Qin Luo must never know. Otherwise, he would definitely look at her with disdain and call her a pervert. In less than a moment, Su Muwan composed herself calmly, putting away the handkerchief and releasing Qin Luo's hand. Then she smiled at Qin Luo and brought up the main topic. By the way, Qin Luo, don't you know medicine? It just so happens that tonight you should come with me to see my parents. They want to meet you. You can first show my parents a bit of your medical skills, and if all goes well, I'll ask my parents to let you treat my grandfather's old ailment. Speaking of which, Su Muwan reminded him again, 3 days later, there will be a family banquet. Apart from our immediate relatives, other distant relatives will definitely come, and they are all sharp-tongued. If they say anything about me, then you must endure it. According to his previous life's experiences, every time there was a family banquet, that group of aunts and uncles would always subtly mock her for not being married, yet stirring up trouble, and comparing her to Su Muwan. Every time she was so enraged, but now that she has been reborn, she has seen through it all. As she spoke, she glanced at Qin Luo's hand. Then she quickly averted her gaze. Qin Luo, hearing this, glanced at Su Muwan's jade feet wrapped in shark slippers. Then he quickly withdrew his gaze, smiling as he replied, all right, miss. Seeing this, Su Muwan nodded in satisfaction. Very well. The two exchanged glances and smiled at each other. The fact that I am a hand fetishist must never be known to her or him. At 6:00 p.m., Su family, Su Muwan's dedicated convoy passed through layers of stringent checks and arrived at a large iron gate that stood open. A middle-aged man in a butler's uniform with his hands behind his back stood at the gate waiting for a long time. The convoy stopped in front of the iron gate. Clap. Zhulan walked to the back and opened the car door. First, Qin Luo, wearing those familiar sunglasses, stepped out, followed by Su Muwan, who also wore sunglasses. She looked up at the familiar large iron gate and the palace-like scenery behind it. Memories flooded her mind. The Su family residence. I am back again. The middle-aged butler, upon seeing Qin Luo in a black trench coat, revealed a flicker of brilliance in his eyes. But it quickly faded, and he stepped forward, feigning respect as he said to Su Muwan, Miss, long time no see. The master, madam, and second miss have missed you very much. Su Muwan looked at the middle-aged butler before her memories resurfacing. She coldly scoffed, saying, the second miss wouldn't, as she wishes I'd never come back. The middle-aged butler smiled without speaking. Instead, he turned his attention to Qin Luo, saying meaningfully, this must be the new attendant that you have recently recruited, miss. I didn't expect you to hold him in such high regard, granting him such a great honor. Qin Luo noticed that the other party was talking about him, so he looked over. This glasses guy isn't the villainous butler from the original story who plotted to help Su Muwan become the head of the Su family, is he? He remembered, it seemed to be named. What was it, Uncle Su? All right, it was Su Bo? Su Muwan calmly explained to Qin Luo. Although Qin Luo is my subordinate, his abilities are worthy of standing on equal ground with me. My grandfather's injury Qin Luo may be able to treat. Furthermore, my parents also wish to meet Qin Luo, which is why I brought him along. Su Bo lead the way. Saying this, Su Muwan looked at Su Bo. Memories of his actions in her past life flooded her mind. From the moment he was adopted by Old Master Su as a son, he had already schemed on how to seize the Su family's assets and ascend to the position of family head. Unfortunately, how could such a vast estate as the Su family be handed over to an outsider? Thus, after realizing he could never inherit the Su family, Su Bo thought of another way. That was to willingly become the steward of the Su family. Then, he would let his own daughter, Su Bailian, inherit the Su family. Everyone was deceived by Su Ba's seemingly loyal demeanor. In reality, he was the one hiding the deepest secrets, even revealing that Su Bailian was his biological daughter only before his death. Originally, his parents only intended to choose an orphan girl as a stepping stone to cultivate her into the next family head. However, unexpectedly, this adopted daughter was replaced by Su Bo with his own biological daughter from outside. He covertly assisted Su Bailian in gradually winning the favor of the family members, step by step devouring the family's major enterprises, until she touched the most important thing of the Su family. That is martial arts. Su Bo adjusted his glasses. With a smile, he looked at Su Muwan and Qin Luo. In reality, he was already mocking them internally. He upon whose future path was already decided at birth dares to return. No matter. You have wasted so much support for my daughter. This time at the family banquet, I will surely make you lose face, so that you can never hold your head high in the Su family again. Thinking this, Su Bo did not immediately lead Su Muwan and Qin Luo in, but instead shook his head and smiled, saying, Miss, you can enter, but... He glanced sideways at Qin Luo and said indifferently, I cannot allow someone of unknown origin to enter casually. You just said this kid can treat my adoptive father's injury. But... Su Bo curled his lips looking mockingly at Qin Luo and said, I don't believe it. Su Muwan frowned, clenching her fists. Unexpectedly, Su Bo didn't even pretend to act openly, giving me a warning, huh? Although I have been driven out of the Su family on the surface, the rights that I should enjoy are still intact. Su Bo truly seems to have been blinded by a flicker of hope right before him. Thinking this, Su Muwan took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. She looked at Su Bo coldly and said, Su Bo, I have already said Qin Luo may be able to treat you, either lead the way or step aside. Su Bo heard this and smiled internally. I was waiting for you to say that. His expression sank as he said solemnly, Miss Old Master Su is my adoptive father. I cannot leave his life in the hands of someone of unknown origin. The family banquet is in 3 days. Miss, at this time you have brought back an unknown subordinate to say he wants to treat my adoptive father. Miss, are you joking with Old Master Su's life? As he said this, Su Ba's expression became righteous. He looked at Qin Luo coldly and said, I tell you, the young lady is inexperienced in the world. I have investigated your background. You are parentless and friendless. How could you possibly know any medical skills? You are just trying to use our young lady for your own ends. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, a crisp sound interrupted Su Ba's words. Su Bo tilted his head in shock, his eyes dazed, feeling a sharp pain on his cheek. What? I was hit. By whom? He covered his face, stiffly turning his head. He saw Su Muwan flicking her wrist, her gaze icy, her tone indifferent. Shut up. What are you to dare to point fingers at my person? Just a mere adopted son. Recognize your position. Su Muwan. Su Ba's pupils immediately contracted, an uncontrollable killing intent surged from his chest. Su Muwan's words pierced his heart like needles. Adopted son. Indeed. He hated it most when others referred to him as Old Master Su's adopted son. He could call himself that, but absolutely would not allow others to say it. Thinking this, he opened his mouth to say something. Su Muwan, you. Slap. Before he could finish speaking, the other half of his face received another slap. Su Bo tilted his head in shock. I got hit again. By whom? He widened his eyes and turned to look at the person who hit him. He saw Qin Luo pushing up his comically large sunglasses to reveal a contemptuous gaze, then flicking his wrist, just like Su Muwan, an arrogant expression on his face. Useless thing. Who allowed you to call my lady by her full name? An adopted son should look like one. You should stay quietly to the side like the adopted daughter Su Bailian and not provoke others. Saying this, Qin Luo raised his middle finger at Su Bo, loser. After saying this, Qin Luo lowered his sunglasses again. He smiled at the slightly twitching corner of Su Muwan's mouth and said, Let's go, miss. I have figured out the way to go. I saw the tour vehicle parked behind the iron gate. Tisk. Don't say the main house of the Su family is indeed large. Su Muwan did not expect Qin Luo would slap Su Bo without any hesitation. She looked at Su Ba's gloomy face, feeling that he was about to explode with anger. Qin Luo, do you know that this guy is at the late stage of the ascended realm, and in the past life, he even broke through to the great achievement realm? Sigh. Originally, he would only hate her, but now, he would definitely hate Qin Luo as well. This guy really dares to provoke anyone. Never mind. Su Muwan smiled, slightly crossed her arms, and raised the corners of her mouth, adopting an arrogant posture as she walked toward the iron gate, saying, "Fine, I will take you to meet my parents." Saying this, Su Muwan turned to the group of stunned Zhulan and others behind her, and said, "Zhulan, go park the car, and then come in." Zhulan came back to her senses, looked at Su Bo, who had been slapped twice, and had a gloomy expression, then swallowed hard and replied, "Yes." Hiss. This Su Bo is a seasoned late-stage ascended realm expert. It is said that he can break through to the great achievement realm at any time. This young lady slapped him, and that's fine. But why does Qin Luo dare to hit him too? Are you not afraid of death? Wait a moment. Zhulan suddenly realized. She looked at the backs of Su Muwan and Qin Luo, suddenly enlightened. No wonder the young lady treats Qin Luo so specially. It turns out because Qin Luo is indeed quite special. That saying, "the ones you cannot provoke I Qin Luo dare to," was not just empty words, huh? Zhulan was totally convinced by Qin Luo. "I respect you as a man. You dare to slap the face of a latest-stage ascended realm expert." She cupped her hands at Su Bo, saying, "Su Bo, we will take our leave now." After saying that, she called for Shun Fei and others to go park the car. As for Su Bo, he stood there, fists clenched tightly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Having been slapped twice and humiliated, he was on the verge of exploding. If there were a technique that could convert anger into cultivation, perhaps he would have already broken through to the great achievement realm by now. Angrily, he turned his head to look at the sightseeing car, carrying Su Muwan and Qin Luo, which was moving further away. Su Bo clenched his fists, growling with murderous intent, "Su Muwan. And that subordinate. I will make you wish you were dead." Hiss. Damn, why does this subordinate slap hurt so much? Even my latest-stage ascended realm body can't withstand it. Damn. If I don't take revenge for this, I would be ashamed to be a human being. The Su clan dominated Jiansheng as its undisputed hegemon, their influence and enterprises spanning the globe. Yet the cornerstone of their unshakable supremacy was none other than Patriarch Su Ba, the sole surviving elder among the world's 7 peak-level ascended masters. The cultivation realms progressed, thus initial insight entering the hall, great accomplishment, summit ascension, and return to primal purity. Patriarch Su Ba stood firmly within the highest tier, summit ascension. Alas, a latent affliction rooted in flaws within his cultivation art had festered since youth. Now in old age, it erupted repeatedly, plunging him into life-threatening crises. Consequently, the Su clan's preeminence in the martial world teetered on the brink of collapse. At the heart of their ancestral seat lay a vast ancient manor, towering old trees shadowing exquisitely arranged pavilions and terraces, each stone and beam whispering centuries of solemn history and unassailable authority. Qin Luo followed Su Muwan into the grand hall of the Su residence. Her parents awaited them there, calm, poised, and already prepared. As Su Muwan entered, her father and mother stood at the center of the hall, their expressions softened instantly, eyes warming with quiet affection. "Welcome." Su Muwan's father, Su Tian, the current patriarch of the Su clan, spoke with serene composure. Yet beneath that stillness glimmered unmistakable tenderness. His cultivation art, however, had long muted his capacity for overt emotional expression. "My dear daughter, your father says you're welcome home, and you'll stay a while until the ancestral banquet concludes. Grandfather misses you dearly." Her mother, Ning Qingshuan, eldest daughter of the Wangqing Ning clan, had first met and fallen in love with Su Lingtian during a martial contest in their youth. Where Su Lingtian's demeanor remained placid, Ning Qingshuan's face bloomed with radiant warmth. Her gaze swept gently between Qin Luo and Su Muwan, lingering with subtle intensity upon Qin Luo's pale, elegantly articulated hands. Su Balian stood among them, outwardly composed, her smile gentle, her posture demure. "Sister Su, you finally returned," she murmured, then swiftly glanced past Su Muwan toward Qin Luo, her eyes flaring just for an instant with suppressed fury. How infuriating! That wretch still dared to come. "I'm home, mother, father," Su Muwan replied with a faint, graceful smile, ignoring Su Balian entirely, and turned to introduce Qin Luo. "Father, mother, this is the new attendant you wish to meet. His name is Qin Luo." As Su Muwan finished speaking, Qin Luo stepped forward, bowed deeply with refined courtesy, and declared, "Elder Uncle Su, Elder Aunt Su, I Qin Luo respectfully greet you both." Hearing this, Su Lingtian held Qin Luo's gaze for a measured moment, scrutinizing every nuance of his bearing, posture, and presence. Though merely Su Muwan's attendant, Qin Luo possessed an innate effortless charisma, an elegant balance of humility and quiet confidence that drew people in. In stark contrast, his master's aura grew ever more formidable, edged with a palpable restless ferocity. At this, Su Lingtian spoke at last, his voice calm, detached, yet carrying the faintest resonance of approval. That single syllable, though cool and distant, carried unmistakable satisfaction. Qin Luo blinked, puzzled. Why? Did he know him? Ning Qingxian smiled softly and explained, Your elder uncle's cultivation art has rendered him reticent by nature. That is his way of thanking you for rescuing Muwan from the corporate crisis. Our daughter is bold to a fault, reckless even, making her vulnerable to schemes and traps. Thank heavens for you, Qin Luo. Else our Su group might have collapsed before she'd even taken the reins. Su Balian blinked innocently. Su Muwan flushed crimson and clutched Ning Qingshuan's hand, protesting, "Mother, how can you speak so ill of your own daughter?" Qin Luo responded with a gentle, self-effacing smile. "All credit belongs to Madame Su. My contribution amounts to no more than 1/10. The remaining 9/10 are due entirely to her brilliance and foresight." Then turning respectfully toward Ning Qingshuan, he clasped his hands and bowed. "This junior has long heard of the Su clan. Jiangqing's paramount power, its martial legacy renowned across continents, its prestige unmatched among the world's most illustrious dynasties. Its most sacred tenet, above all else, is unwavering loyalty. And I, Qin Luo, pledge absolute devotion to Madame Su. Unwavering, unshakable, without a trace of duplicity." Within Su Muwan's heart warmth surged. "Qin Luo, you move me beyond words." Su Balian curled her lip. "Pathetic sycophant, shameless flatterer." Ning Qingxian nodded approvingly. "Excellent." Unassuming, yet dignified, courteous, yet warm. His temperament radiated sincerity and approachability. A rare gem indeed, especially as Ning Qingshuan's gaze drifted to Qin Luo's raised hand, pale, slender, and sculpted like jade. A knowing smile touched her lips. She stepped forward, took his hand naturally in hers, and said warmly, "Xiao Luo, if you're now Muwan's personal attendant, your family. Since Muwan mentioned your medical expertise, tell me, Xiao Luo." She feigned distress, rubbing her shoulders with theatrical sighs. "Lately these shoulders ache unbearably. How terribly vexing. Would you be so kind as to—" Before she could finish, Su Muwan darted between them, firmly prying Ning Qingshuan's hand from Qin Luo's. She planted herself before him, cheeks blazing, and scolded her mother, "Mom, how old are you? Qin Luo is my attendant. You can't just grope him. If your shoulders hurt, ask Dad to massage them. Or better yet, let Balian do it." Su Balian instantly sidled up to Ning Qingshuan, cooing, "Yes, Mama, let me help you." Ning Qingxian waved her off lightly, then rested a hand on her hip, glancing first at Qin Luo, then at Su Muwan, who stood rigidly protective like a lioness guarding her den. She teased, "Why such a dramatic reaction, my dear? Didn't you say he's skilled in medicine? So I thought I'd test that claim. What's wrong with that? May a mother not borrow her daughter's attendant, even briefly?" Borrow. Su Muwan shot her mother a mortified glare. "Exactly. He's mine, and I lend him only to those I choose." Behind her, Qin Luo's lips twitched inwardly. "Hold on, so I'm a possession now." Just then, a firm, cool pressure pressed against Qin Luo's lower back. He turned startled, only to find Su Lingtian standing silently beside him, pointing calmly at himself with one finger. "Me. Hi." Qin Luo blinked, then comprehension dawned. Hesitantly he asked, "You'd like me to examine you?" Su Lingtian's eyes flickered, just once, with unmistakable relief. He gave a small, decisive nod. Qin Luo sighed inwardly. This villainous clan truly defied convention. In that instant, the 13 celestial acupuncture art ignited within him. With blinding precision, he diagnosed the root cause. The Su clan's martial art, profoundly keen and frigid, had seared icy torment into Su Lingtian's meridians daily. Qin Luo saw it clearly. The pain still raged, concealed only by Su Lingtian's indomitable will and mastery over his art. Relief required regular, precise clearing of the frozen qi, gradually dissolving the agony at its source. Without hesitation, flash, flash, flash. Black iron needles pierced Su Lingtian's acupoints. A thunderous surge, frigid qi exploded outward, expelled in violent torrents. Su Lingtian's ashen pallor melted into healthy warmth. Meanwhile, Su Muwan continued her spirited verbal sparring with her mother. Suddenly, a wave of bone-deep cold washed over them. Both women whirled around and beheld Qin Luo mid-treatment, needles gleaming, frost dissipating like mist under dawn's sun. "Ah!" Ning Qingxian gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. What celestial technique was this? Could it truly purge her husband's entrenched cold qi? What in the world? Was this attendant's medical art truly this extraordinary? Su Muwan stared, stunned, silent. HSS. Qin Luo could dispel the Su clan's signature cold qi. Wait, really? Is his skill this profound? Nearby, Su Balian stood bewildered, feeling only a sudden chill, unaware of the visible frost vanishing from her father's skin. What's happening? Why is everyone so shocked? Should I mimic their expressions? Only cultivators grasped the magnitude of this feat. To purge cold qi from a Su practitioner was akin to rewriting the laws of their art. Indeed, this breakthrough completed the Su clan's martial system. Its crippling side effect, the corrosive cold, could now be eradicated entirely. Su Muwan trembled inwardly. In her past life, though she attained martial perfection, her body bore deep scars from that same icy corruption. She had battled the protagonists through unbearable agony, yet never imagined such salvation existed. Now her gaze locked onto Qin Luo, his aura blazing with newfound incandescent luster. Wow, she breathed silently. Qin Luo is the protagonist, there's no doubt. Moments later the treatment concluded. Su Lingxian's chill was dispelled, his complexion turned rosy and his temperature returned to normal. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath, then gratefully looked at Qin Luo and said, "Good, good." Qin Luo retracted the silver needle, momentarily taken aback. "Is that a compliment?" "Hee, this is praising you, Xiao Luo. You're only the second person my husband has praised like this." At that moment Ning Qingxian walked over and linked her arm with Su Lingxian's, then smiled at Qin Luo. "Who would have thought? My sweet daughter's new underling has such strong abilities. Her medical skills are surprisingly superb. Now, Lingxian's father is saved. The second. Mom, you can't be saying that Dad was the first person to receive praise from you, right?" Su Muwan suppressed her shock and walked over to Qin Luo, looking suspiciously at her mother. Ning Qingxian chuckled lightly, nestling against Su Lingxian's shoulder and asking, "What do you think?" Su Lingxian's face visibly reddened. "Yes. Su Muwan, Qin Luo. They say that the villain's family is loving and caring, and it seems to be true." At that moment Ning Qingxian smiled at Qin Luo and said, "By the way, Xiao Lianlian, stay here and keep Xiao Luo company. I asked your sister to accompany me to see Lingxian's father. Su Lingxian's father is the patriarch of the Su family. Su Ba. He once dominated the martial arts world, suppressing all practitioners to the point of breathlessness." Su Balian glanced at Qin Luo, seemingly considering a means of revenge, and immediately nodded. "All right, Mommy." "Mom, could you not refer to Qin Luo like that?" Su Muwan protested but still agreed to her mother's suggestion. However, before leaving she felt the need to remind a certain someone a few more times. Thinking this, Su Muwan walked kindly to Su Balian and said, "Sister Balian." Su Balian trembled slightly, feigning a cheerful expression as she looked at Su Muwan approaching. "Sister Su, what's up?" "Hee, nothing. I just haven't seen my sister for a long time and have really missed you. Oh, by the way, your face looks a bit swollen. Oh, what happened?" While speaking, Su Muwan kindly reached out to pinch Su Balian's cheek. The latter instantly recalled being slapped by Qin Luo and the threatening words Su Muwan had said to her in the car. Immediately she felt a twitch in her heart, her face stiffening into a forced smile. "There are many mosquitoes in summer, and I got bitten." "Oh, well, that's good then. I hope you can get along well with my underling." With that, Su Muwan withdrew her gaze, shot a glare at Qin Luo, and then followed her parents to visit the old patriarch. That annoying Qin Luo, does he particularly attract the affection of older women? In front of her was Tang Wenyu, and behind her was her own mother. What kind of terrible luck is this? Qin Luo, who was inexplicably glared at, looked confused. "What have I done?" Aunt Ning Qingxuan, sensing something, hugged Su Muwan's arm and leaned her head against her. Good daughter, let me have Xiao Luo as my underling." "Get lost." As others departed, Su Balian immediately revealed her true colors. Just now her parents were present, so she tried her best to maintain a smile. But now that they were gone, this damned underling wouldn't have it easy. With that thought, she clenched her teeth and looked at Qin Luo with sarcasm, mocking. "Oh, who would have thought you would dare to come here?" Qin Luo, upon hearing this, revealed a disdainful expression, rolling his eyes and scoffing. "If your adopted daughter can stay here, why can't I, the personal underling of Miss Su?" "You." Su Balian was furious. "You can only flaunt your tongue now." She seemed to have thought of something, and her furious expression gradually faded. Instead she smirked. "Let me tell you, Qin Luo, I couldn't do anything to you back at Su Muwan's house. But here. Hum. Pochi, come here." As her voice fell, a dog's bark suddenly rang out. Following that, a fierce-looking pit bull rushed over, happily spinning around Su Balian's feet. Qin Luo thought about how this was the Su family, so he didn't intend to take action against Su Balian provided she didn't provoke him. However, good. Su Balian squatted down and rubbed the pit bull's head, then turned to Qin Luo with a little devilish smile, saying, "Do you know, Pochi is a dog I raised since childhood. In this house, apart from my daddy and mommy, it only listens to me. I can command it to bite anyone I want. Moreover, my mommy loves Pochi so much that she wouldn't bear to let it get hurt at all. So, Miss Su Muwan's underling, weren't you quite arrogant before? How dare you treat me like this? This time I want to see how you can be so arrogant. Just stand there and let Pochi bite you until your head is bleeding, then kneel on the ground in pain, regretting provoking me." With that, Su Balian pointed her finger at Qin Luo and commanded, "Pochi, go for it." "Qin Luo, if you have the ability, kick Pochi away. If you do, then you will have no chance of staying in this house." In reality, woof. Pochi turned and looked at Qin Luo. However, Pochi looked at Qin Luo naturally friendly. Woof! It suddenly let out a friendly bark and then skipped over to Qin Luo's feet, wagging its tail, affectionately rubbing against him. Qin Luo looked at Pochi on the ground, then at the dazed Su Balian. He revealed a look of disbelief, curling his lips. "Is this it? No way, this is the loyal dog you raised since childhood. What a joke. Once I unleash my natural charm, even the monkeys in the entire zoo would go wild." "You." Qin Luo's words pierced her heart like a mocking needle. Su Balian was furious. She immediately glared angrily at Pochi by Qin Luo's feet, yelling, "Bite him! Pochi, hurry up and bite him!" Woof! Pochi glanced at Su Balian, and then turned its gaze back to licking Qin Luo. Su Balian was immediately enraged. She rushed forward, grabbed Pochi's hind leg, and pulled back, yelling, "Pochi, come back to me. I'm your master." Pochi, before she could finish her sentence. Woof! Off! It seemed to have been pulled painfully. Pochi turned and bit Su Balian's arm. Immediately a bloody wound appeared on her arm, and she let go, falling to the ground with a thud. I got bitten." Su Balian raised her hand, her complexion pale. She looked incredulously at Pochi as if it had been possessed by Qin Luo. "Pochi, it actually bit me." A feeling of grievance surged from her heart. "What? You are all bullying me." Su Balian slumped on the ground, unable to hold back her tears, as she cried out loud. "What a wretched underling. Why did it hit me? And Pochi, you ungrateful dog. I used to buy you steak, and yet you treat your master like this. I can't live anymore." Wah! Seeing this, Qin Luo felt a headache and grabbed Pochi by the scruff of its neck, lifting it up. Then he walked over to Su Balian, extending his hand. Slap! He slapped the pit bull hard across the face and scolded, "You damn dog, why are you biting your master?" "Deserved it." Wah! The pit bull blinked, bewildered. Pochi got slapped. It immediately covered its face with its paws, whining softly, curling up and trembling. Su Balian was also stunned by Qin Luo's actions. She stared blankly at Qin Luo. "No way. Are you really slapping a dog?" After finishing, Qin Luo helplessly glanced at Su Balian's injured arm. He took out a silver needle and said to Su Balian, who looked a bit afraid, "My lady said, if you don't cause trouble, then you are still her good little sister. Helping you is not my intention, but my lattice will." This Su Balian often caused all sorts of trouble for Su Muwan in the original story. Now perhaps by redeeming her, he could lessen the issues. Thinking this, he activated the Taishian 13 needles. Cultivated to the extreme, the Taishian 13 needles could bring the dead back to life. Under Su Balian's incredulous gaze, the bloody wound that Pochi had bitten began to visibly heal. Even the blood gradually dissipated into the world. I'm healed." Su Balian stared blankly at her suddenly healed arm, somewhat dazed. So magical. Yes, you are healed. Hey, adopted daughter Balian, shouldn't you say something to me at this moment? Qin Luo squatted on the ground, looking helplessly at the original White Lotus, who was now crying with snot dripping down her face. It wouldn't be good if he didn't heal her, otherwise it would be hard to explain later. Su Balian looked at Qin Luo, gradually regaining her senses. As she looked at him, she bit her lip, lightly, unable to help but lower her head and look away. After a moment, she spoke so softly it was barely audible. "Thank you. Why are you saying thank you so quietly? Is your vocal cord broken? What happened to your earlier performance?" Su Balian instantly became angry, raising her head, but then lowered it again upon seeing Qin Luo's face, shouting, "Thank you. Is that enough? You jerk. You jerk. This is the first time I've ever felt such humiliation. All right. Now that you've thanked me, don't suddenly slander me with some nonsense later on. Otherwise I'll have Pochi bite you." As Qin Luo admonished, he stood up. At that moment, Su Muwan's voice came from deep within. "Qin Luo, come here. My grandfather wants to see you." "Coming," Qin Luo replied, and quickly dashed over. Su Balian then raised her head, staring blankly at Qin Luo's departing figure. As she watched, her gaze gradually cleared. She couldn't help but clench her fists in annoyance. That detestable Su Muwan. Why does she get to have such a loyal underling? I won't accept it. I want what she has. This underling does indeed have some ability. Daughter, if you can charm him to serve you, it will greatly ensure your position as the head of the family. At that moment, Su Ba's voice suddenly came. Su Balian's expression changed, and she quickly stood up to look at the newcomer, replying happily, "Father." But then she revealed a troubled expression. "But Qin Luo is Su Muwan's underling. No matter, I will find a way to take him away." Su Bo snorted coldly. Hearing this, Su Balian nodded happily. All right. But suddenly she seemed to notice something off about her father. She reached out and poked his cheek, asking curiously, "Father, what happened to your face? Why does it look a bit swollen?" Hiss, ouch. Su Ba's heart twitched, but on the surface he covered his face that Qin Luo had slapped with a calm demeanor, replying, "There are many mosquitoes in summer." Su Balian blinked. Sounds familiar. In a spacious room, warm-colored lights illuminated the interior, creating a cozy and inviting atmosphere. In the center, on an ancient yet solid wooden bed, the elder of the Su family, Su Ba, was reclining against the headboard, his expression calm yet imposing. Despite his advanced age, Su Ba's sharp eyes still sparkled with intensity, revealing an undeniable power. Surrounding him, besides Su Muwan and others, were a dozen unfamiliar men and women. They were all relatives of Su Muwan from the main branch of the Su family, including uncles, aunts, and cousins. The Su family's influence was vast, resulting in numerous relatives. Upon seeing Qin Luo arrive, several relatives with tearful eyes exchanged surprised glances. "Who is this attendant?" Su Muwan walked over, took Qin Luo's hand, and led him to the bedside, looking at the elder Su Ba with concern, saying, "Grandfather, this is Qin Luo. He should be able to treat your injuries." Qin Luo respectfully replied, "Greetings, Elder Su." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Su Ba's calm face. He scrutinized Qin Luo, who possessed a natural charm, for a moment, and smiled, saying, "Qin Luo, I've heard you are the new attendant of Muwan, and that you possess some skills. I specifically called you here today to assess your character." He chuckled, "But now it seems you are indeed a fine young man." Qin Luo straightened his back, and replied firmly, "Elder Su is joking. I have always been loyal to Miss Su and am wholeheartedly devoted." Su Muwan's face flushed red, and she tugged at Qin Luo's hand, saying, "Oh, Qin Luo, stop it, it's quite embarrassing." Qin Luo chuckled softly, "Miss, every word I said is true. There's nothing embarrassing about it. If I don't believe you, you just treated that Su Bai Lian's injury. Did you see that? How could I dare to interrupt you, Miss?" Su Ba smiled slightly at this, but there was an inscrutable meaning behind his smile. Years ago, due to issues with his cultivation method, Su Ba's body had accumulated countless hidden ailments that erupted periodically. However, he had never worried his family, always bearing the pain in silence. Not long ago, these ailments suddenly flared up, leading him into a deep coma. After a painstaking rescue to awaken him, he saw through everything among the Su family members who came to visit. Thus, he decided to hold a family banquet immediately upon regaining consciousness. Although it was called a family banquet, in reality, he was to select the next heir. Ling Tian had decent talent, but it was only average. He could not bear the weight of the Su family's banner. Su Bo was also capable, but unfortunately, he had been secretly plotting to seize the Su family's wealth. He even went so far as to present his own biological child from outside as a foster daughter for Ling Tian. The goal was to have the foster daughter inherit the Su family. If Su Bai Lian had the talent, what harm was there in letting her inherit? But the problem was, Su Bai Lian had not cultivated. Therefore, Su Ba looked at Su Muwan, who was loudly conspiring with Qin Luo. A glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. Muwan was the person with the strongest martial arts talent he had discovered in decades. He had a premonition that as long as Muwan could grow, she would surely surpass him and reach the pinnacle of martial arts, leading the Su family to solidify its place at the top of the world's martial arts hierarchy. Thus, Su Ba turned again to look at Qin Luo. A suitable guardian was exactly what Su Muwan needed at the moment. Qin Luo had a clean and simple background. With his insight and intuition, he could tell Qin Luo would not betray Su Muwan. This point was of utmost importance. Moreover, it seemed that his granddaughter harbored some unique feelings for this attendant. After all, he had noticed the smile that appeared on his granddaughter's face. That headstrong young lady had also changed. It was just a pity that his internal ailments were complicated. Even if Qin Luo truly possessed medical skills, it would be impossible for him to cure him. Su Ba had already come to terms with death. After all, the Tai Xian 13 needles had been lost for thousands of years. Even the so-called divine doctor, the #1 physician in the world, had merely replicated a counterfeit version of the Ghost Gate 12 needles from ancient texts. Thus, since he was already destined to die, he needed to prepare for all final arrangements. Su Ba's issues were just minor problems. The real major issue lay with the other relatives from the main family. They had always eyed the Su family's assets with greed. Once he passed, the remaining facade of harmony would shatter. Unfortunately, he was unclear about who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Alas, he likely would not see it unfold. But at the very least, he needed to leave something for his granddaughter, the one with the strongest martial arts talent. Thus, Su Ba first looked at Su Ling Tian and Ning Qing Xian, then glanced around at the circle of Su family members, smiling calmly, saying, "You all may leave for now." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone reacted. "No, Elder, you cannot die. Elder, you will be fine. Yes, our Su family cannot be without you." A group of uncles, aunts, and elder relatives all began to cry with reddened eyes. Su Ling Tian tightly grasped Su Ba's hand, his voice trembling slightly. "No." Ning Qing Xian's eyes also slightly reddened hesitantly, saying, "Dad, Qin Luo can treat your injuries." Over here, Su Muwan came to her senses, and upon seeing the calm expression on her grandfather's face, she was instantly stunned. A sense of inexplicable panic surged in her heart. She remembered. In her past life, her grandfather had passed away shortly after the family banquet. Could it be that this life would be the same? No. Su Muwan hurriedly grasped Qin Luo's hand, turning to Su Ba, and saying, "Grandfather, Qin Luo will definitely be able to treat you. You will be fine." Qin Luo looked at Su Ba and blinked. Although the symptoms of this body are complex with the Tai Xian 13 needles, isn't it easy to treat? Qin Luo pondered, but something felt off, or perhaps Su Ba had some plan in mind. Isn't this how novels always portray it? They deliberately claim there's no hope, but in reality, they have long since recovered. Hearing this, Su Ba felt a pang of bitterness and reluctance in his heart. He chuckled lightly and shook his head, saying, "There's no hope. Ooh, I know my own body well. Apart from the Tai Xian 13 needles, no one can save my body." Qin Luo was taken aback. "Oh," he hesitantly spoke, "actually, But before he could finish, Ning Xian looked shocked, her voice trembling with disbelief. Tai Xian 13 needles. It is said to be a transcendent technique capable of bringing the dead back to life. You actually want to use such a technique? This? She covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling slightly. Could it be that Dad was still without hope? Even if Qin Luo had some medical skills, it was absolutely impossible for him to know the Tai Xian 13 needles. Qin Luo opened his mouth, saying Before he could finish, the relatives nearby began to cry again. Qin Luo hesitated, saying, Actually, grandfather. Su Muwan cried as she threw herself onto the bed, tears streaming down her face. Grandfather, I don't want you to die. Su Bia's mood was equally heavy as tears slowly flowed from his eyes. He said solemnly, Why are you all crying? I'm not dead yet. Don't worry, before I die, I will make sure to prepare everything for you. To ensure. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Everything will be without worries. Grandfather. Dad. No. Elder Su. Children. The scene became chaotic. Yet Qin Luo finally found his voice. He raised his hand, saying It seems I can perform the Tai Xian 13 needles. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Su Ba widened his eyes, looking at Qin Luo, tears still brimming in his eyes. He was taken aback. What did you say? Su Muwan also raised her head to look at Qin Luo, asking in surprise. Qin Luo, you know the 13 needles of Tai Xian. Is that what the mysterious elder who taught you said back then? Ning Xian also asked in astonishment. Xiao Luo, you really can do the 13 needles of Tai Xian? This technique has been lost for tens of thousands of years. She found it hard to believe and could not accept it. If Qin Luo really knew the 13 needles of Tai Xian, it would change everything. The person who was once merely a medical apprentice would become a national treasure of the Eastern Kingdom. He would be a national-level key protected object safeguarded by the entire martial arts force of the Eastern Kingdom. The 7 aunts and 8 uncles looked at Qin Luo in astonishment. They were momentarily at a loss, wondering how Su Muwan's new apprentice seemed to be more than just an apprentice. One middle-aged man who had initially worn a sorrowful expression suddenly stiffened at Qin Luo's words. This kid actually knows the 13 needles of Tai Xian. What a joke. Is he just bragging? No, I need to see more. Qin Luo nodded at this and pulled out a set of mysterious iron needles designed for the 13 needles of Tai Xian. A total of 14 needles. 13 main needles, and the rest are killing needles. He drew out the 13 main needles and looked at the stunned members of the Su family, firmly stating, The person who taught me this medical art did indeed say it was the 13 needles of Tai Xian. Of course, whether it's true or not. Qin Luo looked at the tearful Su Ba, smiling. Old Master Su, you'll know if you try it. Su Ba blinked, wiping away his tears. He cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed, and closed his eyes, waving his hand. Qin Xianyu and Ling Tian, take the others outside. He'll leave this to Qin Luo for the needlework. As soon as this was said, Ning Xian did not hesitate, immediately pulling Su Ling Tian, who was still holding Su Bei's hand, to stand up. She then looked at Su Muwan, saying, Good daughter, well, leave this to Xiao Luo. Let's go. The suddenness of the situation left Su Muwan a bit bewildered. She pointed at herself, and then at Qin Luo, her face filled with disbelief. Qin Luo looked at Su Muwan, and her expression seemed to say, Wait, are you really going to do this? The 7 aunts and 8 uncles also retreated. Click. The door closed. Only Qin Luo and Su Ba remained in the room. The former pulled out the silver needles, saying, Old Master, I'm starting now. Su Ba lay on the bed, relaxing his body, closing his eyes, and said, Go ahead, I trust you this once, huh? Before he could finish, Su Ba was suddenly jolted awake by intense pain. He opened his eyes wide, realizing his body was filled with dozens of silver needles. Qin Luo, why are there so many needles? Isn't it the 13 needles of Tai Xian? Relax. Relax. I'm forcing out the accumulated cold energy within you. 13 silver needles are too weak. We need more. I will cure you today. Don't worry. Pain is normal. Old Master Su, breathe. Qin Luo urged while administering the needles. Breathe. No way. This is killing me. Even someone as strong-willed as Su Ba could not withstand such torturous pain. An hour later, outside the door, countless people wore various expressions. A woman dressed in luxurious attire looked displeased as she stared at the door, sarcastically saying, How could a mere apprentice possibly know the 13 needles of Tai Xian? The old master was fine before. Don't let someone of unknown origin treat him and cause a mistake. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Muwan's expression darkened. She coldly responded, And what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I intentionally brought someone to harm grandfather? The woman in luxurious attire snorted, saying, Muwan, I didn't say that, but you usually aren't in the Su family, so you naturally don't understand the old master's health condition. Now that you've found a quack. Before she could finish, a man frowned and said, Huang Yu, why don't you say less? The old master has never been well. We've sought divine doctors, but they couldn't heal him. If this apprentice truly has a solution, then that's a good thing. Hearing this, Huang Yu rolled her eyes and said with an expression of disbelief, Fine, I won't say anything further. A small interlude ended. The other 10 or so relatives each had their own agendas. They watched this scene with sneers in their hearts. Su Muwan has been gone for such a long time, and is still the same. She is truly easy to manipulate. If the person she brought is a quack and causes a mistake, then the position of the next head of the Su family might just fall into their hands. Su Muwan looked at the relatives who feigned crying, but had ulterior motives. She felt a wave of irritation. In her past life, these people tore each other apart over family assets, causing a huge rift. In this life, would it happen again? Su Bo and Su Bai Lian were also among the crowd. The former felt a bit uneasy. What happened to my adoptive father? Not long ago, he heard screams coming from the room. He suspected whether Qin Luo had done something to his adoptive father. Although he wanted to seize the Su family's wealth, he truly respected Su Ba. He had thought about taking over the Su family and then providing for Su Ba in his old age. Su Muwan saw no one standing up to say more. She turned her head back to the door, feeling anxious. She believed Qin Luo would not deceive her. But what if the person who taught Qin Luo the medical art had deceived him? After all, the 13 needles of Tai Xian were not something that had emerged casually. They had not appeared in her past life. Why would they appear beside her in this life? Su Bai Lian also harbored worries for the old master's safety. Although Su Ba was not her grandfather, he treated her just like he treated Su Muwan. He was a truly wonderful person. Moreover, Su Muwan's apprentice knows the 13 needles of Tai Xian. If he truly saves grandfather, then I will forgive you for slapping me earlier. In the next second, amidst the anxious emotions of the crowd, a strong voice of Su Ba came from inside. Everyone come in. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned, and then they hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. They saw that the old master Su Ba, who had previously been unable to get off the bed, was now able to walk down and sit on a nearby small sofa. His once withered body, ravaged by disease, seemed to have regained vitality and strength. As for Qin Luo, he was standing behind Su Ba, his hand striking Su Ba's back like a blur. While patting, he said, "Grandfather, this technique is called revitalizing back, allowing your body to quickly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to restore your condition. Of course, besides me, no one else can do it. By the way, grandfather, I noticed there are many wall paintings in your room. It seems you really like antiques and ancient texts. I happen to know the president of the antique city. Oh, I'll send you 2 genuine pieces from a master later." Su Ba was amused by Qin Luo's technique and conversation, laughing heartily. "Xiao Luo, having you by Muwan's side is truly a blessing for our Su family." Everyone was dumbfounded. Wait, why does Qin Luo now call him grandfather? Everyone came back to their senses and rushed over one by one. Dad, adoptive father. Su Bo followed suit, looking at Qin Luo with incredulity. Adoptive father is really fine. Qin Luo merely smiled modestly and stepped aside. Dad, are you really okay? I'm fine, very good indeed. Amazing, truly amazing. Of course, Xiao Luo's method of reversing the heavens brought me back from the gates of hell. Even my cultivation seems to have hints of breakthrough. Breakthrough? Does that mean? Hey, don't make it public. Su Muwan hurriedly walked over and slipped beside Qin Luo, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. While wiping, she asked in surprise, "Qin Luo, you really know the 13 needles of Tai Xian?" She found it increasingly hard to understand Qin Luo. Such a talent, how could he be by her side? Qin Luo shrugged and grinned. Of course, when the young lattice grandfather is in trouble, even if I don't know, I have to learn. Then Qin Luo, if you're so amazing, you won't leave me behind in the future, right? Su Muwan asked hesitantly. Qin Luo was taken aback. He looked at Su Muwan. Her expression seemed to say, please say something to make me happy. Indeed, she was quite different from the original antagonist. Qin Luo chuckled and leaned close to Su Muwan's ear, whispering, "In this lifetime, I'm sticking with you, miss. Not even Jesus can stop me, I promise." That's great. Qin Luo, I knew you were the most loyal to me. Su Muwan's face broke into a radiant smile. Then, confused, she asked, "And who is Jesus?" "Oh, I forgot this world doesn't have Jesus." Qin Luo cleared his throat, saying, "It's not important there anyway." He reached out and patted Su Muwan's back, smiling. "Go ahead and cry. Wasn't the young lady very fond of crying before?" "You?" Su Muwan blushed, glaring at Qin Luo in annoyance. Can this bastard not read the atmosphere? But her eyes revealed a complex emotion, ultimately thanking you, Qin Luo. Regardless of whether you came to my side because of my rebirth's butterfly effect, I will not let you go to anyone else. Congratulations. Trust level with the antagonist has increased by 5. Current level 15. Reward obtained. Pressure, a power existing only in some higher worlds which can exert a strong oppressive force, causing weaker individuals to kneel and be unable to move. Can be released at the host's discretion. At this moment, the system notification sounded. Qin Luo smiled at the reward. Pressure, isn't that a show-off skill? But making weaker individuals kneel. This one would only work on ordinary people. However, even though old Su is better. Qin Luo glanced at a man in the crowd. Although the man's expression was one of joy, the hint of disappointment in his eyes did not escape Qin Luo. As long as it's a big family, such people are inevitable. 1 hour later. In the dining room on the first floor, an elongated table is filled with exquisite dishes. A group of relatives, including Su Muwan, sits around the table, their eyes gleaming with joy as they look at Su Ba, who occupies the main seat. They congratulate him, saying, "Congratulations, old man, on your recovery. Dad, with your recovery this time, our Su family can maintain stability for another 100 years. Haha, the old man will live for not just 100 years, but at least 1,000. Haha, right." Su Ba waved his hand, snorting, "Don't talk about such trivial things just as I recover." Saying this, he turned to Qin Luo, whom he had pulled aside, and said gratefully, "Xiao Luo, I must thank you for helping the old man survive." Qin Luo shook his head slightly and smiled. "Grandpa is joking. Even without me, Grandpa, you would surely have the protection of fate and be fine. Come, I'll toast to you, Grandpa." Qin Luo's repeated calls of Grandpa made Su Ba beam with joy. He laughed heartily. "Good. I loved drinking before I fell ill. Since you drink too, that makes it easier. Today the two of us won't stop until we're drunk." Grandpa, I actually don't drink much." "Haha, Xiao Luo, don't be modest." The relatives smiled on the surface, but inwardly they were becoming increasingly annoyed. Why is this little follower trying to get close? They looked at Su Muwan, who was seated second closest to the main seat, and began to speculate. Why has Su Muwan returned to the main family? Wasn't she previously driven away by Su Lian? Su Muwan pretended not to see the gazes of these people, her attention solely on Qin Luo. Watching the two of them drink glass after glass, she blinked. "To be fair, Qin Luo, you seem to be particularly liked by the older generation. Why does it feel like you are my grandfather's grandson?" 1 hour later, dinner ended in a harmonious atmosphere. "Old man, I can still drink." "Dad, don't drink anymore, you just recovered." "No way. I haven't lost. I must make this little brat drink until he collapses. It's over. The old man is about to throw up. Quickly, take him to rest." After Su Lao Yi was hurriedly carried away, the once lively dining room gradually quieted down. Huff. Qin Luo put down his glass, exhaling a breath of stale air. The atmosphere of this villainous family is indeed two extremes. Either they empathize with you, or they try to undermine you completely. For example, Qin Luo glanced at a few relatives at the dining table, their faces darkened due to Su Lao Yi's warm demeanor towards him. Su Muwan had long noticed this situation, so she stood up and said to Qin Luo, "Come, Qin Luo, let's go out for a stroll and digest a bit." Qin Luo withdrew his gaze and smiled. "All right, miss." Just as he was about to rise, a cold sneer came from nearby. "Hey, where do you think you're going? This is the Su family's territory, and you Su Muwan, who was expelled from the family, can't just walk around freely here. Not to mention with your lowly follower." With Su Lao Yi and the Su Ling Tian couple absent, in an instant the smiles on everyone's faces disappeared, replaced by mockery. Su Muwan's expression darkened, and she clenched her fists tightly. Without even turning her head, she could guess the mocking expressions on the faces of those so-called uncles and aunts. However, in her past life, she would have exploded with rage at such insults. But now, having been reborn, she had to consider many things and could not afford to act recklessly as she once did. In her previous life, it was precisely because she provoked too many people and offended too many family elders that led to her becoming a target after her grandfather's death, causing the death of her parents and the ruin of her family. Therefore, Su Muwan took a deep breath, smiling at Qin Luo. "Let's go, Qin Luo. Don't pay them any mind. Remember what I told you before. No matter what they say to me, do not retaliate." Qin Luo looked at Su Muwan, then glanced at the circle of relatives surrounding her. He sighed, wondering how moments ago everyone had been so friendly, calling her my dear niece Muwan. But as soon as this person left, their true colors were revealed. "Hey, did I allow you to leave? Sister, are you ignoring your brother's words?" At this moment, a mocking voice rang out. Su Muwan turned her head coldly. There a young man stood up, his eyes filled with anger as he glanced at Qin Luo behind Su Muwan. When he had called Su Lao Yi grandpa, he had been sternly reprimanded for his lack of manners. But why could this lowly follower sit and drink with Su Lao Yi? So he was not having it. Seeing this person, Su Muwan's gaze sharpened. Keeping her anger in check, she did not want to escalate things too much. So suppressing her rage, she said, "Su Tian, Quan, what do you want?" The young man named Su Tian Quan was the youngest son of Su Muwan's uncle, also her cousin. Hearing this, Su Tian Quan looked at Su Muwan and sneered. "Nothing much, I just think you, as my little sister, are truly lacking in manners. While we are all sitting here enjoying a meal, you just want to take your little follower and leave. What? Do you not even regard us elders? Have you greeted your uncle and aunt?" As he finished speaking, the extravagantly dressed Aunt Huang Yu shot a cold glance at Su Muwan. Seeing her appear more appealing than before, she felt immense jealousy and said sarcastically, "Quan don't say that. This Miss Su is ultimately different from us. After all, she is destined to sit in the position of the family head in the future. It's normal for her to look down on us poor relatives." As the words fell, Su Tian Quan feigned disappointment and looked at Su Muwan with mockery. "So that's how it is. Su Muwan, you are truly arrogant, causing trouble outside, not to mention you even think about becoming the family head and shaking us off, don't you?" The mother and son cooperated perfectly. The other relatives watched this scene with inexplicable smiles, especially when looking at Su Muwan they felt amused. Su Muwan, who was already prone to anger, would surely lose her cool at such mockery. At that time, with Su Laoyi absent, this Miss Su would start causing a scene. They believed Su Laoyi's reputation would not look good either. But if she could endure it, that would be fine. 3 days later, they had prepared an elaborate show for Su Muwan. It would surely make her lose all face. Su Bailian wiped her mouth and silently watched this scene. Somehow she felt that those mocking Su Muwan were bound to suffer. After all, that follower seemed incredibly loyal to Su Muwan. However, these people were different, as she was of the same generation as Su Muwan. Meanwhile, these relatives were all elders of Su Muwan, some even older than her parents. Even if Qin Luo had just saved Su Laoyi, the old man would not offend all his relatives for the sake of a follower. Therefore, as long as Qin Luo had some sense, he should endure and do nothing at this moment. Su Bailian thought, glancing at Su Muwan's back to see Qin Luo's reaction. However, she was surprised to find him stepping out from behind Su Muwan. Su Bailian was taken aback. Su Muwan was clenching her fists tightly, suppressing her anger. No, she had to hold it in. Right, although Qin Luo probably wouldn't take action given that he didn't seem to be emotionally inept. But just in case, she needed to remind him. As she thought, Su Muwan was about to turn to Qin Luo to tell him to stay quiet and leave calmly. But she suddenly realized that he had already walked past her. In an instant, Su Muwan broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a sense of foreboding. Just as she was about to call out to Qin Luo, she immediately withdrew her hand. No, Qin Luo is not a fool. He wouldn't dare to reprimand someone in front of so many elders. He wouldn't. Su Muwan, don't overthink it. Qin Luo just wants to reason with them, right? Yes, it must be like that. While Su Muwan reassured herself, Qin Luo was already walking expressionlessly towards Xiao Tian. Seeing this scene, a group of relatives felt amused. They looked at each other, each finding the situation interesting. What's up with this little follower? Is he trying to stand up for Su Muwan? Ridiculous. A group of elders are here, and even Su Muwan dares not say anything. What can a mere follower do? Huang Yu smirked. Quan this little follower looks quite angry. Perfect, let this servant know who his true master is. Xiao Tian thought the same way as he watched Qin Luo approach him step by step. He couldn't help but sneer. What's wrong, you filthy follower? Don't think that just because you saved my family Su Laoyi you can climb to our Su family. And don't think that just because you have some medical skills you can do anything. As he spoke, Xiao Tian arrogantly stepped forward, looking at Qin Luo's handsome face with jealousy and mockery. Your miss is nothing but a waste that has been driven out by the family. Haha, a wasted follower and his wasted mistress. What? Are you very angry? Haha, if you have the guts, hit me. Before he could finish his sentence, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Qin Luo's hand moved like a shadow, fiercely slapping the foolish face in front of him. Smack. Xiao Tian's voice abruptly cut off. He tilted his head, his mind blank, and his cheek burned with pain. I was hit. Upon realizing he had been slapped, a surge of furious and murderous emotions erupted. He turned his head and shouted angrily at Qin Luo. Do you know who I am? You dare to hit? Smack. Before he could finish, Qin Luo's backhand interrupted his spellcasting. Then Qin Luo shouted angrily at Xiao Tian. A mere initial stage waste, who do you think you are? You still have the guts to speak so disrespectfully to my lady. My lady is so noble, and is destined to be the unparalleled master of the Su family. What are you even doing barking here? You are simply courting death. After shouting, Qin Luo seized Xiao Tian's long hair before he could react. Wait. Xiao Tian's pupils contracted, but he had no time to say anything. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone, Qin Luo yanked his hair, and with all his strength smashed his head against the dining table twice. Bang! Bang! Puffa! A blood-curdling scream followed as the dining table cracked. Xiao Tian's face was mangled, blood pouring from his mouth. His pupils trembled. This beast is hitting me so hard. Are you cursing me in your heart? You're looking for death. No, wait, I didn't. Shut up. After saying that, Xiao Tian was like a basketball in Qin Luo's hands, yanked up and down violently. Bang! Bang! The pots, pans, and bowls on the dining table were all knocked over. The servants watched in fear, kneeling on the ground. Tian was beaten so badly. They looked at Qin Luo, who resembled a demon. The follower of Miss Su was actually so terrifying. Bang! Bang! The dining table collapsed. Wait, I am Su Muwan's cousin. Please stop. Xiao Tian was battered and bleeding, desperately calling out as he was lifted for air. Shut your mouth. My lady wouldn't have such a useless relative. I suspect you're just an adopted grandson of Su Laoyi. Su Bo. Bang! Bang! Wait. No. Bang! Bang! Mom, save me. Xiao Tian's wretched cries echoed. Everyone came to their senses. One by one they shouted as if they had just realized the severity of the situation. Stop! Quickly stop! Especially Huang Yu, who rushed forward with a piercing scream. You damn beast. Let him go. Seeing the noblewoman rushing over Qin Luo's eyes flared with anger. He released the battered Su Tian Quan, raising his hand to slap Huang Yu, shouting, "While you're busy slapping your son, you forgot to hit this conniving servant." Smack. After saying that, he solidly slapped the rushing Huang Yu across the face. Huang Yu's body flew back like a kite with a severed string. Thud. She fell to the ground, her cheeks swelling rapidly, dazedly staring at the ceiling. I was hit. A sharp pain and an unbelievable sensation flooded Huang Yu's heart. She immediately got up from the ground, charging at Qin Luo with her claws trembling with rage, her eyes filled with fury. "Ah! You dare hit me? Do you know who I am?" Before she could finish, smack. She was slapped down to the ground by Qin Luo again. You're looking for death." Huang Yu's cheeks were swollen, as she teared up, painfully getting up and swinging her LV bag at Qin Luo. Still want to fight? This time Qin Luo directly grabbed her outstretched wrist. After restraining her, he raised his hand and delivered repeated slaps to her face. Smack, 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 smack. You're looking for death. I'll bite you to death. Wah, wah, damn Su Tian. Come save me. Huang Yu was forced to remain in place, subjected to a storm of slaps from Qin Luo. Her consciousness began to fade. The entire audience was stunned. Su Bailian's small face turned pale, and she nervously rubbed her cheek. Scared to death, she was relieved Qin Luo didn't slap her this many times. Su Muwan also stood frozen in place. My reincarnated life is over. Only when he heard his wife's agonized scream did Su Tian, the elder uncle of Su Muwan's husband, snap back to his senses. His face contorted, his lips trembling with fury and bloodshot eyes burned with a feral hunger. He could not fathom that a mere servant would dare strike his wife and son in public. A single thought, seeking death, ignited an endless murderous intent within Su Tian. He stared hard at Qin Luo, a savage light glinting in his eyes, and snarled through gritted teeth, "Stop, you whelp." With those words, he stepped forward, a potent aura erupting from his body. That aura swept over them like a gale, sending a chill through the crowd. Everyone stared in disbelief. Su Tian was already mid-stage Dengtang realm. Mockery danced in their eyes. The situation had suddenly changed. This little servant was surely finished. Su Tian suppressed the urge to rush forward and crush Qin Luo, roaring, "You insolent lackey, dare strike my wife and my son. Do you understand that by doing so you have trampled the Su family's honor into the dust? Now I order you to release my wife and kneel to cripple yourself. For Su Muwan's sake, I may spare your life. Otherwise, do not think you can ever step out of the Su estate." Qin Luo paused his actions and looked up at Su Tian with a puzzled, "Who are you?" Su Tian mistook Qin Luo's halt for dawning comprehension. He drew a breath and sneered, "Listen, boy. I am Su Tian, the eldest son of old Master Su. The two you struck are my wife and my youngest son. Do you now realize whom you have offended for standing up for Su Muwan?" He lifted his chin arrogantly, and tone icy warned, "I advise you to know your place and release my wife otherwise." Before his threat finished, a shadow and a sneer cut through the air. Someone spat an insult, then with a sharp resounding slap the world tore in half. Su Tian's mouth twisted as he was hurled into the air, spinning a full 360 degrees. With a thunderous crash, he smashed back down, landing in a vertical bone-jarring heap. Su Tian lay stunned on the floor, his expression blank and unbelieving. What had happened? When had this occurred? Was he not a mid-stage Dengting master? Silence fell across the room. All eyes turned in astonishment toward Qin Luo, who had appeared like a phantom and dealt the blow. A collective inhalation chilled the air. Was this boy courting death? Had he not considered the consequences of striking Su Tian? The truly baffling part was that Su Tian, a mid-stage Dengtang powerhouse, had been floored by a single simple slap. After delivering that lash with ghost-like speed, Qin Luo folded his hands behind his back and regarded the fallen man with an expression of bored disdain. He jeered at the bewildered Su Tian. "What rubbish dares to wail like that? If the Su family depended on people like you to uphold its name, it would have been wiped out long ago." At those words, faces darkened and fists clenched silently. This servant was unbearably arrogant. Who had given him such audacity? A thought dawned on everyone like cold water poured over the head. A lowly servant would not act so brazenly without backing. Someone must be pulling the strings from behind the scenes. They exchanged glances and, as if by silent agreement, turned their attention to Su Muwan, who sat immaculately in her chair with an expression as still and flat as still water. She did not stir, as if the chaos around her were of no consequence. Yet from that calm face they felt a sharp, contemptuous cold. Her unreadable composure suggested she had anticipated all of this. Slowly, understanding spread across their faces, and their moods soured. So that was it. Qin Luo was merely the instrument Su Muwan had set forward to teach them a lesson. Given Su Muwan's customary arrogance and defiance, even if her followers struck them, what could they do? As the Su family's foremost martial talent, she enjoyed a luxury of willfulness. They cursed inwardly. They had not expected Su Muwan to be so utterly heedless of consequence, willing to offend them all without hesitation. With old Master Su recovered and openly favoring her, she felt emboldened. Perhaps Su Muwan had perceived this favor and therefore acted without fear. Their expressions turned ugly. They had intended to unite and put her in her place, yet they had been the ones schooled instead. Some felt relieved they had not leaped in to intervene, otherwise they might have been smacked just as hard. Their gazes flicked to the prostrate Xiao Tian, and then to Huang Yu and his mother who lay unconscious. A dry swallow swept through them. Su Balian, who had been watching the spectacle, swallowed and shrank back in fear when she looked at Su Muwan. She felt a chill run through her and was grateful she had kept silent. Su Muwan's stillness was not born of imperturbability alone. When Qin Luo repeatedly slapped Huang Yu, her legs had gone weak with shock. She watched in a daze as Qin Luo somehow leapt from the floor onto the table, and inwardly she was breaking apart. Her heart cried out, "Qin Luo, did you not heed me? Do not provoke them. If you draw their ire, this household will become even harder to manage. Why did you leap onto the table?" The scene made her head ache. Everyone else swallowed and fixed their gaze on the man now standing on the dining table. He stood among pots and pans, expression cold as he scanned the room. As a pressure rolled through the assembly, his eyes softened and settled on Su Muwan. "Today, escorting my young mistress to the Su household, I discovered something of grave importance," he said. At his words, Su Muwan shivered inwardly. Why had he called attention to her? She wanted to melt into the background, but everyone already suspected she had ordered this spectacle. They all braced to hear what he would say next. Qin Luo's voice carried through the hall, sincere and grave. He regarded them from the table and declared, "I have discovered that apart from my young mistress." Panic seized Su Muwan as the sentence began. In her mind, she screamed for him to be silent, willing him, by thought, to stop. The relatives leaned in, eager to hear the climax of his proclamation. But reality was brutal. When Qin Luo finished the sentence, Su Muwan's anxious heart died. He grinned with a brazen, almost reverent expression and announced, "Aside from my young mistress, everyone present is nothing but filth." His words landed like a thunderclap. Pots and pans clattered to the floor as the entire assembly rose as one, faces contorted in fury as they turned toward Qin Luo, and then to Su Muwan behind him. They seethed with outrage. How dare Su Muwan show them such contempt? Though she remained outwardly composed internally, she crumbled and wept. Moments before she had praised him for saving her grandfather, now he had enraged 100 people. She thought she would be driven to madness. Yet the atmosphere had shifted irrevocably, and Su Muwan knew she had to act. A cold smile traced her lips, a smile sharp as winter wind. Her eyes passed over the red-faced relatives with a frosty, unfeeling gaze, as if savoring the spectacle of their mortified anger. She took perverse pleasure in the sight of their shame and fury. Their faces flushed, veins bulged on their temples, and their eyes burned with irrepressible outrage and humiliation. Su Muwan, like a triumphant sovereign, stood serene and basked in the moment of victory. Then, with deliberate, languid grace, she raised her hand. Her movements were slow, elegant, and utterly checked. A crisp, deliberate clap echoed through the air, each sound landing like a slap upon the relatives' faces. Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo and offered a slight, satisfied applause. Her smile held the pleasure of a strategist who had just seen her plan succeed. She relished the moment, savoring the humiliation of those around her, as if it were an exquisite delicacy. Her expression conveyed that she alone was the mastermind of this farce. Within her heart, she vowed that Qin Luo would be taught humility, and in response his inner world chimed delightfully, loyalty, +5 loyalty, +5 loyalty, +10. The sound pleased him. Perfect, he thought. According to the tale, the great antagonist delights in such brazen conduct. These increments of loyalty were ironclad proof that Su Muwan approved. Qin Luo felt elated. With a fluid leap, Qin Luo descended from the table and took his place beside Su Muwan, standing dutifully behind her. He bowed his head respectfully and addressed her, "Young mistress." She glanced disdainfully at the ruined scene and said, "Let us go. This place has become unpleasant." Qin Luo's inner tally chimed once more, and he smiled faintly, pleased that Su Muwan was satisfied. Together they left, she leading and he following. Their departure left the assembled relatives utterly shamed. Su Muwan's calm, silent exit felt to them like a hard, humiliating slap across the face. One was not enough. It felt as though they had been struck twice, once by Su Muwan's words and once by the insolence of her servant. Their expressions darkened as they watched the pair go. Tonight's grievance would not be forgotten. They bore the stinging memory of the insult and vowed to remember the score. The animosity seethed, and the wounds to their pride would fester into future revenge. The banquet concluded in a scene of chaos. Everyone returned to their seats with gloomy expressions. Huang Yu finally awakened from her unconsciousness, but her cheeks were already swollen, making her look very tragic. She weakly leaned on the chair, crying while repeatedly slapping Xiao Tian, beside her, her emotions on the verge of collapse. "Xiao Tian, you useless fool. Your wife has been beaten to this extent, and you still allowed that little bastard to leave unscathed. And that Su Muwan, what a vicious little harlot. Huang Yu continued to sob, tears streaming down her swollen cheeks. Quainer is her cousin, and I am her aunt. Yet she allows a mere lackey to insult us like this. This is simply outrageous. Does she truly no longer regard us elders? Huang Ye's body trembled with anger, feeling as though her lifelong values had been shattered today. She was furious. Xiao Tian's face was terrifyingly grim. He covered his swollen cheek, feeling extremely irritable. The lackey that Su Muwan brought truly caught them off guard. At that moment, a middle-aged man slammed down on the dining table, his face darkened. How dare a mere lackey be so audacious, thinking that saving the old master allows him to act recklessly in the Su family? Ridiculous. He glanced at the people around the table and said solemnly, "What do you all think? At this rate, the next family heir will definitely fall into Su Muwan's hands. Because of her lackey. And did you not notice Su Muwan's attitude just now? She has already torn off the mask. Once she inherits the Su family, we will absolutely gain nothing." As soon as he said this, another person wiped their mouth with a napkin and turned to the silent Su Bailian, gently asking, "What do you think, Bailian? Are you willing to let Su Muwan take the position of head of the family?" Su Bailian curled her lip, inwardly feeling unwilling to provoke Qin Luo. This group clearly wanted to use her as a pawn. They had already conspired to drive Su Muwan out of the main family, and now they wanted to do it again. In the current situation, she definitely did not want to provoke Qin Luo. Besides, she thought to herself, didn't this group see how fierce Qin Luo was earlier? He was the type who, if given the chance, might even slap Su Laoyi a couple of times without care. But it was also possible that it was entirely Su Muwan, this harlot, who was scheming behind the scenes. Regardless, Su Bailian did not want to provoke them now. Thus, she feigned anger, biting her silver teeth, slightly scanning the varied expressions of her relatives, and rebuked, "That damned lackey was also quite disrespectful to me before. Since you all think this person is a scourge, why not?" She sneered. "At the family banquet in 3 days, let that lackey and Miss Su embarrass themselves together. Then there would be no problem, right?" At this statement, she gained the approval of everyone. They all looked towards the most respected Xiao Tian among them. Seeing everyone's gaze, Xiao Tian clenched his fists tightly, snorting coldly. "Bailian is right. 3 days later will be the time when Su Muwan loses all face. My family Tianao has already invited young Master Yuan Hua from the Yuan family of Wangcheng to join the family banquet. At that time," Xiao Tian paused, seemingly imagining the scene of Su Muwan losing face 3 days later. Thus he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "It will be the moment Su Muwan falls from grace. I will let the old master know that Su Muwan's martial arts talent is nothing but a speck of dust in front of a true genius." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. "Yuan Hua? Is it really that Yuan Hua from Wangcheng? If he comes, then the family banquet in 3 days will surely be secure." But there was still a problem. Someone hesitantly asked, "But what about that lackey? He can perform the Tai Xian 13 needles, and his manner of doing things seems rather reckless." At this, Xiao Tian immediately scoffed. "This lackey is not worth worrying about. Even if he knows the Tai Xian 13 needles, so what? Once Su Muwan falls from grace, I will definitely have young Master Yuan interrogate him thoroughly about the Tai Xian 13 needles. As for his manner of doing things, haha, he is actually following Su Muwan's orders. Did you not notice? Su Muwan appears to be giving us a warning today, yet from a certain perspective I can see that she is also wary of us." Xiao Tian spoke confidently, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up. The crowd listening felt a surge of confidence and couldn't help but ask, "May I ask Uncle Tian in what aspect?" In the next moment, Xiao Tian, covering his swollen cheek, smiled confidently. "Because that lackey only slapped me once, doesn't that prove that Su Muwan also doesn't want to completely offend me? Hee, after all, Su Muwan is just a junior and doesn't want to make things too ugly." The crowd suddenly understood. "So that's how it is. No wonder you are Uncle Tian." Su Bailian blinked, looking at Xiao Tian as if he were an idiot. This person, has his brain been damaged? He never seemed so foolish before. How come he's lost his wits since associating with the Yuan family? In the Su family's forest path, Su Muwan and Qin Luo walked side by side to relax. Zhu Lan and other old employees followed at a distance, serving as background figures. Qin Luo was checking his recent gains. Before he had time to feel happy for a few minutes, Su Muwan, walking ahead, suddenly stopped, then immediately turned around, crossing her arms and slightly raising her head to look at Qin Luo. "This bastard has no idea what humility means. Today, I must remind him. Otherwise, won't the guest he provokes at the family banquet in 3 days be even more?" Seeing Su Muwan stop suddenly, Qin Luo was momentarily stunned. But suddenly he realized in his mind, "Oh, she must want to praise him and reward him, right? Oh, that won't do." Thinking this way, Qin Luo put on a loyal and earnest listening expression. In reality, Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo's loyal demeanor and immediately discarded her initial intent to educate him. She slightly pursed her lips, feeling a surge of guilt inside. "Damn, how could I think like this?" Qin Luo doesn't even know that he has been reborn. He just feels that those relatives bullied her, so he wants to find a way to support her. He can't stand seeing others bully her. Oh, what's wrong with that? How could I use my experience from 2 lifetimes to educate such a loyal lackey? Thinking of this, Su Muwan's words softened as they came to her lips. She smiled slightly and said, Qin Luo, you did well this time. The internal forces of the Su family are intricate, and these relatives are all ill-intentioned. But, having provoked so many family members, you will likely also be targeted. But it's fine with me around, they won't be able to do anything to you. As she said this, Su Muwan still couldn't help but gently remind him, saying, just forget those people, but in the future if you find someone who seems to have a higher status than me, just pay attention to their demeanor, hold back, and don't take action. Understood? These distant relatives are ultimately not fated individuals. Therefore, aside from finding them troublesome, Su Muwan didn't care much. However, she feared that if she encountered a truly fated person and Qin Luo went up and slapped them twice, it would be disastrous. Wouldn't she then walk the same old path again? Qin Luo, on the other hand, was digesting Su Muwan's words with a sense of vague understanding. Strange. The words of this great villain are truly difficult to comprehend. What does she mean? One moment she tells me that provoking family members might be a bit troublesome, but with her around it's okay. The next moment, she tells me to be careful of those who appear to have a higher status than her. Qin Luo pondered in secret. The words of this original villain must have some significance. Therefore I can't just take them at face value. Does it mean? Suddenly Qin Luo's eyes widened. He understood. Su Muwan was reminding him that the main reason for the deep internal conflicts in the Su family was these relatives. The reason these relatives were troublesome to Su Muwan was that they were her family. So, as long as they are all expelled from the Su family, once they lose the Su family's influence, they won't have the ability to trouble Su Muwan anymore. This is one of the pieces of information that Su Muwan, this great villain, subtly conveyed to him. The second piece is that Su Muwan said not to provoke those who appear to have a higher status than her. Such humility is clearly not Su Muwan's nature. From the system's description of Su Muwan, Qin Luo naturally knew what kind of person she was. In the original text, she was arrogant enough to start a global live broadcast and shout, "The heavens did not give birth to me, Su Muwan. The martial arts world is an eternal night." Therefore, how could such a proud and arrogant villain ever consider anyone to have a higher status than her? Therefore, the meaning of this sentence should be translated as, in the future when I meet someone who provokes her, I'll just go up and fight them directly. That's how it should be. No wonder she is a great villain. Speaking carries such depth, I must carefully savor and ponder it. However, with someone like me who understands the second layer of the villain's meaning, there is no one else in this world, right? Su Muwan, with me around, you can just enjoy yourself. Thinking this, Qin Luo solemnly said, I understand, miss. In the future, I will definitely follow your teachings. As soon as he said this, Su Muwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Luo indeed understood human speech, as long as she communicated with him properly, he would know what boundaries to observe. She nodded, patted Qin Luo's shoulder, and smiled. That's great. Now she could be at ease about the family banquet in 3 days. Qin Luo also smiled slightly. In 3 days there better not be any blind fools trying to provoke Su Muwan. The two exchanged knowing smiles. However, both sides were unaware of what the other was smiling about. In Wangcheng, at the Yuan family, a cultured and easygoing man stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of his room, his reflection in the glass showcasing a respectful expression. Holding a phone in one hand and a document about Tang Wenyu and her daughter in the other, he said, Sir, I have found the whereabouts of the war god token. It indeed fell into the hands of the Tang family mother and daughter in Jiangcheng. Yes, they have joined the Su family group. That's right, old Master Su has recovered. The person who saved him uses the Tai Xian 13 needles. Good. Alright, I understand. At the Su family banquet in 3 days, I will certainly test Su Muwan's true capabilities. However, sir, you need not worry. The strongest talent in this world must be you alone. You will surely ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. With a click, the phone hung up. The easygoing man took a deep breath and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. A wave of disdain surged in his heart. Su Muwan. Just a young lady who has been ousted from the Su family. In 3 days this young master will make you understand what it means to be struck down by a genius from Wangcheng. 3 days later, the Su family's family banquet was held as scheduled. The main residence of the Su family was adorned with lights and decorations, bustling with activity. In the courtyard, servants hurriedly moved about preparing various delicacies and beverages. In the grand hall, long tables were filled with an array of exquisite dishes, filling the air with delightful aromas. In addition, there was a huge stage, a necessary element for every family banquet of a martial arts family like the Su family. It was none other than martial arts competitions. Su Muwan wore a long black dress, appearing elegant and noble. She paced back and forth in the hall, her expression tense. Sigh, these 3 days passed too quickly, didn't they? It felt like only a day had gone by, and now it was time for the family banquet to start. Su Muwan felt nervous inside because she did not participate in the family banquet in her past life, so she was unsure of what would happen during the banquet. In her memory, the family banquet seemed to have gone smoothly, but afterward her grandfather passed away. Not being able to see her grandfather one last time was one of her greatest regrets from her past life. Relax, Su Muwan, perhaps this time it would also pass like last time without incident. Oh wait. Su Muwan suddenly thought of something and looked at Qin Luo, who was standing obediently to the side. He was dressed in a black coat, resembling a well-behaved attendant waiting there. Upon meeting Su Muwan's gaze, he smiled faintly. It seemed like he had taken in her constant reminders over the past 3 days. However, Su Muwan still felt uneasy. She walked over to Qin Luo, glared at him, and whispered, "Qin Luo, many relatives are coming today, but unlike our family, they generally won't speak rudely to me. But if such a situation arises, do you understand?" Qin Luo certainly understood. He nodded, and replied, "Rest assured, miss, I will be cautious." That's good. Su Muwan felt relieved. But in reality, she was just scaring herself. After all, how many foolish people would dare provoke her? After all, she was the daughter of the current head of the family, wasn't she? It shouldn't happen, it couldn't happen. At that moment, a commotion arose from the entrance. Qin Luo and Su Muwan looked over. They saw an elegantly dressed man slowly entering the hall, surrounded by a throng of people, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Wangcheng Yuanhua. It's actually young Master Yuan. How could someone from the Wangcheng Yuan family come to our Jiangcheng Su family for a banquet? Hey, look next to young Master Yuan. Isn't that Su Tian, the eldest son of Uncle Tian? Oh, I remember now. Su Tian went to Wangcheng to develop a long time ago. This means he is tied to Yuanhua. Hiss. With the support of the Yuan family, the next head of the family must belong to the Su Tian family, right? Wangcheng. Yuanhua. Su Muwan's expression remained unchanged, but in her heart, she was secretly recalling her memories about him. Yuanhua, the eldest young master of the Wangcheng Yuan family. He was renowned for his handsome appearance and elegant demeanor. At the same time, he was also a genius among geniuses in martial arts. However, Su Muwan remembered that in her past life, after arriving in Wangcheng, she found him to be overly pretentious, even more so than herself, and thus she crippled his cultivation with a frost palm. Thus her reputation in Wangcheng was established. But in this life, well, she was no longer the same person from her past life. Su Muwan blinked. All she wanted now was to be a little transparent. On Qin Luo's side, when he saw Yuanhua's system prompt popped into his mind. He blinked. Yuanhua. Did he actually know that the war god order was with Tang Wenyu and her daughter? His purpose was to test Su Muwan's strength for the person behind him. Isn't this just a pure delivery of a head? At that moment, detected Su family banquet plot. Please complete this level evaluation of the Lackey event. Task reward. Rumors. What the host says will cause others to unconsciously believe due to the villain's reputation. Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Luo was enlightened. The meaning of this reward is that as long as Su Muwan has a stellar reputation, others will believe what he says because of her fame. Is that the case, eh? In reality, Yuanhua wore a smile, his gaze gentle yet profound, as if he could see through people's hearts. He walked while scanning everyone at the banquet. When his gaze landed on Su Muwan and Qin Luo, a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. So this is Su Muwan and that rumored attendant who knows the 13 acupuncture needles of Taishan. Let's not even mention whether Su Muwan is a martial arts genius. Just looking at this attendant, he doesn't seem to have any remarkable qualities. Indeed, rumors are just rumors. No matter, this young master will certainly test out Su Muwan's true level later. I will prove to that esteemed person that Su Muwan is merely a grain of sand in front of them. With that thought, Yuanhua took his seat amidst the crowd. His arrival not only captivated the eyes of the women present, but also earned the respect of many men. Wow, young Master Yuan is really handsome. Yeah, a noble young man from Wangcheng actually appeared in Jiangcheng. Exactly, although our Su family has great power, we still fall short compared to the Yuan family of Wangcheng. As Yuanhua sat down, a powerful elder stood behind him, surveying the banquet hall with a stern expression, ready to eliminate any fools attempting to harm his young master. Among the throngs of admirers, a man flatteringly said, "Young Master Yuan." The attendant standing behind Su Muwan is Qin Luo, who knows the 13 acupuncture needles of Taishan. If we could get the 13 acupuncture needles, I believe young Master Yuan's influence in Wangcheng would grow even stronger. Upon hearing this, Yuanhua scoffed disdainfully and shook his head, saying, "You are all mistaken. This kid doesn't know the 13 acupuncture needles at all." The crowd was stunned. Doesn't know? How this kid can fool you, but he can't fool me. I see that his palms have no calluses, even softer than that model's hands. How could someone like him possibly learn the 13 acupuncture needles? Years ago, I witnessed the demeanor of the divine doctor. His hands were already filled with calluses from practicing acupuncture techniques. Forget about such a minor character. What is Su Muwan's situation? I find that she does not display overly arrogant behavior. Upon hearing this, the Su Tian family quickly said, "Young Master Yuan, please do not be deceived by her facade." Huang Yu, whose cheeks were still swollen and had not yet healed, also chimed in, "That's right, young Master Yuan. This little vixen loves to have her attendant stand in front while she operates behind the scenes as the biggest mastermind." Oh, interesting. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua seemed to think of the esteemed person behind him, but Hai's esteemed person was the most perfect in the world, and Su Muwan was merely a speck of dust. With that thought, Yuan Hua glanced at a woman in the crowd who was flattering him, pointing at her and saying, "Hey, you like this?" The person, upon hearing this, touched the little boy beside her, nodded, and smiled respectfully, saying, "Leave it to me." Time passed. Guests gradually took their seats. The food at the side buffet was available for anyone to grab. After 3 days of anxiety, Su Muwan finally felt hungry. She sat at a small square table filled with food. Zhulan and Shun Fei stood watch around the hall to prevent any unexpected incidents. Su Muwan delightedly savored the desserts. How wonderful everything was normal at today's family banquet. As long as it remained stable like this, I would be able to get through the day perfectly. Qin Luo waited behind Su Muwan, watching her eat like a hamster. A smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. The great villain actually enjoyed sweet food. "Qin Luo, you should eat too." Su Muwan remembered Qin Luo and extended her hand, offering him a small cake. "Thank you, miss." Just as Qin Luo was about to accept it, a laugh that made Su Muwan frown came over. "Oh, is that you, Muwan? You've become even prettier after all these years. By the way, have you found a boyfriend yet? My handsome boy is already 5 this year." Handsome look, this is Su Muwan, the one mom has always talked about. Su Muwan followed the gaze toward the source of the voice. She saw a woman smiling brightly as she approached, holding the hand of a snotty little boy in overalls who was pulling at his hand with his mouth. Qin Luo blinked. "What's this little brat's name?" "Handsome." Qin Luo looked at the boy, finding it hard to associate him with the name Handsome. The boy, hearing his mother's words, sniffed and curiously looked at Su Muwan. Then he pointed at Su Muwan with his finger in his mouth and mocked, "Mom. This is Su Muwan, the one who's 25 and still has no boyfriend." Su Fong tugged at her son's hand and cheerfully said, "Handsome, you shouldn't say that. Muwan is your sister. Apologize to her." Handsome then broke free from Su Fang's hand and made a face at Su Muwan. "I don't want to apologize to a woman no one wants." "That's rude, Handsome. What did your mom teach you?" After a few simple words, Su Fong turned to Su Muwan, whose expression had darkened, and said with a smile, "Oh, Handsome is still a child. Children speak their minds. Don't take it to heart." Saying this, Su Fong pretended to be concerned and added, "But Muwan, my Handsome has a point. We women should just marry and have children. Isn't it better to leave family matters to your uncle and their family to manage? What's the point of practicing martial arts all day?" Hearing this, Su Muwan clenched her fists tightly. The smile on her face gradually faded. The Su family was a martial arts family. If not for martial arts, should she resort to juggling instead? Su Fang's appearance was indeed ill-intentioned. In her previous life, she had endured their ridicule for years, which led to a violent outburst that greatly disappointed her grandfather. In this life, such things must not happen again. Around them, some relatives gossiped with schadenfreude, while others shook their heads and sighed. Yuan Hua sat at a distance, watching Su Muwan with a mocking gaze. Interesting, can she really hold it together? Indeed, Su Fang was sent by him to see how long this young lady could endure. On Su Fang's side, seeing Su Muwan still holding it together, she decided to change tactics. She rolled her eyes and patted the little boy next to her on the head. The boy seemed to have been informed beforehand. He tugged at Su Fang's clothes and sniffling pointed at the cake in Su Muwan's hand, saying, "Mom, I want the cake that woman has." "Oh, Handsome wants cake." Su Fang smiled and looked at Su Muwan, saying, "Muwan, do you still want that cake in your hand? If not, you can give it to my Handsome. He's still a child and needs to eat well while growing up. We can't get this kind of banquet food on regular days, so Handsome, you should eat more this time." As she spoke, Su Fang looked at Su Muwan and said sarcastically, "As a thank you, I have several quality single men for you. Although they're all over 30, you're already of age and shouldn't be too picky, right?" Upon hearing this, a group of relatives began to secretly mock. Su Muwan was ridiculed by them every year at the family banquet, and in the past, she would always lose control and fight back. This time would surely be no different. The old master Su would see her disgrace, and wouldn't the position of family head slip away from her? Su Fang thought the same way. She followed Yuan Hua's orders while striving for her husband to inherit the Su family. Su Muwan suppressed the anger within her. Endure, 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 endure. But I can't become like Long Wang. I can't follow the old path. But I'm really frustrated. I want to hit someone. But I can't follow the old path. Su Fang, seeing Su Muwan seemingly unable to control her anger, pretended to be concerned and said, "Muwan, have you thought it through? If you're not satisfied with my introductions, I have a few foreign." Before she could finish, a furious shout interrupted Su Fang. "You shameless servant. Shut your mouth immediately." Everyone saw the attendant who had been standing behind Su Muwan suddenly step forward and block in front of her. Then pointing at Su Fang's nose, he angrily shouted, "Whether my lady gets married or not is none of your business. What are you, a mere branch of the family, daring to bark in front of my lady?" Your child wants to eat well? If he eats so much, why not go eat shit? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent, as if time had frozen. Everyone stared in shock at this scene. Who is this attendant? Su Fong looked incredulously at the suddenly emerging Qin Luo. When she realized he was just an attendant, a surge of anger and rage welled up inside her, and she screamed, "What did you say? A mere attendant dares to insult me." However, before she could finish, a crisp and loud slap echoed. Qin Luo stepped forward without hesitation, fiercely slapping Su Fong across the face, and shouted angrily, "Shameless servant." Su Fong covered her cheek, falling painfully to the ground. She stared wide-eyed at Qin Luo, her face filled with disbelief, clearly unable to accept what had just happened. She had only wanted to provoke Su Muwan, never expecting to be treated like this. I was actually hit by an attendant. A wave of endless grievance and resentment surged within Su Fong. Did this attendant not know who she was? Suddenly, an even more humiliating emotion flooded her heart. The snot-nosed little boy saw his mom get hit, and instantly fell to the ground in fear of foul smell appearing. He was so scared that he would himself. Su Fong also regained her senses, scrambling up and screaming at Qin Luo. "You little punk! How dare you!" Slap. Before she could finish, Qin Luo stepped forward again, striking her and rendering her completely dazed. Her cheeks burned with pain, and her ears rang. It was clear she had been stunned. Su Muwan, having regained her senses, stood up feeling refreshed. But, no. She had already realized that this person was deliberately trying to provoke her, sent by Yuanhua. So I mustn't let Qin Luo fall into the trap. Just as Su Muwan thought to stop Qin Luo, a righteous voice rang out. "You, a mere attendant, dare to strike a member of the Su family. You even scared a child to tears. Su Muwan, is this how you educate your subordinates?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Muwan and Qin Luo looked over. They saw Yuanhua, righteous, sitting in his seat with a serious and pained expression. "Although I am not a member of the Su family, I cannot stand by and watch such oppression using power. Su Muwan, you are unworthy of your position and do not deserve to sit in this position of family head." Upon hearing this, Su Fong, who was on the ground, came to her senses and cried out with a sobbing tone, "Please, young master Yuan, help me." A circle of people also began to criticize Su Muwan. "Su Muwan, you are truly arrogant. It was just disrespect before, but can you behave recklessly at the family banquet?" Exactly. Su Muwan has become accustomed to being audacious. Letting someone like her become the family head is simply a misfortune for the Su family. "Yes, young master Yuan, please give us justice." The surrounding emotions were stirred up. Su Muwan fell into a great disadvantage, clenching her fists tightly, endless anger swelling within her. Damn, these people are so sycophantic. Just to vie for the position of family head, they would exclude me for an outsider. Although I had experienced similar scenes in my previous life and fought back fiercely, the consequences and costs were painful. A moment of gratification only brings endless hidden dangers. This was the lesson Su Muwan learned from her past life. In my previous life, I did not understand humility, which harmed many who truly cared for me. Therefore, in this life I must. Just as Su Muwan was about to leave with Qin Luo, a powerful pressure suddenly surged through the venue. Cough. What's happening? Everyone suddenly felt an immense pressure forcing them to kneel to the ground. Yuanhua and the elder behind him felt it too. The former's expression changed. What's going on? The next moment, a cold laugh echoed throughout the venue. What are you, Yuanhua? This is the Su family banquet. Do you have the right to speak here? My lady is standing here. What do you dare to sit for? You kneel down for me. As soon as the words fell, a tremendous oppressive force descended upon Yuanhua. Crack, crack. The chair beneath him creaked ominously. Yuanhua felt his knees involuntarily wanting to drop to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on? Who is it? Kneel. Impossible. I am the eldest son of the Yuan family in the royal city. Who could make me kneel? Impossible. I cannot kneel. Yuanhua's heart screamed. He struggled to lift his head. Suddenly his pupils constricted, because out of nowhere a figure appeared right in front of him. It was that little attendant. Qin Luo looked coldly at Yuanhua, who was trying hard to lift his head. Then he raised his hand and coldly said, "Your head is too high." With that he slapped him hard. Crack. Buzz. Yuanhua's head tilted, his cheek burning with pain, and his mind went momentarily blank. I was hit. Why did Nemo Lao protect me? As this thought emerged, Yuanhua relaxed completely. Under everyone's gaze. Boom. He was instantly crushed to his knees by this terrifying pressure. His knees slammed hard against the floor tiles, making a crisp sound. At this moment, the entire venue fell eerily silent. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. In the royal city, that so-called unparalleled genius Yuanhua, at this moment unexpectedly, knelt down straight. Everyone's breath seemed to come to a halt. Su Bailian, holding a cup of orange juice from afar, thought to watch the tiger fight from the mountain. Seeing this scene, she was completely dumbfounded. What? Did you even hit Yuanhua? Su Muwan was also shocked. Was this scene really happening? What? Excuse me. Shocking. Terrifying. Horrifying. Dreamlike and surreal. The entire banquet hall fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. They swallowed hard, incredulously staring at the young master of the Wanqing Yuan family, Yuan Hua, who was kneeling on the ground. How could this proud genius of Wanqing be kneeling on the ground, unable to move? Was it merely because of a single remark from Su Muwan's attendant? Yuan Hua felt his mind go blank, his ears ringing as he stared dumbly at the tips of his shoes. Did I really kneel? How is that possible? How could I, Yuan Hua, possibly bow down to a mere attendant? Where's old Mo? Where is my protector? Yuan Hua knelt on the ground, but could still voice his words. His gentle expression had vanished, twisted into a grotesque shape as he clawed desperately at the earth. He screamed, "Old Mo, what are you doing?" As his voice fell, the elder who had been guarding Yuan Hua finally snapped back to reality. It wasn't his fault, it was just that he had been about to act, when he suddenly felt as if bound by some unseen force. He had no choice but to watch his young master receive slap after slap. At this moment, he looked at the humiliated figure of his lord kneeling before an attendant. His pupils constricted, and with rage on the brink of bursting, he shouted, "You dare, young one!" Boom. The aura of a perfected realm surged forth in an instant. Initial stage, entry stage, perfected stage, peak stage, returning to simplicity. A powerful gust of energy swept through the entire banquet hall. It's actually the perfected stage. It's rumored that Yuan Hua has a formidable protector. It must be him. Old Mo. I remember now, isn't that the infamous Mo Shui Lao Run from back in the day? He's a ruthless killer, so he was recruited by the Yuan family. Hiss. Quick. A perfected stage expert is enraged. Oh, we're in for it too. That attendant is done for. Let's hide quickly. Everyone snapped back to reality and frantically sought refuge under the tables. Yuan Hua in humiliation roared hoarsely, "Old Mo. Kill him for me. As you command." Old Mo bellowed, his figure instantly appearing before Qin Luo. He extended his 5 fingers, the tips turning a dark brown, then glared at the expressionless Qin Luo, filled with murderous intent, and shouted, "Die, young one. Regret ever provoking my young master." Who would have thought this little attendant had some strength? It turned out that even I was affected by the mysterious pressure he emitted. I hadn't even reacted when my young master was slapped. Although he was talented, what a pity. You picked the wrong person. I pondered. Just as old Mo was about to strike, Qin Luo down, a cold snort echoed. "Humph. You think you can kill my attendant? Do you have the right?" As the voice fell, an intense and terrifying aura of cold swept towards old Mo. It instantly froze his entire being. Old Mo's pupils contracted as he saw his hand just 3 centimeters from Qin Luo, covered in frost. Then bang. Puff. Another wave of icy energy struck his chest, sending old Mo crashing against the wall several meters away. Bang. He spat out blood, his body heavily crashing against the wall before slowly sliding down. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. With one strike, old Mo was defeated. Who was it? They looked curiously towards the figure who had made the move, their expressions frozen in disbelief. This is the Su family's forbidden techniques. Who could it be? Could it be old Su? Old Mo raised his eyes to look, but the scene before him was even more unbearable. He saw. At some point, the Su young lady, whom they deemed arrogant and overconfident, had walked over to stand protectively behind Qin Luo. That cold air had come from her. One strike to defeat an old perfected stage. What cultivation level does Su young lady possess? To what extent is she astonishing? Old Mo coughed up blood, a bitter smile appearing in his eyes. Truly, heroes emerge from young maidens. The Su family has once again given birth to a prodigy. As he thought this, old Mo tilted and fainted completely, his appearance visibly aged. Su Muwan struck, crippling all his cultivation. Truly the Su family martial arts. Injuring others while injuring oneself, it is exceedingly tyrannical. Yuan Hua knelt on the ground, his gaze blank. Although he kept his head down, he heard from the shocked murmurs of those around him that something had happened. That is, old Mo was defeated. It seemed he was struck down by Su Muwan. No, this is impossible. If Su Muwan could defeat old Mo, who is in the early stage of the perfected stage, just with one move, how strong is her cultivation? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Su Muwan is only 25 years old. How could she possibly reach the perfected stage? I don't believe it. Yuan Hua's breathing became rapid, his expression filled with fear. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Such a prodigy can only be backed by that one person behind him. Qin Luo glanced at old Mo, who had collapsed on the ground. He blinked and swallowed hard. Hiss. The great villain is terrifying indeed. He quickly turned to the icy-faced Su Muwan and respectfully said, "Young lady, you are so brilliant and mighty, unparalleled in the world. Thank you for saving Qin Luo, young lady." Su Muwan lifted her chin slightly, pleased by his words. The more you say, the more I like it. Wait, why did I instinctively act? Su Muwan felt helpless inside. Damn it, I didn't want to expose myself. Oh, after all, too much attention draws unwanted trouble. But that old fellow was about to strike at Qin Luo. I naturally couldn't just stand by. Forget it. Since there's no protagonist among this lot, even if I act it won't make any difference. I just wonder if this will lead to the same fate as in my past life where old Su thought of me as an arrogant and useless granddaughter. TSK. Whatever. I've already acted. So let me enjoy myself first. With that thought, Su Muwan resolved everything and looked down from above at the stunned relatives attending the family banquet. She coldly spoke, her piercing words echoing in the ears of the scheming relatives. What are you looking at? A bunch of useless leeches. How could a dignified person from the Su family go and cling to some useless young master of the Wanqing Yuan family? Is this even reasonable? If you're not embarrassed, I, the future head of the Su family, feel embarrassed. A bunch of shameful, useless people. At this point, over half of those who thought that way lowered their heads in shame and dared not speak. However, Su Muwan clearly wasn't done. She raised her chin at Qin Luo, and then pointed at the pale-faced Xiao Tian family, saying, Qin Luo, go give them a few slaps to teach them a lesson. A bunch of useless leeches, how dare they team up to deceive this young lady? As her voice fell, Xiao Tian turned pale, and he fearfully shouted, Su Muwan, you vixen, I am your elder. Bang! Before he could finish, Qin Luo rushed up and violently grabbed him by the neck, delivering a resounding slap. Then he spat in his face, shut up, you useless piece of trash. How dare you call out the name of my young lady? After that he slapped repeatedly, seeking death, seeking death, seeking death. Xiao Tian's cheeks were slapped wildly, his mind going blank. Now he regretted saying that he had only been slapped once before. Slap, slap, slap. Huang Yu was so scared she collapsed on the ground, covering her face and muttering helplessly, we're done for. The two sons Xiao Tian Quan and Xiao Tian Ao also turned pale. The former, having been slapped before, was exceedingly fearful and collapsed to the ground trembling. The latter, having just returned from Wanqing, was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. He looked at Yuan Hua, who was still kneeling on the ground, and angrily pointed at Su Muwan, shouting, Su Muwan, you're finished. You've offended the Yuan family, this Jiangqing. Bang! Before he could finish, Qin Luo slapped him, interrupting his spell, shut up. After I finish disciplining you, I'll come for you. Xiao Tian Ao covered his face and collapsed to the ground, his expression dazed and confused. Can't I finish my sentence? Am I really going to be beaten? The other relatives were all stunned, looking at Su Muwan, whose lips curled in a cruel, terrifying smile, their hearts filled with fear. A demon. This is simply a demon. The tyrant of Jiangqing truly lives up to its name. Those who initially thought to get close to Yuan Hua now all shut their mouths. No. Didn't anyone tell them that Su Muwan is both arrogant and has the capabilities to be so? What more is there to play at? Su Muwan looked at the scene, feeling joyful. Yet this joy was tinged with a sense of regret, much like the deep remorse she felt every time she finished reading a romantic novel. As she watched Qin Luo slap away, her smile gradually faded, replaced by a wave of panic. Her lips, oh no. Is it too late to stop Qin Luo from hitting now? Can I just say it was a joke between juniors? The entire venue was filled with shock and helplessness. Some people hid under the tables, not daring to make a sound, fearing that they might be the next targets of Su Muwan's wrath. Although they knew Su Muwan was audacious, they never expected her to be this reckless. In front of the assembled relatives, she openly let her subordinate strike her uncle's family hard. She even made the young master of the Yuan family, Yuan Hua, kneel on the ground, and he had not been allowed to get up until now. Shock and a prickling sensation filled the hearts of all the attendees at the banquet. Could it be? Was no one going to intervene? Yuan Hua knelt on the ground with only one thought in his mind: how could Su Muwan dare to publicly disregard the face of the Yuan family? It must be noted that the Su family had a latest peak expert stationed there, and the Yuan family had one as well. Could it be that Su Muwan intended to tear the two families apart? A strong sense of shock and humiliation surged within Yuan Hua. The shock stemmed from the realization that Su Muwan's strength was even greater than his protectors, while the humiliation came from the fact that Yuan Hua had knelt down in public. He still maintained that position. Meanwhile, Qin Luo had finished attending to the Xiao Tian family. The system also sent out a notification. Congratulations, Master, for completing the Su family banquet event. Event rating S-class. Reward wind words. What the Master says will compel others to believe due to the reputation of the antagonist. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh, interesting. Qin Luo glanced at the Xiao Tian family that was wailing on the floor and suddenly came up with a good idea. At that moment, a booming voice echoed through the banquet hall: who is causing trouble at my Su family banquet? Upon hearing this voice, all the relatives hiding under the tables looked pleased. That voice was Old Master Su. Great. Everyone looked up. They saw Old Master Su Ba, who had regained his vigor, walking in with a somber expression. Behind him were Su Muwan's mother and father. They quickly scanned the scene in the hall, feeling astonished. What was going on? Seeing Old Master Su's arrival, everyone could no longer contain themselves. They shouted in unison, "We beseech Old Master Su to take charge for us." Xiao Tian, with swollen cheeks from the slaps and hardly able to speak, knelt on the ground, crying out to Su Ba, "Father, look at what your granddaughter has done. Look at how my family has been beaten by her subordinate. Father, before he could finish slap, Qin Luo struck him again and scolded, what are you shouting for? Do you not know in your heart why you are being hit? To collude with the Yuan family in an attempt to swallow the Su family, how wicked of you. At these words the entire venue was stunned. What? So the Su Tian family's purpose in currying favor with Yuan Hua was not just to become the head of the Su family, but to hand over the Su family to be devoured by the Yuan family. Yuan Hua was stunned. He retorted, I. Slap. Before he could finish, Qin Luo struck him again and angrily yelled, do you dare to retort? Wind words effect activated. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they shut their mouths. Even the distant relatives who had once sided with Su Tian quickly bowed their heads. They were shocked. So Su Tian's family had such ambitions in their hearts. How could they not have noticed? But how did this subordinate know? Could it be? They widened their eyes and looked at the unperturbed Su Muwan. In an instant they all understood. How could a junior dare to strike at their elder? What did this indicate? It indicated that there was something wrong with this elder. Why did Su Muwan allow her subordinate to strike the Su Tian family, and not them? It indicated that Su Muwan already knew that the Su Tian family was colluding with the Yuan family. At this time she was eliminating the traitors for their Su family. So that's how it is. Admiration and shock towards Su Muwan revealed in everyone's eyes. Who would have thought not only was her martial talent exceptional, but her cunning was also so profound. This girl was terrifying. Yuan Hua knelt on the floor, his face contorting. What? Was the scheme in his heart actually noticed by Su Muwan? No. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Wait. No. Yuan Hua's pupils constricted, suddenly sweating profusely and feeling a chill run down his spine. Why did Su Muwan's subordinate dare to attack him? Didn't that indicate that everything was being orchestrated by Su Muwan from behind the scenes? Because she had long sensed his scheme to swallow the Su family. So she entered the fray herself, deliberately waiting for him to come over. Then she would expose his intentions and humiliate him severely. How wicked! Yuan Hua realized he was wrong and greatly mistaken. Su Muwan was not the useless young lady he had imagined. Instead she was a terrifying existence, just like the great figure behind him. Exceptional martial talent and extremely meticulous thinking. That's right. And what about Tang Wenyu and her daughter? Why did they join the Su family? And why did Su Muwan allow them to join? This. Could it be that she knew about the matters regarding the war god order as well? Hiss. Yuan Hua's eyes widened in horror, his claws digging into the ground. No way. I must inform the great figure. This person must not be spared. Su Muwan remained expressionless, but deep inside, she was startled. Wait, what is the situation right now? Why do I hear gasps all around me? And why are you looking at me with those strange eyes? What are you all thinking? And also, so Su Tian's family was actually going to help the Yuan family swallow us. How come I didn't know? Wait, no. Su Muwan was taken aback. Then she looked shocked at Qin Luo. Qin Luo, could it be that you figured this out too? Seeing Su Muwan looking at him, Qin Luo could not help but smile slightly, immediately cupping his hands and bowing, shouting, Miss, you have keen insight and discerning eyes, discovering this group of people with ulterior motives early on. This is why I deliberately led them into a trap at this banquet, to expose their evil intentions. Su Muwan was taken aback. Su Tian's wife turned pale as she looked incredulously at her husband. Su Tianyu, you actually wanted to help the Yuan family swallow the Su family. She screamed, are you trying to get yourself killed? Su Tian Quan also shouted, Father, why are you so foolish? Su Tian Ao covered his face, still doubting his life. What is happening? I went to the royal city to gain some prestige, and how did I come back as a family traitor? Su Tian was beaten into silence. His expression was painful and broken, stammering, Wu, I didn't. Seeing this scene, everyone thought it was Su Tian's painful confession after being exposed. Oof. A cold snort broke through, bringing everyone back to their senses. They looked over and saw Su Ba with a grim expression, sweeping his gaze over the relatives before finally pausing on the Su Tian family. He coldly declared, the Su Tian family has ulterior motives. I declare that they are to be expelled from the Su family, and all resources belonging to the Su family shall be reclaimed. As the words fell, the Su family completely collapsed, collapsing to the ground and crying out in convulsions. Subsequently, Su Ba looked at Su Muwan, who had maintained her composure as if everything was under her control, with a gentle expression. He sighed. Su Muwan is the unparalleled treasure of our Su family. Not only has she made remarkable progress in her cultivation, but she has also uncovered the wolfish ambitions of our clan members. I, as the elder, hereby announce that the next heir of the Su family will be Su Muwan. As the words fell, everyone was shocked and bewildered. Just like that. Is it settled? Qin Luo then flashed to Su Muwan's side, the first to lead the applause, shouting, Miss Su. Talented and beautiful, truly deserving of this title. Shen Fei and the other followers of Su Muwan followed suit, echoing Qin Luo's cheers. Miss Su. Talented and beautiful, truly deserving of this title. Miss Su. Talented and beautiful, truly deserving of this title. Miss Su. Talented and beautiful, truly deserving of this title. Zhulan was also delighted for her young lady. This is the culmination of suffering. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause erupted. The entire banquet hall was forced to clap along and shout together. Miss Su, talented and beautiful, truly deserving of this title. Miss Su, talented and beautiful, truly deserving of this title. Su Bo, who had been in the crowd, was in disbelief as he looked at Su Muwan. What? Is it really settled just like this? I still have many strategies left to use. Su Bailian's mind was also in a daze. Huh. Why, how could 2 slaps decide the next head of the Su family? Why is that fair? Just because your followers can slap their faces. Su Bailian bit her fingernails, unwillingly casting a glance at Su Muwan. Su Muwan, I refuse to accept this. The position of the Su family head should clearly be mine. She then looked at Qin Luo. Her eyes were suddenly enlightened. I see now. This is all because you have a good follower. Since that's the case, I'll just go hire one myself. If you have something, I must have it too. And it must be better than your follower. Amidst the noise, Qin Luo moved closer to Su Muwan and whispered, congratulations on becoming the head of the Su family. Does this mean we can drive out those who are not in favor of you from the Su family? Su Muwan clearly had not reacted to becoming the head of the Su family. Her mind was a buzz of emptiness. Hearing Qin Luo's voice, she stiffly turned her head to look at him. She blinked. Huh. Wait, am I really becoming the next head of the Su family? This is not how it's written in the books. Shouldn't I face numerous challenges showcasing my abilities and engaging in verbal battles first? Only then can I become the head of the Su family. That's how it went in my past life after my grandfather passed away. How is it that in this life I've instead speed-run through the family scenario? Su Muwan was astonished. What the hell? I just watched Qin Luo slap people left and right for 3 days. And now I become the head of the family. Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo in shock. You, Qin Luo, are truly the protagonist, aren't you? Although it is a bit ostentatious. However, she listened to the continuous sounds of praise around her. Hey, I can't hold back any longer. No. In 30 seconds I'll burst out laughing. How delightful is this, the treatment of having a protagonist by my side. She suppressed the urge to laugh out loud, then patted Qin Luo on the shoulder and said, well done, what do you want? In that case, I shan't require a reward. Qin Luo responded, his lips curling up. He sincerely shook his head. This is something I should do for the young lady. This great villain truly understands the need for a reward. Su Muwan realized that rewarding such a loyal follower would only demean him. Although she had her own principles, Qin Luo had his too, so she didn't insist, then let it be. Meanwhile, amidst the commotion, everyone forgot one person. That was Yu Wenhua, kneeling on the ground, his face flushed. Why is my confinement not lifted yet? An hour later, the family banquet concluded. A taxi slowly pulled up at the Su family entrance. Why, you bastard, I shouldn't have married you back then. Stop talking, let's hurry back. Dad, will we still have the chance to return to the Su family? Sigh. Since all the vehicles of the Su family belonged to the Su family estate, the Su family was forced to take a taxi away. Another taxi slowly pulled up at the Su family entrance. The humiliation that your Su family brought me today, I will definitely tell my parents. Yu Wenhua's face no longer held the previous gentleness. Instead, it was filled with anger and unwillingness. Since he arrived in the Su family's car, he could only take a taxi to the airport now. He dragged the fainted Mo Lao into the taxi and left. Su Muwan finally felt relieved as the 2 troubles had departed. Phew, finally it's over. This day has been exhausting. Miss, it's a real shame you didn't get to take the stage at this family banquet. Qin Luo immediately began to flatter her. The traditional Su family banquet includes martial arts competitions every year. Qin Luo thought that given Su Muwan's personality, she would eagerly take the stage and shout, I want to take on 10. Upon hearing this, Su Muwan pouted, looking up at the sky, her eyes filled with the colors of growth, and sighed. Qin Luo, your young lady is no longer a child. Such family competitions should be left to the younger generation. In her past life, she was naturally arrogant to the point of being lawless. She would jump onto the competition stage pointing at all the people below with arrogance, activating her taunt skill. A bunch of useless trash, I'm giving you all a chance to challenge me together. Be grateful for the honor of competing with me, is your utmost glory. This statement naturally left everyone blushing with anger. In short, a good girl doesn't speak of past bravado. Su Muwan stated that she had already kicked the habit of being arrogant. Of course, the most important reason was Su Muwan endured the pain in her body, sighing. She exerted herself too much, leading to the cold energy starting to gnaw at her body again. TSK. Otherwise, should I have Qin Luo give me a couple of injections when I return home to see how it goes? Qin Luo smiled and nodded. Miss, you're truly a model for our generation, a being that could be written into human history books. Hey, that's too exaggerated, but I'll take the compliment. Sister Su, are you going back? At this moment, Su Bailian's soft voice came over. My good daughter, you're already the next head of the family. Why go back to that villa? Immediately followed by the voice of Su Muwan's mother. Qin Luo and Su Muwan turned to look. They saw Su Ling Tian Ning Qing, Xin Su Ba Su, Bailian Su Bo, and a dog approaching. Woof. Bochi saw Qin Luo and happily wagged its tail, rushing over. Su Bailian was furious at this sight, cursing in her heart, "Damn licking dog." Being slapped and still licking up to him. Su Muwan nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, while the family is nice, it can't compare to the freedom outside." Oh. Ning Qin Xian raised an eyebrow, glancing back and forth between Su Muwan and Qin Luo. Finally, she revealed an expression that everyone understood: true freedom or fake freedom. Su Muwan was taken aback, slowly forming a question mark, and then seemed to notice Ning Qin Xian's gaze filled with inexplicable mirth. Her face flushed as she glared at her mother, saying, "Mom, what are you thinking? Qin Luo and I have nothing going on." Ning Qin Xian blinked innocently and said, "What are you talking about, daughter? I didn't say anything about Qin Luo, you were just..." "Mom, ahem." At this moment, Su Ba interrupted with a light cough. "All right, since my precious granddaughter wants to live outside, let her do so." However, Su Ba looked kindly at Su Muwan and Qin Luo, saying, "Even though you are out there, the Su family will always be your harbor." Upon hearing this, Su Muwan's heart jolted. She looked at her father, mother, grandfather, and a dog in front of her. Her heart was touched. In her previous life, she never had the chance to stand quietly and listen to such words. In her past life, her arrogance led to the destruction of her family. But in this life, I have been reborn. Furthermore, Su Muwan glanced at the smiling Qin Luo beside her. A wave of reincarnation is truly wonderful surged within her. If only Qin Luo wouldn't cause trouble. With this thought, Su Muwan cleared her throat, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth, and then looked at her father, mother, and others, saying, "All right. As for Su Bailian and Su Boha, I hope you won't cause any more trouble." With Su Muwan's convoy leaving, Su Ba's expression became quite grim. "Su Muwan. And that follower. It seems I also need to recruit a follower of equal strength for my daughter." Su Bailian watched the departing convoy, and suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. Su Muwan actually left just like that. Sigh, how boring it will be now. But I'll also ask my dad to recruit a capable follower. Su Muwan, just you wait. When the time comes, I'll have my follower compete with yours to see who is stronger. That night, in Su Muwan's villa, after finishing a day's work, Qin Luo stayed in his room to check his gains. He opened the panel, a slight smile forming on his lips. Very good. This time at the Su family banquet, he obtained a pressure and a gossip. This young lady is indeed a treasure. Following such a final villain can not only trigger many side quests, but also plenty of main quests. The rewards are incredibly generous, simply delightful. Su Muwan, before you trigger the bad Yendi plot, I will stick by you. At this moment, knock knock, a series of knocks came from outside the door. Immediately after, Su Muwan's voice, slightly trembling and revealing a hint of discomfort, came through. "Qin Luo, are you asleep?" Qin Luo blinked at the sound. What's going on? What could this villain want in the middle of the night? Is she here to brainwash him? With this thought, Qin Luo turned to get out of bed and walked towards the door. Creak as the door opened, a chill immediately rushed into Qin Luo's embrace. "Young lady." Qin Luo was taken aback at the sight of Su Muwan lying in his arms. She was wearing a shark-themed pajamas, but her cheeks were flushed and her body was emitting a faint mist of cold air. What is this? Coldness invading. Qin Luo's expression hardened. Su Muwan's breathing became increasingly labored and her vision blurred. Due to the excessive force used at the banquet, her cold energy erupted tonight. The pain consumed her body and consciousness. The only thing sustaining her was the thought of Qin Luo's medical skills in her mind. Nestled in Qin Luo's warm embrace, she regained some awareness, and then, her voice trembling, she tightly grasped Qin Luo's clothes, saying, "Qin Luo, help me with acupuncture." As her words fell, detecting that the villain is in imminent danger. "Please help the villain. Reward 5 attribute points." Without the system's prompt, Qin Luo knew he couldn't let Su Muwan die now. Thinking this, he no longer hesitated, lifting Su Muwan in a princess carry, then stepped out of the room. Creak, the door closed. Outside in the yard, Zhulan suddenly became alert and checked her surroundings. Seeing nothing was amiss, she diligently resumed her night watch. Her expression revealed her admiration for Su Muwan. "Young lady, don't worry, Zhulan will surely guard this place, well, to prevent any bad people from entering." Fast for that, Qin Luo, saying something about dogs not working night shifts. What's he doing? If that kind of guy is discovered by the young lady for neglecting his duties, he'll definitely have a hard time. In Qin Luo's room, he laid Su Muwan flat on the bed. Her face was flushed, her eyes already closed, and her breathing became rapid, with her chest rising and falling. Su Muwan's expression indicated that she was in great discomfort. Qin Luo didn't hesitate, quickly stripping off her shark pajamas. There was no time to imprint the scene in his mind. Qin Luo immediately unleashed the Tai Xian 13 needles. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ing. With a faint whimper, Su Muwan's brows furrowed slightly. She tightly gripped the bed sheet, biting her lip. A wave of cold energy was instantly expelled from her body, along with the silver needles. After finishing all of this, Qin Luo felt a temporary sense of relief. No, it would be impolite to look any longer. Whoosh. He quickly covered Su Muwan with a blanket, and then swiftly retreated. By the time she wakes up it should be around midnight. I should prepare some late-night snacks for her. Tisk Su Muwan, with a follower like me you can enjoy yourself in secret. Late at night, in Qin Luo's room, Su Muwan's complexion gradually improved. She opened her eyes in confusion, looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, feeling relieved. It seems it was successful. The cold energy invasion has always been a common problem with the Su family's techniques, and it was particularly pronounced in her. Thus, after one palm strike that destroyed Mo Lao's cultivation, it directly triggered the cold energy within her body. This is why she had to run to Qin Luo for help. But where is Qin Luo? At this moment, young lady, you're awake. A light laugh came from nearby. Su Muwan turned her head to look. She saw Qin Luo sitting beside her peeling an apple. It seems like a scene from a novel I read. Just as Su Muwan was about to get up, she suddenly spotted the shark pajamas neatly folded and placed beside her pillow. In an instant her pupils constricted. Her cheeks flushed a deep red. My clothes. Does that mean I was? Su Muwan's hands clenched the blanket, her eyes wide with shock, feeling ashamed as she buried her face in the sheets, revealing only half of her head. She glared at Qin Luo, who innocently held up the peeled apple, saying, "Young lady, I did this for your sake. The shark pajamas are too thick for the needles to penetrate." Hearing this, Su Muwan's lips buried in the blankets couldn't help but curl up slightly. A strange and peculiar feeling surged within her. She glared at Qin Luo. After a moment of deadlock, she said softly with a trembling voice, "Pervert." Su Muwan's voice was tinged with shyness and a hint of tremor, like a shy flower bud ready to bloom, etched into Qin Luo's mind. Qin Luo's pupils dilated. Thump, thump, hiss. Wait, why is my heart beating so fast? Qin Luo was momentarily stunned, his breathing quickening. He hurriedly stood up, turning away and walking stiffly towards the door, saying, "Young lady, you're joking too much. Hurry and get dressed for late-night snacks. I bought you barbecue and milk tea." Seeing Qin Luo's stiff demeanor, Su Muwan blinked. The corners of her mouth, buried in the blanket, involuntarily curled up, revealing a small, devilish smile. Oh, Qin Luo's reaction. So interesting. Is this still the Qin Luo who slaps people? With this thought, she couldn't help but speak again, wanting to tease him a bit more. "Qin Luo, come help this young lady." Creak. The door closed, and Qin Luo left. Seeing this scene, the corners of Su Muwan's eyebrows couldn't help but slightly raise. She pulled back the blanket and chuckled. "Qin Luo, you're a timid one, but also quite amusing." Outside, Qin Luo's breathing quickened slightly, covering his face, his expression one of disbelief peeking through his fingers. How strange! Why does the charm of this villain make his heart race so fast? Thump, thump, thump. He pounded his heart vigorously. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Luo cleared his throat a few times, but still couldn't stop. Qin Luo's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that he really has feelings for Su Muwan? Half an hour later, at 2:22 a.m., Qin Luo, Zhulan, and Su Muwan gathered in the living room. Su Muwan had changed into casual clothes, holding a skewer, and looked like she had thrown the previous events out of her mind. Munch, delicious. "Qin Luo, you really know how to please. You knew this young lady was hungry." As she said this, she deliberately leaned close to Qin Luo's ear, her red lips slightly parted, accompanied by a hint of alluring laughter as she said, "You're such a pervert, pure-hearted Qin Luo." He seriously shook his head, saying, "Su Xia, I only did this for the treatment. Your shark skin is too thick." As he spoke, Qin Luo looked at Su Muwan with a candid expression, saying, "Young lady, look into my eyes. They are as clear as a puppy's." Hissed, the charm of this villain is too strong. No, I need to stabilize my emotions, or I'll definitely be bewitched by her. Su Muwan choked slightly at his words, then glared at Qin Luo, grumbling dog eyes. "Hey, young lady, saying that hurts my feelings." Oomph. The corners of Su Muwan's mouth curled up slightly, realizing that after her rebirth her smiles had increased. Qin Luo seized the opportunity and immediately brought over a cup of milk tea. He inserted a straw and smilingly said, "Young lady, have some milk tea." Su Muwan took it, saying, "Humph." Qin Luo blinked, smiling slightly. "Su Muwan, are you a pig?" "Humph, humph, humph." Suddenly, Su Muwan felt something and glared at Qin Luo, saying, "Did you just insult me in your heart?" Hiss. Qin Luo immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly smiled, standing up and extending his hand to massage Su Muwan's shoulders, saying, "In the most loyal to you, how could I?" "You? Don't touch me," I said. You've improved, Qin Luo, your technique has grown." While massaging, Qin Luo leaned closer to Su Muwan and whispered with a laugh, "This is all for you, young lady." Su Muwan felt warm breath near her ear. Thump, thump. Her heart raced. For a moment her face slightly flushed. Hiss. Why is my heart beating so fast? Could it mean? Am I attracted to Qin Luo? How could a mere Qin Luo enchant someone like me who has seen countless novels? In any case, let's just assume it's because my cold energy hasn't fully recovered, which is why my heart is racing. With this thought, she closed her eyes, enjoying the moment slightly, and hummed, "You'd better be." Zhulan, watching from the side, was dumbfounded, dropping the skewer in her hand. "Oh, what's going on?" What happened between the young lady and Qin Luo while I was on night duty? What shark pajamas? What treatment? Oh, early in the morning. In the living room on the first floor. Little puppy come out. Add some points for me. The dog system responded received master. As the words fell, a panel appeared before Qin Luo. Qin Luo cultivation mid-stage of foundation establishment strength, 2 points defense, 13 points stamina, 1 point agility, 1 point insight, 1 point points available, to allocate 0 points loyalty, 155 title top dog, possesses the aura of a loyal dog. All dog-related tasks you perform will be blamed on those behind you. Mental method loyal dog heart sutra skills loyal dog ghostly body loyal dog ghostly palm automatic counter supreme Shin 13 needles god level hacking skills natural affinity pressure gossip basic combat skills basic culinary skills. A bunch of miscellaneous daily skills items, a set of Shin iron silver needles, war god token x1. Looking at this rich panel, Qin Luo nodded in satisfaction. The reward for this task was the long-awaited attribute points, and Qin Luo naturally allocated them all to defense. He discovered that the higher the attributes were raised, the more his cultivation would also increase. Closing the personal panel, Qin Luo opened the taskbar. Daily Loyal Dog Task Master loves you. Please perform the daily dog task 01 tip. You may also choose the following individuals for the dog task, and the rewards will be doubled. Dragon King's son-in-law, Xiao Tian location, Lin Family Doghouse, Descending Mountain Divine, Dr. Wang Yong location, Antique City Association, Zhang Group, Zhang Sweki location, Antique City Association, War God, Tungao location, Hell Rainforest Task. Reward Advanced Driving Skills X1, can be integrated and upgraded with the driving skills Master currently possesses. Qin Luo blinked at this. He asked in his mind, little dog has the system upgraded. Reporting to Master this is because Master has activated the relevant plot of the protagonists in this world, which is why these individuals' locations have appeared in the taskbar. Some individuals Master has not provoked, so their specific locations cannot be identified. So that's how it is. Qin Luo carefully examined the information from top to bottom. Xiao Tian goes without saying his status in the Lin family is even worse than that of a dog. Wang Yong, Zhang Sweki, why are these two always at the Antique City Association? Aren't you neglecting your group? Ahem, although Su Muwan is somewhat similar. Oh, and the war god is his name Tung Ao. His location is in the Hell Rainforest, which is thousands of miles away from Jiang City. After scanning around, Qin Luo suddenly thought of something, a smirk appearing on his lips. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I treated Long Ding Tian. So this dog task is just right for you. Wang Yong, let me see if you've made any progress during this time. With that thought, Qin Luo snapped his fingers. Come here. In an instant, Shun Fei and a group of followers rushed over. They stood in a line and shouted in unison, "Good morning, Brother Luo." Qin Luo nodded in satisfaction. Then he smirked and looked at Shun Fei, saying, Shun Fei, take some people with me to the Antique City Association. The young lady is busy. Oh, I need to find some good items for her. Understand? Shun Fei listened seriously and then nodded in response, yes. As Qin Luo's words fell, a prompt sounded. Detected Master has chosen ghostly Wang Yong, now issuing his exclusive task, obtain the Poison Shadow Heart Sutra. Task reward: Poison Shadow Heart Sutra can be fused with Loyal Dog Ghostly Palm. Qin Luo was taken aback. Ah, this is truly an unexpected fortune. In the courtyard with a loud bang, Zhulan, who was practicing punches, suddenly looked up at the vehicles speeding by. In her heart, she was startled. Has the young lady awakened? At that moment, a familiar business car slowly came to a stop beside Zhulan, and the window rolled down to reveal Qin Luo's figure. He glanced at Zhulan, who looked dazed, and said, I'm going out to buy antiques for the young lady. You stay here to protect the young lady. Don't let anyone in. If anything happens to the young lady, I will hold you responsible. After saying that, Qin Luo rolled up the window and sped away. Zhulan was left in a daze until Qin Luo's convoy left. Only then did she react. She widened her eyes in disbelief. No way. Who do you, a follower, think you are to give me orders? And you're even taking Shun Fei and the others out without permission. How infuriating. I will report this to the young lady. At the Antique City Association, two figures walked one after the other. After being humiliated by Su Muwan's follower last time, Zhang Sweki finally managed to suppress her anger after a long time. Because she was too embarrassed to tell her family that she had been humiliated by a follower of Su Muwan outside. Wang Yong, is what you said really true? Is there a secret technique at this auction that can solve my physical condition? Zhang Sweki looked at Wang Yong behind her with disdain and irritation. The more she looked, the more annoyed she became, the more she disliked him, and the more she wished to drive him away. Truly a waste. He thinks he's so impressive. In the end, he was slapped repeatedly by a follower of Su Muwan and didn't dare to retaliate. In the end, it was still she who dragged him back to the group. Wang Yong naturally knew that Zhang Sweki had developed doubts and distrust towards him due to the last incident. However, that was already in the past. He had merely underestimated that follower, which led to his carelessness. Next time they meet, he would definitely use poison techniques to make that follower wish they were dead. And Su Muwan, don't think I don't know you're behind all this. Even if your goal is Jiang Sueki, I have been forced to take the fall I will not let you off either. Back to the present. Wang Yong forced a smile saying, Sueki. You think you can call me Sueki, you useless fool. Shut up. During work hours you must address me by my title. Before Wang Yong could finish speaking, Jiang Sueki turned around, and began to scold him harshly. Since the last incident, Jiang Sueki disregarded her family's objections and demoted Wang Yong from bodyguard to security. If it weren't for Wang Yong claiming that there was a secret technique at the Antique City Association auction that could improve her condition, she would not have agreed to come. Wang Yong's expression stiffened. He clenched his fists but then relaxed them, awkwardly smiling. All right, President Jiang. Useless woman. I'm doing this for your own good. But you humiliate me like this. Not only did you put me in the security room, but you also repeatedly treat me coldly. Simply asking for death. Wang Yong took a deep breath and continued to smile. Don't worry, President Jiang, this news was told to me by a friend of mine. It's absolutely reliable. Jiang Sueki scoffed coldly. How reliable can your friend be? Forget it. If you deceive me again this time, you can roll out of the Jiang family. By then even my parents won't be able to keep you. Wang Yong repeatedly smiled apologetically. Absolutely, absolutely. Useless. Wang Yong silently roared in his heart. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that I can't disobey master's orders, would I let you stand here and talk to me so arrogantly? Forget it. Considering that your innate poisonous body can double cultivate with me, I will endure a little. Half an hour later the auction commenced as scheduled. Jiang Sueki sat in a front row seat. As the daughter of the Jiang family, everyone present naturally recognized her. President Jiang, long time no see, you still exude charm. An older businessman approached with a smile. Jiang Sueki responded with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Li, you also seem quite spirited. Another young entrepreneur stepped forward saying, President Jiang, I heard that Jiang Corporation has been making significant moves lately. Seems like you're developing some new beauty products, right? Truly impressive. Jiang Sueki humbly replied, Oh, we're still in the development stage. As she spoke, a surge of confidence gradually welled up within her. Looking across the entire Jiang city, who at her age could achieve such great feats. Currently, the company is developing a brand new product. Once it hits the market, the entire pharmaceutical industry of Jiang City will be at her feet. Jiang Sueki wanted everyone to know that even if she couldn't cultivate, she could still reach the pinnacle in another field. At that moment, a young man with a smile approached. Sister Sueki, long time no see. Ooh, I didn't expect to see you here. With his appearance, the expressions of those around turned to surprise. It was the young master of the Situ family. Situ Ruffin. The Situ family is one of the top families in Jiang City. Logically, he doesn't like antiques. Why would he come here on purpose? Could it be? Everyone looked back and forth between Situ Ruffing and Jiang Sueki. They all couldn't help but smile. Everyone knew Situ Ruffing and Jiang Sueki were childhood friends. He must have come for her. Upon seeing Situ Ruffing, a hint of surprise appeared on Jiang Sueki's face, and she became slightly shy. Brother Ruffing. Nearby, Wang Yong looked on with jealousy, thinking, what a pretty boy. Jiang Sueki is the one I've set my sights on. Situ Ruffing seemed to sense something. Glancing at Wang Yong, he asked, and this person is? Jiang Sueki quickly said, just a lousy security guard. Wang Yong's expression immediately turned sour, as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Jiang Sueki pretended not to notice, smiling, and saying, Brother Ruffing, are you also interested in antiques? Situ Ruffing smiled and replied, I just heard that Sister Sueki is here, so I came too. Jiang Sueki felt touched. Brother Ruffing. At that moment, a few of Situ Ruffing's lackeys shouted, I've heard that President Jiang and that Su family's Su Muwan share a similar interest in antiques. But everyone knows that Su Muwan is just someone who knows nothing, only buying the expensive stuff. How can she compare to President Jiang's true passion? Yes, when it comes to antiques, it has to be President Jiang. Jiang Sueki felt quite flattered. Su Muwan, although you and I are often compared, even if your martial arts talent is a bit good. But, in terms of character and integrity, you are far beneath me. Just as she was about to modestly downplay her achievements, in the next second, bang. The venue's main door was violently pushed open. Everyone saw a man wearing sunglasses being surrounded by a group of black-clad followers. As everyone was about to express their displeasure and reprimand him, their expressions suddenly changed. Those with sharp eyes recognized Shen Fei, and others clearly the followers of Su Muwan. But where was Su Muwan? Who was this leading man? Jiang Sueki's gaze froze. Su Muwan had arrived. No, that was Su Muwan's follower. Damn it. As Qin Luo walked in, he scanned the venue, especially when he saw Jiang Sueki. A disdainful smile crept onto his lips. Everyone was confused. Who is this person? Situ Ruffing seemed to notice Jiang Sueki's unpleasant expression and quietly asked, Sister Sueki, do you know this person? Jiang Sueki nodded and angrily muttered, This person is Su Muwan's follower. He has provoked me before. Situ Ruffing nodded, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. So it's just a follower. With that thought, Situ Ruffing glanced at his own lackey beside him. The latter understood and swaggered towards Qin Luo and his group. Qin Luo looked at the people in the venue. When he saw Jiang Xueqi and the others present, he was quite satisfied. Good, everyone is here. At that moment a man walked up to Qin Luo aggressively saying, "Hey kid, do you know that the rules of our auction prohibit followers like you from?" Before he could finish his sentence slap, Qin Luo directly slapped him to interrupt his subsequent words. Thud. The man fell to the ground clutching his face and immediately began to groan in pain. Everyone saw his face quickly swell up, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He widened his eyes, disbelief written all over his face. He never imagined someone would dare to be so bold as to hit someone right in front of so many people. Did he not even hesitate about whether hitting him would bring trouble? The venue fell silent. Everyone looked at Qin Luo in disbelief. This is Su Muwan's follower. So arrogant. Situ Rufeng also saw Qin Luo for the first time. In his impression, Su Muwan's follower had always been a girl. This guy was indeed a first-time encounter for him. Then everyone saw Qin Luo after slapping the man with nostrils flared. A calm, yet arrogant voice entered everyone's ears. Shun Fei. What was that barking just now? Shun Fei respectfully replied, Shun Fei knows not. Qin Luo upon hearing this said lightly, then take your seat. Saying this he stepped forward, stepping on the fallen man's still confused face as he walked past. Ugh. The man on the ground let out a scream, crawling on the floor, his face full of disbelief. Really? Just stepped over him. Everyone's expressions turned angry. An older businessman stood up, pointing at Qin Luo as he passed, shouting, Stop. This is the Antique City auction. Not for someone like you. Slapped. Before he could finish, Shin Fei slapped him, then pointed at the now silent businessman, scolding, Shut up. Brother Luo is here, it's not your turn to speak. On my mistake, we all came for the young lady. Qin Luo casually explained. All right, Brother Luo. Shin Fei shot a glare at the silenced businessman, and then continued to follow behind Qin Luo. Wow, no wonder Brother Luo always enjoys slapping people. This feeling is quite refreshing. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone understood. This group of people was specifically sent by Su Muwan to cause trouble. Their intentions were anything but good. When Wang Yong saw Qin Luo, he momentarily suppressed the urge to strike, because he noticed Situ Rufeng standing next to Jiang Xueqi. What reaction would this person have, I wonder? After all, it seemed that this follower had a serious conflict with the young lady, Su behind him, and Jiang Xueqi. I wonder if this arrogant follower still dares to make a move against Situ Rufeng. Upon seeing Qin Luo's arrogant demeanor, Jiang Xueqi could no longer contain the humiliation and anger surging within her. Before long, Qin Luo approached Jiang Xueqi. He was followed by a group of lackeys exuding immense pressure. Subsequently, Qin Luo pushed up the lenses of his sunglasses, revealing his arrogant visage. He looked at the grim-faced Jiang Xueqi and mocked, We meet again. Wasteful young lady. At that moment, Jiang Xueqi was about to unleash her pent-up anger and scold Qin Luo, but Situ Rufeng intervened, coldly gazing at Qin Luo as he said, Is this how Su Muwan educates her subordinates? If you don't want our Situ family to trouble your young lady, then you should have the self-awareness to kneel and apologize right now. Otherwise, my Situ family will certainly make your young lady pay a painful price. How arrogant. If I speak up in defense, it would help elevate my status. Even if I can't make this follower apologize, everyone will respect me more. And Jiang Xueqi will admire and adore me even more. As Situ Rufeng spoke, the expressions of those present eased their hearts, set at rest. It should be known that the Situ family was on par with the Su family, as one of the top families in Jiang City. This small follower of Su Muwan, no matter how one looked at it. But suddenly a crisp sound echoed. Everyone froze in shock. Qin Luo raised his hand and slapped Situ Rufeng, mocking, What are you daring to shout here? Threatening my young lady? Who do you think you are? On what grounds do you think my young lady would fear your Situ family? Just because of your elder who is about to lie in a coffin. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. You came specifically for Wang Yong beside Jiang Xueqi, didn't you? Your goal is to pull your elder back from the coffin. As soon as the system activated, all the information appeared in Qin Luo's mind. Wang Yong was taken aback, reevaluating his view on Qin Luo. This guy, even with Su Muwan backing him, how could he be so arrogant? On what grounds does he think Su Muwan would truly protect him? Jiang Xueqi's expression was frozen in shock as she looked at Qin Luo in disbelief. Did he really dare to strike my Rufeng brother? And what did this follower mean? Was Rufeng brother here for that smelly security guard? Situ Rufeng was also stunned by the slap. He tilted his head, feeling a searing pain on his cheek. An indescribable sense of humiliation suddenly enveloped his heart. I was slapped. Shock, anger, and disbelief surged within Situ Rufeng. As the esteemed young master of the Situ family, how could he have ever faced such humiliation? But the latter part of what this follower said sent a jolt through him. He covered his burning cheek, his expression horrified. This follower knew that something had happened to the elder of the Situ family. Did he even know that the purpose of his visit to the antique city was to seek Wang Yong for his grandfather's treatment? No. How could a follower possibly know? Therefore, Situ Ru Feng's expression darkened. The only people who knew about this matter could only be Su Muwan behind this follower. Otherwise, how could a mere follower come forward so boldly to slap 3 people? Such arrogance must be due to Su Muwan's scheme. Damn it. This situation feels off, though I can only endure for now. Thus, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Situ Ru Feng, the young master of the Situ family, actually covered his face and showed no further reaction. Jiang Xueqi's pupils contracted, her lips slightly parted. Ru Feng brother. Why isn't Ru Feng brother fighting back? Why? Jiang Xueqi looked at Qin Luo in disbelief, whose lips curled into a mocking smile. Then she turned to her heroic image of Situ Ru Feng, who appeared to be enduring. Jiang Xueqi felt a pain of disappointment in her heart, as if it were being carved by a knife. A hint of disappointment crossed her eyes as she pursed her lips and sat back down. Ru Feng brother, you have disappointed Xueqi too much. Situ Ru Feng's heart twisted. He noticed the disappointment on Jiang Xueqi's face. But there was no way out. His grandfather's critical condition should have been a secret. Yet now it was revealed by a follower of Su Muwan. The implication was all too clear. Su Muwan intended to threaten the Situ family. How vicious. This Su Muwan was far from the mindless rumor. Therefore Situ Ru Feng took a deep breath and endured. Qin Luo took a surprised glance at Situ Ru Feng, who seemed to have undergone a mental storm. He shrugged nonchalantly. What a side character. He slapped him and didn't even get a system prompt. This guy was clearly not part of the main character group. Forget it. He'll just go and take advantage of the main character. With that in mind, he chose a seat that was neither too far nor too close to Jiang Xueqi. Then he spread his arms wide, comfortably creating a massive space for himself. Xin Fei and others stood by the aisle, preventing anyone from getting close. Jiang Xueqi saw Qin Luo sitting not far from her, and the anger and disappointment towards her Ru Feng brother were all written on her face. At this moment Wang Yong noticed, and his expression brightened. He hurried over, saying, Miss Jiang, don't be upset. He'll teach this follower who offended you a severe lesson later. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xueqi looked at Wang Yong and hesitantly asked, how are you going to teach him a lesson? Wang Yong, seeing Jiang Xueqi's change of heart, quickly smiled and said, after the auction, I'll make him. A few seconds later Jiang Xueqi's expression brightened, and she nodded. Alright, if you can really do it, then I'll reinstate you as my bodyguard. Wang Yong's heart twitched at her words, but he still nodded, saying, sure Miss Jiang, just watch how I teach that stinky follower a lesson. On the auction stage, an auctioneer wiped the sweat from his forehead. After glancing at Qin Luo with difficulty, he awkwardly began to introduce the auction products. Well, since everyone is here, the auction officially begins. As the auctioneer finished speaking, a young lady dressed in a cheongsam brought the first item and placed it on the table. The auctioneer cleared his throat and introduced, dear guests, let me present to you first a blue and white porcelain vase collected by a master from 5,000 years ago. This vase is beautifully shaped with pure glaze and exquisite painting craftsmanship, possessing immense historical and artistic value, starting at a price of 1 million. As soon as he finished speaking, a low discussion spread throughout the audience. Items from masters are hard to come by. Indeed, there might even be treasures stored within. What a good item this is. Many people raised their bidding paddles, ready to participate in the bidding. At that moment a paddle was raised. 10 million I wanted. As soon as he spoke, everyone's expressions changed. They all turned to look at the person who raised the paddle. When they saw it was Qin Luo, each one could only awkwardly lower their paddles. Qin Luo looked at the indifferent auctioneer on stage and said, what's wrong? Hurry up and announce it. The auctioneer snapped back to reality at the mention, swallowed hard, and then shakily dropped the hammer. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning this item. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued to introduce the next item for auction. Next we will auction a painting by a master who became famous for his paintings 5,000 years ago, starting at a price of 1 million. As he finished speaking, the etiquette lady lifted the painting and everyone was astonished. As the painting slowly unfolded, a magnificent landscape painting came into view. The mountains and waters in the painting intertwined with clouds and mist swirling the brushwork, delicate yet powerful, as if one could feel the aura of that great master from 5,000 years ago. Every stroke and line of the painting revealed profound skill and extraordinary artistic conception, leaving people in awe. Especially since he became famous for his painting isn't that the very painting sage who painted 9 heavens. I bid 5 million. I bid 550,000. 7 million. No one better compete with me. 10 million. I bid 10 million. 20 million. The bidders in the venue became lively again, paddles raising like bamboo shoots after the rain, and the price rapidly surged. Jiang Xueqi also showed great interest in this painting. She raised her paddle and said loudly, 30 million. Please everyone give me some face. I really like this painting. Jiang Xueqi believed that by saying this the others would certainly be reluctant to compete with her. And indeed that was the case. Seeing that the young lady of the Jiang family had spoken, they all smiled and said, since Miss Jiang likes it, we won't compete anymore. Jiang Shueqi smiled slightly at the auctioneer. Just as the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer, suddenly a lazy voice interrupted, I bid 31 million. Everyone. Jiang Shueqi's expression darkened as she glared furiously toward Qin Luo. He leaned casually on the table, with one hand propping up his cheek, his gaze fixed squarely upon her. That mocking glint in his eyes, deliberate, unmistakable. Moments later Qin Luo's voice rang out again. 31 million and 1,000. Jiang Shueqi's eye twitched. She shot back, 35 million. 35 million and 1,000. You. Fuming, she rose from her seat and snapped at him. What exactly do you think you're doing? Every time she bids I simply add 1,000 more. No more, no less. Qin Luo shrugged, a sardonic smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Figured it out. Good. Then you understand. He turned to the auctioneer and added lightly, from now on every bid Jiang Miss makes will be matched and exceeded by precisely 1,000. A collective gasp rippled through the hall. Glances darted between one another. Was he truly so brazen as to humiliate Jiang Shueqi in front of everyone? Jiang Shueqi refused to yield. She strode forward and barked at the auctioneer. Fine. Then I'll do the same. I'll top his bid by 1,000. Hearing this, the auctioneer froze, flustered, glancing left at Qin Luo, right at Jiang Shueqi, his voice faltering. This puts me in an impossible position. Impossible. A cold, mirthless laugh cut through the air. Then don't bother doing it at all. All eyes turned as Qin Luo rose, stepped deliberately onto the auction stage, and seized the auctioneer's microphone. Jiang Shueqi slammed her palm onto the table, shouting, What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to destroy this entire auction? Destroy it? No, not at all. Holding the microphone aloft, Qin Luo swept a disdainful gaze across the stunned crowd below. Then with unrestrained audacity he laughed, loud, defiant, triumphant. I merely wish to inform everyone present. Whatever my young mistress sets her sights upon, inevitably becomes hers. This auction is now exclusively reserved for the Su clan. Silence shattered into stunned disbelief. Arrogant, insolent, outrageous. How dared this mere attendant speak with such audacity? On what authority? Was it only because he stood under Su Muwan's shadow? Su Muwan, this isn't over, not by a long shot. She shouted, This auction is organized by the Antiquities Guild's president. Bidding is merit-based, fair, and open. By what right do you claim sole dominion here? The crowd stirred, suddenly remembering. Right? The Antiquities Guild wasn't ruled by the Su clan. What authority did this attendant wield? Merely a retainer, to lord over them so brazenly. Their expressions shifted, clarity returning. Yes, President Long Dingtian still held ultimate authority. His influence spanned countless factions. Even Su Muwan would tread carefully to avoid offending him. Surely she wouldn't protect this attendant at such cost. Yet, by what right? Qin Luo seemed to find the question absurdly amusing. He cleared his throat, raised the microphone, and spoke, calm, unshaken, sending shockwaves through the room. Long Dingtian. Come forth now. Boom. Unforgivable. How dare a lowly attendant speak so disrespectfully to President Long Dingtian? Security. Where are the security guards? Outraged cries erupted. Who was this lunatic? At last the venue manager rushed in, eyes blazing upon spotting Qin Luo disrupting proceedings on stage. His jaw nearly twisted in fury. This was the Antiquities Guild's domain, the sovereign territory of President Long himself. How dare some young upstart muddy its sanctity? Without hesitation he stormed forward and roared, You insolent whelp. This place is not finished. Another figure dashed past him, faster, frantic. Silenced. Slap. A sharp, stinging blow landed across the manager's face. He crumpled to the floor, clutching his cheek in utter stupefaction, while the entire hall fell silent, stunned, Jiang Shueqi included. For the man who had just struck his own subordinate, panicked, breathless, was none other than President Long Dingtian himself, the head of the Antiquities Guild. Sweat glistened on Long Dingtian's brow as he hurried before Qin Luo, bowing deeply beneath the crowd's incredulous stares. Please forgive me, Master Qin. But Qin Luo wasn't done. Calmly he said, I came at my young mistress's behest, to treat you and perhaps acquire a few antiquities. Yet, his gaze swept over the assembled guests. Disappointment etched in his tone. This auction has profoundly disappointed both my young mistress and myself. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. How dared this attendant speak so boldly? Yet Long Dingtian's reaction stunned them even more. Instantly Long Dingtian broke into a cold sweat, voice trembling. Master Qin, please calm your wrath. Every antique in tonight's auction will be delivered personally to the Su residence, without delay. We beg your forgiveness. Qin Luo paused, then nodded, feigning placation. Very well. Then, let us proceed to your residence for treatment. This time I estimate a 70% recovery, enough to restore your ability to circulate true qi. True qi. Long Dingtian lifted his head, ecstasy flooding his features. No need. Right here, right now, is perfectly acceptable. Qin Luo blinked, then studied him skeptically. Here. Are you certain? Absolutely. 20 years of being branded useless. He could wait no longer. Fearing Qin Luo might retract his offer, Long Dingtian dropped to his knees and cried out, I humbly request Master Qin's palm. Thunder cracked within every mind. Wait, what did they just hear? Request his palm. Who granted whom what? Could it be? Could the mighty President Long Dingtian truly beg a youth for a palm strike? No, that couldn't be literal. There must be deeper meaning. Palm grant. Was it some obscure dialect? A coded term? Jiang Sueki stood frozen staring. First at Qin Luo, then at Long Dingtian kneeling submissively on stage. Brother Long, why have you fallen so low? Disappointment and disbelief warred within her heart. Brother Long, you've shattered my faith in you. While the crowd strained to decipher the phrase's hidden significance, reality soon shattered their speculation. Qin Luo raised his hand, swift, decisive. Slap. A thunderous strike landed full force across Long Dingtian's face. Thud. He collapsed, trembling violently on the floor. Yet instead of erupting in fury, Long Dingtian leapt upright and burst into wild, delirious laughter. Ha ha. It worked. It worked. I'm finally able to cultivate. I can gather and circulate true qi. How many years? How many decades have I endured this torment? Mother, wait for me. I will return to the Long clan. And then, I will exact vengeance upon that heartless traitor. No longer hesitating, Long Dingtian, still holding his stinging cheek, laughed like a child, then bowed deeply and roared with reverence. Thank you, Master Qin, for granting me your palm. Wumph. Every mind went blank. Did they just witness Long Dingtian thanking someone for slapping him? What sorcery was this? Was this reality, or some fever dream? Su Muwan's villa. Inside her bedroom, Su Muwan slept soundly, yet her brow furrowed faintly. She murmured softly, Don't provoke them, Qin Luo. Don't provoke the Dragon King. Don't provoke the Ghost Immortal. Don't provoke the War God. Don't provoke the young mistress whose marrow was drained. Don't provoke the one whose engagement was broken. Then her voice softened, drifting into dreamy delight. Heh, Qin Luo's hands are truly exquisite. Pervert. Say something I'll love hearing. Shocking. Startling. No one expected that Long Dingtian, the president of the antique fair, would be rendered speechless by a subordinate of Su Muwan laughing uncontrollably in public. A group of event staff approached, looking at the uncontrollably laughing Long Dingtian with confusion. Haha, everyone be quiet. You don't understand anything. After a hearty laugh, 2 streams of hot tears rolled down Long Dingtian's face. He glanced around at everyone in the venue and solemnly said, Actually, I believe you all know that I am a useless person who cannot cultivate. But things are different now. Long Dingtian walked over to Qin Luo and introduced him respectfully. Qin Luo, Master Qin has received the true teachings from Miss Su, possessing medical skills that are beyond comprehension. Just now he cured my long-standing useless physique. I can cultivate now. Qin Luo slightly raised his chin, scanning the faces of everyone in the venue with indifference. His calm demeanor immediately caused everyone to gasp in shock. He knows medicine. An older business owner stood up, visibly trembling, his hands shaking uncontrollably. He swallowed hard, looking at Long Dingtian in disbelief. President Long, are you joking right now? Haha, old Huang, do you really think I would joke about this? Aren't you suffering from a hidden ailment? If you can get Master Qin's help, he will surely cure your body. But Long Dingtian wiped away his tears and respectfully looked at Qin Luo, saying, Whether you can receive Master Qin's assistance depends on your sincerity. As soon as he finished speaking, old Huang trembled as he reached up to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He was the chairman of a racing group owning several specialized racing manufacturing companies with substantial financial resources. In his youth, he was also a racing driver. But unfortunately, in his later years, he developed Parkinson's disease. This is a neurodegenerative disorder that primarily affects motor function. Currently, treatments can only alleviate symptoms and cannot cure the disease. This was an incredibly painful situation for someone who was once a racing driver. Now, hearing Long Dingtian's words, could it be he might be saved? President Long wouldn't risk embarrassment to speak for this subordinate. So, this is evidently true. With this thought, old Huang shakily left his seat. President Huang. His bodyguard quickly supported him as he walked towards the stage. Around them, murmurs of disbelief began to spread. Does President Huang really believe this subordinate knows medicine? Yes, how could such a difficult ailment possibly be treated? President Huang is just grasping at straws. Situ Rufin had not calmed down since he saw Long Dingtian asking Qin Luo for help after slapping him. The fact that Long Dingtian could not cultivate was not a secret among these martial arts families. Previously, Long Dingtian's dantian was dry like parched land that hadn't been nourished in a long time. But now, he actually felt a slight surge of true energy. Situ Rufin was shocked. Did this mean Long Dingtian really got better? This subordinate also knows medicine. Jiang Sueki looked on in disappointment. Oh, of course, she knew President Huang. Grandpa Huang. Why do you choose to believe this man? By the way, Jiang Sueki remembered that Wang Yong had always claimed to know medicine, so she turned to him and asked, Wang Yong, does this subordinate really know medicine? Upon hearing this, Wang Yong's eyes flickered slightly. To be fair, just now Long Dingshan's dantian was dry, but after being slapped by Qin Luo, there seemed to be a sign of revival. However, Wang Yong's expression was disdainful. He could also treat such ailments, and even faster and more effectively. So he concluded that Qin Luo simply happened to treat this difficult ailment by chance. With this thought, Wang Yong wore a proud expression and sneered, Head President Jiang need not worry, he is merely a clown. Once the auction is over, I will show him. What is the cruelest thing for a man? He claims to know medicine, so let us see if he can truly unravel this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sueki felt much better. A glimmer of joy appeared in her eyes as she hesitantly looked at Wang Yong, and said, Wang Yong, I find that you dare to resist such a villain, while I misjudged Situ Gij and Long Gij. Wang Yong smiled in his heart upon hearing this. He nodded, and said, Sueki, it's good that you understand. My master sent me to protect you, so just trust me. Jiang Sueki nodded, but there was still something that made her feel a bit disheartened. She sighed and said, What a pity that the secret manual that could cure me is now in the hands of Long Gij, and that subordinate of Su Muwan. Wang Yong shook his head, a hint of mockery in his eyes, and confidently said, Hey, don't worry, Sueki, I will make that subordinate kneel down and obediently hand over the secret manual. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sueki's eyes brightened with excitement. She exclaimed, Really? Wang Yong, you are so good to me. For some reason, Jiang Sueki felt an inexplicable sense of security from Wang Yong. Why did I suddenly feel so at ease with Wang Yong by my side? At the auction venue on the stage, old Huang, trembling, walked in front of Qin Luo, looking at him with respect. He clasped his hands and said, Master Qin, I beg you to save me. If you can cure me, I am willing to give 51 of my company's shares to Miss Su. Old Huang had already enjoyed everything this world had to offer. Now he only wished to heal himself and have one more exhilarating race. This way, he would be very satisfied. Racing. Oh right, I remember that in Su Muwan's character collection, there is a setting about her liking racing. TSK. How can a big villain like you love antiques, racing, and gambling so much? Forget it, I won't think about it. Qin Luo slightly raised his hand, looking at the trembling old man in front of him, and asked, Are you sure? My treatment methods are different from others. This palm will hurt. Old Huang looked at Qin Luo's raised palm, struggling to respond. But thinking about how he was already half a foot in the grave, he thought better to take a gamble. With this thought, he gritted his teeth and said, I slap. Aunt. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Luo swiftly slapped him. He said calmly, I forgot to mention the effect is best when you don't have time to react. With a thud, old Huang fell to the ground, covering his burning face. His mind was buzzing. Did he really hit me? Didn't he give me any psychological preparation? Everyone in the venue stared wide-eyed at the stage. Did he get cured? Wang Yong sneered at this scene. What a joke. Such a condition could only be treated by his master, the divine doctor. You a mere subordinate. Subordinate? Huh. Wang Yong hadn't finished his thought. But old Huang, in front of everyone's astonished eyes, suddenly sprang up from the ground. He felt his body and shouted in disbelief, I'm fine. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. They watched the elderly Huang, who was bouncing around as if he had regained 50 years of youth. Instantly they were shocked. Is he really cured? Divine doctor. This is truly a divine doctor. A miracle. This is a miracle. Heavens, he can even cure Parkinson's. Then young lady Su must have conquered cancer. Indeed. Incredible. It's simply a human miracle. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Jiang Sueki was also stunned. What, he's cured? He isn't a fraud. What? Wang Yong's pupils constricted. He stood up, shouting in shock, This is impossible. You must have used some other means. That's right. You all must have colluded. It's a scheme to deceive us. Wang Yong seemed to have uncovered the truth. He couldn't believe that mere physical contact could cure an ailment. This is unscientific. However, as he spoke, how are you to question the medical skills taught to me by my young lady? A ghostly figure suddenly flashed before Wang Yong. The figure raised a hand. Slap. A crisp sound echoed. Wang Yong's cheek twisted as he clutched his stinging face. His pupils constricted. So fast. When did that happen? Most importantly, I got hit again. Long Dingtian looked on in shock at Qin Luo, who had suddenly appeared before Wang Yong like a shadow. He swallowed hard. Even young Lady Su's attendant possesses incredible strength. It's truly terrifying. Why is the bodyguard beside Jiang Sueki so oblivious? It seems I must find a chance to persuade Jiang Sueki to get rid of this troublemaker soon. Wang Yong covered his face, a deep, murderous intent surging within him. He looked up at Qin Luo, his eyes ready to burst. You're seeking death. Slap. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Luo slapped him again. Still daring to be stubborn, he coldly said, This slap is for your disrespectful words. Slap. He swung another slap. This slap is for your lack of insight. Slap. Then came yet another slap. This slap is for your arrogance and pride. Slap, slap, slap. These slaps are to teach you to be humble. The continuous sound of slapping filled the air. Wang Yong's head spun like a top being slapped left and right by Qin Luo. The entire crowd was in shock. This Qin sure truly does as he pleases. But he indeed has the capital to do so. Heh. In this day and age anyone can exist, yet they dare question Qin Shi's medical skills. Indeed, what does this little security guard amount to daring to act arrogantly in front of Qin Shi? Provoke Qin Shi, and there will be no day for you security guard to stand in Jiang City. If Jiang Sueki can't manage this security guard, then let Qin Shi handle it. Sarcastic voices echoed. All these people had previously called Jiang Sueki President Jiang. Now their attitudes had completely shifted due to Qin Luo's medical skills and Long Dingshan's alignment. Wang Yong's mind went blank from the slaps. He realized that at this moment, he could not fight back. Why? Move. Move, damn it. Let me fight back. Wang Yong mentally screamed. But it was of no use. Slap. The last slap serves as a warning to you to not provoke those you shouldn't. How can my young lady be questioned by you? After delivering the final slap, Qin Luo coldly mocked. Thud. Wang Yong was knocked to the ground. His brain buzzed, halting all thought. When did I question your young lady? Jiang Sueki could no longer hold herself back. She had been provoked multiple times, humiliated repeatedly, and even deliberately made to suffer at the auction. I can no longer endure it. No more endurance. Jiang Sueki suddenly stood up, her expression furious, as she pointed at Qin Luo, screaming. Are you done yet? You humiliated me for being unable to cultivate. You humiliated my brother Ryun. You even humiliated my bodyguard. Do you know who I am? I am the young lady of the Jiang family. I am the most. Slap. Annoying. What are you even? A waste who can't even cultivate. Loser. Before the words even finished, Qin Luo slapped her again. He sent Jiang Sueki spinning in place, collapsing to the ground. One side of her cheek was swollen and painful, and Jiang Sueki's gaze blankly stared at the suddenly blue sky from her perspective. Her mind went blank. I got hit. Especially Qin Luo's last few words pierced her heart continuously. In an instant, Jiang Sueki's eyes turned red, and she could no longer hold back her tears. Wah! I will tell my brother. I will have him come and kill you. Wah! Brother. I will report this. I want you and Su Muwan to have a terrible fate. As she finished speaking, dare to threaten my young lady, seeking death. Qin Luo stepped forward, grabbing Jiang Sueki by the collar, and then under her terrified expression, slap. 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 His right hand struck out. Jiang Sueki's cheeks swelled symmetrically. Now Jiang Sueki no longer dared to speak. She lay on the ground, covering her face and trembling. Tears dripped onto the ground. Why is this happening? It clearly shouldn't be like this. Right, it's all Wang Yong's fault. Jiang Sueki covered her face and shouted at the equally fallen and incapacitated Wang Yong. It's all because of you, you waste. You clearly said you would protect me. But what about you? You are just a waste who accomplishes nothing and ruins everything. You can't heal my body. You can't even defeat a mere attendant. Waste, waste, waste. All this humiliation I suffered. It's all because of this Wang Yong's fault. Wang Yong gradually snapped back to reality due to Jiang Sueki's sharp voice. He trembled as he got up from the ground. Then he glared at Qin Luo. Even after being beaten like this, he still didn't believe Qin Luo could heal. In fact, being beaten only reinforced his belief that Qin Luo was afraid of him, exposing his lack of medical skills. So Wang Yong coldly stated, Qin Luo, don't you claim to be skilled in medicine? How about this? I am as well. To prove your skills, let's each find 10 patients with difficult diseases and treat them together in an open space. Before he could finish slap, Qin Luo slapped him again, looking at Wang Yong, who was shocked and had a twisted expression as if looking at a fool. He mocked, what are you? Why should I prove anything to a waste like you? Seeing Wang Yong still so arrogantly self-fashioned, Jiang Sueki couldn't help but kick her legs on the ground, screaming, Wang Yong, get out. Don't embarrass me here any further. The crowd also laughed. What can a mere security guard do with his so-called medical skills? Yes, does Qin Shi need to prove anything to you? Can you at least have a little self-awareness? And you're going to find 20 more people for treatment. Is he out of his mind? Loser. A chorus of mocking voices pierced Wang Yong's ears. His suppressed fury surged uncontrollably, until suddenly a thought struck him. His wrath ebbed away, replaced by an expression of utter calm. He gazed at Qin Luo and spoke coolly, very well. I understand. Qin Luo, observing his resigned demeanor, felt a flicker of bewilderment. What on earth had he just realized? No matter. He glanced at his mission interface. Every objective had been completed. Remaining here held no further purpose. With that thought, Qin Luo turned to Xin Fei, let's go. Yes, brother Luo. Long Dingtian also called out enthusiastically, senior disciple Qin. I'll deliver everything straight to your residence this very moment. Qin Luo waved dismissively and strode away without looking back. Jiang Sueki watched Wang Yong suppress his impulse to strike, and her heart sank into profound disappointment. The last fragile thread of trust she'd held in him dissolved entirely. Yet no one noticed how Wang Yong's gaze shifted, subtly inexorably, from placid to venomous. All knew him only by the title Ghost Immortal, but none knew his second far darker epithet, Yin Wang, the Lord of Hell. One hand healed, the other took life. Slowly a silver needle emerged from his fingertip. His eyes locked onto Qin Luo's retreating back, burning with malice. He possessed a technique capable of rendering a man permanently impotent, a vile ruthless art he reserved only for mortal enemies. Even his own master could not undo its effects. As this thought coiled through his mind, Qin Luo, having provoked him time and again, would now reap what he had sown. With that resolve he flicked his wrist, schwa, and launched the needle. Yet what he did not foresee, clang. Auto-deflection activated. Attack redirected back to originator. A system alert flashed before Qin Luo, startling him. Huh, what just happened? A moment's reflection brought clarity. Ah, I see. That Wang Yong must have employed some underhanded trick. But he'll never guess I possess auto-deflection. Though unaware of the nature of the assault, Qin Luo mused wryly. You've brought this upon yourself. Meanwhile, Wang Yong watched Qin Luo depart, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Serves you right, lowly lackey. Once you realize what's befallen you, you'll crawl to me begging for mercy. Alas, it was futile. Not even his own master could reverse this needle's curse. So you shall remain an eunuch, for life? Ha ha ha. Just as the thought crystallized, a strange sensation flared in Wang Yong's lower abdomen. Bewildered, he looked down. There, embedded in his flesh, gleamed a needle finer than a strand of hair. His pupils contracted sharply, his lips whitened, his entire body trembled violently. Terror contorted his features. This is... No, impossible. Why is it in me? Could it possibly be that His trembling fingers probed inward, and confirmed a brutal truth: he was utterly impotent. No, the realization shattered his mind. A deafening roar filled Wang Yong's skull, then silence. Thump! His vision blackened. Eyes rolling back, he collapsed unconscious to the floor. Master, I must return to the mountain. Congratulations, Master. Daily mission completed. Reward: Divine Level Driving Technique 1. Congratulations, Master. Wang Yong specific mission: acquire the Venomous Shadow Heart Sutra. Reward: Venomous Shadow Heart Sutra 1. Congratulations, Master. Performed menial duties for Jiang Sweki. Reward: 1 attribute point. Congratulations, Master. Shattered Wang Yong's Tao heart from the Divine Physician, descends the mountain. Reward: 12 Ghost Gate Needles. Compatible with 13 Supreme Mystical Needles. Purified Fusion version. As Qin Luo journeyed home, system notifications chimed incessantly. Qin Luo wore a satisfied smile. Excellent. This outing yielded rich rewards. With a silent command, he instructed his inner consciousness. Little dog, fuse everything, and allocate all attribute points to defense. Understood, Master. Instantly, Qin Luo's defense stat surged to 14. Additionally, Dog Devil Palm technique fused with Venomous Shadow Heart Sutra. Upgraded to Dog Devil Venom Palm. When striking an opponent, Master may choose whether to inflict toxic damage, causing mild facial necrosis, or complete skeletal dissolution. 13 Supreme Mystical Needles fused with 12 Ghost Gate Needles. Upgraded to 14 Mystic Ghost Needles. The first 13 techniques resurrect the dead and restore flesh to bone. The 14th, when combined with Poison Arts, slays unseen and undetectable. As the final notification faded, Qin Luo's mind flooded with advanced toxicology techniques. Coupled with the 14 Mystic Ghost Needles and his set of Black Iron Silver Needles, their synergy promised extraordinary efficacy. A faint, confident smile curved his lips. Now at last he possessed genuine self-preservation. Ah, shouldn't the primary antagonist be waking soon? Perfect. When she rises and sees the mansion brimming with antiques, she'll surely leap and shriek with delight. TSK, TSK. Qin Luo already envisioned the scene unfolding before him. He murmured softly, almost tenderly, "Having me around truly is your good fortune, young miss. Tell me, who else would battle the protagonist while fetching you gifts?" Yes, place it there. Hold on, this one stays. Right, perfect. And this? Put it in the living room as a display piece. Oh, this scroll. I'll need it later. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps descended the stairs. Su Muwan, dressed in casual wear and rubbing her sleepy eyes, came downstairs. Qin Luo, what on earth are you doing so early? She blinked at the sheer volume of antiques. Where did all these come from? She admitted it had been years since she'd slept so deeply. Last night's acupuncture session, administered by Qin Luo to expel cold qi, had worked miraculously, allowing her to rest uninterrupted until now. Her vitality radiated palpably. Today promises boundless energy. Meanwhile, Qin Luo directed Zhu Lan and others as they hauled in the vast collection of antiques Long Dingtian had delivered. Spotting Su Muwan descending, he approached with warm, eager pride. "Young miss, behold. These antiques were acquired by me this very morning. Do they please you?" Hearing this, Su Muwan turned toward the procession of artifacts entering the hall, and blinked. Then instantly, wow! She dashed toward a monumental bronze statue. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Isn't this the famed bronze statue from Goen City, the one displayed but never sold? How did you obtain it? Then spotting another treasure, she lifted a yellowed fan reverently, the Ninefrost fan. Legend says it belonged to a grand accomplishment realm master 2 millennia ago, one who wielded fans as lethal weapons. And yes, I recall he inscribed his cultivation manual directly onto its surface. As she unfolded the fan, rows of martial scripture shimmered across its face. Phew! Su Muwan gasped awestruck. Its historical and cultural value is incalculable. Like a child in wonder, she darted left and right. This, am I still dreaming? She dove headfirst into the antique heap, rummaging eagerly without lifting her gaze. Qin Luo, how did you get them? What did you do so early? Qin Luo chuckled, waving his hand nonchalantly. Nothing much, just attended an auction at Goen City. A few ill-mannered individuals interfered. Among them were Jiang Sweki of the Jiang clan, Situ Ruffling of the Situ clan, and Wang Yong, Jiang Sweki's attendant. Well, don't worry, young miss. I suffered no loss. I simply stepped forward and silenced them. Smack, smack, smack. Others coveted these pieces, but I couldn't allow that. Knowing how dearly you cherish such treasures, I summoned Long Ding Tian and declared the entire auction hall reserved for you. These belong to you, young miss. Oh, and the chairman of a racing conglomerate brought his share transfer agreement. I've placed it among the antiques. Please take a look. Silence fell over the grand hall. Su Muwan's hands froze mid-rummage. First, she scanned the overwhelming sea of artifacts, then lowered her gaze to the peculiar share transfer document clutched in her palm. Finally, she slowly twisted her neck, stiffly, to meet Qin Luo's cheerful, untroubled smile. Her voice tightened, laced with disbelief and dread. You said what? Setting aside how many people the auction hall held, how on earth did you again cross paths with Wang Yong and Jiang Sweki? They're peerless poison masters. You. Su Muwan felt her vibrant world curdle into pure malevolence. I merely slept in. Was that so unforgivable? You went out once, and yet managed to antagonize this many people. Unbidden, a memory surfaced, her earlier dream, Qin Luo lining up celestial fated figures before her, then striking each one slap after slap. Phew! A shiver ran down her spine. She looked again at the antiques, and her expression grew increasingly hollow, increasingly numb. Tears welled unshed. How many enemies must one make to amass this many treasures? Hey, Qin Luo. You. Me. You. Young miss, it's quite all right, Qin Luo said, mistaking her speechlessness for gratitude, and waved modestly, eyes earnest. It's simply my duty. Then leaning in slightly, if possible, might I borrow your black card for 2 days? The words landed like a hammer. Su Muwan's eyes widened, then rolled back. Ugh, she collapsed unconscious. My fate is sealed. Reconciliation with the poisoned sovereign couple was now utterly impossible. No, the Dragon King remains unresolved. Yet now 2 celestial fated beings lie irrevocably alienated. And worst of all, they know poison. Young miss. Quick, she's fainted again. Qin Luo, stand far away. Is young miss allergic to you? Qin Luo. Hiss. My head hurts. I remember fainting again. Oh, what situation is this? Young lady. Hearing the voice, Su Muwan opened her eyes in confusion, realizing she was sitting on a throne. She suddenly understood. Oh, it turns out I was dreaming. She looked up and saw Qin Luo half squatting before her, respectfully balancing a cake on his head. Young lady, please enjoy the world's most delicious cake I prepared for you. Looking at the reverent Qin Luo, Su Muwan felt a surge of anger in her mind. How infuriating. That pesky Qin Luo is causing trouble everywhere. Just wait. Su Muwan, dressed in a black dress, nodded like a dark fairy. She leaned back on the throne and looked with interest at the cake on Qin Luo's head. After fiddling with it, she said, "Give me the dream harmony patch." This is my dream. I couldn't deal with you in reality, but in here I can. Inside the dream, Qin Luo's expression turned incredulous. He lowered his head, anxious and fearful, saying, "The young lattice jade foot is something a mere Qin Luo cannot touch. That would be inappropriate." Seeing this, Su Muwan's smile widened. She leaned closer, lifted Qin Luo's chin with her hand, her eyes glinting with mischief, and seductively said, "Qin Luo, you will do whatever I ask now. Oh, clean it for me." She reclined back on the throne, crossing her arms proudly, gazing at Qin Luo. The cake had mysteriously vanished at some point. After all, this is a dream. Meanwhile, the latter hesitantly extended his sinful hands, filled with anxiety. Seeing this scene, Su Muwan, who had been smiling, felt her lips tremble slightly. Yes, it's these jade hands that I find so appealing. Hurry. It's just a dream. No one will know how much I fantasize. Qin Luo, let me tell you. This is all your fault. If you hadn't made me faint, I wouldn't be punishing you in this dream. As Su Muwan thought this, the originally anxious Qin Luo suddenly looked up, gazing devotedly at Su Muwan, saying, "Young lady, please wait a moment. I have some people to show you." Su Muwan was taken aback, blinking her eyes, saying, "What people?" "Don't worry about that. This is my dream. Just do as I say." "Young lady, you should take a look first." With Qin Luo's words, the environment around Su Muwan changed. Suddenly she realized she was bound to the throne. Then an inexplicable force forcefully pried her eyelids open, making her unable to look away. As for Qin Luo, he stood smiling. In front of her. Next to him was a row of people. Su Muwan looked over, and her face turned pale. This familiar scene is. She saw Qin Luo standing there, and she recognized all the people beside him. The first person was Xiao Tian. What is this? Before Su Muwan could recover, Qin Luo slapped Xiao Tian across the face. Xiao Tian fell to the ground, covering his face, shouting at Su Muwan, "Su Muwan, you have humiliated me in every possible way. I will make you and your Su family pay the price." This was not over. Next, Qin Luo slapped the second person. Wait. Su Muwan's face turned white. The second person is that poisonous ghost, right? She saw Wang Yong raise his head, roaring, "Su Muwan, you will regret this." This was not over either. Slap. The third one. The war god fell to the ground, pointing at Su Muwan with bloodshot eyes, saying, "You actually made my wife and daughter live in a doghouse, venomous woman." Slap. Next was the fourth one. A woman fell to the ground, bitterly saying, "Su Muwan, this grudge will be repaid." Slap. Then the fifth one. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Wait. No, don't hit anymore. Su Muwan didn't want to watch. Terrified, she tried to close her eyes. However, her eyelids were forcibly pried open by an unknown power, forcing her to watch. Meanwhile, Qin Luo, while slapping, shouted devotedly to Su Muwan, "Young lady, look quickly. These are a bunch of blind servants who offended you, and in this world they will never have a chance to rise again." Venomous woman. Su Muwan, I want you dead. Young lady. Omega. Yeah. Young lady. Help. Su Muwan's bedroom. Don't. Qin Luo, don't provoke them. Don't provoke the Dragon King. Don't provoke the war god. Don't provoke the divine doctor. Don't provoke the daughter who had her marrow extracted. Don't provoke the one who was dumped. Young lady. No. Su Muwan suddenly opened her eyes wide, sweating profusely. She heard a voice and frantically looked to the side, only to see Qin Luo staring at her in confusion. He asked, "Young lady, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? What is wrong with this big villain? What did she dream about? What is this don't stuff? Did she faint from excitement after he brought her so many antiques?" Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo, swallowing hard. Then she quickly grabbed Qin Luo's wrist, asking uneasily, "Qin Luo, what time is it now?" Qin Luo replied, "It's noon, young lady. Don't you remember fainting?" "Noon. Fainted. All right." Su Muwan's terrified expression gradually subsided, and she slowly came to her senses. She looked at Qin Luo's face, feeling like crying without tears. "What is this all about? How can you have 2 nightmares in one day? And they are all the same. Qin Luo, why are you causing trouble for me in my dreams? Clearly you could just obediently follow her instructions." Thinking this, Su Muwan glared at Qin Luo angrily, her lips slightly parted, cursing, "Bastard." Qin Luo. Loyalty value 5. Qin Luo. Oh, Qin Luo understood. Because this big villain was too embarrassed to say thank you. So the meaning of thank you turned into a bastard. So that's how it is. Qin Luo smiled, slightly nodding. "All right, young lady, I'll take my leave now." "Why are you so happy?" Su Muwan suspiciously watched Qin Luo's departing figure. Why does he look so happy? At this moment, Qin Luo seemed to remember something, turning around saying, "Oh right, young lady, Lin Wanrong from the Lin family and her husband have come. I let Lin Wanrong in while I made Xiao Tian wait outside and kneel properly. It is said they came for old Master Lin's birthday banquet." As soon as these words were spoken, Su Muwan's expression changed dramatically. She screamed inwardly, "What? The old man's birthday banquet of the Lin family? Isn't this the moment when the Dragon King revealed his identity in her past life? How could it have come a year early? Could it be the butterfly effect caused by her rebirths?" Just as Su Muwan was about to ask Qin Luo to decline on her behalf, suddenly, a flash of spiritual light appeared. The intelligence of the villain had regained its upper hand. Su Muwan's expression darkened. No, she had already sworn to a life-and-death rivalry with the Dragon King. Being timid now would certainly put her at a disadvantage. Once he regained his identity, he would definitely come to trouble her. Moreover, the trajectory of this life had become very strange. Rather than letting the Dragon King continue to strut around, it was better to take advantage of his weakness. In her past life, Su Muwan was a ruthless and cunning villain. She acted arrogantly, but for some unknown reason, she ended up provoking a dozen fated people who were impossible to kill. Even more puzzling was why, despite her immense strength, she could not defeat that group of fated individuals. Su Muwan only knew that before she died, they shouted something about bonds and friendship, unleashing unprecedented power. That kind of power, filled with conviction, terrified her thoroughly. This was what made her reluctant to stir up trouble upon her rebirth. But not stirring up trouble did not mean she was afraid, since she had already declared a life-and-death rivalry with the Dragon King then. It was too late. Su Muwan's demeanor gradually became proud and indifferent. She raised her gaze towards Qin Luo and said blandly, "Understood." Dragon King, it seems in this life you have no choice but to step down early. At this moment outside Su Muwan's villa, the Dragon King, Xiao Tian, looked aloof. His expression was calm as water, as if everything was under his control. Xin Fei and others beside him were perplexed. They exchanged glances. What was up with this son-in-law? Didn't he learn from the lessons he had suffered before? Why did he still have that arrogant look? Shouldn't they slap him a couple of times to see how he reacts? Xiao Tian's calmness was not due to anything else. It was because he was no longer planning to hide his identity. When his cultivation was restored, everyone would kneel and submit to him. Moreover, this was also approved by his master, the old Dragon King. On the day of the Lin family elder's birthday banquet, it would be the moment he revealed his identity as the Dragon King. At this moment, he believed that all the forces relying on the Dragon King's palace around the world had already received the news. Everything was ready, they just lacked the right timing. Xiao Tian was preparing to showcase his might at the birthday banquet of Elder Lin 3 days later. In fact, his purpose for enduring years as a son-in-law in the Lin family was to obtain the exclusive skill of the Dragon King Divine Dragon Technique. To fully cultivate the Divine Dragon Technique, a practitioner must experience the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the human world. Love, anger, sorrow, shame, and so on must be fully experienced. Coincidentally, when Xiao Tian was a child, he followed the old Dragon King and caught a glimpse of Lin Wanrong from a distance. Thus he fell in love with her. He then had the old Dragon King make a betrothal agreement with Elder Lin. Until now, he had concealed his identity and entered the Lin family as a son-in-law. According to the old Dragon King's words, he had to endure for 6 full years before achieving mastery of the divine skill. But this year was only the 5th year. Yet Xiao Tian was no longer willing to wait. He would rather start over than continue to endure. Because he had a premonition that if he continued to endure, Lin Wanrong might just leave him. That was what he feared the most. He could give up anything but Lin Wanrong. He could not lose her. That was why he pleaded with his master to restore his identity. At that time, his wife Lin Wanrong would fall in love with him all over again. As for the Su family and that Lackey, they were unnecessary. Oh no, that Lackey saved his wife's grandfather, so he would spare him out of gratitude. He allowed him to cripple his own cultivation and live a stable life. And as for the humiliating Su Muwan, he would definitely kill her on the spot later. Just as he thought of this, a flat voice came from inside the villa. Where is that son-in-law of yours? Reporting to Miss Su, our Lin family's waist is at the door. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian at the door sneered, instantly realizing. So that's why Miss Su asked this. Did she think she wanted to mock him again? Wrong, completely wrong. In reality, it was because the Su family's influence was much greater than the Lin family's, so they learned and confirmed his identity as the Dragon King in advance. Therefore, this change in attitude was meant to please him. But unfortunately, it was too late. He would annihilate the Su family. With that thought, Xiao Tian sneered and stepped inside. In the living room on the first floor, Su Muwan sat calmly on the guest sofa. Just after Lin Wanrong answered her first question, creak, the door was pushed open. Xiao Tian stood at the door with his hands behind his back. The glaring sunlight shone in. Lin Wanrong, who had been happily chatting with Su Muwan, immediately changed her expression. She quickly stood up, her face twisted as she walked towards Xiao Tian, cursing waste. Did Miss Su let you in? Slap. After saying that, she raised her hand and slapped Xiao Tian. She angrily shouted, why don't you hurry up and roll out, kneel on the ground, and admit your mistakes? Xiao Tian covered his stinging cheek, but his expression remained incredibly proud. Wanrong. No, I meant. Slap. Don't call me Wanrong. Because you do not deserve. Lin Wanrong screamed in a sharp voice, slapping him again. Xiao Tian tilted his head, his expression still very proud. Qin Luo also looked in surprise at Xiao Tian, who had walked in and was talking to himself, getting slapped twice, yet still appearing proud. What was going on with this Dragon King? Why did he storm in so aggressively? As for Su Muwan, seeing the self-assured Xiao Tian walk in, her heart couldn't help but think. Xiao Tian was really preparing to restore his identity. Then, he could not be left as a threat. On Xiao Tian's side, he first glanced at the silent Su Muwan, then smiled at his wife, whose expression was twisted. He lowered his hand from his face, smiled confidently. Roll. Ha! Xiao Tian stood with his hands behind his back, slightly raised his chin, his gaze slanting towards Su Muwan, as if looking down on all living beings, slowly, saying, look at this Miss Su. Does she dare to let this esteemed one? Before he finished speaking, before the word roll could leave his mouth, suddenly. Slap. Qin Luo instantly flashed to Xiao Tian's side and interrupted his speech with a slap. He angrily shouted, waste. Just a mere son-in-law. How dare you stand when our young lady hasn't allowed you to? Get down. And you, esteemed one. What are you even worth? The latter immediately fell to the ground, covering his face. The proud expression on his face shattered in an instant. He looked at Qin Luo with a grimace. The force of this slap was unlike his wife's delicate strength. It was excruciatingly painful. Moreover, I only allow my wife to hit me. When did I allow you, a mere lackey, to do so? He couldn't help but roar inwardly. This lackey. relying on power to bully others. When I recover my strength in 3 days, I will surely crush you. The initial thought of only crippling the opponent's cultivation immediately dissipated. This self-proclaimed master, Lin Wanrong, saw Xiao Tian acting up again, her face alternating between green and white with anger. But for some reason she felt that this usually useless son-in-law at this moment exuded an aura of authority. Why? What happened to this son-in-law? Of course, this aura vanished as soon as the opponent was knocked to the ground by Qin Luo, and Lin Wanrong snapped back to her senses. She immediately became furious and slapped Xiao Tian, who was on the ground. Slap. Useless. This so-called master. Xiao Tian, what illness are you suffering from again? I brought you here to kneel on the ground and apologize to Miss Su. Why do you insist on harming our Lin family? Lin Wanrong was truly disappointed in this useless son-in-law. Tears streamed down her face. She had given Xiao Tian many chances, but this useless man never learned to cherish them. The Lin family treated him so well, yet he continually provoked Miss Su everywhere. Xiao Tian, humiliated and beaten, clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, Wanrong doesn't believe that I am the Dragon King. But this lackey most likely had a low status, so he was unaware of his identity. But, Su Muwan, you should know who I am. Do you have any idea what will happen to your Su family if you anger me? Xiao Tian yelled angrily at Su Muwan while lying on the ground. The lackey doesn't know my identity. Lin Wanrong is also unaware. But, you Su Muwan should know, right? After all, I had already let my master reveal that I am the Dragon King. Normally a prominent family like the Su family should be aware of this. Arrogant. This Dragon King can't be a fool, can he? Why does he never learn from past experiences? Qin Luo sneered and was about to step forward to slap him again. Qin Luo, no need to. Su Muwan slowly spoke, stopping Qin Luo, then leisurely stood up. She cast a cold glance at Xiao Tian's furious face. She disdainfully revealed Xiao Tian's identity, saying, your identity. The current Dragon King of the Dragon King Temple. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong's expression changed. She hurriedly said to Su Muwan, Miss Su, this useless man is not a Dragon King. He is just a madman. You must not be deceived by this useless person. Hearing his wife insult him like this, Xiao Tian tightened his fists. But he quickly relaxed, taking a deep breath. His expression gradually softened. It's okay, in 3 days the truth will come out, and Wanrong will understand what kind of existence I truly am at the pinnacle of the pyramid. He slowly pushed himself up, looking proudly at Su Muwan, and said, since you know who I am then. His words were abruptly cut off. Boom. A cold, domineering true chi surged towards Xiao Tian's chest. Xiao Tian's eyes widened in shock as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite with a severed string. Bang! It wasn't until he crashed against the wall next to the door that Xiao Tian finally stopped, slowly sliding down to the ground. Buzz! His mind was blank from the impact. His ears rang. I was hit. My entire meridian shattered, my dantian damaged. Am I crippled? With one blow my entire cultivation was destroyed. Xiao Tian immediately realized what had happened to his body, his face filled with shock and disbelief. What? Why? Xiao Tian coughed up blood, looking horrified at Su Muwan, who stood before him expressionless and exuding an icy aura. He saw the disdain on Su Muwan's face, which pierced deeply into his mind. Xiao Tian stiffly asked, you know I am the Dragon King. Based on Su Muwan's expression, she should know I am the Dragon King. But why did she still make a move? Upon hearing this, Su Muwan slowly withdrew her hand. The cold, true chi swirled around her, making her appear even more aloof and domineering. She looked at Xiao Tian with pride and said, so what if I know? Even if it's the Dragon King Temple, what does it matter? As long as you dare to come, I can destroy it with a snap of my fingers. This slap, I am doing it to teach you not to be arrogant on behalf of your master. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's expression went blank. He was dumbfounded. What? This young lady from the Su family is not only powerful, but also so arrogant. She actually thinks she can deal with the Dragon King Temple. Qin Luo blinked in surprise. Huh? Xiao Tian is already crippled. What is going on? According to the original plot, Xiao Tian should still be alive and kicking until the very end, right? Could it be? Hiss. Qin Luo's expression changed in shock. Has the plot already started where the villain severely injures the protagonist and cripples his cultivation, leading to the protagonist not only surviving, but also rising from the ashes to gather allies and defeat the villain? At this moment, detecting the plot of Urban Son-in-Law Dragon King is collapsing. Now issuing the protagonist containment mission. Mission contained Xiao Tian description. Please assist the villain in making the Dragon King Temple act as a dog for the Lin family's birthday banquet in 3 days. Reward Destiny Mental Hospital X1 can contain all those fated individuals who are defeated by the master or villain. All that the contained person has learned will be fed back to the master. Qin Luo blinked. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought I was in a strange world. Even containment has appeared along with a mental hospital. Qin Luo looked at Xiao Tian, who was in a daze, and suddenly came up with a good idea. Hey, I've got it. Qin Luo thought looking at Xiao Tian and moved his thoughts. Swish. Xian Gui 14 needles activated. Lin Wanrong was so frightened that her face turned pale. In this world, martial prowess is paramount and martial arts competitions are held regularly. But this was indeed the first time she had seen a powerhouse like Su Muwan knock someone back from a distance. Simply put, simply unmatched miss. Qin Luo immediately flattered. Lin Wanrong also snapped back to reality and praised as expected of Miss Su. This useless man angered you and was knocked back. It's entirely deserved. To still be so deluded as to think he is the Dragon King, Miss Su, you did well. Su Muwan slightly lifted her chin, clearly pleased. If I knew it. I am so strong. Dealing with the destined person should be this easy, right? How this Dragon King doesn't seem all that impressive. Defeating him in one strike is quite boring. I actually want to see how he looks when he gives it his all, and it would be better to take this opportunity to toy with him a bit to relieve the malice in my heart. Bah. No. The old habits are surfacing again. Su Muwan took a deep breath and recited the incantation silently. This time, having returned from her rebirth, she absolutely wouldn't follow the old path. Not looking for trouble, but not afraid of it either, since she had thoroughly provoked death. She'd better strike first. However, this Xiao Tian truly lives up to being the destined person. She thought to kill him, yet he still managed to hold on without dying. With that in mind, Su Muwan turned her gaze to Lin Wanrong, revealing a hint of a smile, as she slowly said, Miss Lin, relax. My friendship with you won't be fractured because of this waste. How about this? I will accept your invitation, and as for this waste. Su Muwan glanced at Xiao Tian, who was slowly sliding to the ground, frowning. Why does this Dragon King seem a bit off? Lin Wanrong naturally understood Su Muwan's meaning, and she quickly nodded in response, saying, rest assured, Miss Su, I will take this waste away immediately. Thank you so much, Miss Su, for agreeing to attend our Lin family's birthday banquet. I truly appreciate it. Su Muwan thought nothing of it, and waved her hand. Lin Wanrong expressed her gratitude once again before walking towards Xiao Tian, cursing as she went waste. Get up quickly. It's time for you to return to your doghouse. On this side, Qin Luo strolled over to Su Muwan's side and whispered in her ear, Miss, keeping Xiao Tian around will eventually lead to trouble. I secretly took some measures against him, so don't worry. Even if it gets discovered, they will think it's due to damage to his Dao heart. What measures? Su Muwan, covering her itching ears, froze momentarily as she looked at Xiao Tian. All she could see was, hey, fly. I want to fly. Bedroom Dragon King. None of you should provoke me. Xiao Tian wore a dazed expression, foolishly waving his arms. Lin Wanrong was infuriated, and she disdainfully pulled Xiao Tian's scolding waist. What are you pretending to be? As she spoke, she sincerely turned to Su Muwan and said, I'm sorry, Miss Su, I will take him away right now. Moments later, the Dragon King and Lin Wanrong left. Inside the room were only Su Muwan and Qin Luo. Coming back to her senses, Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo, who was smiling in shock. How did you do it? You actually made Xiao Tian go crazy. In reality, Su Muwan's strike was aimed at killing Xiao Tian. But unfortunately, as she expected, this Xiao Tian still didn't die. Having suffered many losses in her past life, she naturally knew this was the unique protection of the destined child Destiny's shelter. So under normal circumstances, as long as she continued to think about killing Xiao Tian, someone stronger than her current self would inevitably appear. For instance, a protector of the Dragon King Palace might suddenly show up, or a hidden master who had once received favor from the Dragon King Palace. Su Muwan had experienced this countless times in her past life. Every time she wanted to eliminate someone, some inexplicable righteous figure would suddenly appear to resolve the situation. On the contrary, she would inexplicably fall into various traps set by the destined person, leading her family to be thoroughly divided by them. It wasn't that Su Muwan didn't want to act directly, it was simply because she had gone through all sorts of inexplicable experiences in her past life that couldn't be explained by martial arts science or even theology, like the time she kicked a dog out of boredom on the street. As a result, the next day, a Taoist-like destined person came with the dog, seeking an endless feud with her. After she repelled him on the third day, the Taoist's brother, another destined person, came to help the Taoist and seek justice for the dog. In short, Su Muwan was overwhelmed. The destined ones are terrifying, but it's best to avoid provoking them. Even if one does provoke them, not being able to kill them is the most helpless part. These destined people are like cockroaches. They call upon their family and friends, and in battle, they resurrect fully with their strength. Who can withstand that? Even someone as formidable as her found that exhausting the strength of a destined person was already her limit. But Su Muwan's eyes flashed as she looked at Qin Luo. How could a mere Qin Luo's attack cause a destined person to become dazed? Why? Qin Luo shrugged and smiled at Su Muwan, saying, actually, I know a bit about poison techniques. Poison techniques? She blinked, knowing a bit about it. How much do you actually know? The main point is Qin Luo's methods are actually effective against the destined ones. Does this mean? Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo, whose head seemed to be shining with the words Destined One written on it. Wow, so shiny, so bright. Is this the treatment of a destined one? A single strike could make another destined person dazed and foolish. No. It might not be. Oh, perhaps it was because this lady shattered the luck of the destined person with a palm strike that allowed Qin Luo to succeed. In any case, Su Muwan is a steady reborn. She absolutely cannot follow the old path again. Satisfied, she patted Qin Luo's shoulder and cheerfully said, "Well done, Qin Luo. Let's go tonight. I'll treat you to a nice meal." Hearing this, Qin Luo respectfully smiled and said, "Thank you, miss." Tisk, it seems the plot of the Dragon King Xiao Tian is about to come to an end. But no, I need to trigger some other protagonists, otherwise how can I earn rewards? He secretly glanced at the very satisfied Su Muwan. Loyalty 5, loyalty 5, loyalty 5. From being with her, I will definitely be able to provoke the protagonist. Su Muwan, on the other hand, was unaware of Qin Luo's thoughts. She only felt a great sense of relief from dealing with a major issue. Beautiful. After settling the Dragon King Palace in 3 days, all that would be left are the Poison King couple. Once these 3 destined ones are dealt with, she can finally feel at ease. As for other destined ones, have I provoked them? If not, then there's nothing to worry about. Just 3, not 30. Do you think this lady will provoke any protagonists in this life? These 3 were just an accident, as surely there won't be any more. Besides, Su Muwan's lips curled slightly as she let out a soft snort. Damn old heaven, if you can let this lady provoke 30 destined people in this life, and see what happens. Do you think protagonists are cabbages? Can they be encountered anywhere? Isn't that nonsense? Besides, if I don't provoke them and they don't provoke me, who can make me? Su Muwan furrowed her brows as she turned to the loyal Qin Luo. Miss, what's wrong? Qin Luo tilted her head. Cough. Su Muwan, don't scare yourself. Qin Luo shouldn't be that lucky to inadvertently provoke a protagonist for this lady. As long as she kept an eye on him, this situation would never occur. So Su Muwan, you can rest assured. It's all good, no problem at all. At 6 in the evening, outside the most luxurious restaurant in Jiangxing, Yunding Xian, the restaurant manager along with a group of employees had been waiting at the entrance. They had received news from their boss that tonight this venue was reserved by the most ruthless young lady, Su Muwan. They are on their way now. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered sternly to the anxious employees, "When young lady Su arrives, you all better be sharp, understood?" Yes. Not long after, a taxi slowly approached and stopped in front of Yunding Xian. Shortly after, 3 figures stepped down. One of them stood out with her exceptional appearance. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate as if it could glow. In contrast to her stunning looks, her clothing was rather ordinary. As she looked up at the resplendent restaurant before her, a hint of nervousness flickered in her eyes. Especially with such a grand setup at the entrance, it only intensified her feelings of hesitation and inferiority. She turned to the plain-dressed man beside her and hesitated, saying, "Qian Yu, why did you bring us to such an expensive place to eat?" "I don't have money." Her name was Xin Yue, and she had a younger sister. Her mother had passed away from illness years ago, and her father became a cripple after an accident at work. Since childhood, she had worked odd jobs to support her sister and father. Until now, she had never lived a normal life. Due to their poverty and the fact that they had an attic at home, she thought of renting it out to help with household expenses. The person beside her was a tenant who had been renting from her family for 2 months. When she first met him, he had looked quite down and out. But she didn't know what had happened recently. Qian Yu had changed drastically, becoming exceptionally confident. Just that morning, he had even helped her chase away the scoundrels who had harassed her and her sister. Hearing this, Qian Yu flashed a charming smile at Shun Yu and confidently said, "Don't worry, landlord sister, in the days to come you can come to Yunding Xian as if it were your own home." Haha, my father has finally lifted my probation period. Now I, the young master of the Qian family, can finally enjoy life like before. As for the landlord sister with her gentle personality, she would make a perfect girlfriend for me. Shin Yu naturally didn't believe him. She thought, Qian Yu must have lost his mind. After all, how could a guy who used to be unable to afford meals suddenly be able to dine at Jiangxing's most expensive restaurant? She didn't want to reject Qian Yu's good intentions, but who would have thought he actually wanted to come here for a free meal? Yes, Xin Yu believed Qian Yu was bringing her and her sister to eat for free. She shook her head and said, "Qian Yu, let's just find a street vendor to grab a bite. This place is too expensive." As soon as she finished speaking, another youthful and beautiful girl beside Xin Yu looked at Qian Yu with a disdainful expression and sarcastically remarked, "Qian Yu, I know you like my sister, but you shouldn't lie like this, right? You seriously want to eat at Yunding Xian? Is this a place you can afford? I really thought you were going to take my sister and me to eat something good. Turns out you're just fooling us. You can't even afford a car and have to take a taxi, yet you want to dine at Yunding Xian. Are you out of your mind?" Hearing this, Xin Yu hurriedly pulled her younger sister aside and said, "Xin Yun, say less. Qian Yu is just being kind." Qian Yu felt a surge of anger at Xin Yun's sarcastic words. Truly, people with dog eyes look down on others. Why does such a gentle landlord sister have such a snobbish sister? Never mind, after today, I will let you know what it means to be a wealthy young master. With that thought, he glanced at Xin Yun and calmly said, "If you think him crazy, you'll find out when you follow us." Saying this under Shun Yu's astonished and Shun Yun's bewildered gaze, Qian Yu proudly walked towards the entrance of Yunding Xian. The manager of Yunding Xian was momentarily taken aback, wondering who this person was, as he certainly didn't look like young Lady Su. However, with excellent professional ethics, he didn't immediately call security to kick him out. Instead, he approached with a smile and asked, "Excuse me, sir, may I help you? I'm sorry, but our Yunding Xian has been reserved by someone else tonight." Upon hearing this, Qian Yu slightly raised his chin and said slowly, "Reserved. How much did they pay?" "I'll pay double." He paused and arrogantly added, "Also don't call me sir. Call me young Master Qian." Upon hearing this, Xin Yu felt that Qian Yu had lost his mind. Xin Yun, being younger, felt even more embarrassed and quietly said to her sister, "Let's hurry and leave. This Qian Yu has really gone mad." The manager of Yunding Xian looked at Qian Yu in disbelief. What? Who does he think he is? Can he even afford the double price that young Lady Su is paying? Besides, even if he could, I wouldn't let him have it, otherwise what would happen to my business? However, it must be said, I don't know why, but although he was dressed plainly, there was an aura about him that subtly hinted at being in a position of power. How strange. In the next moment, rumble rumble. The sound of a convoy roared and instantly capturing everyone's attention. Xin Yu and the others looked over. When they saw a long line of black cars, Xin Yu's eyes widened in shock. So many cars, they all looked so expensive. Xin Yun was digging through her memory, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "Sister, do you know whose convoy this is?" "This is young Lady Su's convoy. Look at Jiangsheng as a whole. The Su family is one of the top families." "Sister, didn't you say you wanted to join Su's group? Now it has been taken over by young Lady Su." "Sister, we struck gold. We actually met young Lady Su here. She must be here to dine. Even if we can't go, and witnessing the aura of an ultimate rich second generation is still worthwhile." "Young Lady Su." Xin Yu looked on enviously. Is this the life of a young lady? Meanwhile, Qian Yu wore a face of disdain. What is the Su family? Isn't it just supported by an old man at the peak of the late stage? My Qian family may not have a peak late stage, but we have money. With money, what can't be bought? He withdrew his gaze and sneered. The landlord's sister and the snobbish Xin Yun had been in this tiny place for too long, and their horizons had indeed become narrow. Never mind, later this young master will let them know what the life of a wealthy young master truly is. As for the Su family, how what a coincidence. Next, I will let the landlord's sister see how the Su family, which she thinks is immensely powerful, will soon be crawling at my feet. Moments later, the convoy stopped at the entrance of Yunding Pavilion. With a click, Zhulan stepped out first and opened the rear door. Not bad, looks like you have a follower now," Qin Luo said, wearing those familiar sunglasses and a black trench coat as he arrogantly stepped down. Zhulan was immediately furious. "You, how dare you get down from this place?" Qin Luo shrugged. "Because you opened the door, of course." "You? I opened it for the young lady. So, I was just praising you on behalf of the young lady." "You?" Then Su Muwan stepped out of the car dressed in casual clothes, as if she was dining at a local food stall rather than a high-end restaurant. Seeing the two bickering, Su Muwan smiled helplessly. "Qin Luo, let Zhulan speak. She has practiced martial arts since childhood and knows how to argue better than you." "Miss?" Zhulan felt ashamed. Qin Luo nodded in agreement. "Of course, how could a mere Zhulan compare to my eloquence? His verbal skills." Su Muwan glared at Qin Luo, feeling that he was just showing off. But never mind. After dealing with the Dragon King today, her mood was indeed good. With this good mood came the desire to spend money. So she nodded and said, "Let's go in and eat today. I, the young lady, have booked the entire place, so eat freely." As her words fell, the manager of Yunding Pavilion also bypassed Qian Yu and approached Su Muwan with a flattering smile. He reached Qin Luo and the others, bowing and saying, "Welcome, Miss Su. It is truly an honor for us at Yunding Pavilion to have you here." "Oh, it's not that exaggerated." Su Muwan smiled faintly. "I usually dislike noisy places, which is why I booked the whole venue." "Manager Zhuang, I hope I haven't affected the business reputation of Yunding Pavilion." "Haha, not at all, not at all. We already knew Miss Su was coming, so we didn't plan to host any other guests anyway," the manager of Yunding Pavilion said flatteringly. Su Muwan nodded. Just as she was about to suggest going inside, her pupils suddenly constricted. It was not for any other reason, but because she saw three figures that were too familiar. She felt a jolt in her heart. Qian Yu and the two sisters Shun Yu and Shun Yun. What are they doing here? In an instant, memories from her past life surged back like a tide. She recalled that this Yunding Pavilion is the place where she had a feud with the young master of the Qian family, Qian Yu. Su Muwan's expression was shocked. In her previous life, she also brought a group of followers to Yunding Pavilion for a meal, only to find that a mysterious rich man had booked the entire venue. You can imagine her explosive temper at that time. In Jiang City, Su Muwan would not allow anyone to be more pretentious than her. So she directly barged in and beat up the plainly dressed, arrogant young master of the Qian family. As a result, the other party was indeed the young master of the Qian family. Seriously, why does she always run into the protagonist wherever she goes? With that thought, Su Muwan immediately spoke up, However, before she finished her sentence, Qian Yu displayed a disdainful expression, mocking, "Wait, when did I allow you to come in and eat? Miss Su, so you are the one who booked this place. Then I'm sorry. I brought people here today, so I have taken this place for myself. So, Qin, you said, pulling out a special black card in front of everyone with a character engraved on it. The character Qin. He scanned the crowd with arrogance, saying, this young master will pay 5 times the price to book Yunding Pavilion today. If Miss Su wants it too, then go ahead and make an offer. Of course. He looked at Su Muwan mockingly. You probably can't offer more money than me. As his words fell, the entire venue went silent. They looked at the seemingly ordinary-looking Xian Yu in shock. Is he crazy? How dare he provoke Miss Su? With the emergence of this card, the manager of Yunding Pavilion's attitude underwent a dramatic change. He widened his eyes, gasping in surprise. This is a black card exclusive to the Qian group. Could it be that this person is the young master of the Qian group? Xin Yu and Shun Yun exchanged glances, both seeing the look of horror in each other's eyes. Is this Qian Yu insane? Is he threatening and provoking Miss Su with a toy card? Shun Yun trembled as she grabbed Xin Yu's arm, whispering, Sister, let's leave quickly, or we might not be able to escape later. Xin Yu swallowed hard. She looked at the arrogant Qian Yu, feeling a hint of disbelief in her eyes. What has happened to Qian Yu? Why has he changed so much? Although he was quite destitute when they first met. But at least he wasn't so arrogant and disrespectful. On Qin Luo's side, detected the protagonist of Urban's strongest tycoon. Qian Yu, please command the protagonist to perform dog-like acts. Reward wealth elimination card X1. That can clear the wealth within the card. Listening to the voice in his mind, the corners of Qin Luo's eyes involuntarily lifted slightly under his sunglasses. This is just too convenient. The protagonist has come again. He felt delighted in his heart, as expected of Su Muwan. She encounters the protagonist wherever she goes. She even runs into one while simply coming out to eat. Well then, don't blame me for taking action. The corners of Su Muwan's mouth twitched, thinking that the tone in which she spoke just now could be. Just then a more arrogant voice came from beside Su Muwan. Qin Luo stepped forward, nostrils flared, his voice filled with piercing disdain. What do you think you are daring to imitate my young lady in booking the venue? With a broken card in hand, you dare to act all high and mighty here. Even if you had a black card, you would have to step aside for my young lady. Remember this. In Jiang City, only my young lady is allowed to book the venue. Anyone else who wants to book it must first kneel on the ground and bow 3 times to my young lady. Got it? You trash. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Su Muwan stiffly turned her head, looking at the arrogant Qin Luo. Her pupils suddenly constricted. Damn it, I knew it. Qian Yu's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on the black card, his gaze fixated on Qin Luo. How dare a mere lackey speak to him like that? Such arrogance. Of course Qian Yu was no fool. He quickly deduced that this was orchestrated by Su Muwan. Su Muwan, just a haughty young lady. Compared to the eldest son of the Qian family, she's nothing but a country bumpkin. He coldly remarked, ridiculous. Do you even know that your family's young lady wouldn't dare speak to me like this? Just a mere lackey, don't get too arrogant. Xin Yu regained her composure, looking at the crowd of dark-clad lackeys surrounding Qin Luo. Turning to Qian Yu, who was acting so recklessly despite being outnumbered, she anxiously shouted, Qian Yu, what are you doing? I'm not eating anymore, let's leave quickly. Qian Yu turned to the panicking Xin Yu. Is the landlady worried about me? No worries, soon you will see what it means to be the strongest tycoon in this world. A mere Su family is nothing to fear. Who cares who has more money? I, Qian Yu, have never feared anyone. With that thought, Qian Yu revealed what he believed to be his most charming smile, looking gently at Xin Yu and saying, don't worry, landlady. Just watch today, I will make everyone know how happy a woman like you can be. Xin Yu was momentarily stunned. What was wrong with Qian Yu? Xin Yun was already feeling extremely anxious due to the tense atmosphere, nervously surveying the circle of dark-clad lackeys. She trembled in fear, clutching her sister's arm and whispering, Sister, Qian Yu has gone mad. We need to leave now, as she is the young lady of the Su family. If we provoke her, we'll be fed to the sharks in the river. At this, Xin Yu's face turned pale. Su Muwan, where did this absurd rumor come from? Are there even sharks in the river? Moreover, something feels off. Why does this scene seem so familiar? Su Muwan had a bad premonition. Based on this trajectory, were some unpleasant events going to unfold soon? Qian Yu looked down on Shun Yun's fearful demeanor with utter contempt. In her daily life, she acted so snobbishly, yet when faced with a real crisis, she was trembling in fear. Well, I'll let it slide this time because you are the sister of my landlady, and I forgive you for your previous disrespect. The manager of Yinding Xian was sweating profusely, glancing back and forth between Qian Yu and Su Muwan. What? A tycoon from the Qian group and a young lady from the Su family. I seem to have offended both. Though the Su young lady was indeed arrogant, she still fell short in wealth compared to the young master of the Qian family. If she had any brains, she would never agree to compete in financial strength in this place. He had everything from a young age, being taught that money could buy anything. Hence he looked at Su Muwan with disdain, slowly raising the black card in his hand, and arrogantly saying, Shun Yun, you and your sister should watch closely as this young lady reacts to the black card in my hand. Does she dare show me disrespect now? Su Muwan, if you recognize this card, you should know my status is. Before he could finish, Qin Luo suddenly appeared in front of Qianyu and slapped him hard across the face. Qianyu fell to the ground, holding his face, his arrogant expression replaced by shock. What? Did I just get slapped? Thud. The black card fell to the ground, then Qin Luo stomped on it with his foot. Pointing at the shocked Qianyu, he shouted, "You worthless fool. This slap is to remind you. How dare you threaten our young lady with a toy card? What do you think you are? Trash. And you're bickering over a venue. Are you out of your mind? Congratulations, master. You have successfully humiliated the tycoon, Qianyu." Acquired wealth elimination card X1. As Qin Luo initiated the confrontations, the manager of Yunding, Xian, blinked in disbelief. Whisper's effect activated. He looked at Qianyu, who was beaten and lying on the ground, glittering with humiliation. How could he think that this lunatic was the young master of the Qian group? Immediately, he changed his tone sarcastically, saying, "Now it seems that anyone can come to Yunding Xian for a meal. The gentleman is right. Even if you have a black card, it's useless." Huh. This card must have been one he won from some lottery for a Yu-Gi-Oh trading card. Ridiculously laughable. What a complete clown. Provoking the young lady of the Su family means there will be no future for you in Jiang City. Xin Yu's face turned pale as she looked at the surrounding dark-clad lackeys, freezing in fear. It's over. Xin Yun, terrified, clutched her sister's arm. She gulped nervously and trembled as she pleaded with Su Muwan, "Please spare us, young lady. Please calm your anger. My sister and I will leave immediately. I swear to the heavens that everything this fool did has nothing to do with us." At that moment, as Qin Luo stepped forward and slapped Qianyu, Su Muwan had already gone numb. "You and I. You. What cultivation technique has Qin Luo trained in? How could he move so fast that even I didn't react?" Su Muwan swore she never intended to provoke Qianyu. Nor did she want Qin Luo to take action. After all, in her past life, those destined individuals relied on the Qian family's financial power for support. Each one had top-notch training facilities and the best healing locations, allowing them to concentrate on dealing with her. Qianyu lay on the ground, holding his face in shock, staring at the black card that was trampled under Qin Luo's foot. Instantly, a wave of humiliation washed over him. As the young master of the Qian family, when had he ever endured such disgrace? He angrily shouted at Su Muwan, "Su Muwan, how dare you send someone to hit me?" Slap. Before he could finish, Qin Luo slapped him again. His gaze turned icy. "So what if I hit you? What trash dares to bark here? A lunatic with a toy card. Do you really think you are a tycoon?" Su Muwan's lips twitched. He truly is. Qianyu lay on the ground, holding his face, his expression blank and shocked. His heart trembled. He was still being hit. Why? This shouldn't be happening. How could it be like this? In this tiny place. Does no one recognize this card? I shouldn't be the one getting slapped by these local ruffians, making the landlady look at me in a new light. How could this be? Why is this young lady from the Su family so ungracious in the face of a family scion? Shouldn't we compete over who is wealthier? Why did her lackey slap me before I could even say 2 words? What kind of place is Jiang City? Qianyu felt that perhaps he had underestimated the outside world after staying in the royal city for too long. After all, there's a saying that poor mountains and evil waters breed local ruffians. This young lady from the Su family and her lackeys truly are a den of ruffians. They don't even recognize my black card. The Xin sisters were trembling with fear. With tearful eyes, they looked at Su Muwan, their gazes filled with desperate pleas, seemingly afraid that a displeased Su Muwan would throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. Witnessing this scene, Su Muwan felt even more like crying without tears. "No, older brothers and sisters, look at me. I haven't said a word this whole time. Don't misunderstand me. Really, I'm actually a good person." Qin Luo flashed to Su Muwan's side and smiled respectfully. "Young miss, the matter has been resolved. Shall we continue eating here? But please, young miss, calm your anger. This waste is truly an eyesore." Su Muwan, upon hearing this, glanced at the despondent Qianyu lying on the ground, then looked at Qin Luo, who had a loyal expression beside her. Instantly, a vague feeling of frustration surged within her. It's maddening. Just earlier, she had said to the heavens that they should let her provoke 30 fated individuals. And now here it comes. Su Muwan could only take a deep breath. With a dismissive smile, she said, "Humph, just a clown. Let's continue with our business and ignore them." Qin Luo, remember this, young miss. Loyalty 5. Qin Luo happily accepted the loyalty points, nodding in agreement. "Understood, young miss." As for Qianyu, Qin Luo smirked, "When you try to use that black card, you'll probably realize something that will drive you to despair." Crack. The door of the Yunding Xian closed as Qin Luo and the others entered, leaving behind the humiliated Qianyu. He tightly gripped the black card. Why is this happening? I'm obviously the wealthy Qian. Damn it, it's definitely because the people here are so short-sighted that they didn't recognize me. But fortunately, I still have the landlady sister. This time I miscalculated and couldn't outsmart the locals. But afterward, as long as I take the landlady sister out to spend, I can regain my standing in her eyes. Once the situation turns around, I will definitely avenge today's humiliation. Qin, are you alright? Seeing that Su Muwan and the others weren't looking for more trouble, Qin Yu hurried over to help Qin Yu. Qin Yu felt touched inside. He waved his hand and smiled confidently. I'm fine, just underestimated the power of the locals this time. But Qin Yu smiled and raised the black card, saying, landlady sister, what do you want to buy? He'll swipe the card. Qin Yu was now completely out of the mood, feeling that everything today was due to Qin Yu's foolish actions. She shook her head and said, no need, we should go back. Qin Yun also mocked, waste, are you satisfied? Now my sister and I have lost face because of you. Qin Yu interjected, Qin Yun, say less. Quickly see if the taxi is left. As soon as she finished speaking, the taxi driver, who had been waiting until now to interject, approached and said, excuse me, I don't want to interrupt your conversation, but could you please pay the fare first? He looked at the three who still hadn't paid. Isn't it just a taxi ride? Why did I witness a madman causing a scene in a high-end restaurant? Now I'm worried they won't even pay the fare. Hearing this, Qin Yu's expression turned awkward as she hurriedly dug out a shabby wallet and asked driver, how much is it? 200. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's wrist stiffened. 200. Since she had never taken a taxi before, she had no idea it would cost so much to get from the outskirts to the city. Qin Yun resentfully looked at Qin Yu's sister. This guy is deliberately trying to scam us. Hearing this, Qin Yu smiled confidently. He pressed down on Qin Yu's hand that was reaching for money and said with a smile, don't worry, I was prepared. Saying this, Qin Yu took out the black card he had and presented it to the taxi driver. Swipe the card. This card was the personal exclusive black card given to him by the Qin group with a limit of 50 billion. However, slap. The taxi driver took a glance and angrily threw the card on the ground, yelling at Qin Yu, kid. You think you can charge it with a small card? Are you messing with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu's expression stiffened. He looked incredulously at the black card thrown on the ground, his face suddenly turning as ugly as if he had eaten something terrible. Damn it. He forgot that in this backwater place the locals had never seen such high-end merchandise. Qin Yun also taunted C's sister. This Qin Yu is brain damaged, still trying to swipe a card. This card isn't even a bank card, and he thinks he can swipe it. Qin Yu, seeing this, revealed a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Qin Yu, how could you do such a thing for the sake of face? Wasn't the previous lesson enough? Qin Yu's expression gradually stiffened. He hurriedly picked up the black card and awkwardly looked at Qin Yu, landlady. Landlady sister, I don't have cash at the moment, but don't worry, I will definitely compensate you double. He internally shouted, damn this backwater place. It has caused me to lose face multiple times. Qin Yu shook her head, sighed, and took out some scattered change to hand to the driver. The driver snorted coldly, took the money, and rolled up the window, giving Qin Yu a disdainful glance. What a bad luck. What are you pretending to be, a big shot with no money? After saying that, he drove away, having no intention of picking up Qin Yu and the others again. Hearing the insults, Qin Yu immediately yelled at the departing taxi, who are you cursing? Who are you cursing? Meanwhile, Qin Yu, witnessing this scene, felt even more disappointed and a sense of betrayal. She took a deep breath and glanced at her wallet, which only had a few scattered 10 and 20 yuan bills left. The earlier 200 was something she had scrambled together. Although Qin Yu was renting her attic, he actually had no money to pay. However, Qin Yu was kind-hearted, so she didn't drive him away. But this time, Qin Yu's true nature had been seen through by Qin Yu. She shook her head, sighed softly, and said to Qin Yun, let's go home, sister. We will take the bus. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun pouted. Oh. She actually preferred to ride in a car. As for Qin Yu, he watched the two sisters leave without looking back, his expression somewhat twitching. How could this be? The landlady sister must be very disappointed in me. But, no. I must change her impression of me. Right, women love shopping the most. I can invite her out for shopping later. I'm so clever. With that thought, Qin Yu put away the black card and quickly headed towards Qin Yu and the others. At the top of Yinding, Su Muwan sat at a small table with a beautifully shaped dog-shaped ice cream in front of her. Beside her was a huge floor-to-ceiling window that overlooked the stunning night view of Jiang City. However, at this moment, Su Muwan had no mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery outside. She was angrily cutting the head off the dog-shaped ice cream, muttering, damn Qin Luo, stinky Qin Luo, causing trouble for me everywhere. Just then a pair of fair hands gently brushed across Su Muwan's neck, and a gentle voice said, young miss, let me help you with a napkin so you don't dirty your clothes. Su Muwan was slightly taken aback and turned to see Qin Luo smiling behind her. His hand slipped around her neck, slowly wrapping a pure white napkin around her cheeks, finishing off with a gentle knot. Qin Luo emitted a faint fragrance that was very pleasant to the senses. Unexpectedly, this Qin Luo smelled so good. Not only that, but Qin Luo's delicate hands were like beautiful jade, exuding an alluring luster. Su Muwan couldn't help but feel her face heat up as she instinctively wanted to retreat from his touch, but was also reluctant to part with that wonderful sensation. Finally, when Qin Luo finished his action, Su Muwan came back to her senses. She cleared her throat and pretended to be calm as she said, thank you. Qin Luo smiled slightly and softly replied, you're welcome, young miss. Saying this, Qin Luo stood beside Su Muwan. His hands were crossed in front of him, just enough for Su Muwan to touch them. Her gaze flickered slightly. Given those hands, I'll let you off this time. Cough cough wait, putting aside the fact that I'm a hand fetishist. You really must not provoke the protagonist again. This rich kid can be overlooked. Losing one Dragon King and filling it with a rich kid is acceptable, but you must not provoke again. Remember that. Su Muwan thought to herself, her lips twitching slightly. Hiss ha, she couldn't help but reach out to touch Qin Luo's jade hands. I'm talking to you, little hand, remember. After dealing with this rich kid, you better not slap anyone else. Qin Luo was taken aback, miss. Su Muwan snapped back to reality and her body trembled. She immediately raised her head and glared fiercely at Qin Luo, releasing his hand and shouting loudly, "What? Is it not okay to touch your hand? Do you think your hands are that great?" The next day, early morning, in Su Muwan's dream, Qian Yu, the eldest son of the Qian family, knelt on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of old blood as he roared at Su Muwan, "Poisonous woman! If you dare kill me now, kill this young master. Your Su family shall perish without mercy. Hee. Killing you is as trivial as crushing an insect. I fear nothing." A sly smile curled at the corner of Su Muwan's lips, her eyes shimmered with mocking light as she flicked her finger. Go! Boom! An overbearing wave of icy true energy erupted instantly. Yet just as it was about to reduce Qian Yu to ashes, a beggar stepped forward. With a single strike he nullified Su Muwan's attack, then stood upright with hands clasped behind his back. "Hold, young friend. I once received kindness from Master Qian. This man must not die." Su Muwan. "Wait, this is my dream." Su Muwan frowned sharply and coldly declared, "Then I'll kill you too." She flicked her finger again. Go! Boom! Splat! The beggar vanished in an instant. Su Muwan turned her gaze back to Qian Yu. Hee. Now no one remains to save you. Grandfather beggar. Poisonous woman. You've even slain grandfather beggar. Two streams of hot tears rolled down Qian Yu's cheeks, but beneath them unwavering resolve still burned. Humph! You shall die as well. Without pause another surge of true energy shot forth. Yet hold! Whoosh! Another figure in black robes appeared, intercepting Su Muwan's strike. "In my destitute days, young master, Qian once gave me a single meal. Thus this man cannot be killed." Su Muwan. Is this never-ending? She swept her palm outward. Splat! The black-robed man disintegrated. Grandfather Blackrobe. Qian Yu's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging. Su Muwan brushed her palms clean, her expression twisted into a sinister grin as she fixed her gaze upon Qian Yu. Now truly no one can save you. Hold, young friend. Instantly, several more figures materialized, each offering their own justification and stepping resolutely before Qian Yu. Su Muwan's expression froze. Wait, is there something wrong with you people? Why is this nightmare replaying exactly what happened to me in my past life? Indeed, in her previous life, whenever she attempted to slay those dozen most invincible destined ones, precisely this scenario unfolded. Damned! This is my dream. Why must I restrain myself? Even here, annihilate them all. Enraged, Su Muwan waved her hand, repeatedly obliterating each interloper, but the companions of the destined ones multiplied, endlessly surging forth in ever greater numbers. Qian Yu slowly rose to his feet, and beside him stood the very protagonists who had slain Su Muwan in her past life. United in hatred, they glared at her. Su Muwan, your end draws near. Su Muwan, prepare to die. Su Muwan, wait, this is my dream. Why must I be slain again, even within my own dream? What kind of joke is this? Su Muwan's face stiffened, disbelief written across every line of her expression. What utter nonsense. Just then, a haughty, scornful laugh rang out. Humph! How laughable! Mere jumping fleas daring to prance before my young mistress. Su Muwan blinked. Instantly a figure stepped forward, shielding her completely from view. His black trench coat billowed though no wind stirred. Who? Her eyes widened, slightly stunned beyond words. It's Qin Luo. Then, slap, 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 slap. Qin Luo blurred across the battlefield. Within moments he'd pummeled every destined one senseless. And yet, he bore not a single scratch. Wait, Howie, can Qin Luo really defeat these dozen most unkillable destined ones, even inside my dream? Are you Superman? After the beating, the scene shifted. Su Muwan found herself seated upon a throne, while Qin Luo stood respectfully behind her. Young mistress, you have ascended to the pinnacle of martial cultivation. Su Muwan paused, momentarily stunned, then looked ahead. Before her, as far as the eye could see, a sea of destined ones knelt, clad in asylum patient gowns. Long live young mistress. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. 10,000. 10,000 years. Long live young mistress. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. 10,000. 10,000 years. Long live young mistress. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. 10,000. 10,000 years. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. This is a true dream. Whoosh. Su Muwan's bedroom. Su Muwan opened her eyes, dazed, weary. The dream had felt like an entire century. Yet most perplexing of all, Why were those protagonists dressed in asylum gowns? Enough. She refused to dwell further. A splitting headache pulsed through her skull as she rolled over. After a moment's silence, she bellowed, "Qin Luo." Within seconds, tap tap tap, click, the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs echoed, and Qin Luo entered. His gaze immediately fell upon Su Muwan still curled beneath the covers. She was huddled like a loaf of bread, only her head peeking out glaring fiercely at him. Qin Luo approached smiling faintly. "Young mistress, shall we rise?" TSK. This grand antagonist seems quite grumpy at dawn, yet even her scowl holds a strange charm. Humph. Precisely. From this moment onward, Qin Luo, you must remain by my side at all times. Fulfill your duties faithfully as my personal attendant. Have you understood? Now help me dress. Su Muwan sniffed disdainfully. She had realized that from now on she could never let Qin Luo stray from her sight, not even for a heartbeat. For the moment he slipped beyond her vision, chaos would inevitably follow. True, Qin Luo himself is a destined one, but, having read the novel, she knew full well that destined ones possess varying levels of celestial fortune. Those dozen, like the dragon sovereign, who opposed her in her past life, held the highest fortune index in this world, thus they proved utterly unkillable. Whereas others, such as Long Dingtian, possessed comparatively weaker fortune, rendering them vulnerable. As for Qin Luo, fate dealt him the cruelest hand. Every single destined one he encountered happened to be among those dozen she'd failed to slay in her past life. It was maddening. Su Muwan glared venomously at Qin Luo as he approached, her mind churning. Though Qin Luo is a destined one, perhaps, maybe, his fortune index isn't quite as high as the dragon sovereign's. Right? Truth be told, Su Muwan herself wasn't entirely certain, for she'd noticed something profoundly odd each time Qin Luo fought. He emerged unscathed, never encountering the chain reaction calamities she'd suffered in her past life. Strike a junior foe, and elders descended, strike an elder, and ancestors rose. Surviving the dragon sovereign could be explained by his restraint, but what of the others? No, perhaps the number of protagonists involved simply hasn't reached a critical threshold yet, so the pattern remains unclear. I have an idea. Why not provoke more protagonists and observe the outcome? Slap. Su Muwan mentally slapped herself. Have you lost your mind, Su Muwan? Do you wish to die? How could such a reckless notion even cross your mind? If Qin Luo's fortune index isn't high, if you lure danger toward him, you'll doom him. But what if? Right. Qin Luo has already drawn the ire of the toxic sovereign couple Jiang Sueki and her husband. Perhaps now is the perfect opportunity to test this theory. Just as the thought formed, Su Muwan sensed a faint peculiar sensation at her toes. She focused her gaze, and her little face instantly flushed. She hurriedly struggled, and said, "Qin Luo, what are you doing?" "I am detoxifying and removing moisture from your jade-like feet. I have medical skills, trust me." Saying this, Qin Luo turned his head again, looking at the artwork before him with slightly heavier breathing. He confirmed that his XP must be this. Su Muwan was taken aback. Is that really how it is? Her face turned slightly red as she shyly glanced at Qin Luo's jade-like hands. This feeling is strange. Speaking of which, has Qin Luo's breathing pattern become a bit odd? But it's fine. Qin Luo claimed to have medical skills. He is just detoxifying me, nothing to worry about. Su Muwan felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she actually had a hand fetish. This must not be known by Qin Luo. Loyalty one. Qin Luo was taken aback. Did this big villain believe it? Forget it, he swallowed hard. This strange XP of mine must not be known by Su Muwan. For a moment, both individuals in the room were engulfed in a peculiar atmosphere. Half an hour later, the two who had been writing for a long time finally proceeded to the next step. Qin Luo accompanied this lady to a place today. Su Muwan, with a relaxed expression, sat at the edge of the bed, while Qin Luo half-squatted, putting on a pair of black short socks for her. As he gently pulled the socks up, he replied, "Yes, miss." Seeing Qin Luo respond so quickly, Su Muwan, confused, placed her foot on Qin Luo's thigh and asked, "Aren't you going to ask where?" Qin Luo finished putting on the short socks and took out a pair of black knee-high boots. While putting them on, he replied, "Wherever the young lady wishes to go, Qin Luo will follow. The places the big villain went to would surely earn loyalty points." Su Muwan, upon hearing this, was taken aback. She looked down at the loyal Qin Luo, and for a moment her heart felt different. "Qin Luo." Su Muwan pressed her palm tightly on the bed and casually asked, "Qin Luo, do you have someone you like?" Of course, I just asked casually, but it's fine if you don't say." Qin Luo meanwhile paused slightly while putting on his boots, then raised his head with a smile, and said, "I never had anyone before, but the person I like the most now is the young lady." It must be that kind of admiration from a subordinate to a superior. Su Muwan snorted lightly. Qin Luo smiled without speaking and coughed. It truly wasn't mere admiration. But if this big villain knew my true feelings, I might not end up well. After all, how could I reveal my strange XP? Why does this big villain always test me? Seriously, if this continues, I'm afraid I might accidentally reveal my thoughts. Hearing Qin Luo's response, Su Muwan's mood lightened up. That's good, knowing he has no exes makes me feel at ease. Moments later the two went downstairs. Su Muwan's face still bore a lingering blush. Qin Luo clenched his fist, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Zhulan looked over, sensing something was off. Good morning, miss. Su Muwan nodded slightly, then her shy demeanor gradually receded, revealing an air of arrogance and calmness. She said lightly, Zhulan, prepare the car, we are going to the Jiang group. This was to verify her suspicions. So, let's visit the protagonist that Qin Luo has already provoked. Yes, miss. Zhulan swallowed hard and respectfully replied, as the young lad's former aura seemed to return. Jiang group. Wang Yong, who had already become impotent, sat tightly with his legs crossed in the security booth. His expression twisted as he realized this morning that his beard had fallen out. Even his voice and face appeared slightly androgynous. After all, this poison needle was something he had painstakingly researched. Therefore the effect was extraordinary. Originally Jiang Sueki, that wretched woman, intended to drive him out, but her parents disagreed. So he continued to stay in this security booth. Wang Yong clenched his fists tightly at the thought of that henchman from that day. I swear not to be a human until I avenge this. At this moment a loud roar of a motorcade approached. Honk! Honk! The piercing sound of the horn rang out. Wang Yong, already furious, raised his head in even greater anger. With a slightly sharp voice he cursed, Who is it? Stop honking. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure stepped out of the car. It was Qin Luo. He looked at Wang Yong, who peeked out of the security booth in surprise, and asked, Brother Wang, what's wrong with you? What happened to you looking like a eunuch? As the saying goes, enemies meet with red eyes. Upon seeing Qin Luo, Wang Yong's eyes widened in rage as he clenched his fists and shouted, Qin Luo, how dare you come to see me? Good. I let you go before, but I didn't expect you to come right to my door. Fine. This time, I will definitely kill you. Qin Luo, I will make sure to let you. Smack. Trash. Can't you speak properly? Before he finished, Qin Luo interrupted him with a slap. Wang Yong was thrown out of the security booth and landed on the ground, trembling with a dazed and wronged expression. Again beaten. Why can't I let the person finish their words? Qin Luo shook his wrist, looking disdainfully at the trembling Wang Yong on the ground. What's up with this Wang Yong? How did he become like this? Oh, Qin Luo understood. So this was the automatic rebound attack from before. Haha, truly self-inflicted. At this moment, what's wrong with Qin Luo? Is the other party not opening the door? Su Muwan also got out of the car, looking curiously at the security guard in the booth. For some reason, although the other party appeared somewhat androgynous, now Su Muwan could still sense a hint of familiarity from a past life. Hey, why does this person resemble Wang Yong from that Poison King couple? Could it be Wang Yong's sister? Never mind. With an air of arrogance, she walked over to Qin Luo, calmly addressing the lying Wang Yong. Open the door, I have business with Jiang Sueki. Wang Yong, regaining his senses, struggled to lift his body, covering his face as tears streamed down his cheeks. He quickly realized who this proud woman before him was. Su Muwan, it's all your fault that I ended up like this. Inside the car, Su Muwan withdrew her gaze from the security guard with a puzzled expression, confused. She felt that the person looked familiar, but who could they be? Returning to the matter at hand, she glanced at Qin Luo, who was wiping his hands, and asked, Qin Luo, do you know that woman? Woman? Miss, don't joke around. Qin Luo disdainfully wiped his hands, saying, that person is called Wang Yong. He was originally Jiang Sueki's bodyguard. He tried to harm me at the auction, but failed, and now he has ended up like that. Upon hearing this, Su Muwan nodded. Oh, so that person is Wang Yong. In her past life, he was the Poison King of the Poison King couple. Wang Yong. Su Muwan's eyes widened in realization. She hurriedly looked through the car window at Wang Yong, who was biting his lip and sobbing. Her expression was one of shock. What? How did the destined person end up like this? Su Muwan suppressed her astonishment, thinking it was unbelievable and illogical. Her eyes flickered as she looked at Qin Luo. No, Qin Luo, are you saying? No, it can't be. I need to observe further. Meanwhile, as the car drove in, Jiang Sueki, who was applying medicine to her swollen cheek in the president's office, received the news. President Jiang, it's bad. Su Muwan from the Su group has arrived aggressively. She slapped Wang Yong twice upon arrival, and specifically requested to see you, President Jiang, reported Jiang Sueki's secretary in a panic, looking very tense. This is bad. This young lady from the Su family is known for being domineering and reckless. There's definitely no good coming from this. What a hiss. As soon as Jiang Sueki heard this, she angrily stood up. However, as she raised her voice, pain shot through the nerves in her swollen cheek. She covered her face, filled with rage. Her expression darkened as she thought, that damned Su Muwan. First she had her lackey steal my antiques. Then that lackey humiliated me by slapping me. Now she even dares to barge into my Jiang family group. Does she really think I, Jiang Sueki, am easy to bully? Bang! She slammed her hand on the table, her face dark as she looked at her secretary, coldly saying, let them in. I want to see what Su Muwan is up to. Yes. Moments later in the president's office, two figures sat facing each other. Jiang Xueqi sat behind a large desk, her eyes sharp as blades, staring directly at Su Muwan across from her. Her face remained dark, but a hint of barely perceptible tension flickered in her gaze. She noticed Qin Luo behind Su Muwan smiling at her. Damn it, that lackey is also here. Su Muwan, on the other hand, appeared calm, her gaze deep, as if she could see into one's heart. Her posture was elegant, each movement radiating an air of unhurried grace. Seeing Jiang Xueqi, her lips curled into a faint smile. Ha, this wench is just like she was in my past life. Oh, except her face seems a bit swollen. Qin Luo stood silently behind Su Muwan, smiling at Jiang Xueqi. Tsk tisk, this is indeed a major villain, always choosing the places with protagonists to go. Now there's a good show to watch. The atmosphere between the two was exceptionally tense, their gazes colliding in the air. Su Muwan. Jiang Xueqi finally broke the silence, her voice cold as ice. What exactly do you want? Seeing me like this you can still smile at. So it turns out all the actions of that obnoxious lackey were orchestrated by her. Su Muwan smiled slightly, her voice calm. President Jiang, why be so angry? I just came to discuss a business deal. Business deal? You think I would believe you? Jiang Xueqi snorted coldly, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. After all, you beat me up, and now talk about a business deal. President Jiang and business interests come first. Jiang Xueqi frowned, weighing her options before asking. Alright, why don't you tell me what you want to discuss? As soon as she finished speaking, Su Muwan's demeanor changed, becoming incredibly domineering and arrogant. She twirled a strand of her hair and looked at Jiang Xueqi with a proud smile, saying, I heard that you, President Jiang, are developing a new type of beauty product. By coincidence, I find real estate too boring and want to venture into the pharmaceutical technology industry as well, so could you sell me the formula for that beauty product? In her past life, this beauty product had caused a sensation in the beauty industry, thanks to Wang Yong's improvements. Given the timeline, it should be nearly ready now. Therefore, this matter is undoubtedly very important to Jiang Xueqi, and her aim was simple: to provoke the other party to act. Upon hearing this, bang! Jiang Xueqi stood up in a predictable rage. Her eyes blazed with anger as she glared at Su Muwan, stating each word clearly. You must be dreaming. So Su Muwan, you really came with bad intentions. You actually want my beauty formula. You must be dreaming. Oh, unwilling. Seeing Jiang Xueqi refuse to acknowledge the situation, Su Muwan's expression darkened. She looked at Qin Luo and coldly said, Qin Luo, go give her a couple of slaps. Qin Luo blinked, sking. Major villains are indeed major villains. They demand what they want and bully others. It completely matches her character. Thinking this, Qin Luo's lips curled into a smile. Understood. He then walked towards the suddenly stiff Jiang Xueqi. Su Muwan's expression instantly hardened as she held her breath, watching Qin Luo. Qin Luo, whether this experiment will succeed depends on you. Jiang Xueqi, seeing Qin Luo approach with a fierce expression, stiffened and said, Qin Luo, I warn you. This is my Jiang. Bang. Ugh. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Luo slapped her. He sneered, my lady has never been unable to obtain what she wants. President Jiang, I advise you to think carefully and not let a moment of insanity ruin your life. Loyalty one. Hearing the system prompt, Qin Luo was surprised. Oh, this Su Muwan is a psychological freak, isn't she? Does she enjoy seeing others getting slapped? Jiang Xueqi felt her head buzzing from the slap. Covering her face, she looked at the vicious duo in disbelief. She finally realized that Su Muwan was even more domineering than she had imagined. Su Muwan, feeling nervous, watched Jiang Xueqi get slapped by Qin Luo. She quickly scanned her surroundings to prevent unexpected personnel from appearing. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nothing happened. What? Nothing happened. Not even the slightest fluctuation of energy. Su Muwan's eyes brightened. No, it can't be. What if my reincarnation has caused the luck of these former protagonists to vanish? I need to test this further. Only by trying this can I confirm something. Jiang Xueqi gradually regained her composure, glaring at Su Muwan with resentment, biting her lip as she cursed. Su Muwan, you must be dreaming. Even if I fed the formula to a dog, I would never sell it to you. As her words fell, boom. Su Muwan's expression darkened as she exuded an icy aura. She stood up and walked towards Jiang Xueqi, step by step, raising her hand. You certainly know how to talk big. Jiang Xueqi, in her past life, along with Wang Yong, poisoned me, causing me to be defeated. I have always remembered your smug face from back then. No matter what. I am furious, I will slap you. Seeing this, Qin Luo, who was about to act, immediately glared at Jiang Xueqi and mocked, President Jiang, if you provoke my lady, you're in for a lot of trouble. After saying this, he stepped aside, smirking as he watched the unfolding drama. However, what puzzled him was that he noticed Su Muwan, the major villain, suddenly wanted to take matters into her own hands today. Didn't she always command her subordinates to act before? Jiang Xueqi, covering her face, was also frightened by Su Muwan's imposing manner. She hurriedly retreated, saying, Su Muwan, what are you going to do? I am the young lady of the Jiang family. She first reprimanded sternly, but seeing that Su Muwan showed no signs of stopping, she became completely flustered. Jiang Xueqi couldn't cultivate, but she knew Su Muwan's martial arts talent was not bad. If she got slapped by her, she couldn't imagine how tragic it would be. So she leaned against the wall, swallowed hard, and forced a smile, saying, "Wait. Don't hit me. We're the same age. Remember when we participated in the banquet together as kids? We even played with a doll together." Su Muwan's anger flared at this, and she quickly stepped forward, grabbing Jiang Xueqi by the collar. Bang! She slapped her hard, scolding, "That doll originally belonged to me. You were the one who said you liked it, and had it taken by your so-called brothers. Indeed, back then she was just an innocent angel with dreams and a love for peace. Unfortunately, as she grew, she became the poison woman in others' mouths." Buzz! The slap was powerful, directly stunning Jiang Xueqi. With a thud, Jiang Xueqi fell to the ground, covering her face and tearing up, trembling in fear. Su Muwan. "Did you really hit me? Do you really not care about any past feelings? Su Muwan, you little. Damned. Talkative." Su Muwan clapped her hands, placing her hands on her hips, feeling refreshed. Hee. Finally taught that wench a lesson. By the way, since I've hit her and nothing happened, it seems that the reason for not triggering anything after hitting the destined person is likely not because of Qin Luo's special circumstances. The next second crack. An angry roar came. "Poison woman, how dare you treat my beautiful Xueqi this way?" Su Muwan. She slowly raised an eyebrow, then turned to look. Suddenly, a furious man burst in through the double doors, fists clenched, his eyes filled with anger directed at Su Muwan. "Su Muwan, O Qin Luo, get ready. Issuing main mission to the villain target. Teach the destined person a lesson. Tiger General Jiang Zixuan. Reward qualification to be a judge at the International Martial Artist Selection." Qin Luo happily listened to the system's prompt in his mind. He smirked, truly living up to the villain's reputation. Wherever the protagonist goes, they come in pairs. Crackle. With this thought, Qin Luo clenched his fists, stepping forward with a surge of momentum. "Little pup, give me a buff." Dog's Heart Sutra. Effect triggered. Current situation detected. Receiving instructions from the villain target master's combat power doubled. After hearing the system prompt, Qin Luo rolled his neck, looking arrogantly at the angry man before him, mocking, "Zhong Deng, you're the Tiger General." Zhong Deng. How dare anyone address this marshal so brazenly? Rage, uncontainable volcanic rage, surged through Jiang Zixuan's heart. His gaze fell upon Xueqi, his younger sister, lying helplessly on the ground, delicate and tearful. Then he turned to the two bullies standing arrogantly before him. An indescribable fury flooded his being. How many years had passed since he last felt such wrath? While he was away, his own family, especially his beloved sister, had been shamelessly tormented by these scoundrels. He began martial cultivation at 8, joined the Tiger Wolf Warrior Corps at 16, claimed the title of Supreme Champion, the Tiger Marshal, at 20, and now at 28 earned qualification for the International Warrior Selection Tournament. His life had been an unbroken ascent toward his family. Above all, his sister. He had always shown unwavering tenderness and devotion. Yet, Xueqi, the sister he cherished like a priceless jewel, never daring to let a single tear fall from her eyes, was now struck down by Su Muwan, the eldest daughter of the Su clan, left sobbing on the floor with her face buried in her hands. His sister's tears were the one sight he could never bear. Thus, Jiang Zixuan clenched his fists, his expression darkening as he glared at Qin Luo, and Su Muwan, his voice thundering. "It has been far too long since I felt this primal, instinctive fury. Wicked woman, may you and your lackey endure the full torrent of this marshal's wrath." Boom. As Jiang Zixuan spoke, his cultivation realm, Perfection Foundation initial stage, erupted instantly. Hum. A torrential gust exploded outward. His eyes blazed with razor-sharp intensity, like a beast roused from slumber, poised to pounce. Around his body, overwhelming qi coalesced into visible spirals, dense and tangible, swirling like living tempests. Jiang Zixuan's fury erupted like a volcano, his voice rolling across the air like thunder. "Wicked woman, you shall learn the true cost of making my sister weep." Whoosh. In an instant, Jiang Zixuan shot forward toward Qin Luo and his companion. His eyes burned with lethal intent as he roared, "Tiger Wolf Fist." One devastating punch launched forth, bearing the roar of tigers and howl of wolves, aimed straight at Qin Luo. This blow carried every ounce of his wrath. "You, Su Muwan's lackey, can you withstand it? Can you truly withstand it?" Xueqi scrambled to her feet, her eyes shimmering with awe and adoration. "Brother Zixuan, go. Win." She recalled childhood memories. Each time she'd been bullied, he'd always stand tall before her, shielding her without hesitation. Jiang Zixuan too softened inwardly. "Don't worry, little sister Xueqi. I'll surely restore justice for you." But then, slap. Ugh. Before he could finish his thought, a sharp, stinging slap shattered his focus. His body flew sideways like a puppet with severed strings, slamming hard into the adjacent wall. Crash. He crashed against it, then slid slowly down to the floor. His mind went utterly blank. His expression froze, numb vacant. Fire seared across his cheek. A choked cry of pain and disbelief escaped his lips. Confusion flickered in his eyes. His face swelled rapidly, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. What just happened? In the next second a mocking voice cut through the silence. Humph. All that blathering, and you're just a useless wreck. Zhong Deng, what in the world are you to dare threaten our young mistress? Jiang Zixuan stiffened, turning his gaze slowly. There stood Qin Luo casually shaking out his wrist as he strode forward, his face twisted in scorn. That moment crystallized the truth. He had just been slapped by this man. This marshal has been struck. Shame surged through him like poison. Jiang Zixuan glared fiercely at Qin Luo struggling upright. You dare strike this slap. Ugh. Before the words left his lips, Qin Luo flashed forward again. Another brutal slap. He sneered down at Jiang Zixuan, who clutched his burning cheek in stunned disbelief. So what if I struck you? Whether you call yourself Tiger, Martial Wolf, Martial Dragon, Martial, or any martial at all. Within Jiang City. If you're a tiger, you kneel. If you're a man, you prostrate. Boom. As those words rang out, oppressive aura activated. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure descended, so immense it rattled Jiang Zixuan's very soul. Boom. Under that crushing weight, his knees bent involuntarily. Thud. Without hesitation, he collapsed heavily onto both knees. Impossible. His pupils contracted sharply. Utter disbelief flooded his mind. What cultivation art is this? Rise now? Rise now? Jiang Zixuan screamed inwardly. Brother. Xueqi cried out in panic and horror. Her beloved brother Zixuan, kneeling before that wretched lackey. Oh, Su Muwan blinked, once twice. Her eyes widened, gleaming with astonishment as she stared at Qin Luo. Phew, Qin Luo, you actually can subdue a destiny-blessed protagonist. Feeling his sister's gaze, Jiang Zixuan burned with humiliation. He lifted his head, glaring at Su Muwan behind Qin Luo. Wicked woman. How dare you let him humiliate this mar? Dare you? Slap. Irk. Before he could utter another word, Qin Luo struck again. Cold, contemptuous, deliberate. You think yourself someone important. Looks like you need a lesson engraved into your bones. With that he struck again. Slap. This blow teaches you disloyalty and filial neglect, for speaking so recklessly before our young mistress. Slap. This blow rebukes your arrogance and insolence, for failing to kneel and pay proper homage before our young mistress. Slap. This blow chastises your haughtiness and incompetence, for raising such a worthless sister who dares obstruct our young mistress's noble vision. Slap. 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 These blows are your parents' overdue discipline, to warn you choose your enemies more wisely. Slap. And this final strike. Because you're simply ugly. Jiang Zixuan's skull reverberated with each impact. His consciousness frayed, disbelief drowned reason. What? This marshal, utterly powerless to resist. Impossible. Move, move. Move, now. Xueqi still stood there, helpless. If he fell, she would surely suffer the wicked woman's cruelty. Su Muwan felt a storm churning within her chest. Her lips parted slightly. Oh gods, oh gods. Oh gods, he's taken this many strikes, and he's the Tiger Marshal. Not some meek, enduring, prodigal son-in-law, like the Dragon King. Logically, after such abuse, others should have rushed to intervene. Yet, no one comes. Not even as Qin Luo strikes again and again. Why? What's happening? Xueqi stood frozen, mind utterly blank. Why? Why is brother Zixuan kneeling there, letting himself be struck? Why? Her eyes brimmed as she choked out a sob. Brother Zixuan. Fight back. Xueqi believes you'll defeat these monsters. Don't lose, brother Zixuan. Don't lose. At her cry, Su Muwan's expression shifted instantly. She whirled toward Xueqi. Disaster. Hadn't she seen this exact scene before, in her past life? Whenever a destiny-blessed protagonist heard their loved ones cry, boundless conviction would surge within them, igniting unimaginable power mid-battle. Could it be? Su Muwan whipped her gaze to Jiang Zixuan. There, his eyes once dazed now sharpened with sudden awareness. Yes, his vacant stare dissolved, replaced by quiet, unshakable resolve. I cannot disappoint Xueqi. I have family. I have friends. If I fall, she will surely be destroyed by this vile duo. Therefore, I will not lose. Wicked woman, you dare disgrace this marshal so utterly. I shall tear you and your lackey limb from limb. Jiang Zixuan roared, and boom. His entire cultivation surged violently, breaking through right then and there. And, yes, he could move again. Xueqi's face lit up with ecstatic hope. Brother Zixuan, keep going. Brother Zixuan, I've always believed in you. You will defeat them. Su Muwan sensed imminent peril. She prepared to act swiftly in this and depart with Qin Luo. But no one anticipated what came next. Annoying. Slap. Uffed. Qin Luo glanced once, just once, at Jiang Zixuan's surging aura, then struck again, backhand laced with venom. Boom. The force was staggering. Jiang Zixuan flew backward, crashing into the wall with bone-jarring impact, and vomited a thick stream of viridian toxic blood. The flesh on one side of his cheek visibly rotted and sloughed away. Dog Spirit Venom Palm activated. While what? Jiang Zixuan slid down the wall, collapsing onto the floor, his pupils trembling, his entire being reeling in existential shock. I lost again. Xueqi's elation vanished, replaced by stunned silence. Huh. The entire scene was filled with silence, shock, horror, and disbelief. Jiang Xueqi trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground. She looked at her most beloved elder brother Zixuan, her face etched with incredulity. Why? Why is this happening? Jiang Xueqi murmured, gazing in disbelief at her elder brother Zixuan, who had once again been knocked to the ground by Qin Luo with a slap. She was overwhelmed with despair and ceased to think. She couldn't understand why her elder brother Zixuan, who had always protected her since childhood, had failed to do so this time. "Ha, I forgot about you, you wretched maid," Qin Luo sneered as he turned to look at her upon hearing Jiang Xueqi's voice. He then clenched his fists and walked towards her. Jiang Zixuan, witnessing this scene, gradually regained his focus, and the intensity of his gaze turned ferocious. He roared, "Stop. I won't allow you to harm her." Why? He had clearly broken through, but why was he still no match for this lackey? Was this lackey at the great accomplishment stage as well? No, it wasn't that he wasn't his opponent. It was because he simply couldn't react in time to the speed at which the opponent struck, and he was knocked to the ground. Su Muwan swallowed hard, looking at Qin Luo. Glimmering with excitement, "Qin Luo, you truly have brought tremendous surprise to me." Jiang Xueqi, seeing this, also regained her senses and looked at the approaching Qin Luo. She trembled all over and cried out in panic, "No, please no. I was wrong. I sold the beauty formula to your young lady. Please, I beg you, don't slap me again." Whoa, I was wrong. Jiang Xueqi lamented. "I was never able to cultivate. Why do you bully me like this? Su Muwan, I grew up with you when we were young." Whoa. As she spoke, Jiang Xueqi began crying loudly again. Su Muwan listened with great curiosity. Wait, Jiang Xueqi could show such emotions. In her past life, Jiang Xueqi had always looked down on her, filled with pride. She claimed that she was a great villain endangering the world. But now, why was she trying to connect with me? How enough lessons have been given and my mood has been lifted. For now, let's withdraw. Just as she thought that, Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo, wanting to tell him to stop. Slap. Qin Luo swiftly slapped the crying Jiang Xueqi across the face. "Be quiet." With that, the child stopped crying. Jiang Xueqi covered her cheek, biting her lip, looking at Qin Luo with tear-filled eyes. Su Muwan's mouth twitched. This slap completely broke Jiang Zixuan's spirit. He could only curl up on the ground due to the poison in his body. Seeing his sister Xueqi being struck, the mighty tiger commander could no longer suppress his tears. His eyes reddened as he cried, "Stop. Please stop. Why? He screamed in his heart. "Did I not strive to cultivate just to protect my family? But I still let my sister Xueqi be slapped before my eyes." Jiang Zixuan struggled and shouted, but his body remained unable to move. He lay on the ground, tears streaming down. Damn it. Jiang Zixuan, you are truly a useless waste. You can do nothing. Nothing at all." Su Muwan glanced at the collapsed and howling Jiang Zixuan on the ground. She swallowed hard, and then nervously looked towards Qin Luo. Suddenly her scalp tingled. Hey. This is not good. Under normal circumstances, the destined person under immense pressure should unleash a significant amount of power. Even though Qin Luo was also a destined person, the current situation indeed made her feel a slight sense of foreboding. It felt like the originally stable situation seemed to be heading for trouble. So Su Muwan opened her mouth and said to Qin Luo then, "That, Qin Luo." But before she could finish, Qin Luo stood with his hands behind his back, looking down coldly at Jiang Xueqi, who was covering her face in grievance. "Jiang, not only do you need to give the beauty formula to my young lady, but also," he turned around gently looking at Su Muwan and said, "you also need to apologize to my young lady." Su Muwan's expression froze. "Wait. Qin Luo, don't." Jiang Xueqi, upon hearing this, was stunned for a moment, and then trembled as she looked at Qin Luo's hand. Then she cautiously looked at Su Muwan, raising her head with red-rimmed eyes. I'm sorry. Not only did you snatch my formula, but you also humiliated me like this. Su Muwan, I will remember this." As soon as this was said, Jiang Zixuan let out an even more frantic voice. No. My sister Xueqi has suffered such humiliation, yet I can do nothing." Su Muwan glanced at Jiang Zixuan, whose state was gradually spiraling out of control. Then she looked towards Jiang Xueqi and forced a smile, saying, "All right, I forgive you." She then looked at Qin Luo, we. But before she could finish, Qin Luo gave Su Muwan a reassuring look, then coldly continued, "You apologized, but it's still not enough." Jiang Xueqi was taken aback, and then incredulously asked, "Not enough?" Su Muwan was shocked. "Is it still not enough? Are you even more of a villain than I am?" "Exactly." Qin Luo nodded, then coldly looked at the collapsed Jiang Zixuan on the ground, saying, "This waste dares to insult my young lady. although I have already taught him a lesson. It's still not enough, so. Qin Luo arrogantly raised his chin and slowly said to Jiang Xueki, whose face turned pale, "Go Jiang, give him a slap, so he remembers it." As soon as these words were spoken, thunder crashed in the minds of everyone present. Jiang Xueki's eyes widened and big tears fell from her eyes. "What? You want me to hit? Brother Zixuan? This is too much." Jiang Zixuan was also in a daze, looking at Qin Luo in disbelief. The previous Su Muwan. Venomous woman. Such a ruthless heart. How could she make her sister Xueki fight against him? Su Muwan was stunned. "No. I never thought it could be played like this in my past life. You really dare to think of this?" Jiang Xueki's expression was hesitant and conflicted. Seeing this, Jiang Zixuan sighed inwardly. Sister Xueki is inherently kind, as she would surely find it hard to bear to hit me. However, if she doesn't make a move, she will definitely be hit. Thus Jiang Zixuan spoke up, preparing to have Jiang Xueki strike. But seeing Jiang Xueki's hesitant demeanor, Qin Luo couldn't help but glare at her. "What's wrong?" Unwilling. Before he could finish, just as Jiang Zixuan was about to tell Jiang Xueki to strike Shui. I'm willing. Jiang Xueki, seeing that Qin Luo was about to hit her, couldn't help but fearfully speak up. As soon as Jiang Xueki's words fell, Jiang Zixuan, who was originally prepared to tell Jiang Xueki to strike, was suddenly stunned. He looked at Jiang Xueki, who had taken the initiative, to speak in disbelief. In his heart it felt like being cut by a knife, so painful. "Xueki, you." And for some reason, after Jiang Xueki finished speaking, the ominous premonition that had filled Su Muwan began to inexplicably dissipate. Su Muwan blinked, "Huh?" Then Qin Luo tilted his head. "Then go ahead, remember to hit cleanly." "Oh, Jiang Xueki nodded, then nervously approached Jiang Zixuan, who was lying on the ground with a pained expression. She raised her palm, looking at Jiang Zixuan with deep regret. "Brother Zixuan, please don't blame Xueki. Xueki has no choice." Jiang Zixuan was filled with desolation at this moment. He could take the initiative to tell Jiang Xueki to hit him, but he couldn't accept her taking the initiative to speak. He looked at Jiang Xueki, who was walking towards him with a bitter expression. In his mind, memories of the past began to resurface. Brother Zixuan, why are you so good to Xueki?" "Huh? Because we are the closest siblings. Brother Zixuan, Xueki doesn't want to be your sister. Xueki wants to marry you when she grows up." "Huh? Enough of that. Come on, brother, we'll take you to buy candied hawthorn." The days of the past seemed to linger in front of him. The innocent shadow of Sister Xueki gradually overlapped with the terrified expression of the Jiang Xueki before him. He saw her extend her hand. Slap! A piercing pain filled Jiang Zixuan's cheek and heart. He was utterly disappointed. With a thud, Jiang Zixuan lost consciousness from extreme disappointment. The matter has been settled. Su Muwan looked up at the ceiling. "Phew, I was scared to death. That strange feeling just now has disappeared. Why? Could it be because?" Su Muwan glanced at Jiang Xueqi, who had knocked out her brother Zixian. "Could it be because the righteous are harming themselves, not triggering that cliched mechanism from my past life? Of course the main reason is." Su Muwan glared at Qin Luo, who had somehow slipped over to her side. "This guy is simply too bad. So despicable. But, I like it." Su Muwan smirked, crossing her arms proudly, as she strided over to Jiang Xueqi. The latter covered her face, fear evident in her eyes. Naturally, Su Muwan wouldn't hit her. After all, she was worried that her own physique might produce an even stronger rival. So she merely looked at the other with disdain, a mocking smile creeping onto her lips. "Jiang Xueqi, you truly are your brothers. Good sister." With that, she turned to Qin Luo. "Let's go, Qin Luo." Qin Luo smiled slightly. "All right, young lady. Congratulations, master, for completing the task. Punish the fated one. Tiger General Jiang Zixian. Reward qualification as a judge in the International Martial Artist Selection Competition, X1. Congratulations, master, for downgrading the luck of the fated woman, Jiang Xueqi, to T1. Reward luck recognition allows you to view everyone's luck index. The higher the index, the worse the consequences of provoking them. Note, the master's loyal dog, Poisonous Palm, ignores luck protection limits. Congratulations, master, for creating a rift between Jiang Zixian and Jiang Xueqi. Reward title, Doghead Strategist. All titles can be worn together. Effect, any discord instigated by the master against the fated ones will not be resolved as long as the target follows the action. Tisk tisk tsk. Look at this. What did I say? Being with the big villain is indeed rewarding. It hasn't been long, and I've already gained a slew of rewards. Luck recognition. Doesn't that mean I can actively identify who the fated ones are? Though the system will also provide hints. But those hints can only be triggered under certain conditions. And my loyal dog, Poisonous Palm, is that powerful. It can directly ignore luck protection. This makes things even easier. As for the Doghead Strategist, does it mean that as long as I instigate discord, as long as a fated one follows my actions like Jiang Xueqi, the other person will inevitably develop misunderstandings and rifts? That sounds perfect. Moreover, creating rifts also yields rewards. Shouldn't I continue to stir things up? Crack. The door closed. Qin Luo and Su Muwan left. To prevent any accidents, Su Muwan didn't let Zhu Lan and the other little followers come along to avoid being hurt. Now Jiang Shueqi's office was left with just her and Jiang Zixian, who had fainted from utter disappointment. With the pressure gone, Jiang Shueqi knelt on the ground, wiping her tears and sobbing. What? Why is this happening? My face hurts so much. I haven't recovered from the previous beating, and now I've been hit again. Su Muwan, I hate you. And Qin Luo. Qin Luo. When Jiang Shueqi thought of Qin Luo's overbearing, yet gentle demeanor towards Su Muwan, jealousy instantly flashed in her eyes. Su Muwan, how dare you have such a loyal follower? She seemed to recall the first time she met Su Muwan as a child. She had set her eyes on the doll in Su Muwan's hands only to have her brothers snatch it away. Indeed, she was doted on since childhood, yet she was always compared to Su Muwan. She envied Su Muwan's ability to cultivate envy, that although others called Su Muwan arrogant and spoiled, they still acknowledged her martial arts talent. That's why she despised Su Muwan so much. But the appearance of Qin Luo caused her multiple defeats. She glanced at Jiang Zixian, who had passed out on the ground, his face disfigured. Disappointment was written all over her face. Brother Zixian, you disappoint me too much. At this point, Jiang Shueqi wiped her tears, and her gaze became resolute. I want a follower like Qin Luo. I can't trust that useless Wang Yong. I will demand my dad to invite Wang Yong's master, the Divine Doctor. I demand the Divine Doctor to treat my unfit body for cultivation. And then, find a follower just like Qin Luo. Su Muwan, don't get too smug. Whatever you have, I will have too. Whatever you don't have, I will definitely have. And that follower of yours. Jiang Shueqi rubbed her face, a strange feeling flickering in her eyes. This time she felt that the force with which he struck her wasn't that heavy. Could it be? He was holding back. True, that follower radiates a sunny aura, naturally affable in contrast to Su Muwan's malicious demeanor, the natural affability in comparison. That's right, he must have been coerced by Su Muwan. Su Muwan, you truly are a venomous woman. Half an hour later, Su family villa. On the sofa, the young lady is overwhelmed with work. Let me massage your legs. Qin Luo, who had just reaped a bounty of rewards, joyfully placed Su Muwan's legs on his lap. Then he gently pounded with his little fists. Su Muwan lounged comfortably on the sofa, glancing at Qin Luo with a relaxed expression. This guy is indeed quite special. If I could see the luck index, Qin Luo would surely be on the same level as those difficult toad-fiat fated ones from my past life. Having been reborn, Su Muwan has already established a ranking of fated ones. Figures like the Dragon King, God of War, and King of Hell are T0 level fated ones. Meanwhile, important figures from my past life like Long Ding Tian and Tang Wen Yu are T1 level fated ones. As for those like Su Bailian, can a little white lotus make it onto the ranking of fated ones? In any case, tisk tisk, Su Muwan felt at ease, and now she could relax. But she couldn't be entirely at ease. Handling one or two at the same time is manageable, but if I provoke too many at once, it might not go well. And Qin Luo is probably also a T0 level fated one. Provoking a group could be troublesome for him as well. Thus Su Muwan's mindset shifted. Life continues on. However, I still need to choose a conservative approach, not seeking out trouble with the protagonists and not acting arrogantly to bully others. You asked why I'm doing this. Because I'm good. But if I really do provoke someone, it's not a problem. Because if the enemies don't send out their fated ones, we definitely won't send out Qin Luo. I have Qin Luo. I'll let whoever wants to come. At this moment, a series of phone rings sounded. Su Muwan furrowed her brows and took out her phone. It was a call from Su Bailian. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. This white lotus calling definitely means trouble. So she answered. Click. The call connected and a nauseating voice came through. Is this Sister Su? I miss you so much. Su Muwan's scalp tingled as she coldly replied, shut up, get to the point. You? Su Muwan, I remember you used to be good at racing. Tonight there's a midnight street racing competition on Chengshan's winding roads. Are you brave enough to come? Remember to bring your bodyguard. Su Muwan coldly laughed. Why would I go? Racing is so dangerous. Upon hearing this, Su Bailian was stunned, immediately panicking. Aren't you the one who loves racing the most? Su Muwan seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and grimaced. I used to like it, but not anymore. No, you have to come. You won't regret it. Many top drivers will be there tonight. It will be exhilarating. All right. Yin Xiaoyu. The eldest daughter of the Yin family will be there too. We're all in the same racing group. Sister Su, please, this is my only request in my life, okay? Su Bailian pleaded. Hearing this pleading made Su Muwan shiver. However, when she heard that Yin Xiaoyu would also be there, she had no choice. Yin Xiaoyu was her best friend, and also a popular actress in the entertainment circle. Clearly a daughter of the Yin family, yet she loves all sorts of thrilling activities. Unexpectedly, she also wants to participate in this street racing competition. Fine then. Speaking of which, since I've been reborn, I haven't raced in a long time. Didn't Qin Luo make some sort of agreement for shares in a racing group? Perfect timing to get a car. With that thought, Su Muwan pouted and said, fine, I'll go. On the other end of the call, Su Bai Lian revealed a scheming smile and instructed, great. I'll be looking forward to seeing your performance, Sister Su. At 11 p.m. that night, the winding road of Changshan is known for its treacherous terrain spiraling between steep cliffs. At midnight, this road transforms into a paradise for a group of young people seeking to challenge their limits and pursue thrills. At this moment, at the entrance of the Changshan winding road, numerous modified cars and young drivers have gathered. The lights flicker, engines roar, and the air is filled with the scent of gasoline and passion. A row of modified cars is lined up. However, among this collection of flashy modified cars, a worn-out white Santana stands out conspicuously. Next to the Santana stands a sturdy man dressed simply. His expression is calm, and as he scans the crowd, a hint of arrogance and disdain appears in his eyes. Boring. Just a bunch of rich kids who have never experienced the cruel side of the world. Each one is immersed in the gentle fantasy woven for them by their families. It's truly laughable. They have no idea how dark this world can be. Forget it, I'll just show a little skill this time. Beside the man stands Su Bai Lian, full of confidence. She is completely unconcerned about the odd looks from those around her. A group of clueless fools. At first, this young lady did not believe in his driving skills either. But before coming here, this young lady personally experienced his enigmatic driving skills. So, at today's banquet, Su Muwan, you will definitely kneel and cry before me. At this moment, vroom, vroom, vroom. The roar of cars echoes. Everyone turns to look. They see a cool black modified car and a red modified car speeding towards them. Hiss. Isn't that Miss Yan's car? Whose is the other one? I don't know. I've never seen that car before. Moments later, screech. With a piercing brake sound, the two cars skid to a stop in front of the crowd. Immediately after, a sound is heard. Three figures each get out of their cars. A tall blonde woman with a high ponytail looks at Qin Luo, who has just stepped out of the driver's seat, with delight. Wow, you're quite skilled, handsome. Even I couldn't keep up with your speed. Qin Luo closes the car door and smiles slightly. Usually the young lady trains well, and furthermore. He pats the car and says this car is also quite good. Su Muwan raises her proud head slightly, walks to Qin Luo's side, crossing her arms as she looks at the blonde woman, saying, Yin Xiao Yue, how did you become so dull after just a few days? Why can't even my little sidekick keep up with you? Are you even capable? Hearing this, Yin Xiao Yu's eyes twitch and she steps forward with a stiff smile. Su Muwan, don't get cocky. I didn't compete with you this time. Speaking of which, Yin Xiaoyu leans towards Su Muwan's ear, glancing at Qin Luo while whispering, by the way, where did you recruit this handsome guy? He's good-looking and has such great driving skills. I think he seems quite gentle. I didn't expect him to drive so wildly. I actually quite like him. Originally, Su Muwan was quite pleased to hear this, as others' admiration only proved her good taste right. But upon hearing Yin Xiaoyu's last slightly ambiguous remark, she immediately became unhappy. Su Muwan pushed away the approaching Yin Xiaoyu and glared at her. Yin Xiaoyu. Qin Luo is my sidekick. What do you like him for? Yin Xiaoyu, being pushed away, shrugged helplessly, then deliberately licked her red lips, looking seductively at Qin Luo. Sister just likes cute boys, especially humble and polite ones like Qin Luo. Humble and polite. Hearing this, I won't be angry. Su Muwan seemed to think of something, and her mouth twitched. In any case, she stood next to Qin Luo, glaring fiercely at Yin Xiaoyu. Yin Xiaoyu, don't forget you're a big star. You wouldn't want rumors to spread, would you? Yin Xiaoyu chuckled at this, changing her tone slightly as she smiled and linked arms with Su Muwan. Look, you're getting anxious. The person I like the most is you, my dear. Su Muwan rolled her eyes in exasperation. At this moment, everyone also reacted. It turns out this is the car of Miss Su Muwan. Where did she get such a professionally modified car? However, to be honest, regardless of the car, let's flatter her a bit first. Oh wow, I didn't expect Miss Su to also be here. Then tonight's title of car god must belong to Miss Su. Yeah, the last time Miss Su came was a month ago, right? This time we can finally witness Miss Su's elegance again. Haha, where's Julan? Why has Miss Su changed sidekicks? A group of people flattered with smiles. Su Muwan glanced at the crowd, feeling annoyed her in her past life. It was these fools who always said such treacherous things. This led to her being overly confident in her own driving skills, and then she was slapped in the face by that destined person, losing all her face. Thus she suppressed her smile, and said lightly, what I do is none of your business. In fact, she had left Julan at the villa to look after it. At the Su family villa at Chu, Julan, who was looking after the house, sneezed. She instantly became energetic, thinking that the young lady must be thinking of her. I must not let the young lady down. I need to guard the house well, and not let any bad people in. On the winding road, upon seeing this scene, everyone's expression stiffened. One by one they awkwardly smiled, and dared not approach the prickly rose that was Su Muwan. Who dared to mess with this tyrant of Jiangxing? Today she didn't seem to be in a good mood. Over at Qin Luo, he was checking Yin Xiaoyu's information. Yin Xiaoyu Fortune Index 2000 Fake Fortune Gradient T4 Fake Future Leading Actress in the entertainment industry disliked by the destined person Yi Kun from the Yi family for making her friend Su Muwan break off the engagement, leading to her being killed by Yi Kun in the future. TSK Tisk Qin Luo found it quite interesting. How come none of the people around this big villain have a good ending? As for the fake behind the fortune index, does it mean that once she breaks off the engagement with the destined person, her fortune index will plummet? Aside from Yin Xiaoyue, he could also see the fortune index of everyone else present. Most were single digits or tens. As for Su Muwan's fortune index, he could see it as well. Su Muwan Fortune Gradient T. Fortune Index. Normally people would have at least a positive number. Yet Su Muwan's was negative and a question mark. TSK. Young lady, you truly deserve to be the final big villain. At this moment, a shining fortune index in the crowd instantly caught Qin Luo's attention. Lingya Fortune Index 20,000 Fortune Gradient T1 The protagonist in the strongest assassin in the city, the strongest assassin of the Death God organization, Shura King. Qin Luo smirked upon seeing this person. The next moment, a familiar teasing voice rang out. Hello Sister Su Lian, Lian has been waiting for you, and is so bored. Qin Luo and the others looked over and saw Su Balian leading a proud-looking burly man towards them. Su Muwan couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Su Balian, can you speak normally? Goodness, how can you still have that same attitude? Speaking of which, the person behind Su Balian. Why does he look so familiar? Su Muwan frowned, glancing at the arrogant man behind Su Balian. Hiss. For a moment, she couldn't quite remember. Uncertain it looked familiar, so she took another look. But as she did, Su Muwan suddenly froze. No way. Isn't this the Shura King Lingya from her past life? What is he doing on this winding mountain road? No, how could he be with Su Balian? Huh. Su Muwan felt a bit dazed. This is different from what she experienced in her past life. It's no wonder she couldn't remember right away. It was simply because this so-called Lingya, the Shura King, never lived to the time when she was besieged. According to the ranking of her destined individuals, Ling, you would probably rank around T1. That was on a certain day when she was out shopping with her entourage. This guy suddenly set up a sniper to assassinate her from a nearby building. And thus a grudge was formed. Not long after, when Su Muwan found out who the opponent was, she slapped him dead with one blow. If one were to say she had any impression of him, it would be that he was much easier to kill than a T0 level destined individual. She ended it after just a few tricks. But, leaving aside the fact that he was easy to kill, why is the #1 assassin from the Death God organization here with Su Balian? One must know that in her past life, Su Balian had no connection with this Lingya at all. Meanwhile, Su Balian, upon hearing Su Muwan's taunts, showed no anger. After all, she was no longer the pitiful second young lady who was weak and powerless. Now, she looked at Qin Luo behind Su Muwan. You have your entourage, and I have mine. We are all on the same starting line. This young lady absolutely cannot lose this time. It seemed that Su Balian noticed the confusion in Su Muwan's eyes. She stepped aside to reveal Lingya and explained, Sister Su, I forgot to introduce. This is my newly recruited companion. His name is Lingya. Don't be fooled by his few words, he knows a lot. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Muwan frowned as she looked at the arrogant Lingya, then shifted her gaze to Su Balian, who was wearing a malicious grin. Instantly she understood. Although she wasn't clear on where Su Balian found this guy, at least she knew the reason for calling her over. It was to compare companions. Heh, how childish. This young lady despises comparing companions. With that thought, Su Muwan smirked, stepping forward with an arrogant gaze as she looked down at Su Balian, sneering, How ridiculous am I supposed to imitate you in everything? Tell me, what can your companion do? As Su Muwan's words fell, a tense atmosphere surged up. Everyone held their breath and watched in silence. Hiss. It had long been said that the two young ladies from the Su family were like oil and water. Now that she saw it, the rumors were true. Su Balian was so intimidated by Su Muwan's aura that she gulped. But upon thinking, she now had a capable companion. So she surely wouldn't have to fear Su Muwan and her mouthy companion anymore. As long as her companion could crush Su Muwan with an absolute advantage, then she could avenge her previous humiliation. With that in mind, Su Balian calmed herself and spoke. Sister Su, my companion knows a lot of things. Like fighting, racing, and so on. He is very skilled. For instance, in this upcoming racing competition, this young lady is bound to claim the title of Racing God. But as for you, Sister Su. Su Balian glanced at Qin Luo behind Su Muwan and curled her lips, saying, Well, that's a bit hard to say. Oh. Su Muwan raised an eyebrow at this and sneered. Is that all he can do? You don't even know what your companion can do, yet you dare to compare with me. Su Balian, you really must have a shrunken brain. What a clown. Su Balian was immediately furious. Her small fist clenched, and she shouted, You. What did you say? But after saying that, Su Balian remembered her persona and suppressed her anger, sneering. Then tell me, what can your companion do? A mere companion, what else can he do besides being mouthy? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Muwan pouted slightly, raised her chin, and said with a hint of pride, He knows a lot, so listen carefully. Qin Luo is not only proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but he also excels at identifying the authenticity of antiques. All my antiques were sourced by him. Qin Luo blinked, wanting to clarify that he didn't do this. The antiques were actually given to him by Longding Tian. Things given by Longding Tian, how could they be fake? He has displayed his talent at banquets and has often outshone others in playing beautiful melodies. Oh, talented at banquets. She was not referring to when I was cursing, right? What beautiful melodies are those? Furthermore, Qin Luo is also skilled in medicine and has achieved great feats in saving countless people. I only saved an old man named Lin, and Longding Tian could be considered half, plus another old man from a racing group. His excellence is beyond your questioning. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo blinked. He understood. It turns out that outside the titles were all self-given. In addition to this, Su Muwan said, pulling Qin Luo over. She introduced him in front of everyone. Qin Luo also prepares breakfast, lunch, and dinner for me, and he also fully arranges my day's schedule and attire. Whatever I want, he immediately gets it for me. I want him to do something, and he does it. Su Balian, can your companion do this? Su Muwan mockingly glared at the increasingly disgruntled Su Balian. The latter's face grew darker as she clenched her fists, feeling very unwilling. What? This companion knows so much. I don't believe it. She took a deep breath, trying to regain her rhythm. These are all just your one-sided words. I don't believe it. Hep. As these words came out, Su Muwan sneered. If you don't believe it, then don't believe it. Why should I make you believe it? If you don't prove it, it's false. If it's false, then you're just lying, and that means Su Muwan, your companion, is nothing special. Is that so? Fine. He'll prove to you right now whether what I said is true. Upon hearing this, Su Muwan was instantly furious, her whole body trembling. She then fiercely grabbed Qin Luo's arm and pointed at Su Balian, angrily shouting, Qin Luo, beat her up. I'm so mad. What are you, Su Balian? Do I need to prove myself to you? Okay, you want proof. He'll show you right now that Qin Luo listens to me. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Balian's face turned pale, her delicate body trembled as she exclaimed, Su Muwan, you are being unreasonable. Why must it escalate to violence after just a few words? Yin Xiaomei exclaimed, what? Is Su Muwan still in elementary school? After a brief moment of confusion, Qin Luo stepped forward, tightly clenching his fists, and looked at the pale-faced Su Balian as if she were an idiot, saying, Little Balian, can you explain why you have to provoke our young lady? It seems that you're asking for a slap. Upon hearing this, Su Balian immediately recalled the scene when Qin Luo slapped her before. She was terrified and took 2 steps back. But then she thought, wait a minute. I also have my own followers now. Therefore, Qin Luo, do you think you are very strong? What good is being strong? Lingya, teach this rude person a lesson. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lingya, who had been silent, stepped forward, looking arrogantly at Qin Luo, and said lightly, hold on. You cannot touch my young lady. His expression was calm as he looked disdainfully at Qin Luo, saying, I thought the troublesome follower my young lady mentioned was someone else. At this point his tone became extremely dismissive. It turns out. Only a mid-stage Hall realm cultivator. Such a laughable game. I originally thought the opponent would be a formidable adversary worthy of my full effort, but it turns out to be just a minor character in the Hall realm mid-stage. Forget it. With such low cultivation, their driving skills couldn't possibly match mine. After all, unlike these young masters and young ladies who stay in their sheltered lives, his driving skills were honed through various life and death crises abroad. Even without systematic training, dealing with these little brats would be like a dimensionality reduction attack. As Lingya stepped forward, Su Balian felt much more at ease. She crossed her arms and looked at Qin Luo with a sneer, arrogantly scolding. Qin Luo, weren't you very strong? Now my follower can fight too. If you have the ability, defeat him and come to fight me. Before she could finish her sentence, slap. Ugh. With a crisp sound, everyone saw Qin Luo directly appear in front of Su Balian and give her a hard slap. Gasp. The entire audience inhaled sharply. Wait, are you really slapping your own second lady? Thud. Su Balian covered her face and fell to the ground, her head buzzing from the blow. Su Balian's eyes were dazed. Hey. Why? I was slapped again. How so sudden? I hadn't even finished speaking. Qin Luo looked down at her and said calmly, did you say anything just now? As soon as these words were spoken. What? Ling Ya's pupils contracted as he turned around, incredulously looking at Qin Luo, who suddenly appeared behind him. His heart trembled. So fast. When did that happen? Immediately after, whispers began to circulate around. I thought the follower of Miss Balian was quite formidable, but it seems she is no match for Miss Su. Indeed, although Su Balian is also a young lady of the Su family, she is clearly inferior to Miss Su. Exactly how, even as the second lady provoking Miss Su, means that the Su family will never see Su Balian rise again. Sharp voices echoed. Su Balian covered her injured cheek as tears streamed down her face. Her eyes reddened as she scolded Lingya, who was somewhat stunned. Lingya, you useless fool. Did you not say you were good at fighting? You useless fool. What use are you to me? Lingya felt a bit ashamed inside, thinking of himself as the first killer of the death god organization, the King of Shura. At this moment, he let his employer be hit right under his nose. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists and looked at Qin Luo arrogantly coldly, saying, "Your name is Qin Luo, right? Although I don't want to participate in this child's game, I must act in accordance with my professional ethics since Su Balian is my employer. How about this, you cripple your own limbs and kneel in front of my young lady to admit your faults? I can spare you from." Before he could finish his sentence, slap. Ugh. Before Lingya could say the rest, Qin Luo raised his hand and slapped him again. Thud. Lingya fell to the ground, covering his face. He was somewhat dazed, wondering what was happening. It was only when the fiery pain in his cheek registered that he finally reacted. What? I was actually slapped. In an instant, an indescribable killing intent surged through Lingya's chest bones, and even every cell in his body. He covered his face, his expression twisted in terror. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I am the first killer of the death god organization, the King of Shura. How could I be slapped by a mere follower? I thought this was just a child's game. But how could I, the King of Shura, be slapped? How can I possibly endure this? Instantly, with blood surging in his veins, Lingya raised his head and angrily shouted at Qin Luo. You are seeking death. I will make sure you and Su Muwan die a miserable death. Shut up. Slap. Ugh. Another slap came. Lingya was stunned, covering his face as he fell to the ground, his pupils shaking. I was slapped again. However, it wasn't over yet. Qin Luo continued coldly. What are you even worth to dare bark here? This slap is to wake you up. Slap. After saying that, another slap followed. This slap is to remind you to be self-disciplined. Slap. Another crisp sound rang out, and Lingya's mind went blank, feeling the fiery pain on his cheek. This slap is to make you aware of your own ignorance. Slap. This slap is to warn you not to provoke those you shouldn't. Slap, slap, slap. These slaps are to tell you that in Jiangxing, my young lady, is the sky. Anyone who dares to speak rudely will face this end. Lingya was left dazed, his cheeks swollen. How could this be? Am I being publicly slapped? No. That's not the point. The point is, what? Can I fight back? The continuous sound of slaps filled the air. Everyone present held their breath, their pupils shaking. How ruthless. Su Muwan's follower is so arrogant. They all looked at Su Muwan, whose expression was calm, but with a hint of disdain and mockery in her eyes. They were all drenched in sweat. Su Muwan is truly terrifying. Yin Xiaomei felt her scalp tingle. She moved slightly closer to Su Muwan and swallowed hard, saying, Qin Luo. Has he always been like this? Where did that gentle follower go? Su Muwan blinked and slightly twitched the corner of her mouth. I suppose so. Su Balian watched as Lingya was continuously slapped. Although she was very frightened, she couldn't help but angrily scold. Useless. What use are you to me? Paying you 1,000 a month is not as worthwhile as buying me 2 steaks from Bakado. As Su Balian's piercing voice reached Lingya's ears, he who was originally lying on the ground doubting life suddenly regained his senses. His eyes twitched, filled with a violent killing intent. Damn it, this young lady is so spoiled and overbearing. If it weren't for the fact that I was helping her, how could I be so humiliated? Furthermore, not just this Su Balian. There's also this Miss Su Muwan. And this follower. They are all the ones responsible for my humiliation. Damn it, damn it, damn it. You all must die. In an instant, Lingya's killing intent surged. But it seemed he thought of something. Thus his originally furious expression gradually calmed. Instead, ahem. He lightly coughed, supporting his body and slowly standing up. He spat out a mouthful of blood, revealing a hint of admiration on his face as he cupped his hands towards Su Muwan, saying, cough. Miss Su truly has great skills. I am not your follower's opponent. Although my strength is inferior to his, but we are here to compete in driving skills. If I lose again, I will willingly leave the second lattice side. But if I win, I will also leave after all. I have still allowed the second lady to be humiliated. Upon those words, everyone regarded Lingya with newfound admiration. Though he had been struck so many times, he had not erupted in rage. Instead, he revealed a broad, magnanimous bearing. For an instant, warm smiles dawned on every face. Yet what no one knew was that beneath Lingya's calm visage lurked a frenzied, murderous intent. Su Muwan, venomous woman. Do you think I became the Shilua king because of mere strength? Wrong. Completely wrong. Power is secondary. The crucial thing is knowing how to endure. I only need to trick you all into coming to a car race, and on this midnight mountain road, I will be the ruler. In such a race, anything can happen, and under the cover of night, I will one by one grind you to bone and ash. Su Muwan, Qin Luo, Su Balian. You will all die? Lingya roared inwardly. He would kill those 3. Hurry, agree. Once you consent, your followers will enter the race. You will race. Su Balian will surely join. Lingya's inner fury seethed. Su Muwan glanced at him, then looked toward Qin Luo. She said, Qin Luo, what do you think? She was not actually very skilled at driving, but Qin Luo was competent if he wished to play let him. She was not blind to Lingya's little scheme. Letting Qin Luo decide was a sign of her confidence in dominating the situation. Qin Luo was slightly taken aback. It was time again for the daily exercise of divining the great antagonist's intent. Tell me, when does such a villain ever let you choose? And what kind of choice would she permit? One must understand that Su Muwan is a grand antagonist, cruel and bloodthirsty, fond of watching the protagonists weep. Thus letting you decide is merely for her amusement. The choices she allows are meant to manufacture that entertainment. Thus Qin Luo understood. Su Muwan wanted to humiliate Lingya once more. It made sense. A villain like her thinks you offend me, and I will destroy you. Qin Luo looked at Lingya, who propped himself and wore a serene smile. This is amusing, he said slowly. Lingya's face brightened. Then, don't be impatient. Qin Luo waved a hand and sneered, you must first kneel and kowtow 3 times to my young mistress, and beg her earnestly. The crowd was stunned and all eyes turned to Qin Luo. So cruel. Su Balian trembled as she looked at him. What a vicious heart. Su Muwan, this must have been your idea. Su Muwan blinked in mock innocence. Lingya hesitated for a moment, then quickly clasped his hands and smiled. Since Brother Qin says, so I shall. Kneel. With a thud he fell forward. He dropped to his knees, and with 3 resounding prostrations pleaded at the top of his voice, please race me. Please race me. Please race me. When the 3 kowtows were finished, the hall fell silent. Everyone inhaled sharply. He actually knelt. Lingya knelt, his face contorted. Damn it, damn it, damn it. But it did not matter. This momentary shame I will reclaim on the mountain road soon. Su Muwan, Qin Luo, Su Balian, you will all die. After the kowtows, Ling Ya's whole body began to tremble. For he, the proud Xiao King, had never endured such humiliation. He rose slowly, and eye twitching, his body shaking. He looked hopefully at Qin Luo and asked in a quivering voice, Brother Qin, will you race with me? Hurry, say yes. Say yes. He'll kill you. Lingya hissed inwardly. Yet just as everyone expected Qin Luo to consent, Qin Luo regarded Lingya as if looking at an idiot, sneered, and said, what are you? Do you deserve to race against me and my young mistress? Go cool off somewhere else. The words fell. Lingya froze at. What did he say? Does that mean? He refused. A buzzing raced through Ling Ya's mind, and it went blank. Overcome with shock and fury, he immediately ceased coherent thought. With a groan and a thud, Ling Ya clutched his chest, convulsed, and collapsed flat to the ground. A stream of shattered hot tears slid from the corners of his eyes. I'll return to the Death God organization. I won't retire. I will deal with this creature. Creature. The system announced, congratulations, the owner has shattered Ling Ya's Dao heart. Ling Ya's fortune index has decreased by 1000. The system continued, congratulations, owner has gained 5 attribute points. Congratulations, owner has gained breath concealment, which can mask one's aura to avoid detection. Note, if you strike you will be discovered. Hey, quick, call an ambulance. Hurry, who is this? He's foaming at the mouth. Miss Balian, your follower looks about to die. Who is my follower? I don't know him. The scene descended into chaos. Qin Luo, cheerful, walked over to Su Muwan, and smiling at her bewildered face, said, young mistress, I did as you asked. Su Muwan froze. Yen Shiyue realized and pinched Su Muwan's cheek, exclaiming, well done, Su Muwan, your methods grow ever more vicious. I'm worried people will start calling you a venomous woman. Su Muwan came to her senses and twitched at the corner of her mouth. I've already been called that. She turned to the unscathed Qin Luo, unsure what to say. She was stunned. She had made a T1 level destined person foam at the mouth, and yet the nested trigger mechanism had not activated. Qin Luo, your luck index is ridiculously high. Qin Luo happily accepted a flood of gifts. Su Muwan, oh Su Muwan, you truly are a grand antagonist. Wherever you go you encounter destined ones. What a peculiar constitution you possess. He laughed. Miss Yin, my young mistress is very kind. These people were scheming, they deserved it. Exactly. I always aim to be virtuous. It's their own fault for being blind. Hearing Qin Luo, Su Muwan's lips curled into a pleased smile. Yet she looked at the chaotic scene and could not help but sigh. What a pity. I had hoped for a proper spin around the mountain road. Such a waste of such a fine car. The system prompted detected strong desire in the antagonist. Please take her for a thrilling lap of the mountain road. Reward, the antagonist will grant the owner one mysterious reward. Qin Luo's eyes brightened. Oh, what sort of Easter egg trigger was this? He promptly said to Su Muwan, young mistress, if you want to have fun, how about I take you for a spin on the mountain road? Su Muwan's face lit up. Really? Qin Luo's driving was excellent. Whether he drove or she rode, the sensation would be nearly the same. Su Muwan thought briefly and nodded. All right. Shiyue, you should come too. Yen Shiyue blinked, and seeing Su Muwan smile, understood. She smiled faintly and waved. I won't go, I'll wait here for you. Fine. Shiyue, wait here, my young mistress, and Qin Luo will be back in about half an hour. Su Muwan did not press when Yen Shiyue declined. Moments later the engine roared. Su Muwan sat in the passenger seat, lowered the window as they passed Yen Shiyue, and called, Shiyue, see you soon. Be careful, it's late. Tell Qin Luo to slow down a bit. Su Muwan laughed. Oh, don't worry, I'm used to roads like this. Besides, if we go slow, is it even racing? She closed the window and buckled her seatbelt. She cheerfully took out her phone and began recording, then said to Qin Luo, let's go. Qin Luo smiled, gently, young mistress, do you prefer thrills or steadiness? Do I even need to consider? Su Muwan replied. I always pursue excitement. She admired herself on the recording, thinking how vibrant she still looked today. No sooner had she thought that than Qin Luo floored the accelerator. The car surged forward like a beast unleashed. The force pinned Su Muwan into her seat. Her phone clung to the window. The world outside blurred into streaking remnants. Her pupils constricted, her face drained of color, and she screamed, Aya, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Qin Luo, faster. Faster still. No, stop. Ugh. That night cured Su Muwan of her racing habit. Early the next morning in the courtyard of the Su family villa, Qin Luo donned a Tai Chi outfit, practicing, while calling out in his mind, little puppy, come out, and boost my defense. Understood, master. In the next moment, all 5 attribute points were allocated to defense, and a panel appeared before Qin Luo. Qin Luo. Cultivation late foundation establishment. Strength 2 points. Defense 19 points. Stamina 1 point. Agility 1 point. Comprehension 1 point. Available points 0. Loyalty 230. Titles: Number 1 Lackey Doghead Strategist. Mental Arts Lackey Heart Sutra Poison Shadow Heart Sutra. Skills: Lackey Phantom Body, Lackey Poison Palm, Automatic Counter, Mysterious Ghost, 14 Needles. God Level Hacking Skills: Natural Affinity, Pressure Gossip. God Level Driving Skills, Fortune Recognition, Breath Concealment. A bunch of miscellaneous minor skills. Items: Set of Xian, Iron, Silver Needles, Battle God, Token X1. Satisfied, willing, delightful. Qin Luo smiled, slightly chuckling to himself. He often felt incredibly clever, otherwise how could he have thought to bind himself to Su Muwan? Qin Luo, you must remember. Without Su Muwan there would be no yesterday's you. Without Su Muwan there would be no today's you. Without Su Muwan there would be no tomorrow's you. In short, Su Muwan is a treasure trove. Just because of this, Qin Luo can encounter 1 or 2 protagonists with bizarre physiques wherever I go. At this moment, Zhulan Yi, while practicing Tai Chi, approached, frowning as she asked Qin Luo, Qin Luo, what happened to the young lady last night? Why did she come back unconscious? Last night the young lady clearly said she was going to race cars. Yet in the middle of the night, she came back in a daze, carried by Qin Luo. But that's not the point. The point is, there were large patches of rainbow stains on the young lad's clothes, which made Zhu Lan feel heartbroken. Qin Luo seemed to recall a particularly explosive scene from last night, as he drove faster and faster, causing Su Muwan to directly lose consciousness. And she even lost consciousness on him. Of course, Qin Luo didn't think it was explosive. What was explosive was, the system actually notified him that the young lad's mysterious reward had been issued. System, are you a pervert, or do you think I, Qin Luo, am a pervert? Ahem. Although I shouldn't say this, watching the dazed young lady pleading while losing consciousness truly stirred an odd feeling within me. But, setting aside my potentially strange inner thoughts, doesn't your system have any fault? In any case, while practicing Tai Chi, Qin Luo replied, I drove too fast last night, and the young lady couldn't handle it and fainted. Zhulan, what are you talking about, you wolfish words? At this moment a series of respectful voices sounded. Good morning, young lady. Good morning, young lady. Good morning, young lady. Qin Luo and Zhulan looked over simultaneously to see Su Muwan striding over, looking refreshed and imposing. The two stepped forward respectfully, saying, Good morning, young lady. Su Muwan nodded slightly, her expression calm, seemingly having completely forgotten about last night's events. But, in reality, it was a humiliation. This is the humiliation of Su Muwan. Just a mere Qin Luo managed to daze a person of my reincarnation status. Does that make sense? Is that reasonable? Is that scientific? Su Muwan felt a mix of shame and anger. How infuriating. Beneath her calm expression lay an uncontainable rage. She glanced at Qin Luo's smiling face, her fists tightening. The shame of yesterday I will surely reclaim today. Particularly Su Muwan had every reason to suspect that Qin Luo had deliberately driven that fast. Therefore she slightly raised her chin, her gaze sweeping over Qin Luo's handsome face. She said blandly, Qin Luo, you performed well yesterday, although usually it is Zhu Lan who trains with me. But today I allow you to join. Upon saying this, Zhu Lan's expression froze, and she became stiff like a discarded puppy. Huh, the young lady actually wanted to find this newcomer to practice with. Clearly I used to be the one accompanying the young lady. On Qin Luo's side, he glanced at Su Muwan's small fists along with her calm expression that masked a hint of mischievousness. Suddenly he felt a bad premonition. But I've allocated all points to defense. What do I have to fear? Even if you are the ultimate villain, I have not been standing still. I have grown stronger. Thus Qin Luo smiled and said, all right. Upon hearing this, Su Muwan's lips involuntarily curled up, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Then crackle. Su Muwan raised her fist, which creaked as she tightened it, looking kindly at the confident Qin Luo. Qin Luo, you must brace yourself for this. As her voice fell, boom. A powerful aura erupted from Su Muwan, and Qin Luo visibly saw waves of chilling energy radiate from beneath her feet. Wait a minute, isn't this just a normal training session? Why does it look like you're trying to kill me? Qin Luo's confident expression instantly changed, or rather he already felt something was off, when Su Muwan's fist started creaking as she tightened it. Wait, something feels off. Qin Luo hurriedly said, young lady, wait, I think. Before he could finish, Su Muwan stepped forward, mercilessly swinging her little fist, her tone filled with anger. I want wait. Qin Luo, you embarrassed me so much last night. Today, I must teach you a lesson to relieve this anger. Boom. Her fist struck out, her movements swift and full of tension, imbued with a terrifying power that made Qin Luo's scalp tingle. The latter's mouth twitched. It's over, he understood what Su Muwan intended to do. Clearly she wanted to regain some face after last night's incident. Tisk, I hope my fully allocated defense can withstand this. Just when Qin Luo thought he would be thoroughly taught a lesson by Su Muwan's punch slap, Su Muwan's originally imposing punch suddenly withdrew its force, just as it was about to touch Qin Luo. Then she merely extended her fingertip and gently flicked his forehead. Qin Luo came back to his senses and looked down to see Su Muwan sporting a sly smile as she flicked his forehead. She then took a step back, covering her mouth with one hand, looking delighted as she watched Qin Luo's tense expression, unable to resist teasing. Oh dear, Qin Luo actually shows such a nervous expression. What's wrong? Do you think this lady would use her full power to make you cry? Oh, I'm sorry, Qin Luo, you really think too much. As my personal attendant, I won't let you get hurt, alright? But you seem so nervous. Saying this, Su Muwan's lips curled into a smile as she looked at Qin Luo, as if he were a small fish. How cute, just like a little puppy. Loyalty 5, loyalty 5. Qin Luo's expression stiffened. Hiss. Su Muwan. You really are a wicked villain. My fists are tightening. However, looking at Su Muwan's delighted expression, thump. Thump. The rhythm of his heart raced so quickly. Qin Luo swallowed hard, unable to hold back as he looked at Su Muwan, daringly toughened up, saying, you too, young lady. Last night pleading with me to go easier on you, that was quite cute. Crack. Su Muwan's expression froze. She turned to Zhulan, who looked shocked. Young lady, you. What on earth happened between the young lady and Qin Luo last night? And does flicking his forehead count as training? What is going on? Su Muwan's face gradually turned red, glaring angrily at Qin Luo, who called her cute last night. Unable to hold back, she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Qin Luo. You bastard. Go die. Bang. A punch. Qin Luo's defenses were broken. Life is not easy, Qin Luo sighed. Su Muwan's convoy was driving down the road. Inside the car, Qin Luo sat beside Su Muwan, continuously sighing. Su Muwan felt quite embarrassed hearing this, and she couldn't help but reach out, gently stroking Qin Luo's chest, saying, stop sighing, I am not doing it on purpose. Does it still hurt? Let me rub it for you, okay? Hearing this, Qin Luo looked at Su Muwan, who was apologetically extending her small hand to rub his injury. Although it had little effect, he still let out a soft sigh, saying, Miss, you clearly said you wanted to pursue excitement. Then as your attendant, I naturally have to support you to the end. Upon hearing this, Su Muwan's face flushed red, and she instinctively pressed down hard, saying you. But as soon as she saw Qin Luo's pained expression, she felt a twinge of pity and loosened her grip, slowly stroking him again, muttering, I'm not hitting you because of this. You clearly insisted on saying that. Su Muwan seemed to recall Qin Luo calling her cute. In an instant, her ears turned slightly red. Am I very cute? It's just too embarrassing, so I instinctively struck out. But Qin Luo's skin is quite thick. He surprisingly didn't faint from that. Loyalty 5. Qin Luo blinked, looking somewhat puzzled at Su Muwan, who was mumbling to herself with her head down. Miss, what are you talking about? As soon as he spoke, Su Muwan's eyes flickered. She raised her head and glared fiercely at Qin Luo, saying nothing. It has nothing to do with you. Loyalty 5. Qin Luo fell silent. If it has nothing to do with me, then how did my loyalty increase? This big villain is truly capricious. Then Qin Luo changed the topic, saying, by the way, miss, why are we going to the group this time? Don't you usually let your subordinates arrange things themselves? This sounds like you're mocking me for being a hands-off manager. With that thought, as Su Muwan rubbed Qin Luo's injured chest, she replied helplessly, there was a problem at the group. It seems that the group's official website was attacked. They called this morning for me to come over and take a look. I also checked the website, and when I clicked in, I found that it was entirely occupied by cartoon monkeys. As she spoke, Su Muwan withdrew her hand, using her beautifully manicured fingers to snap her fingers and search the website. Look, Qin Luo, I remember you know about this too, right? Can you find out who attacked the website? Su Muwan raised her phone. Before them, the website was literally dominated by a series of comical chibi monkeys. The images and text on the site had become toys tossed around by the monkeys. Monkeys. The website was attacked. Qin Luo was taken aback. Could it be? Just as he thought of this, he received a system notification. Detected the plot of Ace Ward God bloodshed in the city. Please identify the attacker. Hacker Ding Tong Tong. Mission reward Ding Tong Tong joins the Su group. With the system prompt, Qin Luo's heart lifted. Aha, indeed, this big villain reveals everything with just one move. Wherever he goes, he's either provoking the protagonist or upsetting the supporting characters. Who can withstand this? According to the plot, Ding Tong Tong must be a hacker friend of the war god Ting Ao, right? With this thought, Qin Luo nodded and smiled, saying, "Miss, leave this matter to me. I guarantee that this scheming villain will show their true form." Su Muwan, upon hearing this, felt relieved and smiled, saying, "Qin Luo, I knew you were the best. And Miss." Qin Luo blinked, coughed lightly, and said, "Rub me a bit more. Your hands are soft and quite comfortable, really. It's just that medically this is for better healing, and it absolutely has no other meaning. You." Su Muwan's face turned red as she glared at the smiling Qin Luo. While saying, "What gives you, a mere Qin Luo, the right to have me serve you?" Her palm remained pressed against Qin Luo's chest, stroking up and down. In short, compensation. This is merely compensation for Qin Luo's selfless loyalty. The driver Zhulan. Miss. Spring River Community. In a dimly lit rental room, a woman with messy hair, wearing a loose top, sat in an esports chair, tapping away at the keyboard. This person is Ding Tong Tong. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with frustration, saying, "TSK. Damn Tang Ao, making me find that Tang family's Tang when you. Don't you know my feelings for you? How infuriating." Although Ding Tong Tong cursed, she couldn't bring herself to refuse Tang Ao's request, because she loved Ting Ao and hoped that one day he would look back at her. For the past few days, she had been searching for Tang Wenyu, and finally this morning, she found a special clue online. Following this clue, she found the Su Group's website. Immediately afterward, she opened the employee directory. Inside, there happened to be a smiling, charming woman. It was Tang Wenyu. Ding Tong Tong was still wondering where Tang Wenyu had gone, only to find out that she had joined the Su Group. However, even though she found her, she considered herself a world-class hacker. Every time she hacked a website, she had to leave something behind. So she left a monkey virus that continuously attacked the website. Following this, she stretched her arms and said, "Finally, done, time to tell that scumbag." Just as she was about to send the message to Tang Ao, suddenly, buzz, 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 a series of pop-up windows appeared on her computer screen. "The most handsome attendant has initiated verbal ridicule at you. A mere hacker dares to invade our Su Group's website, simply asking for death." What a... Ding Tong Tong looked at the pop-up window, her pupils suddenly constricting. She had been discovered. But, amidst her shock, what remained for Ding Tong Tong was excitement and exhilaration. She licked her lips, thrilled that someone could detect her intrusion. The skills of this opponent are definitely top-notch. Ding Tong Tong had a habit of loving to hack into places with strict security measures worldwide. Battling and defeating those experts behind the screens always left her feeling refreshed. How my skills have already obscured her location. No one can find where she is, so... Tap tap. Ding Tong Tong began to strike the keyboard, excitedly thinking, "Let me enjoy this thoroughly, Mr. Anonymous from the Su Group." Su Group. In the server room, a group of people were nervously gathered around a computer, and sitting in front of the screen was Qin Luo. Qin Luo, with a lollipop in his mouth, smiled slightly as he saw the opponent accept his provocation. "Fool." Qin Luo kept tapping the keyboard. "Haha, so you layered your IP disguise. How laughable in the face of my godlike hacking skills. Even if you hide in another world, I can still drag you out." In mere moments, Qin Luo had already cracked the opponent's IP address. Then he picked up the intercom and said into it, "Found it. The location is at Spring River Community 101001. At the car park of the group." Shen Fei received Qin Luo's signal and shouted to the group of attendants, "Brothers." Brother Luo said he found it. "Let's go directly and drag out the fool who attacked Su Group's website." In the Chunjiang Community Unit 101001, a Ding Tong Tong was fiercely typing on her keyboard, engaged in a life-and-death battle with someone on the other end of the computer. Suddenly her expression changed as she found that no matter how she struck the code, it was utterly futile. What the hell? Ding Tong Tong sprang up from her gaming chair. She continued to hammer the keyboard, but to no avail. How could this be? What was happening? In the next moment, a pop-up appeared on the screen. "Your keyboard has been taken over. Your cursor has been controlled." Then with a series of rapid clicks, words appeared on the screen without her fingers touching the keys. "I will torment you as easily as breathing and won't collect any mounts." Bastard. After reading this, Ding Tong Tong screamed and slammed her hand down hard on the keyboard, her face contorting in anger. How could it be possible? How could someone break through her defenses so easily? She was furious. But it was all right. Ding Tong Tong took a deep breath. Her IP had been carefully modified and concealed. She was confident that no one in this world could find her true address. Is it the hackers of the Su Group? I, Ding Tong Tong, will remember you. Don't let me see you in real life. Otherwise I will definitely make you pay. Ding Tong Tong thought fiercely. But in the next instant, crack, the front door of her house was suddenly flung open. Then a group of men in black rushed in. Shen Fei immediately spotted the bewildered Ding Tong Tong standing there. He shouted sharply, "Quick, go catch her." "Yes." Ding Tong Tong's face turned pale, her body trembling. "Oh, Half an hour later in the hall of the Su group. Ah, let me go. Let me go. You have the wrong person. I'm not the hacker you said I am. Let me go. Su group is assaulting people. Su group is assaulting people. Ding Tong Tong wailed on the ground, flailing her arms and legs in protest. She felt wronged, thinking what a joke, I've actually been hacked to the point of revealing my IP address. What? The hacking skills of the Su group are even higher than mine. Although Ding Tong Tong enjoyed competing with others in technology, she never imagined being hacked herself. What? They actually sent people to directly kill her offline. Do you Su group with your vast resources have no professional ethics? At that moment a commotion arose. Miss Hello, Brother Luo hello. Miss Hello, Brother Luo, we have caught the person. Ding Tong Tong stopped crying. She looked towards the source of the noise and saw a stunning woman with a cold expression approaching, accompanied by a boy sucking on a lollipop. Wow, handsome. Ding Tong Tong was momentarily stunned, feeling a warmth in her heart from the boy's charisma. Su Muwan frowned when she saw Ding Tong Tong throwing a tantrum on the ground. This person looks so familiar. Yet she still couldn't quite recall. She hesitantly turned to Qin Luo, who was chewing on a lollipop, and asked, Qin Luo, is this the hacker you found? This person doesn't look like someone capable of breaking the Su group's website. Upon hearing this, Ding Tong Tong snapped back to reality and glared angrily at Su Muwan. How dare you? Don't think you can say anything just because you're pretty. My hacking skills are not. Fine. Ding Tong Tong felt defeated. Today marked her first major defeat in her life. Meanwhile, Qin Luo opened the lollipop and looked down at the wailing Ding Tong Tong, saying, Miss, you can't judge a person by their appearance. Although this person looks shabby like a beggar, it seems likely she is indeed the hacker. Su Muwan nodded, believing Qin Luo's words. She then frowned and looked at Ding Tong Tong, asking, Why are you? Before she could finish, Ding Tong Tong coldly sneered, For no reason. I'm willing. Su Muwan blinked, glancing at Qin Luo, feeling an inexplicable premonition. She continued to ask, Do you know? I don't know. I don't know anything. Do you understand? I don't understand. Ding Tong Tong sat on the ground, angrily shouting at Su Muwan. Let me tell you. I don't know anything. Slap. You useless. What do you mean you don't know or understand? If you say one more useless word, don't blame me for my mouth serving you. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Luo stepped forward and slapped her. This time Ding Tong Tong stopped bouncing. She covered her face, which stung fiercely. Having spent so much time at home, she rarely experienced the outside world. Suddenly being slapped like this made her head buzz. I was hit. Is the world of the third dimension. So brutal. For a moment Ding Tong Tong's eyes turned red and tears streamed down her face. She cried out, Wah, bastard. This is a society ruled by law. How could you hit me? Do you know who my boyfriend is? The God of War, do you understand? I will have him chop you up into pieces. God of War. Upon hearing this, Su Muwan's expression instantly changed. She recalled that in her past life this God of War indeed had a hacker friend who often stole various confidential documents from the Su family. Remembering this, Su Muwan recalled everything. For her, a person below T0 was trivial, completely harmless. However, a T0 level destined individual was a different story. Not only were they difficult to kill, but the luck index of their family and friends would also continuously rise. Su Muwan felt speechless at this thought. No, my family who understands. I just came to catch a hacker. But you turned out to be an important character related to a T0 destined individual. Huh, can I still live my life? The main thing is. Shut up. Slap. Another crisp slap sounded. Su Muwan looked expressionlessly at Qin Luo, who had slapped her again. I'm numb. I'm completely numb. I don't need to guess. Oh, I know Qin Luo will definitely take action. And this slap directly made Ding Tong Tong stop crying. She covered her face, fearfully looking at Qin Luo, afraid that he would throw her into the river to feed the sharks if he was unhappy. Qin Luo then coldly spoke, Tell me, did you attack the website? Ding Tong Tong trembled in fear. I did. Why did you attack? Because someone asked me to find someone. Who asked you? The God of War. Please don't hit me, it's really the God of War. My boyfriend, his name is Tung Ao. Oh, who did Tung Ao ask you to find? Tang Wenyu. Everything was clarified. Qin Luo smiled slightly, and then stepped back to Su Muwan's side respectfully, saying, Miss, we have cleared things up. Su Muwan sighed. I'm tired, I'm exhausted. Wherever I go there are destined individuals. In any case, sister, when you come and claim your relative. In a certain garden, a gentle woman in a white dress wearing a sun hat smiled as she watered the flowers. Oh, Ding Tong Tong was discovered by Su Muwan. Interesting. Behind her, the young master of the Wang family, Wang Xinyu, looked at her back with admiration and a hint of obsession. He respectfully said in a low voice, My lady Su Muwan is deeply scheming, causing her subordinates to feel frightened. If possible, it would be best to eliminate her as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the woman in white merely smiled, slightly shaking her head and chuckling, No need. She can defeat your protector in one blow, seize the position of head of the Su family, and now can even capture the top hacker Ding Tong Tong. Interesting. I haven't encountered a worthy opponent in a long time. Let's continue to observe. Do I look forward to the day I can fight her? Wang Xingyu quickly lowered his head respectfully, saying yes. After saying this, he raised his head again, gazing at the woman in white with admiration. Indeed, only my lady can stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. To become the ruler of the world. Su Muwan, you are merely a frog in a well. I truly look forward to the day you battle my lady. After all, you will then understand what a vast difference truly is. Ding Tong Tong had completely calmed down. In the small meeting room, she pressed her lips tightly together, her cheeks swollen, and her hands obediently resting on her thighs. She lowered her head, occasionally glancing at the silent woman in front of her. Oh no, she had forgotten that Sister Tang Wenyu was also here. This was bad, as she had casually mentioned that Tung Ao was her boyfriend, and now it was a disaster. Tang Wenyu, dressed in a black OL uniform, was looking at the scruffy girl in front of her. A moment of silence ensued. Beside her, her daughter, Dodo, blinked her innocent big eyes curiously. She looked at her mother, and then at the sister who claimed to be her father's girlfriend across from her. Dodo at such a young age fell into deep thought. So, mom is mom, and a girlfriend is a girlfriend. Qin Luo and Su Muwan sat together sideways. They exchanged glances then. The corners of their mouths gradually rose in unison. They both saw the amusement reflected in each other's eyes. No way. Qin Luo found it amusing. Oh, what kind of urban war god scenario was this? How could he stumble upon this? In the past, when he read such stories, he thought the love triangles were interesting. Now that he was witnessing it in person, it was indeed like that. Su Muwan also had a smile on her lips, her heart echoing with a strange chuckle. She watched the two protagonists back and forth, filled with amusement. Could it be that I would encounter such a love triangle? One was the war god's wife, and the other was presumably a little girlfriend kept on the side. Tisk the war god indeed. Your private life is too chaotic, isn't it? In her past life you looked like you only loved your wife, but it seems that was all an act. Ding Tong Tong felt the atmosphere growing tense. Unable to help herself, she looked up fearfully at the silent Tang Wenyu, and quietly said, Wenyu Jia. I was just saying it casually. Tung Ao is not my boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Tang Wenyu took a deep breath. She looked at Ding Tong Tong and shook her head. It's alright, none of it matters anymore. He abandoned me and Dodo for 10 years. Not only did he not come to find me and Dodo, but he also kept in contact with you. Tang Wenyu knew Ding Tong Tong. 10 years ago, Tung Ao had brought a little girl over, claiming she was the daughter of his brother. Thus she got to know this little girl who was very interested in computers. But unexpectedly, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. That little girl had actually fallen in love with her husband. If it were in the past, she might have felt some emotional turmoil. But with Tung Ao not having sought them out for 10 years, Tang Wenyu had become utterly disappointed. Seeing this, Ding Tong Tong lowered her head, her gaze flickering. Did Tang Wenyu seem to not like Tung Ao anymore? Then I might have a chance. But Ding Tong Tong also had her own bottom line. So she couldn't help but speak the truth, raising her head and saying, Wenyu Jia, the fact that Tung Ao is my boyfriend is false. However, it is true that Tung Ao is looking for you. He has been on missions in dangerous places these years, and only now did he ask me to find you and Dodo. Upon hearing this, Tang Wenyu's eyes widened slightly. The feeling of betrayal in her heart suddenly vanished. Instead, a wave of doubt about Tung Ao's identity surged. She looked up at Ding Tong Tong. Are you telling the truth? Tang Wenyu spoke with some hesitation, yet a hint of tension crept in. Where is he now? What dangerous place? It's true, he. The two gradually shifted the topic to Tung Ao. Su Muwan and Qin Luo exchanged glances, their smiles fading. Su Muwan, Qin Luo, wait, what? Qin Luo was speechless. He watched as the two suddenly became engrossed in their conversation, leaving him in silence. Tang Wenyu, are you in love brain mode? Or is it that the protagonist truly has a protagonist's halo? 10 years. He abandoned you for 10 years. And the first person he sought out wasn't you, but another woman. You actually say it's all fine. Are you kidding me? Can this really be forgiven? Shouldn't you transform into a heartless woman and cut ties with that war god? How did you suddenly fall in love again? Is this the charm of a protagonist's halo? Furthermore, according to the normal trope, Ding Tong Tong must also be one of the war god's women. Families who understands. Is this moral decay or a distortion of humanity? Qin Luo simply cannot stand such a bulldozer protagonist. Because, you must know, Qin Luo am pure love. Su Muwan also felt speechless. Families who understands. In her past life, the reason she disliked those protagonists so much might be that they were all too fickle. One little girlfriend here, another little wife there, one little darling over there, and another little lover somewhere else. Like a bulldozer. The main issue is that the women seem bewitched, and the harem group is completely unfazed. However, this war god seems to be an exception, as in her past life, she never saw him with any other woman aside from Tang Wenyu. But as for Ding Tong Tong, it's hard to say. Perhaps she indeed had some unclear relationship with him. Su Muwan maintain a conservative attitude. You must know. I Su Muwan. Am pure love. Meanwhile on Tang Wenyu's side the two women's eyes were reddened. Tang Wenyu wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and choked out. So it was like this, Tung Ao is actually doing such dangerous things. He didn't tell me anything at all. Ding Tong Tong's eyes were also red, and she nodded with pursed lips. My father and Tung Ao were the best of brothers. Because of a mission my father passed away, and that's why Ting Ao took care of me. Until now my living expenses have been sent by him. But it's great that you and Yu Jia are also in Jiang City. Could it be that this is destined to let Ting Ao find you? Dodo blinked her eyes, not quite understanding the current situation. Tang Wenyu stood up grasping Ding Tong Tong's hand, and choked out. As long as I know Ting Ao is okay, that's good. Tong Tong, can you help me contact Ting Ao? I want to see him. Although Ding Tong Tong secretly liked Tung Ao, seeing Tang Wenyu's deep affection for him caused her heart to waver. She was moved by Tang Wenyu's sincerity. Thus she nodded with a choked voice. Okay Wenyu Jia, I will help you contact him. I also don't plan to be a hacker anymore. After such a mess today, Ding Tong Tong was ready to turn over a new leaf. Tang Wenyu was touched. Tong Tong. Ding Tong Tong choked. Wenyu Jia. At this moment, hey, excuse me. A voice suddenly interrupted. Tang Wenyu and Ding Tong Tong looked over simultaneously. They saw Qin Luo standing up expressionlessly walking over to Ding Tong Tong. Then under the bewildered gazes of Tang Wenyu and Ding Tong Tong, he firmly pressed down on her shoulder and said, Are you done? If you're done you can go to jail now. Su Muwan also walked expressionlessly to the door, then opened it and shouted outside. Hey Zhulan, can you bring a lawyer over? There's a hacker here, check if there's a bounty, and if so take it to exchange for some gold coins. After half an hour of weeping and pleading on the ground in the large conference room, Su Muwan approached the anxious Ding Tong Tong, who was keeping her head down, and extended her hand introducing. This is your new colleague from the technical department. This was Ding Tong Tong's first time standing in front of so many people. In an instant she stammered nervously, I. Applause erupted. Qin Luo stood beside Su Muwan smiling and clapping. He glanced at the head-down Ding Tong Tong and Tang Wenyu, who seemed to have regained hope in life. Given the situation, I probably won't get the reward for provoking the war god, right? Su Muwan smiled as she clapped her hands. Seeing this situation, I couldn't possibly provoke the war god again. On Qin Luo's side, he slightly moved his feet to slip next to Su Muwan. He slightly turned his body and whispered, Congratulations, young lady, on gaining another powerful ally. With Ding Tong Tong's assistance, our company's network protection will be elevated to another level. Su Muwan smiled upon hearing this, knowing she wouldn't provoke the war god. Her mood improved. Thus narrowing her eyes, her voice slowly emerged. Clearly Qin Luo, your own skills are quite good. Wouldn't it have the same effect if you helped me? You're just lazy. Qin Luo chuckled lightly at this, lowering his voice and gently saying, The young lady is indeed talented. You've thought of this too. But unfortunately, the young lady is wrong about one thing. I'm not lazy. Rather, I am merely a close attendant to the young lady. Therefore I only need to think about how to serve the young lady, while the young lady has much more to consider. Su Muwan listened to Qin Luo's somewhat ambiguous words, and couldn't help but glare at him, saying, Serve. I haven't seen you serve me at all. Young lady, how about I serve you today? You. Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo's teasing smile, her ears instantly flushed red. She looked away, and snorted softly, Smooth talker. Qin Luo is truly getting bolder. Is it just my illusion? Loyalty 5. Qin Luo smiled silently at this. Thump, thump. He held his chest, feeling his heart racing. Speaking of which, I seem to have begun to enjoy this teasing of the young lady. Isn't this not quite right, little puppy? After all, I'm just a follower. Master, it's fine. Loyalty points are never misleading. Just remember, you are merely a carbon-based life, form meant to please the antagonist. Oh, in that case it's fine. Wait, isn't what you said a bit too much? Evening. On the largest commercial street in Jiang City, a grand procession of people dressed in black occupied the entire street. Passers-by were forced to squeeze in at the back, but none dared to speak up, because this was the young lady Su's entourage. If they offended the young lady Su, they would definitely be thrown into the river to feed the sharks. Su Muwan stood at the front of the group, wearing sunglasses draped in a gray shawl, making her appear even more elegant. Though I'm already bored of shopping, it's still somewhat enjoyable to come occasionally. Saying this, Su Muwan crossed her arms and glanced at Qin Luo, who was holding an umbrella for her with a smirk. Qin Luo, the old master of the Lin family's birthday banquet, is coming up soon. Plus you caught a hacker attacking a website today. As a reward. Today I'll make an exception and buy you a decent outfit. No need to be grateful to me. Qin Luo smiled slightly upon hearing this. As long as it's a gift from the young lady, no matter what the reward is, I will cherish it for a lifetime. Loyalty 1. Su Muwan's face flushed upon hearing this. She glared at Qin Luo of, You better do it. Saying this, she turned to the attendants behind her, angrily shouting, You're blocking the way. Quickly move aside. Family who understands. Can't these attendants stop attracting hatred for her like in her past life? A group of attendants. Young lady, didn't you previously say that whenever you go shopping all pedestrians must be blocked behind us? The attendants felt wronged, but they just didn't speak up. The road widened. Passers-by were astonished looking at the changed Su Muwan. This young lady Su is on something. Why does she seem like a decent person today? Except for Qin Luo and the others. After a moment, a luxury car slowly pulled up beside the commercial street. Following that, 3 figures stepped out. It was none other than Qian Yu, the eldest son of the Qian family, whose face radiated confidence. He wore a luxurious brand outfit, and looked at Shun Yu and Shun Yun, who were beside him with shocked expressions, saying, "Sister landlord, I didn't lie to you, did I? Actually, my identity is that of a wealthy person. The reason I was so down before was actually a test from my family. Now that the evaluation period is over, I've returned to my wealthy identity." Saying this, Qian Yu looked at the driver of the luxury car behind him, smiling. "Thank Uncle Kai for specially bringing us here. All right, young Master Qian, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Okay, I'll buy a car to go back later." Originally, Qian Yu had planned to buy a car himself, but coincidentally, he ran into his father's friend in Jiang City. When his Uncle Kai heard that he wanted to buy a car, he immediately offered to give him one. He said it was unnecessary, but then thought if he had a dedicated driver picking up his landlord's sister, wouldn't that highlight his wealth even more? Thus, upon hearing that he was trying to woo a girl, Uncle Kai not only gifted him a set of luxury brand items, but also sent his driver to pick up Shun Yu and Shun Yun. And this commercial street was the most luxurious in Jiang City. He looked at Shun Yu and Shun Yun, who were beside him, with astonished expressions, feeling quite pleased. Previously at Yunding Xian, because of that, Su Muwan, the landlord's sister, was extremely disappointed in him. But it's fine now. Now, he held a black card. Surely he would regain the lost face from before. To be honest, every time Qian Yu thought of what happened at Yunding Xian that day, he felt an immense sense of humiliation. I, the esteemed young master of the Qin family, was actually humiliated by Su Muwan like that. This is truly a stain on my life. Su Muwan, don't let me run into you. If I do, I'll make sure you regret it. Shun Yun looked at the luxurious commercial street before her, then at the driver dressed in luxury, feeling a sudden special feeling toward Qian Yu. What? Do I suddenly find Qian Yu so handsome? Xin Yue, on the other hand, was still immersed in shock. She didn't expect Qian Yu to really be a wealthy person. Not only did he have a dedicated car to pick them up, but he even brought them to this place that they never dared to imagine shopping in. Xin Yu felt like she must be dreaming right now. Qian Yu looked at Shun Yu and smiled. "Let's go, sister landlord. Today, whatever you want, I'll cover all the expenses." Xin Yu didn't say anything. Xin Yun happily replied, "Sister Qian Yu is so capable. Then don't we get to buy whatever we want?" Upon hearing this, Shun Yu snapped back to reality from her surprise, shaking her head helplessly. "Yun, you can't think like that." Saying this, she looked at Qian Yu hesitatingly, saying, "Qian Yu, let's just browse around. There's no need to spend money." After all, it was someone else's money, and Shun Yu didn't have the heart to spend it without a care. Qian Yu laughed heartily, then took out that black card, shaking his head with disdain, unconsciously revealing a hint of arrogance in his tone. "What does this count as, sister landlord? Buying something is just trivial money for me. You've stayed too long in this tiny place, so you don't know how wealthy I really am. All right, let's just go shopping first. Whether to buy or not can be discussed later." With his words, Xin Yu nodded and said, "Sister Qian Yu is right. Let's go browse first. Whether to buy or not is another matter." Seeing her sister's eager expression, Xin Yu found it hard to refuse, so she nodded, "All right." But Qian Yu's previous tone of disdain toward this tiny place made Xin Yu feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, if this most prosperous area is considered a tiny place, then what does that make the suburban countryside they are in? "Sister, hurry up." Hearing the voice, Xin Yu collected her emotions, sighed softly, and followed behind. Inside a luxury clothing store, Su Muwan crossed her arms, directing Zhu Lan and others with a flick of her fingers. "These, and this one too, Qin Luo, you must try them all on." Qin Luo looked at the dozens of gowns that Zhu Lan and others brought over, his lips twitching. He glanced at Su Muwan, whose lips were slightly curled, and stiffly said, "Miss, is that really necessary?" Upon hearing this, Su Muwan immediately withdrew her smile and glared at Qin Luo, saying, "Why wouldn't it be necessary? If I'm buying you clothes, you must try them all on. If they fit, I'll take them all." Saying this, Su Muwan boldly slapped her black card on the counter. The store clerk's eyes lit up with excitement. That's a month's worth of sales right there. Seeing this, Qin Luo could only take the clothes and enter the fitting room. This young lady can be quite assertive at times. Well, since she's paying, let her be happy. Moments later, the fitting room door slowly opened, and Qin Luo stepped out dressed in a well-tailored suit. The black suit jacket accentuated his tall figure, with a pure white shirt underneath, the collar slightly open, exuding an air of noble, yet unconventional charm. Qin Luo feigned a gentle gaze at Su Muwan and asked warmly, "Beautiful young lady, how does this look?" As he finished speaking, the entire room was stunned. Zhu Lan's mouth fell open in surprise as she looked at Qin Luo. Could it be that Qin Luo was actually this handsome? Zhu Lan quickly lowered her head, thinking, no, how could I fantasize about such things? Zhu Lan, you're too shameless. Xin Fei and others also gasped, marveling at the sight. They were at a loss for words, and after racking their brains they could only say, Brother Luo looks great in that. Yes, he exudes that charming yet devilish vibe. Right? I feel like. Brother Luo looks like one of those cunning villains from movies. Qin Luo's eyes twitched as he glared at Xin Fei and the others, shouting, Shut your mouths. If you can't compliment, then don't force it. Hiss. Su Muwan took off her sunglasses, her eyes slightly trembling, especially under the deliberately aristocratic demeanor Qin Luo was putting on. Suddenly a wave of restlessness surged within her. Hee. The corners of Su Muwan's mouth couldn't help but rise, and she blinked her eyes, saying, It's okay, but try another outfit for me to see. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo's demeanor shifted and his lips twitched. All right. Saying this, he swiftly returned to the fitting room. In less than a moment, he emerged in another outfit, earning another round of admiration from the crowd. Su Muwan glanced at him and said, Try another set. Then came another outfit. Su Muwan licked her lips and shook her head, saying, No, it's still a bit off. Then came yet another outfit. This time Su Muwan clapped her hands and Qin Luo's expression brightened. But then Su Muwan giggled and shook her head, saying, It still feels a bit off, let's look at something else. Qin Luo. Young lady, I suspect you're doing this on purpose to mess with me. After trying on dozens of outfits, Qin Luo reverted to the first one. His smile was almost frozen as he looked at Su Muwan and slowly asked, How about this one? Upon hearing this, Su Muwan's lips curled into a smile as she stepped forward. She then took out a pair of pure white silk gloves, holding Qin Luo's hand as she personally put them on him. After finishing, Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo from head to toe and gave a thumbs up, saying, Perfect. Hearing this, Qin Luo let out a sigh of relief, finally done. Or so he thought. He was stunned, thinking, Wait a minute, Su Muwan, are you out of your mind? Isn't this the exact same outfit from the beginning? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Su Muwan was enjoying the sight of Qin Luo's handsome appearance, when suddenly, as if sensing something, she frowned, stepped forward, and pointed her finger at Qin Luo's chest, suspiciously asking, Were you just cursing me in your heart? Qin Luo's scalp tingled, and his heart trembled. She sensed that. He shook his head, blinking his innocent eyes, and said, How could that be, young lady? I am ever loyal to you. You better be. Su Muwan huffed lightly, but she was very pleased, so she didn't dwell on it. She then turned to the store clerks and waved her hand, announcing, I'll take all the ones I tried on. As soon as she said this, the clerks' faces lit up with joy. Great. Miss Su has a great eye. We'll package them up for you right away. They say Miss Su is arrogant, but looking at her now, those rumors are clearly false. Anyone who speaks ill of Miss Su will have to deal with us. However, just as the clerks were excitedly preparing to package everything, an arrogant voice came from the entrance. Where are the clerks? Where did everyone go? Why aren't you here to serve me? Qin Yu. This place is too expensive. Sister, I'm fine. Qin Yu said he has money. Don't worry, landlady, I could buy this place for you without any issue. As the voice echoed, Qin Luo and the others looked over. They saw Qin Yu, who had changed into a different skin, walking in with her friends while chatting. However, when the three of them spotted Qin Luo and Su Muwan, their expressions changed instantly, as if they had encountered an enemy. Qin Yu's pupils contracted sharply, her expression turning extremely unpleasant. He recalled the humiliating memory from that day at Yunding Xian and shouted, Su Muwan. And your lackey, you two are here too. Upon hearing this, Su Muwan's lips twitched. Could it be, oh heavens? How long has it been since I went shopping after my rebirth? And I just came to help Qin Luo buy a suit, and I encounter such a faithful person. Please spare me, family. I truly didn't intend to have a conflict with them. Meanwhile, the clerks immediately stepped forward. They saw that Xian Yu looked like a rich kid, but it seemed that she had a conflict with Miss Su. Thus, as someone who just spent a fortune in their store, Miss Su was naturally their favorite customer. Sir, our store is temporarily closed for the day. Yes, you should check out other stores first. Two clerks explained apologetically. To Qin Yu, this explanation clearly came off as them looking down on him, thinking he couldn't afford to shop here. His expression instantly turned sour, as if he had just eaten something foul. Qin Yu also didn't want to have a dispute with Su Muwan, so she grabbed Qin Yu, saying, Qin Yu, let's go, let's change places, don't stay here. Initially, Xin Yin was quite cheerful. But now, upon seeing Su Muwan and others, she recalled that day's memory and swallowed hard, saying, Qin Yu's sister is right, we should leave quickly. That's Miss Su. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu felt even more humiliated. If I leave now, doesn't that mean Qin Yu is inferior to Su Muwan? Moreover, this is in front of the landlady. I've already completed my probation period and restored my identity as the young master of the Qin family. What am I afraid of? Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu first gave Xin Yu a reassuring smile, saying, Don't worry, landlady, I'll handle everything. Xin Yu was taken aback. Xin Yun was also momentarily stunned, wondering why. It felt so strange. Why did Qian Yu suddenly give such a reassuring feeling? Then Qian Yu turned to the clerks, his expression becoming incredibly arrogant, saying, You want me to leave? Close shop. Do you even know who I am? Anything I want to buy has never been unavailable. Saying this, Qin Yu slowly took out his black card, looking at Su Muwan coldly, saying, "For everything Miss Su bought, I'll pay 10 times the price." And he looked at the store manager, whose face was stiff, a hint of disdain curling his lips. "I want to buy everything in your store." As soon as he finished speaking, the store manager looked very troubled. This isn't according to the rules." Xin Yu's expression gradually became flustered. Xin Yun suddenly felt that Qian Yu was quite domineering. Meanwhile, Su Muwan's lips twitched. "What even is this? Do I need to conflict with you? Are you out of your mind? I haven't even provoked you." With that thought, she turned to Qin Luo. "Qin Luo, don't mind this idiot, we." As she was speaking, Su Muwan suddenly froze because Qin Luo was nowhere to be found. "Where's Qin Luo? Could it be?" Hiss. She quickly turned to look at Qian Yu's direction. Suddenly her eyes twitched. Oh no. She saw that at some point Qin Luo had already walked toward Qian Yu. Qian Yu also noticed Qin Luo looking at this lackey of Su Muwan with extreme disdain, saying, "Kid, last time you didn't recognize me because I was dressed plainly. I won't blame you for that. But today, he adjusted his collar, arrogantly lifting his chin, and coldly smiled. "Do you know how much my outfit could buy you for several lifetimes?" As he finished speaking, everyone watched as Qin Luo slowly approached Qian Yu, his expression cold as he removed the white glove from his right hand, revealing his fair palm with distinct knuckles. He looked at the arrogant Qian Yu with a flat gaze. Then he stood in front of Qian Yu, raised his palm, and coldly said, "Shut up." As his words fell, swish. His palm instantly transformed into a swift blur and struck hard. Slap. With a crisp sound echoing, everyone's pupils contracted, holding their breath. Meanwhile, Qian Yu, his arrogant expression instantly turned dumbfounded and helpless. He covered his face, his pupils shaking. What? I got hit." His mind went blank, clearly unable to process the current situation. Why would he hit me? Can't he see how wealthy I am? Following that, everyone watched as Qin Luo leisurely took out a handkerchief from his collar. He slowly wiped his palm, the one that had just slapped Qian Yu, and then casually flicked the handkerchief onto Qian Yu's dazed face, saying in a mocking tone, "Trash, what do you think you are daring to shout in front of my young lady? 10 times. Did I give you too much face last time? Daring to come in front of my young lady, looking for trouble. This slap is to teach you a lesson. Did you get it, eh? Loser." Silence, a deathly stillness spread throughout the store. Oh, is Miss Su's attendant so audacious? The shopkeepers twitched their lips, swallowing nervously as they slowly retreated to the corner. One by one, they huddled together, trembling. They glanced at Qin Luo, who had just slapped someone. This handsome guy is so fierce. At this moment, Xin Yu and Xin Yun were both pale with fear. They looked at Qin Luo, who was tall, sturdy, and exceedingly menacing. Then they looked at Su Muwan, who had an indifferent expression and a cold gaze that seemed to harbor intentions of murder. They immediately felt as if the sky was about to fall. Previously, they had indirectly provoked Miss Su because of Qian Yu. Last time, Su Muwan had spared the two sisters. They could say they were lucky, but this time, it was hard to say. After all, anyone would think they were simply here to shop, and Qian Yu was the one who brought them here to shop. If it were someone else, there might have been some room for maneuver. But this person is Su Muwan. Su Muwan is the tyrant of Jiang City. She acts solely on her whims. Those she kills are all tossed into the river to feed the sharks. Thinking of this, Xin Yu's eyes turned red. She still had a disabled father at home who needed her care, and her younger sister had just entered university and had a bright future ahead of her. They absolutely could not have an incident at this moment. Xin Yun originally felt that Qian Yu was very reassuring and quite domineering. But after Qin Luo slapped the other party into silence, Qian Yu's aura shattered into pieces. At this moment, her eyes were red, and she tightly clung to her sister in fear. "Sister, I'm scared." Shun Yun trembled. Although Shun Yu felt panic inside, she thought of her family. So, Shun Yu's eyes flickered as she bit her lip, looking fearfully at Qin Luo, who had just slapped someone without a second thought. She opened her mouth nervously, her voice trembling. Please let us go. We really didn't intend to conflict with Miss Su." As her words fell, Qin Luo's expression remained unchanged as he leisurely put on his gloves again. His gaze swept over Shun Yu and Xin Yun. Xin Yu. Fortune Index, 20,000. Fortune Gradient T1. Protagonist of the strongest god of wealth in the city, Qian Yu's white moonlight. Xin Yun. Fortune Index, 2000. Fortune Gradient T4. Supporting character of the strongest god of wealth in the city, one of Qian Yu's harem. Oh, interesting. After Qin Luo identified the two's fortune data, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. This smile in turn stunned the two sisters. How strange. Why does this attendant who seems so terrifying feel so warm and comforting when he smiles? Naturally amiable. Just as she was thinking this, Qin Luo smiled gently and said, "You two have misunderstood. Our young lady is actually very easy to talk to. It's just that being easy to talk to doesn't mean that certain trash can speak disrespectfully. I believe you two can understand this, right?" With Qin Luo's gentle words, the fear in Shun Yu and Shun Yun's eyes slightly diminished. They looked at Qin Yu, who was covering her face, her expression gradually twisting due to Qin Luo's words. In their hearts they realized, yes, they shouldn't have provoked Miss Su in the first place. After all, she was happily shopping. It was Qin Yu who had to go and provoke her with a few disrespectful words. The dignified Miss Su was originally in a good mood shopping, but you came over and wanted to snatch away her items at 10 times the price. Anyone would be displeased by that. And instead of realizing this, Qin Yu even mocked her when she saw her attendant approaching. She opened her mouth to say that her clothes could buy several of her lives. After Qin Luo said this, Shen Yu and Shun Yun exchanged glances. Have we become the bad guys? Realizing this, Shen Yu and Shun Yun hurriedly shifted a bit, distancing themselves from Qin Yu. Su Muwan was also stunned. What? Qin Luo, how could you also talk your way out of things? Su Muwan was shocked. Wasn't this skill only used by the destined ones in my past life? Directly turning all my subordinates against me. One by one they betrayed me. But how could Qin Luo also know this trick? Su Muwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. As Shen Yu understood the reason, she immediately looked apologetically at the sunny, gentle Qin Luo. Sorry. Qin Yu originally wanted to take us out shopping, but we didn't expect that he would offend Miss Su so much. As she spoke, Qin Yu looked at Qin Yu, who was covering her face, her expression gradually twisting, and said, Qin Yu, you should apologize to Miss Su quickly. Qin Luo waved his hand. I've said it, my young lady has a kind heart. This kind of trash's apology is inconsequential. Shen Yu felt that Qin Luo's words were very pleasant. His attitude and demeanor were quite gentle and cultured. She shook her head and insisted, no, it's clearly Qian Ye's fault. He should apologize. Haha, may I ask your name, miss? I find it hard to believe that someone as kind and cultured as you would be with this nouveau riche. I'm Xin Yu. This is my sister Xinyan. Also, it's not like that. We are landlord and tenant with Qin Yu. He has just changed a lot recently, so he suddenly invited us sisters out to shop. Oh, looking at it this way, it seems quite odd, Miss Shun. I think you might have been deceived. This person appears arrogant and doesn't seem to be wealthy. I was deceived, eh? Yes, why would a god of wealth need to rent a house and hide their identity? Rumors, doghead military advisor activated. Miss Xin Yu still lacks social experience. Sister, I think this handsome brother has a point. Isn't Xin Yu the one who hasn't even paid the rent? Xinyan also seemed to suddenly gain confidence, looking at Qin Yu with disdain. Then her face turned slightly red as she glanced at Qin Luo. So handsome. Qin Yu also felt a bit uncertain. Su Muwan had originally been enjoying the show, but as she watched, Su Muwan suddenly sensed something was off. She frowned, her expression changed, and her pupils constricted. Why is Qin Luo chatting with those two sisters? Why are they laughing and talking? Why are they chatting for so long? What are you doing, Qin Luo? Stop chatting. I forbid you to chat any longer. The more Su Muwan looked, the more unhappy she became, the more distressed she felt. Although Qin Luo hadn't done anything to them, just chatting for some reason, Su Muwan just felt unhappy. Qian Ye's heart throbbed incessantly, and his already bruised face burned with pain. How could I, the young master, apologize? And why is my landlady chatting so happily with the person who hit me? Qian Yu covered his face, his expression twisted. The conversation between Qin Luo and Xin Yu felt like a barrage of mocking words piercing through his heart. He screamed inwardly, Xin Yu is mine. How dare a mere lackey chat so joyfully with my landlady? As for Xin Yu, as she realized she had forgotten to handle Qian Ye's matter while chatting, her face turned red and she awkwardly said, I'm sorry. This is my first time talking to someone so cultured like you. Qin Luo waved his hand and smiled. It's fine, I just want you to know that my young lady is a very nice person. Since there's nothing else, I'll return to my young lady now. Hearing this, Xin Yu hurriedly said, wait, Qin Yu hasn't apologized yet. Without waiting for Qin Luo's refusal, Xin Yu turned to Qin Yu, her tone becoming calm, yet disappointed. Qin Yu, what are you still standing here for? Hurry up and apologize to young lady Su and Mr. Qin. Young lady Su and Mr. Qin are magnanimous and will let this matter pass if you apologize. Hurry, this is your fault after all. Xin Yu nodded in agreement, disdainfully saying, Qin Yu, you really are putting on a show. I now even doubt whether that luxury car and this outfit of yours are rented. You are truly embarrassing, able to rent luxury cars, but unable to pay rent. If it weren't for my sister being beautiful and kind-hearted, how could a waste like you stay in my family's attic for so long? Yin, stop it. As long as Qian Yu genuinely repents, he still has a chance. With that, Qian Yu's breathing became rapid, and he clenched his fists tightly. A sense of unbearable humiliation surged within him. The disappointment of his landlady. Xin Yun's piercing, disdainful voice. No need, whether this waste apologizes or not means nothing to my young lady. Qian Yu's face twisted as he slowly looked up, his eyes nearly bursting with rage as he glared at Qin Luo, whose expression bore a hint of mockery beneath a smile. Qin Luo, you dare to deceive my landlady like this? This is all part of your young lad's scheme, isn't it? Su Muwan. Qian Yu yelled at the top of his lungs, his expression twisted as he pointed at Su Muwan behind Qin Luo, shouting, Su Muwan, you poisonous woman. How could you stir up trouble between my landlady and me? Before he could finish, a crisp sound rang out. Qin Yu, what are you doing? A voice filled with disappointment echoed along with the sound. Qin Yu covered his face, his pupils constricting. His brain short-circuited in an instant. He turned to look at Sun Yue, who had slapped him, trembling and in disbelief, asking, Landlady, why are you? Seeing that Qin Yu still looked confused, Qin Yu interrupted with disappointment. Qin Yu, you have truly disappointed me too much. When I first met you, although you were down and out, at least you understood how to respect others, and were a humble man. But what has happened to you now? Qin Yu shook her head and said, You have become arrogant and overbearing. You do not know humility, and when you do something wrong you blame others instead. Qin Yu, you have truly disappointed me too much. After you go back today, pack your things and leave. You don't have to pay the rent you owe anymore. Just consider it. I have seen through your character. Listening to Sun Yu's disappointed voice, Qin Yu still couldn't grasp the current situation. He thought it was simply because he hadn't done well enough. He hadn't shown his landlady his substantial financial strength. He hurriedly took out his black card and explained, Landlady, that's not it. I could easily pay your rent without batting an eyelash. I could even buy hundreds of houses like yours back home directly. Landlady, you. Before he could finish, Qin Yu shouted in exasperation, Shut up. She looked at the stunned Qin Yu with deep disappointment, took a deep breath, and slowly said, Qin Yu, do you really think I care about money? If I liked money, why would I let the once down and out you stay in my attic without charging you rent? I don't know if you are a genuine wealthy person or a fake one, but at least there is one thing, Qin Yu, don't you realize? Looking at Sun Yue, who was filled with despair towards him, his heart throbbed painfully. He anxiously asked, Well, what? Arrogance, disdain. Qin Yu slowly spoke, her words piercing Qin Yu's mind like a sharp blade. Your manner of speaking, your words. They are all filled with disdain and contempt for this place. We all live in this city, yet you continuously mock and ridicule it as a mere speck of dust. Qin Yu, whether you are a wealthy person or not, your conduct is simply a failure. As Qin Yu's words struck deep, Qin Yu's expression gradually froze. How could this be? He looked at Sun Yue, who adjusted her breath, and then walked towards Su Muwan. No. Stop. Young lady Su, I'm sorry. I apologize on behalf of Qin Yu. I'm truly sorry for interrupting your enjoyment. It's okay, after all, Qin Luo has already given him a slap. No, I mean he has been taught a lesson. That's not right, what I mean is. Young lady Su, you are indeed a good person, just as Mr. Qin said. Is that so? I am a good person. Right. Young lady Su, my sister has always wanted to join the Su group. Yun don't. Just go, you should go handle the employment procedure today. Young lady Su. It's nothing, it's just a small matter. Haha, congratulations young lady, you've gained another ally. Miss Shun is a senior designer. So impressive. Wait. How do you know so much, Qin Luo? No. What? Why is my landlady chatting so warmly with these evil people? Why? Qin Yu's heart gradually twisted and broke down. Suddenly he thought of something. He focused his gaze on the black card in his hand, his expression twitching. Yes, I understand now. I understand everything. Haha. Qin Yu, I get it now. So you are this kind of woman. Haha. Qin Yu raised his black card, his expression twisted as he shouted in a breakdown. As Qin Yu collapsed, everyone present was momentarily stunned. What happened to Qin Yu all of a sudden? Seeing this, Qin Luo didn't take action. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Idiot. Su Muwan also patted her small chest, wondering what was wrong with this person. Is she going mad like the Dragon King? Xin Yun had already confirmed that Qin Yu was a fake rich dude. She scolded angrily, Qin Yu, what sickness are you suffering from? Did you not see that you scared Miss Su? If you provoke Miss Su, there will be no chance for you to rise in Jiang City again. Su Muwan, the last sentence was completely unnecessary. However, Qin Yu, still acting insane, raised his black card and laughed loudly at the two sisters Shun Yu and Shun Yun, saying, Ha! I originally thought only Shun Yun was like this. But I never expected to think that Shun Yu are also a sycophantic gold digger. That's right, he believed that Shun Yu was no longer his idealized figure, as she suddenly turned out to be like this. It's precisely because she is also a gold digger. She likes power. That's why she stands by Su Muwan's side. However, as soon as these words fell, Shun Yu, who never expected Qin Yu would say such a thing, trembled all over. Her expression froze, her eyes reddened, and tears involuntarily streamed down the corners of her eyes. You said, what? Qin Yu actually said such things. Qin Yu felt as if her pride had been trampled on the ground. Clearly all of this originated from Qin Yu's arrogance. Yet, not only did he fail to look for the reasons within himself, but he also publicly humiliated and slandered her. At this moment, Shun Yu was completely disappointed in Qin Yu. Congratulations, Master, for successfully sowing discord between Qin Yu and Shun Yu. Shun Yu's luck has decreased by 10000. Current 10000. Gradient T2. Qin Yu's luck has decreased by 10000. Current 50000. Gradient T0. Congratulations, Master, you have received a reward. View the return on investment for characters. The Master can see the return rate of the invested objects. Note gradients range from T4 T0 T4 luck below 500 supporting characters T3 luck 5000 100 normally important supporting characters T2 luck 100 200 important supporting characters T1 luck 2000 500 influencing main characters T0 luck above 500 main characters. As Shun Yu's disappointment settled in, Qin Luo also quickly received the system's notification. He knew it was time for him to take action. Xinyan, seeing that Xianyu was actually so deranged as to slander her sister, couldn't help but angrily shout, "Xianyu, are you insane? If my sister were such a person, why would she even keep you, a useless person who can't even pay rent?" Xianyu was now beyond listening to anything. He looked at the weeping Shunyue, then back at the constantly provoking Xinyan. He couldn't help but laugh maniacally. "Who knows what your sister thinks? She must have seen me on TV before and deliberately kept me around. Haha. But who would have thought she was so short-sighted that she wouldn't bind herself to a Su Muwan? What? Xinyue, do you think the Su family's power is stronger than my Qin family?" At this moment, Qian Yu had completely lost his sanity. He was the young master of the Qin family, the sole heir. From the moment he was born, he stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Anything he desired, his father would provide for him. Since he could remember, his father had told him that it was fine for Qian Yu, "You are my son, so you can buy whatever you want with money." He had been pampered to the top since childhood. But he suffered endless humiliation in this small place due to a family probation period. He even caused Xin Yu to run over to the other side. That's right. That's right. Qian Yu clenched his teeth, thinking all of this made him the culprit of becoming like this. It was. He glared at the real culprit, Su Muwan, and shouted with all his might, "Su Muwan, you wicked woman. You caused me to." Before he could finish his sentence, "Shut up." Clap. With a crisp sound, Qin Luo instantly teleported in front of Qian Yu and slapped him hard. The sound abruptly ceased. Qian Yu tilted his head, his pupils suddenly shrinking to the size of a pinprick. "I got hit again. Once I can endure. Twice I can endure. But the third time, you actually hit me." At this point, Qian Yu was completely enraged. He turned his head, his eyes bloodshot from anger, making him look hideously terrifying. He glared at Qin Luo and roared, "You actually dared to hit me." Before he could finish, clap. "Ah!" Qin Luo struck again, forcibly interrupting Qian Yu, whose head was tilted, his cheek burning with pain. Qin Luo looked indifferently at the stunned Qian Yu and said coldly, "This slap is for your disrespectful words." After that clap, Qin Luo raised his hand for another slap. "This slap is for your arrogance." Clap. Another slap. "This slap is for your lack of repentance." Clap, clap, clap. "These slaps are for your ignorance of your own limitations." Clap. "The final slap is for you being too ugly to deserve my young lad's discerning eye." The continuous slapping sound caused Qian Yu's brain to momentarily short-circuit. After several slaps, thud, Qian Yu collapsed to the ground, his dazed expression staring at the chandelier on the ceiling. His cheek was swollen, and the resentment in his heart was rising and falling with the blows he received. A deep sense of powerlessness surged from Qian Yu's heart. He stared blankly in the direction of Xin Yu, but he only saw her eyes filled with anger and unfamiliarity. Qian Yu realized. Was he wrong? What? Why is this happening? I just wanted to give my landlady a better life. Tears of hot sorrow slipped from the corners of Qian Yu's eyes. Qin Luo wiped his palms, and with a flick, he threw a wet tissue onto Qian Yu's face lying on the ground. He then walked over to Su Muwan, who had maintained a single expression from the beginning to now, and smiled. "Miss, this guy is really annoying, let's go." As expected of the great villain, his level of expression management is not something ordinary people can achieve. He has maintained a single expression without showing any joy, anger, sadness, or happiness. Su Muwan. Oh. Su Muwan gradually regained her senses and glanced at Qian Yu on the ground, who seemed to be filled with regret. She then looked at the smiling and loyal Qin Luo. Instantly, she gasped in her heart. "Qin Luo, you are simply incredible. I am completely numb." Shen Yun, seeing this, also comforted Shen Yu's sister. "Let's go too, let this useless thing stay here alone." Shen Yu wiped her tears and nodded mm. The crowd gradually dispersed. The entire store was left with only Qian Yu sprawled on the ground shedding tears. "They are gone. They all left. The landlady dislikes me, and I have been publicly humiliated by the locals. Could it be? I was wrong. But, no wait." Qian Yu suddenly thought of something. Instantly, it was as if a bolt of enlightenment struck him. The confusion and regret in his heart gradually turned into resentment. Yes, I was not wrong. The ones who are wrong are these short-sighted people. And that Su Muwan. If it weren't for her sowing discord from behind, my relationship with the landlady wouldn't have resulted in misunderstandings. Furthermore, this time my defeat was purely because I hadn't used the power of my family. When I return to my family this time, I must find a bunch of experts to be my followers. Su Muwan, aren't you quite powerful? Sorry, you have your followers, and I will have mine. Also, I will take the initiative. Looking for dark web assassins. With this thought, Qian Yu's expression gradually became confident again, but his swollen cheeks made him look incredibly ridiculous. He glanced at a few stunned and dazed staff members nearby, and took out his black card coldly, saying, "Hey, you guys help me up, he'll give each of you $1 million. The staff members. The manager was the first to step forward. He took the card, swiped it several times. Then, the manager angrily said, "Damn." Just like Mr. Qin said, "This is a lunatic fraudster. There is no money in this card." Saying this, he disdainfully tossed the card back at Qian Ye's face. The latter was momentarily stunned, then immediately showed a horrified expression. He let out a sharp cry. "What? My black card is out of money." Boom, boom. On the way back, Su Muwan crossed her arms, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Luo, who had been forced to sit beside her. Qin Luo, despite his efforts, could only stare out of the window. However, Su Muwan's mildly annoyed expression was indeed difficult for him to endure. Finally, he helplessly turned his head, looking at Su Muwan, who seemed to be sulking, and gently asked, "Miss, what's wrong? Did someone offend you?" Seeing Qin Luo take the initiative to speak, Su Muwan, who had been prepared, immediately launched a rapid counterattack. She retorted sarcastically, "Humph. Qin Luo, you certainly know how to enjoy yourself chatting so happily with those two sisters, even knowing their names and what they can do. And that Xin Yun, the way you're looking at her, is practically dripping with water. Before we left, she was calling you big brother over and over. You must have enjoyed that, didn't you? You even helped her break up with Qin Yu." Qin Luo, "Oh no, I mean big brother." Your amazing anger surged through her. Clearly Qin Luo was her subordinate, yet he seemed to enjoy chatting with others so much. Although Su Muwan understood that sowing discord was a way to weaken one's fate, she still felt displeased. "So that's how it is." Qin Luo looked at Su Muwan and suddenly realized. However, one must say, why was Su Muwan reacting so strongly? Am I just her subordinate? He pondered. Could it be this is what they call the possessiveness of the main antagonist in novels? That feeling of not wanting to share my toy with anyone even if it gets broken. Tisk tisk, who would have thought Su Muwan was this type as well? However, this sulking young lady was quite adorable in her own way. With that thought, Qin Luo's lips curled up slightly as he smiled at Su Muwan and said, "Miss, you've misunderstood me. I approached to explain because I was worried about your reputation. To me, you are the most radiant, destined to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. But, if you were misunderstood or slandered, even though you wouldn't care, I would feel quite uncomfortable." At this point, Qin Luo gazed at Su Muwan with deep sincerity and said, "Because in my heart you are the most perfect and untouchable person. Anyone who speaks disrespectfully of you I will completely eliminate." The evening light poured through the car window, casting a faint golden glow over Qin Luo, making him appear as if he were enveloped in a layer of soft light. Thump, thump. Su Muwan stared blankly at Qin Luo, unsure if it was the afterglow of the sunset. Su Muwan's cheeks gradually flushed with a hint of pink. Regaining her composure, her eyelashes fluttered and her voice carried a trace of delight. She smiled at Qin Luo and slowly spoke, "Well, Qin Luo, you are quite loyal to me, aren't you? Will you agree to whatever I ask?" Upon hearing this, Qin Luo understood that this phase was nearing its end, so he nodded and replied, "Of course." Then, Su Muwan's eyes sparkled with a strange meaning as she reached out to hold Qin Luo's palm. She leaned closer, bringing her lips near Qin Luo's ear, the breath escaping her lips causing him to stiffen slightly. Thump, thump. Qin Luo's heart raced as he gulped, "Miss." In the next moment, Su Muwan's somewhat cold voice softly entered his ear, "Qin Luo, rub my head." As the words fell, Qin Luo, he looked at Su Muwan, who had resumed her seat, with a slight smile. For a moment, he felt a flicker of hesitation. "Huh, really? But, since it's Su Muwan's request then." Qin Luo took a deep breath, extending his hand to gently place it on the head of Su Muwan, whose eyes were filled with expectation. In an instant, a sensation akin to silk brushed against his palm. This feeling reached straight to Qin Luo's heart. He began to slowly rub Su Muwan's head. His heart raced as he looked down at her small head that seemed as if it could be covered by one hand. From this angle, it felt so strange. Qin Luo hurriedly averted his gaze, finally realizing what a captivating woman Su Muwan was, tugging at his heartstrings. As for Su Muwan, when Qin Luo's hand touched her head, a jolt of electricity surged through her entire body. "Ing!" Su Muwan instinctively let out a soft whimper. Such a strange sensation. It was just a head pat. Qin Luo's hand was large and warm, and it felt so comfortable. Su Muwan's eyes trembled, gradually becoming disordered. Unfortunately, her expression was hidden as she looked down. His huh. This feels so wonderful. Qin Luo, you truly are special. So special that it makes me incredibly pleased." Su Muwan's face flushed with a sickly hue. She wanted nothing more than to directly express her feelings for Qin Luo. "Oh no. Su Muwan, you must endure. If I were to reveal my true thoughts and feelings, it would probably lead Qin Luo to be horrified and call me a pervert before leaving. Of course, I won't let you leave me." Hey. No, I mustn't laugh out loud from happiness. Congratulations. The trust level with the antagonist has increased by 15. Current trust level 30. Congratulations, master. You've received a reward, pure love, pure young body, bound to one person for life. can only be with one person. Pure yang energy nourishes the body, dispels evil, increases endurance by 99. Qin Luo was taken aback. Why did the trust level suddenly increase? And what's with this reward? Why does it feel so strange? Speaking of which, why does it seem like the body of this main antagonist is trembling slightly? What's going on? Just as he pondered this, Su Muwan disdainfully pushed Qin Luo's hand away, saying, "Enough, hurry up, and take your pig paw away. I thought the head pat in dramas would be very pleasant, but it seems it's nothing special." She huffed lightly, then under Qin Luo's bewildered gaze leaned away and turned her head disinterestedly towards the car window. "Qin Luo, so you just wanted to try this. But why did the trust level increase so much? By the way, is this trust level really trust? Logically, the antagonist should have a very high trust level towards me, if not 100%. Sigh, I can't make sense of it." Qin Luo felt confused. But he stole a glance at Su Muwan, who was looking out the window. He swallowed lightly. Damn, why is my heart racing so fast? Could it be that I really like Su Muwan? But even if I like her, it's useless. If Su Muwan doesn't like me, wouldn't I just be pining after her? That would make me a fool, and who knows, I might not even get to be her subordinate later. Su Muwan looked out the window, her originally calm expression gradually turning shy. She tightly clenched her fists. Though I want to continue, what if Qin Luo notices my abnormality? Forget it next time. Speaking of which, this must be what it means to like Qin Luo, right? But if Qin Luo doesn't feel the same way, wouldn't I just be a fool? How about I wait for him to confess to me first? But Su Muwan blinked. I've read in books that this usually doesn't work out. However, if that day really comes, it won't just be up to you, little Qin Luo. Su Muwan seemed to think of something, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Little Qin Luo ahead, Zhu Lan, who was driving, gradually shifted from shock to schadenfreude. Hee, Qin Luo, are you stunned? Did the young lady find you displeasing? It seems the young lady was merely curious about this unknown knowledge. I almost thought she liked Qin Luo, which is why she had him pat her head. Now I can finally relax. Inside a car. 3 people. 3 different emotions. That evening at the Su family villa. Miss Su is going to bed unusually early tonight. Qin Luo looked slightly surprised as he watched Su Muwan finish her evening routine early, then slip into a sharp-patterned pajama set. Wasn't this arch-villain usually lounging lazily on the sofa binge-watching midnight soap operas? Why so early tonight? Hearing his remark, Su Muwan's gaze flickered away, faintly evasive, until she abruptly recalled her own status. She was the young mistress after all. She immediately glared back at Qin Luo with forced defiance, her voice tight with nervousness. "You. Mind your own business. It's got nothing to do with you." With that, she stomped upstairs in her shark-shaped slippers, each step echoing sharply. Qin Luo blinked, utterly bewildered. What on earth had come over Su Muwan? Still, admittedly, Qin Luo stretched out his palm and curled it gently inward. He swallowed dryly. Smoothing her feathers down did feel remarkably satisfying. At last he understood what people meant when they said they petted cats. But wait. Qin Luo suddenly paused, realization dawning, others petted cats. So was he. No. That phrasing made him sound like a pervert. If Su Muwan ever found out, she'd surely recoil in disgust and snap, "Pervert, go die. Enough. No more thinking." Humming softly, Qin Luo headed toward the bathhouse, his duties for the day concluded. Then, he halted mid-stride, glancing down at his palm. Where had the white gloves Su Muwan gave him vanished? Meanwhile, inside Su Muwan's bedroom. Click. She locked the door with swift, solemn precision. SHHRR. Then drew the curtains tightly shut. Next, she scanned the room intently. Yes, Qin Luo's aura had already drifted toward the bathroom. Zhulan was still stationed outside, guarding faithfully. So, her stern expression dissolved instantly. A subtle mischievous smile curved her lips. She dipped a hand into her pocket, and with one smooth motion withdrew the pair of white gloves. Little Qin Luo will never guess where these gloves truly went. Clutching them tightly, Su Muwan's eyes flickered with a flush of shame. Hand fetish. Su Muwan, you are truly perverse. But, as long as no one knew, she would remain forever the haughty, untouchable young mistress Su. Therefore, whoosh, a delicate blush rose to her cheeks as she launched herself onto the bed in one fluid, acrobatic leap. Su Muwan, initiate all. Early the next morning, Qin Luo watched Su Muwan yawn widely, her face pale and drawn, arousing his quiet concern. "Young mistress, did you sleep poorly last night?" He found it odd. Hadn't she retired unusually early? Is it forbidden for this young mistress to train late into the night? Mid-yawn, Su Muwan jolted upright, then widened her eyes, flustered and defensive. What do you mean, Qin Luo, acting so arrogant? Qin Luo. What precisely had he said? Truth be told, he'd spent the entire night listening to system notifications, each chiming with an increase in loyalty points. But now he let the question drop. Clearing his throat softly, he suppressed his curiosity and asked instead, "Young mistress, tomorrow is Elder Lin's birthday banquet. Shall we prepare a gift?" Relieved by the subject change, Su Muwan blinked slowly. Elder Lin's birthday banquet. Gasp. Her expression froze. Oh no, she'd completely forgotten. Hadn't she taken Qin Luo shopping for clothes precisely for this event? Internally, Su Muwan winced in embarrassment. Su Muwan, how could you neglect such a critical matter? Have you lost your wits, or your life? According to her past life trajectory, it was at this very banquet that Xiao Tian's true identity, as the Dragon King, was formally unveiled. It was here too that everyone finally grasped the horrifying truth: the man they dismissed as delusional, Xiao Tian, was indeed the Dragon King. And she, by association, had irrevocably entangled herself with the Dragon King sect. Yet, Xiao Tian's cultivation had already been shattered by her palm strike, and Qin Luo had rendered him mentally broken beyond recovery. Thus provoking the Dragon King sect was now an absolute certainty. So, if provocation was inevitable, then only overwhelming thunderous suppression would suffice. Given the circumstances, she would have to call upon her family's elder. No, not the ancestral patriarch, but her recently healed grandfather. Nodding decisively, Su Muwan swept her gaze across the living room, crowded with antique curios, then plucked up a vintage vase Qin Luo had seized from Jiang Sueki and repurposed for floral arrangements. This one then. It looks the most inauspicious. She spoke with disdain, rightfully so. Hadn't this very vase dragged her into conflict with the venomous couple Jiang Sueki and Wang Yong? Though admittedly this lifetime's Wang Yong had taken an oddly peculiar turn. Qin Luo nodded. Understood, young mistress. As he spoke, a faint, inscrutable smile flickered deep within Qin Luo's eyes. Now, this would fulfill the prior Dragon King sect quest. And afterward, he would claim his reward: a psychiatric asylum specially designated for imprisoning the destined one, who might attend the banquet. He couldn't wait to find out. Time flowed steadily forward, until the day of Elder Lin's birthday banquet arrived. Su Muwan's motorcade swept down the avenue in commanding splendor, occupying the entire road. Dressed in the suit purchased days earlier, Qin Luo examined the invitation with quiet amusement, then glanced sideways at Su Muwan resplendent in an elegant gown, and allowed himself a perfectly calibrated spark of admiration. He remarked, smiling, "Young Mistress Elder Lin's banquet is no ordinary affair. Its guest list comprises only the wealthiest and most influential. Every upper-tier family in Jiangqing has received an invitation. Strangely enough, all accepted. Yet I suspect their eagerness stems from knowing you would attend." Here Qin Luo offered a gentle, knowing smile. In Jiangqing, the Su family stood among the most formidable and revered dynasties. Every clan dreamed of allying themselves with the Su family's enduring power. Noticing the flicker of admiration in Qin Luo's eyes, Su Muwan's lips lifted in a faint, self-assured curve. Arms crossed, she leaned back against the car seat, chin tilted upward in cool dismissal. "It matters little. My presence implies tacit permission for them to trade upon my name." Then she studied Qin Luo, handsome as ever today, and said, "Qin Luo, this banquet differs from previous galas. Half of Jiangqing's elite families will gather, including several allied with the Su family through long-standing business ties. So keep yourself in check. Understood?" She paused, then after a thoughtful blink added with unexpected softness, "But if anyone dares mistreat you, tell me. I'll stand as your advocate." Qin Luo felt warmth bloom within him, even beneath the summer sun. He smiled faintly. Naturally. The Lin family. The scene of the birthday banquet was lively, with the Lin family's courtyard decorated in festive style, and the banquet hall was even more elegant and luxurious. Representatives from various prominent families attended in formal attire, and luxury cars were parked in front of the Lin family, creating a grand atmosphere. The old master of the Lin family stood at the door wearing a tang suit, looking spirited and beaming with joy. So many families actually came to my Lin family's banquet. I initially only sent out invitations with a casual attitude. But the results were unexpectedly good. Almost half of the families in Jiang City came to my birthday banquet. Moreover, most of these families were powerful ones from the upper echelon of Jiang City." Lin Wanrong looked on, her eyes gleaming with surprise, as one family guest after another arrived. Her lips trembled with excitement. "Grandpa, these people must all be here because of Miss Su's influence. Miss Su is truly a blessing for our Lin family." The old master of the Lin family nodded in agreement, sighing. Indeed, just the name of Miss Su has attracted so many families to come in droves. In fact, there were even a few families I wouldn't have dared to imagine wanting to attend the banquet. "Granddaughter, it seems the matters we discussed before were not wrong. Following Miss Su will ensure our Lin family thrives." Lin Wanrong nodded, but seemed to remember something, saying uneasily, "Also, Grandpa, about my situation with Xiao Tian." Upon hearing the name Xiao Tian, the old master's expression changed, and he snorted coldly. "Don't worry, granddaughter. Xiao Tian must have gotten himself into some trouble again, acting crazy. No matter, during this birthday banquet, I will definitely help you dissolve the engagement with him." Previously, the old master had always thought of Xiao Tian as a dragon prince, but after witnessing his foolish behavior in the hospital, and now he gradually began to understand. This Xiao Tian is a pathetic dragon prince. What kind of dragon prince ends up like this? Now he even suspected that the old dragon king he met back then was also a swindler. Lin Wanrong's expression brightened. All right, Grandpa. At this moment a commotion arose at the main entrance of the Lin family. The old master turned to look. Upon seeing that figure his face instantly filled with shock, and he gasped, "What? It's actually the eldest lady of the Wang City Long family, Long Sheiyue." Lin Wanrong also looked curiously, and upon seeing the person she stuttered, "The Long family actually sent someone. Miss Su's influence can even reach the Wang City Long family." Both grandfather and granddaughter were astonished. They saw a graceful figure slowly emerging from a stretched luxury car at the entrance. It was a young woman dressed in an exquisite gown exuding noble grace and beauty, one of the many young ladies of the Wang City Long family, Long Sheiyue. All the guests immediately halted in their tracks, staring in shock at Long Sheiyue. The Long family actually came to attend this birthday banquet. To note, she is Long Sheiyue of the Wang City Long family. Since childhood, she has displayed extraordinary talent in cultivation and exceptional intelligence. Before she was even 10, she had already mastered the family's inherited martial arts and demonstrated astonishing comprehension and control over power. At the age of 12, Long Sheiyue swept through all competitors in the National Youth Martial Arts Competition, winning the championship with absolute dominance, marking an important moment in her rise to prominence. She was subsequently publicly praised by the former top genius of the Long family, now the head of the Long family, who is also Long Sheiyue's father Long Outyin, for her impressive talent. It is known that Long Outyin has an innumerable number of offspring. Those he remembers are all exceptional individuals. By the age of 15, Long Sheiyue was already the strongest among her peers in Wang City. Now at 18, she has already reached the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. She can be considered a definite super genius. After stepping out of the car, Long Sheiyue surveyed her surroundings with a hint of pride. How laughable! The cultivation levels of these people in such a small place are so weak. Some even have no cultivation at all. She shook her head in disappointment. I really don't understand why the Dragon King would want to marry into such a small family. As her voice fell, a black-clothed elder stepped down behind her, chuckling softly and rasping, "Miss, you are mistaken. The reason the Dragon King married in was to cultivate the supreme technique of the Dragon King's Hall, the Dragon God technique. Only by experiencing the full range of human emotions can the technique be perfected. Only by breaking through can one become a true Dragon King. The old Dragon King wanted Mr. Xiao Tian to endure such trials to temper his mind." Long Sheiyue nodded slightly upon hearing this. Her purpose for coming this time was not for anything else. It was to bring back the current Dragon King, Mr. Xiao Tian, to Wang City to enjoy the treatment he deserves. Because the previous Dragon King was not only Xiao Tian's master, but also the master of her father Long Outyin. In reality, the Long family is one of the many forces of the Dragon King's Hall. Thus she had seen Xiao Tian since childhood and developed feelings for him. The previous Dragon King had said that the position of the Dragon King's Hall Master is not based on strength, but on fate. That is why her father did not become the Dragon King. This made Long Sheiyue believe that Xiao Tian was the most perfect and powerful man in the world. Only such a man is worthy of conquering her. With this in mind, Long Sheiyue proudly raised her head and said, "Let's go grandpaing." "Yes, miss." With that, the two walked toward the Lin family's main gate, one after the other. The old master of the Lin family was delighted and hurriedly said to his granddaughter, "Hurry, granddaughter, the eldest lady of the Long family has arrived. We need to greet her." Lin Wanrong also nodded excitedly. "All right, Grandpa." After a moment, Long Sheiyue walked over proudly. The old master immediately greeted her with a beaming smile. "Miss Long, it's such an honor to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Please come in." "Oh my, I truly did not expect that you and Miss Su are acquainted." Before he could finish his sentence, Long Sheiyue, who initially intended to nod slightly in acknowledgement, suddenly paused. She turned her head, looking at the smiling old master and Lin Wanrong with disdain, saying flatly, "Wait, what did you just say? Miss Su, are you implying that I only came here because of Miss Su Muwan?" Long Sheiyue repeated the old master's words. Her expression shifted from arrogance to deep disdain and contempt. The old master and Lin Wanrong froze in surprise, exchanging glances. What is going on? This does not seem right at all. The old master hurriedly chuckled awkwardly. "I sincerely apologize, it seems I misunderstood." Hearing this, Long Sheiyue, who had only been thinking about bringing the Dragon King back, now showed a hint of interest. She sneered and arrogantly said, "This misunderstanding is quite significant. Do you know who I am? I am the eldest lady of the Wang City Long family. What qualifications does your little Su family in Jiang City have to make me come all the way to this insignificant place? Forget it. What use is there in talking to you short-sighted people?" As Long Sheiyue spoke, she turned and walked toward the banquet hall, leaving behind a remark. "I originally planned to just pick someone up and leave, but since you mentioned Miss Su Muwan, then I have also decided to show you how trivial the Su family is in front of my Long family." In front, the elder Ing, who followed behind Long Xiaoyue, chuckled and shook his head. Haha, miss, you truly are not giving the banquet attendees any face. The overall strength of the Su family is not as strong as the Long family, but their top combat power is comparable. Long Xiaoyue, however, dismissed it with a smile. I've heard that Su Muwan has good martial arts talent, but she is yet to produce any notable achievements. Since I've come, I shall have a good encounter with her. As for this Lin family, I've long heard that the Dragon King suffered great humiliation here. Judging by the attitude of the Lin family members today, they are mostly siding with the Su family. If that's the case, I will let them understand just how short-sighted they are. As for Su Muwan, how laughable, I want to see what strength she has to compare with me. To compare with the Long family. To compare with my Dragon King's Hall. Old Master Lin and Lin Wanrong exchanged puzzled glances. What was going on? At that moment, another head of a prominent family from Jiang City approached. Old Master Lin quickly regained his composure, smiling as he greeted my apologies for the lack of proper welcome. Master Rong, please come in. However, Master Rong merely nodded quickly at Old Master Lin before hastily chasing after the young lady from the Long family, who was walking ahead. This scene finally made Old Master Lin and Lin Wanrong realize that something was amiss. Could it be that they came for the young lady from the Long family? Upon realizing this, Old Master Lin helplessly chuckled and shook his head. Granddaughter, we were mistaken. Although I don't know who this young lady from the Long family is here to pick up, it is clear that it is not because of Miss Su. Lin Wanrong swallowed her saliva and nodded in silence. For some reason, she suddenly felt a wave of ominous premonition. At that moment, a commotion broke out. Old Master Lin and Lin Wanrong looked over simultaneously. They saw the familiar black convoy of Miss Su. Old Master Lin and Lin Wanrong felt a surge of joy and hurriedly went to welcome her. With a thud, as the car door opened, Qin Luo stepped out first, standing by to wait. Su Muwan extended her hand, and Qin Luo took it, smiling. Miss, be careful of your step. I'm not blind. Su Muwan scoffed lightly as she got out of the car. Qin Luo smiled slightly. The way Miss spoke was as sweet as if she had honey on her lips. Miss Su, Mr. Qin, my apologies for the lack of proper welcome. Old Master Lin hurriedly approached with cupped hands and a cheerful smile. Thank you for coming to my birthday banquet. Your presence truly honors me. Su Muwan smiled slightly. Old Master Lin is too kind. As fellow families in Jiang City, I must attend your banquet. By the way, I've heard that Old Master Lin has a fondness for antiques, so I've specially brought an antique vase. As she spoke, Su Muwan looked towards Zhulan beside her and said, Zhulan, please bring it over for Old Master Lin. Yes. A moment later, Old Master Lin received the vase, feeling touched. Thank you so much, Miss Su. Lin Wanrong also nervously expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Miss Su. Not only have you saved my grandfather, but you've also gone to such lengths. By the way, Lin Wanrong seemed to remember something and hurriedly whispered, today the young lady from the Long family, Long Xiaoyue, is also attending the banquet for some reason. From the looks of it, she doesn't come with good intentions. It seems she wants to target you, Miss Su. Upon hearing this, Su Muwan frowned, confused. We've met, haven't we? Why do you want to target me? Long Xiaoyue. Oh, I remember now. She also attended the banquet in my previous life. Her role was to make everyone believe that Xiao Tian was the Dragon King. However, she didn't survive long enough to encircle me, so she definitely won't be AT0. So it's fine. Furthermore, the Long family is merely one of the factions within the Dragon King's palace. It's quite normal for this young lady to be here. Target me. Ridiculous. I've been at odds with your Dragon King for a long time, so let's have a long-awaited boisterous feast. Su Muwan nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Lin. She gently raised her long arm, naturally linking it with Qin Luo's, smiling softly. Let's go, Qin Luo. It's time to attend the banquet. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo felt that the aura of their young lady had changed. Thinking about it, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up as he nodded and said, yes, miss. The conditions have been met. The main character containment task officially begins. Task: contain Xiao Tian. Introduction. Please assist the antagonist in doing the Dragon King's bidding at the Lin family birthday banquet. Reward: Destiny Mental Hospital X1 can contain all fated individuals defeated by the master or antagonist. The knowledge of the contained will reflect back to the master. The containment task officially begins. Inside the banquet hall. I've long heard that Miss Long has extraordinary skills in martial arts. Today, seeing it for myself, it truly lives up to its reputation. Miss Long, your performance at the 100 Families Martial Arts Conference was simply breathtaking. The youth of our family regard you as an idol. Long Xiaoyue sat arrogantly in her seat, her chin slightly raised, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd flattering her. Long Xiaoyue looked down upon them. Countless people aspired to climb onto the Long family's pedestal here. She despised those who groveled the most. However, she represented the face of the Long family when out in public, so she could not drive them away directly. She could only respond indifferently. It's all just empty fame, nothing to boast about. As she casually continued, by the way, didn't I hear that the Su family's Su Muwan has a good talent in martial arts? You are also fellow residents of Jiang City. Do you know anything about her? As soon as this was said, a group of families exchanged glances. Then one after another began to criticize, hey, that Su Muwan is simply a novice. She really caused quite a mess in Jiang City. Talent. Miss Long, I'm not exaggerating, but these are all rumors. We locals hardly see that Su Muwan take action. So this rumor is not trustworthy. Oh wait, the rumors of Su Muwan being a bully are still accurate. Long Xiaoyue feigned fear and said, a bully. So it seems that Su Muwan is quite fierce, right? I hope nothing happens to me. What do you think, Grandpa Ing? Standing behind Long Xiaoyue, Grandpa Ing smiled slightly. It depends on how the heads of the families here protect you, miss. Upon hearing this, one head of a family hurriedly patted the young man beside him. The young man eagerly showcased a set of boxing moves, grinning at Long Xin. And Miss Long, don't worry. With my skills I can definitely teach that Su Muwan a lesson. The others also eagerly volunteered. That's right, Miss Long. You are a distinguished guest here. We will surely protect you. Absolutely. We will never let that poisonous woman. Before the words were finished, a loud bang erupted as the door was suddenly pushed open. A bright light shone in. Everyone in the banquet hall instinctively looked up. They saw two figures standing in the light shadow. The man was handsome and elegant, while the woman had a noble demeanor and breathtaking beauty. The two of them stood there without needing to do anything, and they instantly became the focus of everyone present. Everyone momentarily lost their senses. Su Muwan and Qin Luo walked slowly into the hall. The former slightly raised her head, her indifferent gaze sweeping over every person present. When her eyes fell upon the gathered families around Long Xiaoyue, a calm but proud voice slowly emerged from her lips. Qin Luo, anyone who has spoken ill of me before coming in just now. All. Slap yourselves. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo's lips curled into a smirk. Earlier they mentioned that most of those here were Su family's partners, telling me to restrain myself. It turns out that was sarcasm. This great antagonist really enjoys being a riddle. With that thought, a trace of delight appeared in Qin Luo's eyes as he released Su Muwan, then turned his neck and walked slowly towards Long Xiaoyue. As you command, my lady. As Su Muwan's words fell, the temperature in the entire venue dropped to freezing point. The expressions of those who had spoken ill of Su Muwan moments ago changed instantly. Wait, what did Su Muwan just say? Oh, slap yourselves. What kind of joke is this? They each revealed expressions of disbelief, but soon realized that this must have been said casually. After all, they were prominent figures in Jiang City, with some even having family businesses in cooperation with the Su family. If Miss Su were to offend all of them, the Su family would probably not withstand the collective outcry of these families. So, a Mediterranean family had looked at Qin Luo approaching them, and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Young friend, your lady is joking, right? Do you know that I am? Before he could finish, slap. With a crisp sound, everyone gasped in shock. Qin Luo stepped forward with a calm expression. Without saying a word, he slapped the Mediterranean family head. Noisy. Qin Luo slowly retracted his hand, his tone bland, yet sarcastic. The Mediterranean family head was knocked to the ground by the force, clutching his face in shock. I was hit. The next moment, a middle-aged man immediately pointed at Qin Luo in shock, shouting, you crazy kid. Do you know who he is? He is the head of the Rong family. How dare you? Slap. Another slap. The middle-aged man clutched his face and collapsed to the ground, his head but his expression was shocked and dazed. I was hit. Immediately afterward, another middle-aged woman rushed over, screaming, husband. Kid, how dare you hit the head of the Miao family, you? Slap. Mom, the kid you were looking for. Slap. Young friend, please stop. Give me some face. Slap. Stop it. Kid, do you know this is Jiang City's? Slap. Wait. Miss Su, do you remember? Your father and I. No, don't hit me. I didn't curse. The continuous slapping sounds filled the air. The onlookers who had initially come to watch the drama turned pale. They narrowed their pupils, their expressions twitching, all taking a sharp breath. One by one they looked at Qin Luo, who was truly slapping people. His, Su Muwan's follower. So ruthless. No, it's not just the follower being ruthless. But the guests in the banquet hall who hadn't spoken ill of Su Muwan gulped nervously as they watched Su Muwan walk towards Long Xiaoyue with a cold and proud expression. The ruthless one is indeed Su Muwan. Long Xiaoyue watched as the crowd surrounding her, which was once full of people, now had individuals falling to the ground, clutching their faces and howling. In that moment, she truly recognized the brutality of Su Muwan for the first time. She looked at Su Muwan, who seemed even prouder than herself, sitting across from her. A chill ran down her back. Long Xiaoyue's eyes widened in shock, her hairs standing on end, her scalp instantly felt as if it were exploding. This girl is a lunatic, right? She forced a stiff smile and said, are you Su Muwan? On Su Muwan's side, she rested her crossed hands on her chin and lightly leaned on the table, a mocking curve rising at the corners of her mouth. She looked at Long Xiaoyue, whose smile was frozen, and playfully asked, I heard you wanted to meet me. As soon as her words fell, a buzzing sensation surged from Long Xiaoyue's heart like a constricting python. Her pupils shrank, her heart shook. She looked at Su Muwan, who merely asked one question. Shock, horror, and a suffocating sense of breathlessness filled Long Xiaoyue's heart. She struggled to look at Su Muwan, who sat opposite her with a hint of mockery at the corner of her mouth, her entire body becoming as stiff as a statue. It felt as if she were being locked onto by a monster from the abyss. Unable to speak. Her body wouldn't move. How could the gap be so vast? Wasn't Su Muwan just the eldest daughter of the Su family in Jiangxing? Even if she had recently been announced as the next heir of the Su family. But what right did she have to compare with me, a genius from the royal family of Long? At 18, Long Xiaoya felt for the first time the monstrous pressure. A wave of nausea surged from her chest. She gritted her teeth, trembling all over as the continuous pressure exerted by Su Muwan made her unable to hold back her fear and almost vomit. No, I can't. I am Long Xiaoya. My father praised my talent. I still need to marry Lord Long Wan. I cannot lose face for the Long family here. Grandpa Ying, please save me. In the next moment, as if he had heard Long Xiaoya's heart's voice, Grandpa Ying, who stood behind her, noticed something was wrong. He looked at Su Muwan in disbelief. It was terrifying. This was the first time he had seen his young lady suppressed like this. If this continued, it would surely tarnish her reputation. With this thought, Grandpa Ying's aura surged, and he stepped forward, speaking solemnly to Su Muwan. Junior, stop it. Miss Long Xiaoya is from the Long family. Before he could finish, Qin Luo stepped forward and interrupted him with a slap, mocking. What are you? Do you even have the right to speak here? This slap is a reminder that my young lady does not like to be disturbed while speaking. Grandpa Ying. Long Xiaoya's expression froze, her heart screaming in disbelief. She looked at Qin Luo, who had suddenly acted out. This lackey of Su Muwan actually slapped Grandpa Ying. To think that Grandpa Ying was a mid-stage expert in the great achievement realm. How could this be? And Grandpa Ying, why didn't you dodge? Long Xiaoya felt as if her features were shattered. A mere lackey actually struck a mid-stage expert of the great achievement realm. Am I dreaming? Qin Luo's slap made everyone present feel their scalps tingle. Hiss. This lackey is too ruthless. How could he even strike the Long family's Grandpa Ying? No. This must be Su Muwan's scheme. As for Grandpa Ying, he suddenly felt his perspective shift. He tilted his head, his mind blank, and his cheek felt fiery with pain. After a few moments, Grandpa Ying's pupils suddenly constricted. What is happening? I was hit by a mere lackey. Grandpa Ying prided himself on his cultivation and upbringing. But at this moment, a wave of humiliation surged from the depths of his heart. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and turned his head, glaring at Qin Luo with anger, shouting, Junior, you are seeking death. Boom. The aura of a mid-stage expert in the great achievement realm erupted. Waves of energy radiated from Grandpa Ying. Everyone's face turned pale. This is bad. A great achievement realm expert is furious. They would surely suffer too. It's over, it's over. Even Su Muwan would definitely not be a match for a great achievement realm expert. Long Xiaoya felt a surge of joy when she saw Grandpa Ying choose to act. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she quickly noticed something amiss. Because they are smiling. Long Xiaoya stared blankly at the smiling duo in front of her. Qin Luo was smiling. Su Muwan was also smiling. Why aren't they afraid? Even in the face of a great achievement realm expert, they feel no pressure. Qin Luo retreated beside Su Muwan, chuckling softly. Miss, I am no match for a great achievement realm. After observing multiple times, Qin Luo had confirmed that Su Muwan would survive until the very end. Most of the time, it may not be the support of the family that matters. Rather, it is one's own strength. Moreover, today Su Muwan seemed to be in a good mood and eager to make her move. So, let him see Su Muwan's true power. Upon hearing this, Su Muwan's mouth curled into an amused smile as she glanced sideways at Qin Luo, saying, Oh, then do you still dare to provoke? Forget it. You stand behind me. Yes, miss. Qin Luo stepped back behind Su Muwan. Grandpa Ying's eyes twitched. He never expected to be this furious. Yet this master-servant duo was still chatting casually, as if nothing had happened. In an instant, his clenched fists creaked, and he couldn't help but roar in anger. Su. Before he could finish, Su Muwan's cold voice interrupted. Did I give you permission to speak? Waste. Boom. The originally smiling Su Muwan suddenly turned serious, glaring at Grandpa Ying like a venomous snake. A tremendous pressure surged towards him like a tidal wave. What? With Su Muwan's words, Grandpa Ying's pupils instantly constricted. He looked at his slightly trembling shoulders, his expression changing dramatically. Am I afraid? Long Xiaoya felt the suffocating sensation. Grandpa Ying experienced the same thing. In the next moment, a feeling of backlash filled Grandpa Ying's body. He felt a sweetness in his throat, and his expression stiffened. Uffed. Grandpa Ying covered his mouth, unable to hold back a mouthful of blood. His figure swayed, and he only steadied himself by gripping the nearby table and chairs. Grandpa Ying's face turned pale, his expression one of shock. I was merely glanced at, and I sustained internal injuries. Long Xiaoya also felt the pressure sharply decrease as Su Muwan changed her target. Unable to hold back any longer, she hurriedly stood up from her chair, her face pale and expression panicked, as she rushed to Grandpa Ying's side. Grandpa-ing. The injured Grandpa-ing clutched his chest and looked at Su Muwan, whose expression had shifted from arrogance to boredom, revealing a wry smile. Miss Su, you have hidden your strength too deeply. I concede defeat. Please, Miss Su, forgive our rudeness. With Grandpa Ying's concession, gasps of astonishment filled the room. Even those from various families who had been slapped into silence dared not utter a sound. They all fell silent, their pupils trembling. Grandpa Ying was defeated. Long Xiaoya was also shocked to see things turn out this way. Qin Luo blinked at Su Muwan. Huh, is this it? Is it over? The enemy has conceded so quickly. Su Muwan, why does it feel like you are even stronger than at the Su family banquet? Before they at least had to make a move right. Oh no, before they struck, they directly crippled others' cultivation. If Su Muwan knew what Qin Luo was thinking, she would surely be astonished. Because she indeed had become stronger. This traces back to the night when Qin Luo gave her acupuncture. As some cold air was expelled, her strength soared like a rocket. In short, cultivation was as easy as pie. Seeing the yielding elder, Su Muwan naturally knew this was just a facade. However, there would be plenty of time to deal with them later. So she chuckled lightly, standing up. Boring. She mockingly looked at the defeated duo before her and stated word by word, this is the Long family. Just a small family in a tiny place. Ridiculous. Let's go, Qin Luo, and find somewhere else to sit. These two are just too annoying. All right, young lady. With that, the two of them left one after the other for another location. As Su Muwan moved further away, the atmosphere in the area gradually warmed. Long Xiaoyu watched Su Muwan's departing figure, her panicked and fearful expression slowly receding. It twisted into one of contorted fury. Su Muwan, how dare you say my Long family is just a small family in a tiny place? You are simply seeking death. Eldering, I must make Su Muwan pay with her life. Long Xiaoyu's expression twisted as she clenched her fists tightly. She had always sailed smoothly in life and had never suffered such humiliation until today. Elder Ing, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment, revealing a hint of coldness in his eyes, and hoarsely said, "It is all right, young lady. Our Dragon King's forces are on their way to the Lin family. Once the Dragon King returns, we will suppress Su Muwan and the Lin family. For now, we must endure." Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoyu, though resentful, still nodded in agreement. Indeed, we still have the other forces of the Dragon King's hall on their way, and we have the Dragon King with us. Su Muwan, what are you? By then you will have no choice but to kneel before me and admit your mistakes. As for your little lackey, it seems she had thought of the image of that lackey slapping Eldering. Decided, I will cripple all his limbs. Destroy his dantian. As time passed, the guests invited to the birthday banquet arrived one after another. However, those who followed, including Old Master Lin, noticed a peculiar phenomenon. He looked at the various family heads, covering their faces, expressions filled with fear and anger. Huh, are their faces a bit swollen? Forget it, perhaps they were just bitten by too many mosquitoes in the summer. Thinking this, Old Master Lin quietly instructed his subordinates, go arrange some mosquito repellent incense. A look at how swollen these family heads' faces have become from being bitten. Though his voice was low, it was still heard by some. Instantly their faces turned shamefaced, each covering their faces and lowering their heads. Su Muwan, you venomous woman. How dare you humiliate us like this? Once the birthday banquet is over, we will definitely join together to condemn the Su family. After the arrangements, Old Master Lin, dressed in a tang suit, stood in front of a microphone, happily clasping his hands, and said, welcome everyone to my birthday banquet. I am very moved and also very excited, because today I have two important matters to announce. I hope all the representatives of the families present will witness with me. Below the stage, Qin Luo and Su Muwan sat at a small round table, which was laden with a pile of sweets. Qin Luo looked at the sweet-eating Su Muwan with interest, and said, young lady, I believe one of the matters Old Master Lin is about to announce is likely related to us. Why? Su Muwan, having just popped a cream puff into her mouth, turned her head, curiously asking. Qin Luo chuckled, and said, you have to remember, young lady, you asked me to save this Old Master Lin before. Moreover, the Lin family has always wanted to elevate their status in Jiangxing. So, pleasing you has become the key to their elevation. If you don't believe it, just watch closely. Qin Luo had not forgotten the reward issued by the system after saving Old Master Lin. Reward 70 of the Lin family's assets. A hint of inexplicable meaning flashed in his eyes. This matter Old Master Lin spoke of was probably this. Sure enough, in the next moment, Old Master Lin announced in front of everyone, our Lin family officially declares, we willingly become the subordinate family of the Su family. We willingly assign 70 of the Lin family's assets to the young lady of the Su family. With his words, a stir arose. The faces of Lin Wanrong and the Lin family members were filled with proud smiles. As for the others from various families, some were dumbfounded, some were shocked, and some regretted not having thought of this method. Clap, 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 clap. Applause erupted. Long Xiaoyu, still in shock, sat below, looking disdainfully at the beaming faces of the Lin family and others. In her heart, she cursed, truly sycophantic and short-sighted. If they knew the true identity of the Dragon King, they would all regret it and be left speechless. Thinking this, Long Xiaoyu looked at Eldering and asked Eldering, what about the Dragon King? Have you found him? Long Xiaoyu found it strange because there was no sign of Xiao Tian at this birthday banquet. Upon hearing this, Eldering also felt puzzled. He closed his eyes again to sense the entire Lin family. Then he opened his eyes, shook his head in confusion, and said, young lady, I don't know what the situation is. I can't sense the Dragon King's aura at all. As he spoke, Elder Ying's face was full of questions. Logically, the Dragon King's cultivation should be extraordinarily prominent yet. Why can't I sense it? Qin Luo looked at Su Muwan, her mouth slightly agape with a dazed expression, and said, young lady, what did I say? Look, Su Muwan's head was buzzing. Huh? What? The Lin family voluntarily became the subordinate family of the Su family, and they even assigned their assets to my name. But why didn't I experience this in my past life? Su Muwan was stunned. Is this the butterfly effect? But this script doesn't seem right. Why is everything going so much smoother than in my past life? Su Muwan blinked. You are making me think I am also a person destined by fate. Why are all those who were destined in their past lives flocking to me? Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Su Muwan also stood up, a smile tugging at her lips, as she gently said, then I welcome the Lin family to join my ranks. Seeing Su Muwan agree, Old Master Lin immediately relaxed a lot, laughing heartily. Thank you, young lady Su. I slightly nod and sit down. And Old Master Lin continued to announce, additionally, I have a second matter to announce. As he spoke, he gestured for everyone to look at Lin Wanrong and a young man beside him. Old Master Lin slowly said, I believe everyone is aware that my Wanrong has married that useless son-in-law Xiao Tian. However, after deep consideration, I have discovered this Xiao Tian is truly ambitious. Previously, he intentionally harmed my meridians and health multiple times in the hospital. This is simply unforgivable. Thus, taking this opportunity at the birthday banquet, I officially announce. Old Master Lin pulled out a divorce agreement that was already signed, saying, let my granddaughter divorce Xiao Tian. As his words fell, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Divorce? They all knew that Xiao Tian was a son-in-law, but how could the Lin family publicly announce such a thing? Is this not a significant insult? Su Muwan looked surprised, genuinely wondering if they were really getting divorced. Long Xiaoya's expression shifted, and she immediately turned to look at Old Master Lin. Her face was filled with anger. How dare the Lin family have the audacity to announce a divorce in public? Does she not realize that Xiao Tian is the current Dragon King of our Dragon King Hall? The esteemed Dragon King, even in a divorce, should be the one to initiate it. What does your Lin family think you are? At this thought, Long Xiaoya, furious, slammed her hand on the table and stood up, pointing at Old Master Lin, shouting, ignorant. You truly have a narrow vision. Do you not realize the true identity of Lord Xiao Tian? As her words fell, the entire venue fell silent, everyone looking at Long Xiaoya, one of the many young ladies of the Long family, in astonishment. Old Master Lin was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to say something, a cold laugh came from the side. Ridiculous. What are you daring to shout at the birthday celebration of Old Master Lin? The members of the Lin family were drenched in sweat. Hey, Master Qin. Wait a moment. What did you say? Long Xiaoya turned her head, her eyes twitching. She saw Su Muwan's follower jumping out again. The crowd watched as Qin Luo leisurely walked over to Old Master Lin on stage and took the microphone from Old Master Lin, who was hesitant to speak. He looked mockingly at the grim-faced Long Xiaoya and spoke into the microphone. Miss Long, did my lady give you too much face earlier, making you think you were capable? I don't care if you are from the Long family, the He family, or the Tiger family. In Jiangcheng, you are nothing more than a bug that can only kneel before my lady, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Do you understand? Don't you want to meet Xiao Tian? All right, I'll let you see him. Qin Luo chuckled lightly, then looked in a certain direction, saying, Shen Fei, bring that waist over here. Yes. As they watched Shen Fei leave, a wave of murderous intent surged within Long Xiaoya. Arrogance. Too much arrogance. She stared fixedly at Qin Luo and Su Muwan on the side. All of this. It must be Su Muwan's scheme. Haha, they surely do not understand the true identity of the Dragon King, which is why they are so arrogant. But it doesn't matter. Long Xiaoya's expression gradually regained confidence, and then became proud. Though the 6-year period is not yet over, it is time for the Dragon King to return. When Xiao Tian arrives, we will flatten this place. However, as time passed, when Shen Fei brought a certain figure in, Long Xiaoya's confident expression slowly froze. She saw the invincible Dragon King in her heart. At this moment, acting like a fool, flapping his arms like wings and wildly swinging them up and down, he sat on the ground, rolling and turning. With a silly expression, he cried and laughed, saying, Hey Fei, I want to fly. Was Dragon King slap. What a disgraceful waste. In front of everyone. Xiao Tian, what is wrong with you? Lin Wanrong, utterly disappointed, raised her hand and slapped Xiao Tian. After the slap, Lin Wanrong couldn't help but tear up, choked up with emotion, saying, everyone saw it. This waste not only arrogant, but now has become a fool. As the eldest lady of the Lin family, all I wanted was to pursue my own love. But, wah wah wah. As she spoke, Lin Wanrong began to cry openly. The young man behind her, Wang Fugui, stepped forward to comfort her, saying, Wanrong, don't cry. After today, the nightmare that has haunted you will finally dissipate. Seeing this, Qin Luo smiled slightly. Then I will congratulate Miss Lin in advance on escaping from the sea of suffering. Lin Wanrong wiped her tears, gratefully looking at Qin Luo, saying, this is all thanks to Master Qin for seeing through this person's ambitions, otherwise my grandfather would probably not be able to stand here. Wang Fugui also expressed gratitude and respect, saying, thank you Master Qin for saving my family. It's all the accomplishment of my lady. After this statement, Lin Wanrong and Wang Fugui bowed to Su Muwan, saying, thank you Miss Su. The members of the Lin family also loudly called out, thank you Miss Su. Su Muwan. What can I say? The guests were all astonished by the foolish person on the ground. They had previously known this son-in-law. Not only arrogant, but also constantly claiming to be the Dragon King. Huh. In this light it turns out he is a madman. For a moment, haha, a waste is a waste. Previously at the banquet he claimed to be the Dragon King and provoked Miss Su. Now he has finally received his retribution. Indeed, this is instant karma. A mere waste daring to call himself the Dragon King. Does he even think he is worthy? Indeed. Those who provoke Miss Su end up either foolish or thrown into the river to feed the sharks. Everyone who had been slapped was left to consider carefully who they would follow in the future. A chorus of taunting voices filled the air. The members of the family who had just been slapped looked as if they had eaten feces. Long Xiaoya stared blankly at the once spirited Xiao Tian, who was now on the ground foolishly laughing and crying. The words of others were mocking Xiao Tian, but the pain was in her heart. Dragon King. Why has he become like this? Grandpa Ing. Is this the Dragon King? Long Xiaoya asked in a dazed tone. Old Ying's expression also stiffened. He felt that he could not sense Xiao Tian's aura. Could it be? He has been ruined. So cruel. Too cruel. How could they treat the Dragon King like this? Long Xiaoya felt that the anger in her heart was surging continuously. The Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall actually had his cultivation ruined and turned into a fool by these insignificant people. Who was the mastermind behind all this? Long Xiaoya's pupils constricted as she suddenly understood something. Yes. She realized she understood it all. The mastermind behind all this is Su Muwan. Long Xiaoya's heart trembled. Uncontrollable rage flashed in her eyes. Su Muwan knew that Xiao Tian was the Dragon King, so to weaken the power of the Dragon King Hall, she deliberately ruined his cultivation and turned him into a madman during his training. All of this, it is all Su Muwan's scheme. Su Muwan, you wicked woman. On Qin Luo's side, he took the divorce agreement from old Master Lin's hand, then looked at the guests present, smiling. Everyone please look, this is the divorce agreement between Lin Wanrong and Xiao Tian. As long as it is signed, then these two will have no further connections. Saying this, Qin Luo mockingly looked at the foolish Xiao Tian on the ground. With a flick he tossed the divorce agreement in front of Xiao Tian's face coldly, saying, sign it you waste. The entire venue was silent. The sound of swallowing echoed repeatedly. Everyone was staring at Xiao Tian, who was kneeling on the ground with a foolish expression, their hearts filled with disdain. This farce was finally coming to an end. This fool had offended Miss Su. What did it matter that he was acquainted with the Long family? The Long family had no reason to go to war with the Su family over a fool. On Xiao Tian's side, he picked up the divorce agreement, unable to comprehend it, only managing a silly smile. Hey, this is fun. Fun, he said, looking at Lin Wanrong, extending his hand and saying, Wanrong. Fun. However, slap. Lin Wanrong instantly slapped him across the face, yelling, waste. Sign it. As she spoke, she waved her hand to her subordinates. A check was presented. Lin Wanrong took the check, looking coldly at Xiao Tian on the ground slowly, saying, Xiao Tian, you and I were once husband and wife. I can't tell if you are truly mad or just pretending. But if you understand what I say, then sign this divorce agreement. This 1 million is yours. And you and I will have nothing to do with each other. Saying this, Lin Wanrong waved the check in front of Xiao Tian. It was unclear which words had an effect. Xiao Tian, with a silly smile, picked up the pen from the ground and began to write his name on the divorce agreement, guided only by instinct. Huh. You're so foolish, yet you know how to write your name. Qin Luo found it quite amusing. However, one must say, at this moment shouldn't something be happening? Long Xiaoya watched Xiao Tian, who was being humiliated and voluntarily signing. She couldn't help but burst into tears, shouting, stop. Xiao Tian, are you really willing to do this? As her words fell, Xiao Tian's hand froze slightly. Xiao Tian, you are the Dragon King. You are not some son-in-law. Dragon King, please look up. If you sign, then these people will truly think you are a fool. And the Lin Wanrong you like, she will be with Wang Fugui. Are you really willing? Once these words were spoken, Xiao Tian's expression stiffened. His hand that was about to sign paused slightly. Lin Wanrong. Wang Fugui. A sharp pain surged in his mind. Xiao Tian's expression was filled with anguish as he dropped the pen and clutched his head tightly. It felt like Something strange was surfacing in his memory. Seeing that her words had an effect, Long Xiaoyue excitedly shouted, "Dragon King, are you truly willing to?" Slap. Oh. Before she could finish, a figure flashed in front of Long Xiaoyue. It was Qin Luo. He interrupted Long Xiaoyue's speech with a slap. Then he looked at Xiao Tian, who seemed to be struggling with great interest. Wow, is this what they call the moment when the protagonist's powers explode? Tisk, as expected of a companion of the fated person, her words were indeed effective. What love, what bonds, what romance. But a hint of amusement appeared in Qin Luo's eyes. It seemed the effect wasn't strong enough. Since that's the case, let's add some fuel to the fire. After all, the mission of the Dragon King's palace. I haven't completed yet. Thinking this, Qin Luo loudly shouted at the struggling Xiao Tian waist. Stop struggling. You are a son-in-law for one day, and you will be a son-in-law for a lifetime. You will divorce Lin Wanrong. The Lin Wanrong you love will only be happier with Wang Fugawei. They will get married and have children. They will have a family reunion. A lifetime of happiness. Perhaps, one day when you are begging on the street, you will blankly watch Lin Wanrong, who is pregnant and radiating happiness, walk by and throw you a 1 yuan coin without recognizing you. And at that moment you will probably curl up like a bug in a damp corner, crying and regretting that you provoked our young lady. Su Muwan, who had been enjoying the show, suddenly froze. Long Xiaoyue, having been struck, covered her face, her head buzzing. I was hit. Ying Lao also didn't react in time. At this moment he was already affected by the heart-wrenching words spoken by Qin Luo. Qin Luo, why do you speak so viciously? Just then a voice cried out in despair. No, Wanro, don't leave me. Ah, as the sound of despair echoed. Immediately after, boom, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from the stage. Golden light burst forth and the air swirled. Roar, roar. A series of sounds resembling dragon roars gradually filled the banquet hall. What happened? What's going on? No. Look at Xiao Tian. Quick, look at that son-in-law. Everyone was shocked and turned to look at Xiao Tian. Suddenly they saw. The once crumbled Xiao Tian kneeling on the ground was at this moment. His gaze gradually becoming clear. He looked at the divorce agreement in his hand, his eyes narrowing. Ryup. The divorce agreement was torn into shreds. Then Xiao Tian slowly stood up, his expression transforming from foolishness and despair to pride and confidence. He arrogantly scanned the guests around him. Only when he saw Qin Luo and Su Muwan did a deep killing intent emerge in his eyes. A cold voice escaped his lips. I have returned. As the words fell, sizzle, shock, horror. Everyone gasped in astonishment, staring in disbelief at Xiao Tian, who was enveloped in golden light on the stage. Why had this son-in-law's aura become so overwhelming? Luli was so frightened by this aura that she collapsed to the ground. After regaining her senses, she angrily shouted, it's rebellion. The Lin family son-in-law is going to devour the master. Lin Wanrong also reacted, raising her hand angrily towards Xiao Tian, saying waste. However, slap. The expected sound of a slap did not occur. Xiao Tian merely gently held Lin Wanrong's wrist and smiled. Wanrong, although the 6 years has not yet passed, but his cold gaze turned to Su Muwan. My identity can also return now. After saying this, he burst forth with golden light. A phantom of a golden dragon began to swirl around him. What? The 9th layer of the divine dragon technique. Even without 6 years, the Dragon King has still managed to break through his cultivation. Ying Lao shouted in shock. Now, with his accumulated strength, the Dragon King's power has reached an unprecedented level. Even a latest-stage expert in the great completion realm might not be a match for the Dragon King. Miss, the previous Dragon King's judgment was correct. Mr. Xiao Tian is a super genius. Ying Lao was already incoherent, his eyes filled with excitement, his lips trembling. How many years has it been? How many years? The Long family will once again dominate the martial arts world. They will no longer be overshadowed by the Shangwan family. Long Xiaoyue was still dazed from being slapped by Qin Luo. However, at this moment, she had no mood to care about that. She excitedly gazed at the center of attention, Xiao Tian. Tears of deep emotion slowly streamed down her cheeks. She stepped forward in 3 strides. Thud. She dropped to one knee before Xiao Tian, choking back her sobs as she shouted, "Welcome back, Dragon King." As Long Xiaoyue's voice fell, the door suddenly swung open at the perfect moment. Figures filled with excitement and respect walked in. I am Hong Feng from the Hong family, welcoming the return of the Dragon King. A middle-aged man in a black suit was the first to kneel beside Long Xiaoyue, his voice resonant and his demeanor solemn. Next, another figure followed. I am Yi Qing from the Yi family, welcoming the return of the Dragon King. Yi Qing also knelt, his eyes filled with reverence. Then came several more figures. I am Zhao Xiang from the Zhao family, welcoming the return of the Dragon King. I am Wu Shuang from the Wu family, welcoming the return of the Dragon King. I am Hua Hao from the Hua family, welcoming the return of the Dragon King. With each family representative entering, the atmosphere in the banquet hall became increasingly tense. Each representative knelt with profound respect. In unison they shouted, We welcome the Dragon King back. Regret, shock, horror. The faces of all the Lin family members turned pale. Thud, thud, thud. One by one they knelt, their gazes blank. If one were to say that Xiao Tian had hired actors for this scene, it would indeed be too absurd. So, everything Xiao Tian said before was true. Lin Wanrong stared incredulously at the confident and arrogant Xiao Tian, saying, "You are actually the Dragon King." As the words left her mouth, a wicked smile slowly curved at the corner of Xiao Tian's lips. He first cast a gentle glance at Lin Wanrong, then smiled wickedly, and said, "Wanrong, don't worry, I won't divorce you, but some matters and people." He released Lin Wanrong, his expression filled with a humiliating, murderous intent as he looked towards Su Muwan, coldly stating, "I shall reclaim everything one by one. All forces heed my command. Suppress Su Muwan. Su Muwan, you venomous woman. Not only did you make me lose face before, but you also turned me into a fool living in a doghouse. You even sent your lackeys to disturb my mind. I must have you dead." As Xiao Tian's words fell, the forces of the Dragon King Hall also stood up, all turning towards Su Muwan in unison, shouting loudly, "Yes." Boom. All their auras surged forth. The remaining guests turned pale. It's over, it's over. Even Miss Su. Offending the Dragon King Hall will not end well. Zhu Lan and others with heavy expressions rushed to protect Su Muwan, saying, "Everyone, protect the young lady." Long Xiaoya led the charge, her expression exhilarated. "Su Muwan, your time of death has come." "Ha! Su Muwan, aren't you very arrogant? Can you still be so arrogant now?" Long Xiaoya eagerly looked towards Su Muwan, wanting to see if she currently wore a regrettable and unsightly expression. However, contrary to everyone's expectation that Su Muwan would turn pale, her expression was remarkably calm. Oh, just as I imagined. Qin Luo had already arrived behind Su Muwan at some point. He looked at Xiao Tian and the others, his expression pleasant, as everything was within his expectations. After all, although he had turned Xiao Tian into a fool, one must understand that only his loyal dog, Ghostly Poison Palm, could ignore the fate and protection of luck. Everything else would remain as it was. Thus, it was only natural that Xiao Tian could turn the tables with the help of his partners. Then next, Qin Luo stood with his hands behind his back beside Su Muwan, slightly lowering his voice to inquire, the corners of his mouth curving up. "Young lady, I am all ears to you." Upon hearing this, Su Muwan looked at the group of T0 level underlings rushing over, none of whom were worthy of her remembering their names. The corners of her mouth curled slightly as she rested her hand on the table, propping her cheek, her gaze mockingly sweeping over the rushing underlings, and she said in a flat tone, "Then Qin Luo, have them. Quiet down." Upon hearing these words, Qin Luo's eyes revealed a hint of amusement. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the rushing task rewards with a pleasant expression, the corners of his lips slightly raised. "As you command, my young lady." As his words fell, pressure activated. Boom. In an instant, a powerful force descended like a mountain. The entire space seemed to freeze at that moment. The forces that had rushed over, initially fierce, were suddenly pressed down as if by an invisible hand. Cough. What a thud, thud. People saw that all the martial artists who rushed forward turned pale, their bodies uncontrollably freezing in place. Some couldn't bear it and directly spewed blood, collapsing on the ground, their bodies creaking as their bones fractured under the pressure. Others turned pale, their true energy in disarray. Everyone felt horrified and incredulous. What kind of power is this? They looked at Qin Luo, who was squinting with a smile. Was this the move he used? Immediately after, Qin Luo's lips curled slightly as he slowly raised his hand and pressed down, mocking, "Lift your heads." Too hot. As his words fell, boom. An even more powerful force instantly pressed down on everyone. The knees of everyone began to tremble. All their eyes widened in horror. They could only hear bang, bang, bang. Sounds of either the floor tiles shattering or bones fracturing echoed. Everyone actually knelt down on the ground, unable to move. Long Xiaoya was among them, staring in disbelief at her own immobile form, her expression dazed. I knelt. Everyone struggled to lift their heads. Holding their breath, they turned to look at Su Muwan and Qin Luo, and that glance made their scalps tingle. Their throats felt as if gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, making it impossible to breathe. From their perspective, Qin Luo stood with his hands behind his back, smiling with squinted eyes. Meanwhile, Su Muwan maintained an indifferent expression throughout. It seemed she found it amusing to see all of them kneeling. A hint of mockery unexpectedly appeared at the corner of Su Muwan's mouth, and her malice gradually revealed itself as a tangible force. Thud, thud. Everyone's breathing became rapid, their hearts racing wildly. Malice filled the entire hall, making it hard for everyone to breathe. The next second, Su Muwan's sarcastic tone slowly resonated throughout the hall. Is this the Dragon King Hall? Boring. As her words fell, everyone became dazed. At this very moment, everyone present who had not been affected by the oppressive force displayed a dazed expression. It was hard to believe. Truly unbelievable. Everyone held their breath in astonishment, gazing at the power of the Dragon King Hall, which was now kneeling in fear. So many people, suppressed in an instant. The sound of swallowing echoed. They immediately turned to the seemingly harmless Qin Luo, standing behind Su Muwan. Their pupils trembled in shock. Su Muwan's follower. Were they all this powerful? Zhu Lan and others were also stunned for a while, turning their heads to look at Qin Luo. Hiss. So Qin Luo's strength is this formidable. Zhu Lan was dumbfounded. You didn't mention you were this powerful when you applied for the job. Shen Fei swallowed hard. He had sensed something extraordinary about Luo Gu when he first met him. With this perspective, Luo Gu was indeed favored by the young lady for his exceptional abilities. Su Muwan looked calmly at the crowd kneeling on the ground. Her expression was indifferent. However, it wasn't Qin Luo, I was just saying it casually, and you really made them quiet. I was just trying to show off, and you actually pulled it off. Su Muwan was shocked if I was planning to step in later. So you handled it all by yourself? What kind of technique is this? It seems even stronger than the time at the Su family's banquet when you and Hua made them kneel. Su Muwan was bewildered. How much does Qin Luo actually know? On Xiao Tian's side, his eyelids twitched. Dragon King Hall. Boring. Arrogant. Truly arrogant. Little poison woman. How dare you look down on us at Dragon King Hall? Xiao Tian roared inwardly. He was one of the two individuals among the Dragon King Hall members who had not directly knelt down. The other was the midstage Shadow Elder. The latter's pupils trembled as he leaped to Xiao Tian's side, asking in shock, Dragon King. Something feels off. One could say that Shadow Elder had seen everything in the martial arts world during his long life. However, today's scene of everyone kneeling was indeed his first encounter. What technique did Qin Luo practice? Hearing this, Xiao Tian's expression darkened and twisted. Even the Shadow Elder was frightened. Damn. He clenched his fist, his face turning extremely grim. Immediately, he fixed his gaze on the nearby duo of bullies. An uncontrollable wave of anger surged from his heart. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the malice within him. I am the Dragon King, why should I waste words on these narrow-minded fools? With that thought, he bore a proud expression, casting a disdainful glance at Su Muwan and Qin Luo. How ridiculous. Do you think that by defeating them you believe you can outmatch me, eh? Even if the entire strength of the Dragon King Hall has not yet arrived, I alone can suppress you all. At the end of his words, a dragon roar erupted from Xiao Tian. Immediately, a golden dragon phantom appeared and circled around him. The powerful force emitted by this golden dragon phantom caused the surrounding air to tremble, as if the entire space was shocked at that moment. Shadow Elder's gaze was fierce, and he exclaimed excitedly, 9th level of the Divine Dragon Technique, Dragon Transformation, with Shadow. Only those who have cultivated to this level can summon the Dragon Phantom to fight alongside them. Dragon King, you are indeed a rare prodigy, having reached the 9th level at such a young age. Dragon King, you have surpassed all previous Dragon Kings. Xiao Tian felt even prouder upon hearing the praise, slightly lifting his head. Indeed, I have long surpassed all previous Dragon Kings. No one has had to endure for 6 years to achieve mastery like I have. No one. I am the strongest. With this thought, boom, a burst of golden light and energy surged forth. Xiao Tian's feet actually began to slowly leave the ground. This scene made everyone present gasp in awe. Floating. Could it be that Xiao Tian has reached the summit stage? All below the summit stage are but ants. Only by stepping into the summit stage can one achieve levitation. Indeed, summit stage experts can precisely control their true chi to float, but the summit stage experts I have seen can fly quite high up. Yes, it seems Xiao Tian is only floating a little bit. Listening to the astonishment of those around him, Xiao Tian's expression grew even prouder. He looked at Su Muwan, who had maintained a calm demeanor from the beginning, and coldly said, I am already at the late stage of the foundation establishment, only one step away from breaking into the summit stage. Although I am not at the summit stage, I can slightly touch the power of that realm. This is my talent. Su Muwan. Even if your Su family has a latest summit stage expert, what of it? My Dragon King Hall has one too. So, Xiao Tian arrogantly raised his hand, the golden dragon following suit. He lightly waved and mocked. Su Muwan, regret ever provoking me. You and your followers should go to hell and repent properly. With his words, boom, roar, the golden dragon phantom roared and charged towards Su Muwan and Qin Luo. Shadow Elder's face was filled with ecstatic joy. The Dragon King's attacks are already rare. When invoking the 9th level technique, it is even rarer. Now we can all broaden our horizons. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's lips curled into a wicked smile as he arrogantly raised his chin. How rarity is because there are very few who can force the previous Dragon Kings to use the 9th level. Su Muwan, you can be considered one of the doomed. Seeing this scene, everyone present shook their heads and sighed inwardly. Even Su Muwan absolutely could not turn the tide. What a pity, what a pity. If Su Muwan dies, the Su family will surely be embroiled in a bitter feud with the Dragon King Hall. Shadow Elder was also focusing intently. However, Before long, everyone noticed. Su Muwan, who had maintained an indifferent expression and a hint of mockery, merely glanced at the rushing golden dragon phantom. Then, the corners of her mouth curled slightly. Ha talent. Ridiculous. With a light laugh, she flicked her fingers. Buzz. In an instant, a domineering icy true chi surged towards the golden dragon phantom. The power of this icy true chi seemed capable of devouring everything, causing the temperature in the banquet hall to plummet rapidly. As the true chi made contact with the golden dragon phantom, everyone's expression changed drastically. They saw. Crack. The massive body of the golden dragon phantom was rapidly frozen under the assault of the icy true chi. The entire process seemed as if time had accelerated in the blink of an eye. That magnificent golden dragon transformed into a lifelike ice dragon. The ice dragon, driven by the icy true chi, sparkled with a crystalline glow emanating a bone-chilling cold. It trembled violently. Roar. With an unstoppable might, it turned its dragon head and charged directly at Xiao Tian. What? The initially confident Xiao Tian was suddenly taken aback. How could this be? His face changed dramatically, filled with horror and unease. Xiao Tian, after a brief moment of distraction, quickly bit down on his tongue to stabilize his mind. He roared inwardly, "Damn the poisonous woman. How dare she steal my martial arts? This is simply courting death." Xiao Tian's eyes were bloodshot. But how can the fake be as powerful as the real? Su Muwan, you seek death. He shouted. Do you think that by learning my martial arts you can defeat me? As he raised his hand in anger, intending to gather energy to create a golden dragon to block the ice dragon. In the next moment, a voice interrupted. Noisy. Slap. Qin Luo suddenly appeared before him and delivered a slap. Following that, he looked at him with a mocking disdain, saying, "Loser." With a thud, Xiao Tian's breath was violently disrupted. Xiao Tian, who had leapt into the air, crashed heavily onto the ground. The halo around him shattered once again. Covering his face, Xiao Tian's pupils trembled, and his expression was one of disbelief. His head was ringing, and despite using all his brain cells, he couldn't comprehend what was happening. Wait. What is going on now? I was beaten again. No, am I not at the late stage of the great completion realm, infinitely close to the peak realm? But why didn't I react at all? And it happened at such a critical moment. Elder Ying's smile froze on his face, and his pupils constricted. He looked in disbelief at Qin Luo, who had suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Tian, and slapped him. No way. In the next second, he roared. The furious ice dragon surged toward the two. Elder Ying's expression twitched, and Xiao Tian's expression turned bloodshot. He could only watch helplessly as the ice dragon charged toward them. Xiao Tian was furious, yelling, "No!" At this moment, Qin Luo had already distanced himself from the battlefield using his ghostly movement. He retreated behind Su Muwan. Su Muwan blinked, confused. "Are you playing teleportation here?" Qin Luo naturally had no idea what Su Muwan was thinking. He simply looked playfully at Xiao Tian, who was being engulfed by the ice dragon. He was not worried at all about the possibility of Xiao Tian being killed. After all this, Xiao Tian was indeed the true protagonist. Xiao Tian's luck index has decreased by 10000. Xiao Tian's luck index has decreased by 10000. Xiao Tian. Listening to the continuous prompts in his mind, Qin Luo's lips curled slightly. So that's how it is. Each time the protagonist encounters a life-and-death crisis, they will exhaust their luck points to gain some extraordinary opportunities. For example, the protagonist's explosive growth or the intervention of a powerful ally. Of course, this premise is only valid when the luck index is high. And now, Qin Luo looked at Xiao Tian's luck index, sneering. After several operations, Xiao Tian's luck index had already been drastically reduced. Up until now, it has only. Xiao Tian's luck has decreased by 10000. Remaining luck, 30000. Gradient T1. Wow, after all this time, there's still a T1 strength left. You truly are the destined one. However, below T0 are mere ants, and you have reached your limit. Qin Luo had already guessed how Xiao Tian would break the deadlock. After all his system prompt, the task of humiliating the Dragon King Hall was still not complete. The roar of the ice dragon gradually faded. Everyone held their breath and looked toward it. Instantly, their pupils constricted. They saw Elder Ying staring with wide eyes, breathless, his whole body encased in pale ice crystals, seemingly dead beyond recovery. Looking at the Dragon King Xiao Tian, it was unclear if it was his tenacity keeping him alive. At this moment, he looked dazed, blood continuously flowing from his mouth, but at least he was still alive. Yet, even alive, those with sharp eyes could already see it. Xiao Tian's dantian shattered. How could this be? Why is this happening? Xiao Tian's mind went blank. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staring blankly at Su Muwan, who had been sitting there the whole time. What? Why is the gap so vast? Am I useless again? Although the people of the Dragon King Hall had been kneeling, they seemed to realize that their Dragon King had been defeated, and it was a crushing defeat. Instantly, a hint of incredulity appeared on everyone's faces. Defeated. Their Dragon King was defeated. Long Xiaoya's lips turned pale, her pupils trembling. Impossible. How could the Dragon King lose to such a vile person? An eldering. Is he dead? Immediately after, clapping sounds echoed. Everyone saw Su Muwan slowly stand up, a mocking expression on her face as she lightly clapped. She chuckled. Qin Luo applaud. Thanks to this group of useless people for performing a clown show for me. I didn't think it was interesting at first, but now. A hint of delight appeared in Su Muwan's eyes and the corners of her mouth curled slightly. It's quite amusing. Qin Luo sighed, realizing how well this villain was drawing hatred. While thinking, he also kindly swept his gaze across all the guests in the banquet hall, smiling warmly. Everyone applaud for this group of useless people. Thank them for this wonderful performance. The entire hall paused for a moment. Then suddenly a wave of applause erupted. Huh. Miss Su is indeed the top martial artist in Jiang City. That's right. What is a mere Dragon King? How dare he threaten Miss Su in Jiang City? Exactly, you, an outsider from the Dragon King Hall. How dare you bark in Jiang City's territory? Don't you think about your place? The people from the Lin family, who had been trembling in fear at the beginning, gradually, slap. Lin Wanrong stepped forward and slapped the dazed Xiao Tian on the face, taunting. Useless. Look at you acting so pretentious. Turns out you're just a useless person. And a Dragon King. In Jiang City, you are nothing but maggots. Daring to provoke Miss Su, even if you are a Dragon King, you will be fed to the sharks in the river. Miss Lin is right. We were all frightened by the title of the Dragon King Hall, but at this moment look at this Dragon King kneeling on the ground before Miss Su like a dog. Xiao Tian's expression was dazed. The mocking voices ringing in his ears gradually made his mind go blank. But the pain in his body, the shattering of his cultivation, and the surrounding mockery were not the reasons for Xiao Tian's stupor. The main reason was, Brother Wang. Wanrong finally gets to be with you. Wanrong. As Xiao Tian watched his beloved nestled in another man's arms in that instant, Xiao Tian broke down. He could no longer hold back the pent-up anger, grievances, sorrow, and all kinds of negative emotions accumulated over 5 years. At this moment, everything erupted. But he did not blame Lin Wanrong. Instead, he blamed Su Muwan. He glared at Su Muwan, roaring, Su Muwan, why? Why do you keep opposing me again and again? Why did you let your lackeys beat me at the banquet? Why did you let your lackeys slander me in the hospital? In the Su family, you also had your lackeys make me look like a fool. In this birthday banquet, you even let your lackeys humiliate me. Why? Su Muwan, I have no grievances with you, so why do you always target me repeatedly? You are simply a despicable and shameless poison. Boom. Noisy. Before he could finish speaking, a blast of icy true energy shot toward Xiao Tian, sending him flying several meters away. Bang. Xiao Tian crashed heavily into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This strike severely wounded the already weakened Xiao Tian. He gasped for air, his eyes filled with unwillingness and fear. He realized that he might be dying. But before he died, he still wanted to know why Su Muwan had always targeted him. He struggled to lift his head, looking at Su Muwan, gritting his teeth as he asked, why? Why? Hearing this, Su Muwan only mockingly began to speak slowly. Does Miss need a reason to do things? You ask me why? I don't even know when I had Qin Luo do these things, okay? It really makes me furious. Family, who understands why does everyone think these malicious acts were ordered by me? As soon as her words fell, in a fit of anger, Xiao Tian spat blood again. At the same time, with a sharp pain in his brain, nerves, his eyes glazed over. And he became dazed once more. Hey, I don't want anything. Xiao Tian has gone mad again. Looking at the figure lying on the ground spitting blood, the foolishly smiling Xiao Tian was once again struck by his condition. The expressions of everyone present turned to disdain and contempt. At the same time, they also revealed admiration for Su Muwan. This is the consequence of opposing Miss Su. That's right, what if it's the Dragon King's Hall? You offended Miss Su. There will be no place for your Dragon King's Hall in Jiang City. Dragon King's Hall, get out of Jiang City. Dragon King's Hall, get out of Jiang City. The sound of curses and shouts echoed. The once formidable Dragon King's Hall was something they could not provoke. However, they were merely a faction from another region. Now when they came to Jiang City to flaunt their might, they were suppressed on the spot by Miss Su. Everyone present also showed a sense of relief. Wasn't your Dragon King's Hall so impressive? Now doesn't your Dragon King have to kneel before our Miss Su of the Jiang family? All eyes turned respectfully towards Su Muwan. Is this really Miss Su? Su Muwan stood in place, frowning as she looked at the foolishly lying Xiao Tian. The other party was surprisingly still alive. Shouldn't a normal person accept death contentedly after obtaining the desired answer? It should be noted that Su Muwan's previous strike was aimed to kill Xiao Tian. Tisk, as expected of the fated person, it's hard to kill. Previously, she had already wasted all of his cultivation, yet the result was that he could rise again and break through. This was Su Muwan's greatest frustration. In her past life, she feared no one. But only in the presence of the T0 fated person was she utterly disgusted. This led her in this life to avoid provoking others as much as possible yet. The Dragon King had long since provoked her, so she had no choice but to resort to severe means to suppress him. Yet, after 2 attempts, she could not annihilate the Dragon King. Why is this T0 fated person so difficult to kill? Moreover, if not killed in one blow, there would inevitably be some aftereffects. According to the situations she had experienced in her past life, she didn't even need to make a move, just a hint of killing intent was enough. Thinking this, Su Muwan's gaze sharpened, and her killing intent surged toward Xiao Tian. Everyone was taken aback. The kneeling Long Xiaoya and others were wide-eyed with alarm. They all shouted no. Su Muwan, stop. That is the Dragon King of the Dragon King's Hall. If you kill him, the Su family will be at war with the entire force of the Dragon King's Hall. Su Muwan, your Su family cannot bear this. Long Xiaoya's eyes were filled with shock and fear. Could it be that Su Muwan was truly lawless? She actually intended to kill Xiao Tian in public. But just as everyone thought Su Muwan was about to make a move, in the next second a furious roar echoed. Junior, how vicious your heart is. You actually want to kill the Dragon King of my Dragon King's Hall. Boom. With this furious shout, everyone at the scene felt their ears ringing. Roar. The sound of dragon roars resonated. Everyone, including the kneeling Long Xiaoya and others, suddenly showed expressions of wild joy. For some reason they found they could move. Long Xiaoya quickly turned to look at the figure standing in front of Xiao Tian. An elder surrounded by 4 floating golden dragon phantoms looked furious. She exclaimed in surprise, Lord Dragon Envoy. At this statement the crowd gasped in shock. They all looked at the furious figure guarding Xiao Tian. The Dragon Envoy. It is rumored that the Dragon King's Hall has many powerful forces and countless experts. Among them, there are 4 supreme beings guarding the Dragon King. These 4 are known as Dragon Envoys. Such peak realm experts are actually appearing here. And this one before them, they looked at the Dragon Envoy blocking Xiao Tian's path. 4 golden dragons, all exuding a murderous aura. This must be the Dragon Envoy. Blood Butcher. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Blood Butcher was known for his mercilessness, and he was considered the hardest to deal with among the 4 Dragon Envoys. Seeing this, Su Muwan's expression remained unchanged. I was wondering why something felt off. That's more like it. This lady almost thought I was the fated one. As long as this physique is still intact, I can rest easy. What the hell? Su Muwan was speechless. Here I was trying to force the fated one into a corner, and yet once faced with a crisis, the fated one either breaks through, or some old monster pops out of nowhere. It was infuriating. Does anyone understand how much malice the heavens have against us villains? Qin Luo revealed a strange smile in his eyes. Tisk, is this the treatment of the fated ones? In a moment of crisis, someone immediately came to assist. Hey, old man, hello. Xiao Tian was still in a daze, foolishly smiling. Blood Butcher glanced down at the current Dragon King, and his eyes twitched. The old Dragon King's successor not only had his cultivation wasted, but he also turned into an idiot. In an instant, a surge of killing intent erupted from Blood Butcher's heart. Long Xiaoya and others cried out, please Dragon Envoy, help us. This Su Muwan is utterly arrogant. Not only has she humiliated our Dragon King's Hall, but she has also crippled the Dragon King's cultivation and turned him into an idiot. Please Dragon Envoy, help us. At this statement, Blood Butcher's face darkened ominously. He glared at Su Muwan Jr. Do you know that Xiao Tian is the successor of this generation of my Dragon King's Hall? In consideration of your Su family's elder, Su Muwan, you should self-destruct your cultivation. Before he could finish his words, how dare you? What are you even to bark here? Qin Luo stepped forward, coldly interrupting him. He looked at Blood Butcher, whose face twisted from being interrupted, and mockingly said, your master hasn't spoken, and you're just a dog barking. Just a mere peak realm. How dare you threaten my young lady? You should take a look at yourself in the mirror. Do you think you are worthy? Hiss. Qin Luo's sharp voice reached Blood Butcher's ears. His temper, which was already bad, flared up after being insulted. He was even more furious, his eyes bloodshot, and his body trembling. He clenched his fists tightly and shouted at Qin Luo, you brat. You're seeking death. Everyone, including Long Xiaoya, stepped back a little from Blood Butcher. They swallowed hard. They felt that Blood Butcher was about to explode with rage. Everyone saw Blood Butcher's murderous aura surge as he roared, I am a dignified peak realm expert. Brat, what are you to dare insult me? I will crush you into dust and use you to brew tea. Boom. In an instant, a powerful airflow surged. Crack, crack. The table, floor, and walls all began to crack and shatter. Blood Butcher's body started to float in the air. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. When Blood Butcher was enraged, blood would flow for miles. Would they be caught in the crossfire? However, before Blood Butcher could make a move, Su Muwan disdainfully laughed and mocked, peak realm. How ridiculous. Don't think that just because you are a peak realm beginner waste that my Su family has none. You can't protect Xiao Tian. Even if you are a peak realm. Everyone's pupils contracted as they turned to look. They saw Su Muwan standing fearlessly in the face of the imposing aura of a peak-level expert. Her hair danced wildly in the wind, and her eyes constantly revealed disdain for Xiao Tian. This was genuine disdain. So what if you have a peak-level dragon envoy? In my past life, even after my grandfather died, I could single-handedly suppress your 4 dragon envoys and 1 dragon king a year later. In this life, my grandfather is still alive. Do you think you still deserve to be arrogant? If you can summon puppets, so can I. As Su Muwan's words fell, a powerful icy true chi rushed directly at Xiao Tian. The latter's pupils contracted in shock and anger. This is Su Ba. Poof. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone saw the aura of Xiao Tian shattered in an instant, and he flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing several meters away. Thud. As his body heavily hit the ground, Xiao Tian's pupils trembled. Then his head tilted, and after spitting blood, he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Everyone was in a daze. What was happening? Immediately after, a steady cold snort came. Humph. How dare you touch my granddaughter from the Su family? Do you even measure up to that? The voice was laced with icy true chi. Poof, poof, poof. The Dragon King Hall members, including Long Xiaoya, all covered their chests and coughed up blood, kneeling back down. The sheer might of the voice left everyone severely injured. The entire venue was shocked. They all looked up at Su Muwan. There a figure with a horrifying aura stood. Su, old man. Su, old man. Aren't they saying he was on the verge of death? Yes, wasn't it said that Su, old man, was dying, which is why the next heir was chosen? It's over. Turns out this was also a rumor. Su, old man, is quite well. The Su family will once again stand unyieldingly in the martial world. No wonder Su Muwan showed no fear of the Dragon King Hall. It turns out it was like this. It's known that there are only 7 peak-level experts in the entire world. One of them is Su Ba from Su Muwan's family. But previously rumors spread that Su Ba was in bad condition, which made many people harbor ill intentions. But, now looking at it, isn't he perfectly fine? Everyone was in a daze. Su Ba stood in front of Su Muwan, having witnessed everything from the banquet hall until now. This young man Qin Luo was indeed remarkable. Additionally, his granddaughter was an exceptional candidate for the family head, both in temperament and talent. Perhaps the Su family truly had the hope of standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. It's actually Su, old man. Miss Long. It seems today, we won't be able to take the Dragon King away. Everyone from the Dragon King Hall covered their chests, a hint of bitter smiles on their faces. Long Xiaoya stared blankly at the suddenly appearing Su Ba. It's actually Su Ba. Like her father, he was also a peak-level expert. Damn, he actually isn't dead. The Dragon King Hall has many forces and experts, but only her father is a peak-level expert, while even the former Dragon King was only mid-peak level. But a latest-stage expert could sweep through a crowd of lower-level martial artists. How infuriating. Long Xiaoya looked at the foolish Xiao Tian, then turned her gaze to Su Ba, one of the 7 strongest in this world. Unable to help it, she shed tears of unwillingness. Today the Dragon King Hall has fallen. Congratulations, Master, for completing the task of humiliating the Dragon King Hall. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining Destiny Mental Hospital X1, located in the abandoned hospital of Jiang City. The Master can currently contain the destined person Xiao Tian. As Long Xiaoya and the other spirits waned, the system's message also reached Qin Luo. The corners of his mouth rose, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Su Muwan, oh Su Muwan, you truly are my lucky star. Finally completed this containment task. The Destiny Mental Hospital, as long as someone is contained within Qin Luo, can obtain all their knowledge. Invincible. This is simply invincible. Although Qin Luo had the ghostly toxic palm, his attack methods were quite monotonous. Now he finally had a bit more self-defense power. After Su Ba resolved everything, he turned his kind gaze towards Su Muwan and Qin Luo, smiling, as he asked, my dear granddaughter, how do you plan to deal with these people from the Dragon King Hall? Don't worry, with Grandpa here, even if that old Dragon King or that arrogant dragon comes, you don't need to be afraid. As soon as these words came out, Long Xiaoya and the others twitched their eyes, feeling immense humiliation. Meanwhile, Su Muwan. Her gaze flickered slightly. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head and said, these are all inconsequential people, oh, just let them go. She was still worried that these people were very important to Xiao Tian. If something were to happen later, like the best partner dies before their eyes, causing a rage-induced upgrade, or triggering some ancient dragon transformation, it would be troublesome. As for Xiao Tian, Su Muwan hesitated for a moment, just as she was about to say something. Qin Luo interjected from the side, miss, since Xiao Tian has become a madman, how about I send him to the mental hospital instead? By the way, I have a mental hospital that was left by the old man who taught me acupuncture. Keeping it around is a waste. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Muwan blinked, casting a suspicious glance at the smiling Qin Luo. That mysterious old man left you quite a bit. However, after some thought, Su Muwan felt that since this destined person was indeed hard to kill, locking him up wouldn't be a bad idea. So she nodded and said, all right, I'll listen to you, Qin Luo. Rumble, rumble, the Lin family's birthday banquet ended in a rather special way. Everyone from the Dragon King Hall left dejectedly. Xiao Tian still divorced Lin Wanro. Su Muwan's fame soared and news of Su Old Man's recovery gradually spread. The Su family would once again become the nightmare of all families in Jiang City. At first, the heads of various families that were slapped by Qin Luo no longer had the desire to confront the Su family. They had previously thought that Su Old Man was just experiencing a moment of clarity. After all, there were rumors that Su Old Man sought out divine doctors, but received no good news. But now it seemed that was nonsense. Everyone became obedient. They all began to think about how to become part of the many powers of the Su family. A convoy drove towards the Destiny Mental Hospital. Xiao Tian was arranged in a car following Su Muwan's convoy. To soothe him, Qin Luo gave him a lollipop to play with. This was to prevent any unforeseen events, as Su Muwan was truly scared by the miraculous powers of the destined person in her past life. That's why she said to accompany Qin Luo to confine Xiao Tian to avoid any accidents along the way. Inside the car, Su Muwan's expression was very relaxed, comfortable, and content. Ye finally resolved the T0 level protagonist. Although it was difficult and tiring, at least it was indeed resolved right. Now all she needed to do was maintain this. The next target was to deal with the Poison King, couple Wang Yong and Jiang Sueki. Then, to deal with Qin Yu. Once these few people were resolved, then Su Muwan could finally rest easy. After that, all she needed to do was to obediently enjoy her life as the young lady of the Su family. As for the other protagonists from the past, or those who haven't appeared, and not a chance, this young lady absolutely won't provoke them again. This one Dragon King had already consumed most of her energy. If she provoked more, wouldn't it be the same as in her past life? Of course. Su Muwan glanced at Qin Luo, who was sitting beside her staring straight ahead, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. It's just that Qin Luo seems a bit unstable. But it should be fine as long as she keeps an eye on him. As she thought of that night with the white gloves, her face flushed, and she quickly looked away. Cough. In any case in this life, once this young lady resolves the Poison King couple, and Xian Yu, she will definitely stay on the straight and narrow. There's no way she'll walk the old path again. If she does, I'll directly eat a pound of. Miss, do you want to eat cream puffs? After dealing with Xiao Tian, how about I make some for you? Qin Luo's voice suddenly broke Su Muwan's train of thought. She looked at Qin Luo, who seemed to have thought of something, smiling at her. Cream puffs. Eating a pound of this isn't out of the question. The corners of Su Muwan's mouth curled up, and it seemed she thought of something as she looked at Qin Luo. She smiled and said, all right. In any case, Su Muwan is fine, you can rest assured. Even Qin Luo wouldn't, and couldn't provoke this young lady with a bunch of T0 protagonists again. Besides, 1 or 2 isn't too many. 3 or 4 isn't too few. 5 or 6. Sigma Qin Luo, you better behave yourself. Time passed. Qin Luo and Su Muwan's convoy traversed the winding mountain road, finally arriving at the entrance of the Tianming Psychiatric Hospital. This hospital was located in a remote valley surrounded by dense forests, making it difficult for the outside world to detect its existence. Or rather, no one would ever think that such a ghostly place actually housed a psychiatric hospital. Clap clap. Qin Luo and the others got out of the car, raising their heads to gaze at the gigantic building before them. They all felt a slight sense of eeriness. Qin Luo, is this the psychiatric hospital you mentioned? Su Muwan stepped out of the car, looking at the dilapidated, yet oddly eerie hospital before her. A wave of inexplicable panic surged within her heart. To be honest, this place was quite frightening. Moreover, hissing. Why does this young lady feel that this place is so cold? Su Muwan stared, feeling somewhat reluctant to enter. Besides, even if they locked Xiao Tian inside, who would keep an eye on him? What if someone came to rescue him? Qin Luo looked on. The building appeared exceptionally sinister under the cloak of the dense forest. It was the height of summer, yet this place felt oddly cool. It was almost uncomfortably chilly. Cuckoo, cuckoo. From deep within the surrounding forest came a series of whispers resembling birds or beasts, adding an air of foreboding. Shen Fei's expression turned a bit fearful, while Zhu Lan swallowed hard. They looked towards the dilapidated psychiatric hospital before them. No, this place couldn't possibly have ghosts, right? Qin Luo also felt that the psychiatric hospital exuded an aura of eeriness. But others might not know, but how could Qin Luo be unaware of what this place was? It was the Tianming Psychiatric Hospital sent by the system. It was specifically designed to confine the protagonist. Thus, he glanced at Su Muwan, who had her arms crossed tightly, her fingertips digging into her arms. He couldn't help but ask softly, "Young miss, are you afraid?" As soon as he said this, Su Muwan, who had been somewhat scared, immediately raised an eyebrow, snorting lightly. Afraid? I've never been afraid of anyone in my life. Zhulan, take Xiao Tian, and let's go. After saying this, she glared at Qin Luo, then shrank behind him, grabbing the hem of his clothing, saying, "You go first." Dead Qin Luo. How dare you put me in this awkward position? Just you wait. Loyalty points 5. Qin Luo smiled faintly. All right. Zhulan glanced at the eerie psychiatric hospital, swallowed hard, and then looked at Shen Fei, saying, "You go first." Shen Fei. Creak. Creak. The interior of the psychiatric hospital was just as Qin Luo had imagined. It was also quite dilapidated with narrow, dimly lit corridors and the walls covered in various strange symbols and patterns. The hospital floor was made of a structure that had aged, resulting in many broken pieces. When Qin Luo and the others stepped on it, it emitted strange and unsettling noises. Qin Luo walked ahead, his expression a bit peculiar, using his peripheral vision to glance back at Su Muwan. He whispered, "Young miss. What? What are you doing? Are you getting too close?" "Of course not. Hurry up and get him inside. Then we can leave." Su Muwan tightly clutched the back of Qin Luo's clothing, burying herself behind him. With her head down, she stared at the ground, her face pale, as she moved step by step following Qin Luo. Xiao Tian had a foolish expression, licking a lollipop sandwich between a bunch of similarly frightened underlings in black. Delicious. Xin Fei was pushed to the front by Zhu Lan, and he said fearfully, "Sister Lan, can't you let the younger brothers go ahead of me? Xin Fei, can you at least have some sense of being a senior?" Qin Luo was being pulled from behind, helplessly inching forward. Of course, he wasn't moving forward on a whim. Instead, he raised his eyes to look at a system panel in front of him. It displayed the navigation for this psychiatric hospital. Moreover, he wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but the temperature seemed to drop the further he walked. This made him feel a bit insecure. Hiss. Could there really be ghosts? Thus he walked while inwardly asking, "Little puppy, is there anything dirty in this psychiatric hospital?" Reporting to Master, "Not at the moment." "What do you mean by not at the moment?" Just as Qin Luo was thinking this, suddenly, "Oh, finally someone has come." A lazily spoken voice appeared abruptly in everyone's ears. In an instant, Su Muwan and the others' expressions turned pale. "Off. Oh, Qin Luo. Brother Luo. Ghost." Everyone screamed in terror. Xin Fei and the others huddled together in fear. Su Muwan directly shrank into Qin Luo's embrace, trembling, and like an ostrich, she desperately tried to burrow into him. She wished to hide inside Qin Luo's body right now. "We're going to die, we're going to die. Qin Luo, hurry and protect me. Monsters, get away. Monsters, get away. I am a genius in martial arts. If you come, my Qin Luo will defeat you. I warn you not to provoke me. The sharks of Jianghai haven't eaten for days. Whether you're a human or ghost, if you provoke me, I'll throw you in. Do you believe that with one sentence from me you will never see the light of day in the supernatural world again?" Meanwhile, Qin Luo was holding the pale and incoherent Su Muwan while looking at the source of the voice with surprise. There appeared a tall woman exuding an eerie and sinister aura. She was clad in a pristine white doctor's uniform, though it bore some red stains that seemed never fully washed away. Her long hair was thick and black, cascading down like a waterfall, obscuring her face, revealing only a pair of icy eyes. Her complexion was pale, with lips slightly tinged blue, looking particularly ghostly, and at this moment her hands were in her pockets, her eyes surrounded by deep dark circles, suggesting she hadn't slept in a long time. Looking down, she was standing on the ground, casting a shadow. "Oh, it's a person." Thinking this, Qin Luo hurriedly patted Su Muwan, saying, "Miss, young miss." "Woo. Qin Luo, don't die. What have you imagined so far?" "Young miss, this is a person, it looks like." Qin Luo paused as he glanced at the name tag on her chest, that read medical room DR. "Yeah." Then he said, "It's a doctor from the psychiatric hospital." As soon as this was said, the entire place fell silent. They all raised their heads to look at the pale-faced DR. "Yeah," and upon looking down they saw shadows on the ground, confirming she was alive. Everyone felt relieved. Su Muwan also blinked, her big eyes brimming with tears. "Hiss. So it was a real person? This almost scared me to death." Cough. Su Muwan quickly distanced herself from Qin Luo, then coughed lightly, using her true energy to dispel her tears. She lifted her head and glared at Qin Luo, threatening. "I'm not afraid at all, though I was just thinking you might be scared, so I held you to protect you." Su Muwan nodded. Now that she knew living people inhabited this hospital, she felt no fear. She fixed her gaze upon the eerie woman who had appeared out of nowhere, stepped forward, crossed her arms, and regained her commanding presence. "Are you a doctor here?" "Dr." You glanced at Qin Luo standing beside Su Muwan. A flicker of inscrutable meaning shimmered in her eyes before she replied, with deliberate ambiguity, "Yes. I know why you've come. To admit a patient, correct?" "Admit a patient?" Su Muwan blinked, then comprehension dawned. She pointed to Xiao Tian, who was leisurely licking a lollipop, and asked, "Right. This one's rather unusual. Can you treat him properly?" "Dr." You responded with listless affirmation. "Naturally. We specialize in precisely such cases." With that she turned and strode down a corridor. "Follow me." As her words faded, Qin Luo and Su Muwan exchanged a silent, searching glance. "What are you staring at? Do you take me for someone easily frightened?" "Very well, miss. But what? A single strand of your hair has caught on my shirt collar. You..." A moment passed. Qin Luo and the others arrived before a ward marked Ward 1. Whether it was the uncanny effect of Tianming's psychiatric hospital, or whether Xiao Tian had sensed something, the boy suddenly perked up, brandishing his lollipop with glee as he sprinted to the door and flung it open. "We're here. Home at last." As the words left his lips, the ward door swung inward. Its interior revealed itself to the group. Not the dilapidated ruin they'd imagined, but a space startlingly clean and spare. A pristine bed stood at the center, draped with a fresh patient gown. Beside it sat a small dining table, a chair, and a television set. Aunt Xiao Tian leapt onto the bed with unrestrained delight, lifting the patient gown to examine it from every angle. He behaved as though had truly returned home. The others stood frozen, dumbfounded. Wait, already acclimated to this place? Su Muwan edged closer, blinking curiously. Everything looks so new. Qin Luo, is someone actually maintaining this hospital? Then why is everything outside? The floors, the corridors, so decrepit. Before Qin Luo could reply, Dr. You stifled the yawn, leaning against the wall with distant, unfocused eyes. I've been cleaning the wards. This hospital is simply too vast. We're desperately understaffed. But her gaze drifted toward Xiao Tian, who bounced ecstatically atop the bed, and a chilling, unnatural curve twisted her lips upward. At last, one has finally arrived. Ha ha ha, yeah. That grotesque laughter sent shivers crawling up their spines. All eyes turned to Dr. Yeah, was she perhaps the true patient? Su Muwan swallowed hard, and instinctively drew nearer to Qin Luo. Qin Luo studied Dr. Yo and asked, is this hospital staffed solely by you? Where's the director? Su Muwan blinked. Right. This psychiatric hospital had been bequeathed to Qin Luo by the elderly master who taught him medicine. So the director he referenced must be that very master. Could he possibly be the same elder who imparted his martial techniques? Dr. Your side voice hollow and drained. The director is gone. There's only me now. I've been here for an eternity. As she spoke, her body swayed unsteadily. Su Muwan gulped again and tugged lightly at Qin Luo's sleeve. Hey Qin Luo, does this doctor seem off? She looks like she might collapse any second. Qin Luo hesitated, then addressed Dr. Yeah, doctor, perhaps you should get some rest. Dr. You merely yawned again, her tone flat and weary. Sleep. No need. I haven't slept. Not for ages, not until this hospital is fully operational. I cannot sleep. In any case, Dr. You approached the entrance to Ward 1, clicked the lock shut with finality, and turned to Qin Luo. The Dragon Sovereign is now under my care. You may leave. At those words, Su Muwan exhaled in relief, and immediately tugged Qin Luo's arm. Finally done. Let's go, Qin Luo. I want you to bake me cream puffs. Xin Fei and the others looked equally relieved, all turning expectantly toward Qin Luo, while he himself lingered studying Dr. Ya's lethargic figure with quiet doubt. When exactly had we told her Xiao Tian was the Dragon Sovereign? Though countless questions swirled in his mind, Qin Luo suppressed them all. One thing, however, reassured him utterly, that this psychiatric hospital had been entrusted to him by Xiao Go. If Xiao Go gave it to him, then surely it must be safe. With that thought, he nodded firmly, understood. Moments later, the group exited the hospital. Yet something struck them all as profoundly strange. Without warning, the midday sun had vanished, replaced instead by the amber hush of dusk. Have we really been inside that long? Xin Fei checked his phone. 500 p.m. Zhulan swallowed hard, her face pale. Impossible. We arrived at noon, I'm certain of it. Gooseflesh prickled Su Muwan's arms. She shoved Qin Luo into the car. Let's go now. This young lady will never set foot in this accursed place again. Snap. Vroom. The engine roared to life. Reclining in the seat, Su Muwan gradually relaxed as warmth radiated from a certain spot beside her. Miss, might you consider releasing my hand? Su Muwan blinked, then looked down, cheeks instantly flushing crimson. She'd unknowingly gripped Qin Luo's palm tightly. That comforting warmth had emanated from their joined hands. She jerked her hand away, glaring at Qin Luo's amused grin. What? I wasn't scared, not in the slightest. I merely assumed you were frightened, and held your hand to soothe you. Make no mistake, I am a staunch devotee of martial discipline above all else. This. Qin Luo smiled gently and nodded. Understood, miss. Let's not dwell on it. Shall we return home? I'll bake you cream puffs. Seeing his cheerful, knowing expression, Su Muwan bristled, mortified yet strangely flustered. Ugh. Humiliated again before Qin Luo. But she huffed softly, leaned back against the seat, and shot him a defiant glare. Just so you know, my palate is exceedingly discerning. Rest assured, if you find them unsatisfactory, Qin Luo shall answer to you without reservation. Is that a promise, or just empty talk? A solemn vow, utterly genuine. Miss, have you forgotten who shielded you within the hospital? You. Rumble rumble. The car sped away, unseen by them. Dr. You had remained motionless at the hospital's threshold, watching the retreating convoy with an enigmatic gaze. Only when the vehicles vanished beyond the horizon did she stifle another yawn and withdraw her stare. Staffing remains critically insufficient. Next time the new director visits, he must bring a security guard to man the front gate. At dusk, in a tranquil garden surrounded by lush flowers and grasses, a gentle breeze carries the fragrance of blossoms. In a stone pavilion within the garden, an elegant figure sits quietly. On the stone table, a small white cat lazily sprawls, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun filtering through the pavilion's gaps. The figure is dressed in a pure white gown exuding a warm and gentle aura. She extends a hand fair as Jade lightly stroking the back of the white cat. The cat squints its eyes, emitting a soft purring sound, clearly enjoying the affection. A playful and gentle voice flows from her red lips, her smile widening as a hint of surprise glimmers in her eyes. Oh, how interesting. Su Ba is not dead, and Su Muwan is forcefully suppressing the Dragon King Hall. The Dragon King has also been taken away by Su Muwan. Yu Wenhua respectfully kneels on one knee, nodding as he replies, "Indeed, my lady. This venomous woman is as meticulous as she is frightening." And her lackey Qin Luo. Before he could finish, the figure in white chuckled softly. "Yu Wenhua, there's no need to focus on Su Muwan's little lackey. I know you're troubled by him. But you must understand." Her tone carries a hint of indifference. A lackey is ultimately a lackey, incapable of stirring up any significant waves. I only care about Su Muwan because it has been a long time since I encountered such an interesting opponent. Let's proceed to the next step. I want to see if Su Muwan is worthy of being my rival. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenhua's face also revealed a look of shame. Indeed, my lady is right. I can't believe I was still brooding over that lackey humiliating me at the banquet. It's truly ridiculous. He is merely a lackey. Thinking of this, Yu Wenhua respectfully replied, "Yes. Su Muwan, you venomous woman, I didn't expect you to possess some strength. However, it doesn't matter. My lord's methods will make you understand what true cruelty is." Su family villa. At the dining table. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" Qin Luo brought over a steaming plate of desserts. Suddenly seeing Su Muwan's expression freeze, he felt puzzled. Su Muwan was about to pop a cream puff into her mouth when she inexplicably felt a chill down her back. So she stuffed the puff into her mouth and stammered, "I don't know why, but I feel like someone is talking bad about me behind my back." Qin Luo chuckled and shook his head. "Miss, you're overthinking it. How could someone as kind as you be spoken ill of?" With that, he sat across from Su Muwan, resting his chin on his hand, smiling as he watched her enjoy her dessert. Oh, the way the young lady eats is so adorable. She's like a little hamster, her cheeks puffed up as she devours her food. She doesn't like cakes or anything. Does she only enjoy cream puffs? Oh dear, 1, 2, 3. Miss, are you in a storm of indulgence? Qin Luo smiled as he observed Su Muwan, while in his mind, he frantically conjured images. Puffs. Cream puffs. Jade feet. Cream jade feet. Must be delicious. Qin Luo, you truly are a genius. As Su Muwan munched on, she suddenly sensed a warm gaze fixed upon her. She blinked and glanced over at Qin Luo. There he was, his expression gentle, lips curled in a smile, seemingly lost in thought. Looking at Qin Luo's smile. Could it be? He's thinking about me. Su Muwan couldn't help but swallow the last bite of her puff, feeling somewhat shy under such an intense gaze. Unable to maintain eye contact, she turned away, her cheeks flushing. "Qin Luo, why do you keep staring at me?" Qin Luo, who had already imagined writing a book titled 100 Ways to Enjoy Jade Feet, replied earnestly, "I was thinking even the way you eat is adorable, miss." Upon hearing this, Su Muwan's lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile, her eyes sparkling with a hint of joy. Smooth talker. As she spoke, Su Muwan pinched a cream puff and held it out to Qin Luo, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "This is a reward for you." Seeing this, Qin Luo reached out to take it. "Thank you, miss." However, before he could grasp it, slap, Su Muwan lightly swatted Qin Luo's hand away, glaring at him. "I will feed you." Qin Luo was taken aback, swallowing hard, then leaned forward slowly. Su Muwan's eyelashes fluttered slightly as her fingertips seemed to sense Qin Luo's increasingly warm breath approaching. Qin Luo's breath. "My hand seems to clearly feel." As the puff was stuffed into his mouth, Qin Luo's heart raced. The puff, which originally had a normal flavor, seemed to taste even better. Su Muwan calmed her emotions. She looked at Qin Luo, who was savoring the treat, and asked, "Is it delicious, Qin Luo?" "Delicious." Qin Luo nodded, just about to shower her with compliments when he heard. "Then, it's your turn to feed me." Su Muwan licked her lips, leaning forward, her red lips slightly parted, revealing her soft pink tongue within. As she breathed softly, Qin Luo could see that tongue quivering gently in her mouth, adding a touch of vivacity and life. Gulps. Qin Luo swallowed hard. "Miss, is this appropriate?" "Hurry up." Qin Luo stopped pretending. He pinched the puff and gently touched Su Muwan's lips. In an instant, an electric shock coursed through Su Muwan's entire body. She bit down on the puff, her body leaning back. A hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. 100 Ways to Play with Jade Hands. Let Qin Luo feed me completed. As she chewed on what seemed to be an even sweeter puff, she licked her lips, glancing at Qin Luo with a hint of reluctance. It's just average." As she spoke, it seemed Su Muwan remembered something and shouted at Qin Luo, "By the way, you mustn't misunderstand anything. I only fed you because of fairness. You must feed me back as well." Loyalty 10. Qin Luo's eyelid twitched. Did this loyalty value pop up? and yet it's just average. On the surface he chuckled. It seems I still lack skill. Don't worry, miss, once my cooking improves, I'll make even better treats for you. Upon hearing this, Su Muwan's eyes sparkled, already having devoured 6 puffs. Really? Loyalty 5. Qin Luo nodded. Of course, as long as it's for you, miss, I'm willing to do anything. Because... Qin Luo chuckled, his eyes revealing absolute loyalty towards Su Muwan. I am your most beloved and trusted lackey, miss. Upon hearing this, Su Muwan's heart trembled. Most beloved, most trusted. Su Muwan seemed to have thought of something. Hearing this, her eyes filled with joy. She teased, little Qin Luo, how dare you be so arrogant, then? As she spoke, a sly smile appeared on her lips. If you can't do it, I'll have to punish you. Punishment? What kind of punishment? You don't need to know, just mind your own business. Oh, it wouldn't be something unpleasant, would it? Humph, how could punishment ever be a good thing? Qin Luo, you better watch out, and not let me catch you in the act. As Yulan, who had just brought 2 plates of puffs from the kitchen, looked over, she found Su Muwan and Qin Luo talking and laughing, appearing quite strange. Punishment? What kind of punishment? Oh, I understand. It's because the puffs weren't delicious, so the young lady wants to punish Qin Luo. Huh. Qin Luo, you're so arrogant, aren't you? Now you see you've drawn the ire of the young lady, haven't you? In the heat of summer, Zhu Lan felt a warmth in her heart. The next day, early morning, Jiangxing Airport. Master, hurry up. Senior brother must be waiting for us. And growing impatient, a young woman in azure robes, her hair tied in 2 buns, cheerfully waved back at the elderly man trailing behind her at a leisurely pace. Hearing her, the elder smiled wryly. Yueka, slow down. Your senior brother has been serving as bodyguard to the Jiang family's eldest daughter. He won't run away. At these words, however, the girl halted mid-step, her expression dimming. Oomph. What Jiang family's eldest daughter? Senior brother was bewitched by city girls. It should have been me. Feng Yueka, who stood beside him. She pressed her lips together softly, her thoughts drifting back to those sun-dappled days atop the mountain, practicing medicine and cultivating side by side with him. Little sister, when I return from the mountains, I'll bring you mountains of delicacies. While I'm gone, keep mastering your medical arts. Yes, I will, senior brother. I'll wait for you, so please come home soon. That farewell scene still shimmered vividly in her memory. Senior brother, so strong-willed, gentle, and handsome. Yet he was bound by master's old betrothal decree to protect this Jiang Sweki. How profoundly unjust it was. Jiang Sweki, I, Feng Yueka, shall see for myself what sorcery you wielded to ensnare him. The elder was none other than the legendary physician known for saving lives with a single needle, the divine healer. Glancing at Feng Yueka's sullen face, he sighed inwardly. Wang Yong, you've accumulated far too many debts of the heart. Yet one thing puzzled even the divine healer: why had Wang Yong failed to diagnose the root cause of Jiang Sweki's constitution? It made no sense. Could Jiang Sweki's constitution be far more intricate than he'd imagined? Jiangsheng, it had been years since he last set foot here. Would its people still embody that same tranquil harmony as before? A low rumbling burp echoed through Su Manor's first-floor living room. Qin Luo stared speechless at a tiny golden dragon curled around his finger. Its belly full, its eyes blissful, its golden scales shimmering warmly in the sunlight. The little dragon tilted its head upward, gazing at Qin Luo with wide, innocent eyes, then emitted another soft, milky burp radiating pure contentment. As Qin Luo watched, wait, what? Huh? Is this the divine dragon art? Qin Luo was stunned. This bore no resemblance to his expectations. After Xiao Tian was confined to the psychiatric hospital yesterday, Qin Luo inherited his entire knowledge, chief among them being the Dragon Sovereign Hall's supreme cultivation art, the divine dragon art. The divine dragon art comprised 18 realms. Ancient records stated that upon reaching the 9th realm, practitioners could manifest ethereal dragon phantoms, each successive realm multiplying their number. Legend held that mastery of the 18th realm would summon a true divine dragon. So, Qin Luo gazed at the miniature golden dragon coiled around his finger like a slender serpent. Setting aside its diminutive size, wasn't it supposed to be an ethereal phantom? Why was this one tangible, visible, touchable, breathing? And he'd only just attained the 1st realm. Yet Xiao Tian, even at the 9th, had never conjured a living dragon. Sensing Qin Luo's bewilderment, the tiny dragon piped, pip pip. A faint, delicate chirp. Qin Luo listened. Was that complaint? Little pup, explain yourself. Your humble servant reports this is the authentic divine dragon art. The 1st realm alone grants summoning of the divine dragonling. As cultivation advances, its stature and power grow accordingly. Moreover, every dragon born of this art is but a fragment of the primordial divine dragon, their essence unified. Thus, higher-tier fragments may suppress or even absorb lower-tier ones. Cultivation proceeds through the master's direct experience of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The dragonling absorbs such emotional resonance to mature and strengthen. As for its complaint, whimper whimper, I detest those nauseating emotions. Yours, however, are fragrant. I adore them. Oh, So Xiao Tian and his peers had indeed discovered a path to cultivate this art, but veered grievously astray, warping both method and outcome. Qin Luo cleared his throat lightly. Gazing at the dragon still coiled about his finger, he declared, "Henceforth you shall be called Xiao Jinjin." Pip-pipped. Xiao Jinjin resided within Qin Luo's dantian, some unfathomable force allowing him to summon and dismiss it at will like a summoned familiar. With a thought, Qin Luo retracted it, and turned his attention to the interface before him. Qin Luo Cultivation Realm Latestage Dento Hall Realm Strength 2 in Defense, 19 in Endurance, 100 in Agility, 1 in Insight, 1 in Available Attribute Points, 0 in Loyalty Value, 445 in Titles. Supreme Retainer Chief Strategist and Heart Sutra Retainers Heart Sutra Venom Shadow Heart Sutran Physique Pure Love Pure Yang Botan Skills Retainers Phantom Step Retainers Venomous Palm Automatic Counter Deflection Profound Ghost 14 Needles Supreme Hacking Technique Innate Affinity Aura Suppression Whispered Slander Supreme Driving Technique Fortune Perception Chi Concealment Investment ROI Analysis Divine Dragon Art. A long list of minor skills and items. Set of Mithril Silver Acupuncture Needles War Gods Edict 1 In surveying the dazzling array of stats, Qin Luo nodded in quiet satisfaction. Endurance 100 was impressive, but the loyalty value truly stood out. That night something extraordinary had occurred with Su Muwan, triggering a massive surge in his loyalty value. All in all, a most auspicious development. Just then Su Muwan's voice, amplified by kind-fused resonance, floated lazily down to the living room. "Qin Luo, I'm rising. Daily retainer duty, your master falls for you. And complete today's retainer task." Options include provoking heaven-appointed figures, extending care to antagonist characters. Reward 10 vials of colorless, odorless, supreme efficacy elixir. In the system chime resonated softly. Qin Luo blinked. Was it his imagination, or had Su Muwan grown markedly more indolent since they first met? At first she'd insisted earnestly, "I'll handle these trivial matters myself." But gradually, she delegated everything, save dressing, to him. Tisk Su Muwan, you're the very portrait of contradiction. Though he could simply march to the heaven-appointed figure and deliver 2 sharp slaps to fulfill the task. Yet, and no. And Qin Luo rose. "A young lady's request, I dare not refuse." Upstairs in Su Muwan's bedroom. Having feasted and slept soundly, Su Muwan awoke languidly. Her eyes opened to the familiar ceiling. Yet unlike past mornings when awakening meant plunging into utter suffocating darkness. Heh! A faint confident smile curved her lips. Defeating the dragon sovereign had restored her self-assurance. Today promises boundless vitality. Excellent. Dress swiftly and visit Su Group. As CEO Su Muwan, you ought to inspect operations occasionally, shouldn't you? After all, the heaven-appointed figure wouldn't appear today. Consider it a well-deserved holiday. Not long after the door creaked open. "Young miss, I'm coming in." Qin Luo walked in and immediately spotted Su Muwan lying on the bed in her shark pajamas, impatiently tossing and turning the blankets due to boredom. Upon seeing Qin Luo, Su Muwan instantly perked up, her eyes lighting up as she flailed her delicate jade-like feet up and down on the bed. "Qin Luo, hurry up, I need to inspect the company. Help me get my clothes ready." Initially, Su Muwan had refused to let Qin Luo serve her. However, who could resist Qin Luo's cooking, massages, household chores, dressing skills, and itinerary planning? In short, Su Muwan found that day by day she hardly had to think. She could just lie there while Qin Luo took care of everything. Oh, what a comfortable life this is after dealing with the Poison King couple, and Xin Yu. I will give Qin Luo a raise. All right, young miss, let's brush our teeth and wash our faces first. Qin Luo pushed a cart forward, the process so familiar. Su Muwan raised her head from the bed and slightly parted her lips, saying, "Ah, Qin Luo, help me brush. Young miss, you clearly said you could do this yourself." That was in the past. Just do as I say, Qin Luo. Yes. Qin Luo smiled helplessly, taking out a toothbrush with one hand, while the other gently stabilized Su Muwan's face. "Young miss, I'm starting now." As he spoke, a shocking sensation surged within Su Muwan's heart. Her gaze flickered. Qin Luo's hand felt so warm. Similarly, Qin Luo felt a warmth as he held Su Muwan's cheek. Her small mouth slightly parted, her head tilted back. Her face bore a slightly lazy expression. Am I playing some kind of intriguing, nurturing game? Half an hour later, Su Muwan sat on the edge of the bed. Qin Luo, while taking out a pair of over-knee socks, asked, "Young miss, where are the dirty clothes you changed out of yesterday? I didn't see them in your laundry basket in the bathroom." As the socks were gradually pulled up her calves to her knees and finally settled on her thighs, with a clear snap, Su Muwan's face flushed deeper. With her arms crossed, she raised her chin arrogantly and snorted, "Qin Luo, you don't even know where my clothes are. You really are a terrible attendant. So where are they?" Su Muwan snorted lightly and pointed to a large pile of items gathered at the bottom of the curtains, proudly declaring, "I threw them in the room. Since I'm going to take a bath, all I need to think about is how to enjoy it comfortably. As for how to deal with the rest of the clothes, that's something you, Qin Luo, need to consider." How could she say such a messy thing with such arrogance? Qin Luo's lips twitched. Fine, I'll toss them into the washing machine later. At Qin Luo, you won't have any improper thoughts about my pile of dirty clothes, will you? Not to mention, even my dirty clothes smell nice. Hearing this, Qin Luo picked up a pair of Mary Janes and smiled as he replied, Young miss, I am a very upright person indeed. Such a joke truly hurts my feelings. Upon hearing this, Su Muwan's previously playful smile vanished. She looked at Qin Luo, who seemed hurt, and was forcing a smile, feeling a wave of guilt and panic. Oh no, did I say something I shouldn't have? Su Muwan quickly remedied the situation, her expression full of apology, as she stammered, I'm sorry, I was just joking. I know you're not that kind of person, Qin Luo. Oh, actually I am. Young miss, haven't you noticed that you wear a different pair of socks every day? If you look in the hidden drawer of my bedside cabinet, you will find a collection of vacuum-sealed packages. For example, yesterday the young miss wore long boots. So it was the UR version. However, such things must not be known by others. As long as the young miss understands me, that's enough. I'm actually quite innocent regarding such matters. I've never been in a relationship before, so every time the young miss says such things to me, it feels a little embarrassing. Qin Luo cleared his throat, finding it hard to speak. He averted his gaze, his tone shy. I just feel a bit embarrassed. I must not let her know about my strange psychological state. Otherwise I would surely be turned into a paper doll. Seeing Qin Luo's innocent demeanor, Su Muwan's pupils widened with excitement. Who knew Qin Luo was so pure? No. Su Muwan felt a pang of guilt just thinking about how she had washed Qin Luo's white gloves and stored them in a vacuum bag, labeling them. If Qin Luo found out, I would probably be scolded with disdain, and he would leave me. Su Muwan swallowed hard. In any case, he must not find out about this. The two exchanged a glance and smiled slightly at each other. After a brief moment of silence, let's go. To the Su Corporation. Young Miss Su Muwan's convoy set off once more. Qin Luo sat beside Su Muwan, unexpectedly glancing at her energetic demeanor. Young miss, why have you suddenly decided to inspect the company today? Upon hearing this, Su Muwan coughed lightly, and replied seriously, Qin Luo, I am the head of the corporation, inspecting is part of my duties. But young miss, you hardly ever conduct inspections. Cough. In any case, today I will see if anyone is slacking off. Zhulan Drive. Yes, young miss. Jiang Group. A figure dressed in a blue and red outfit sat inside the security kiosk. It was Wang Yong. He stared blankly at the sky outside. The sky was azure, while I could not be dull. Over the past few days, Wang Yong's aura had become increasingly delicate. The once masculine energy was gone forever. Sometimes Wang Yong felt like a genius for being able to develop such a malicious and inhumane technique. Yet at other times he considered himself a talent for being able to fall victim to his own impotence needle. In any case, it was all your fault, Su Muwan. If it weren't for you calling that lackey to provoke me multiple times, I wouldn't have turned out like this. Su Muwan, you viper. Wang Yong retracted his longing gaze and looked at the pot of chrysanthemums he had bought. He instinctively pinched the orchid fingers, plucking the flowers, murmuring, can be restored. Cannot be restored. Can be restored. Cannot be restored. To be honest, although Wang Yong always thought that even his master couldn't cure this move. But, after all, this technique couldn't be made public, so Wang Yong never mentioned it to his master, the miraculous doctor. He originally thought he could cure himself, so he never contacted the doctor. Yet, if this continues, Wang Yong truly feared that his body would undergo strange changes. You must know that just in these few days, Wang Yong discovered. He raised his arm and gently bit his lip, his gaze filled with a sense of grievance. He realized that his arm had surprisingly become much more slender and fair. Oh, but thankfully his personality hadn't changed. As long as he ensured that his character remained the same, everything would be fine. However, continuing like this wasn't a solution. He had to seek help from his master. Just at that moment he heard, Sister, do you know where my senior brother is? I heard from Jiang Sweki that my senior brother is working as a security guard here. Huh, what was that voice? Wang Yong was taken aback and stuck his head out to look. Upon seeing the girl in a blue dress with a bun, he couldn't hold back the pressure he had been accumulating. Whoosh. Wang Yong opened the security kiosk and dashed out. She bit her lip lightly and ran towards the startled girl in blue outside the door, saying, Sister, he's your senior brother. Feng Yueka. Half an hour later. Inside the security kiosk. Wah wah wah. That's how it is. Sister, where's master? I need him to save me. While Wang Yong sobbed, he looked at the shocked girl in blue before him. The girl's name was Feng Yueka, and she was his junior sister from when he studied medicine. Originally, he had promised to bring her delicious food when he returned to the mountain. But he never expected to end up like this. Meanwhile, Feng Yueka was in a daze. Half an hour ago, she had gone to the Jiang family with her master, the miraculous doctor. Upon learning that her senior brother was working as a security guard at this group, she happily ran over alone asking for directions. However, Feng Yueka looked at Wang Yong, who was crying with red eyes and biting his lip like a girl. Suddenly, her mind went blank. Her once masculine senior brother. Her gentle senior brother. Her handsome senior brother. at this moment, had actually been transformed into a feminine figure. Wah wah wah. Sister, say something. Buzz. This is too much. Feng Yueka snapped back to reality, her eyes reddening. She stood up angrily, gritting her teeth, and said, Su Muwan, you viper. How could you let your lackey turn my valiant senior brother into this? Feng Yueka took a deep breath and looked seriously at Wang Yong, saying, Senior brother, don't worry, master will definitely have a way to turn you back. As for Su Muwan, I'm going to the Su group to demand an explanation right now. Upon hearing this, Wang Yong was initially delighted, but upon hearing the latter part of Feng Yu's statement, he immediately covered his face in fear, biting his lip and trembling. Sister, no. You have to take master with you even if you go. This viper Su Muwan and her lackey are truly terrifying. I've already suffered losses, junior sister, if you. Before he could finish his sentence, Feng Yueka interrupted him. Looking at Wang Yong, a wave of sorrow surged within her. She took a deep breath and softly said, Senior brother, no need to say more, you have suffered outside. Since the Zhang family doesn't care about you, then I will care. I don't believe that Su Muwan can do anything to me. Saying this without minding Wang Yong's objections, Feng Yueka left the security kiosk and immediately hailed a taxi. She said, Master, to the Su group. All right, sister. Sister, you'll get slapped in the face. Wang Yong hurriedly chased out, but it was too late. Because he realized that this impotence needle seemed to have some other effects besides just causing impotence. For example, right now, his strength was far inferior to before. Wang Yong could only watch the departing taxi in a daze of bad premonition rising in his heart. Junior sister, you don't have money to pay for the fare. Su group. Inside, Qin Luo and Su Muwan were surrounded by a group of lackeys inspecting the work everywhere. They had now reached the end of their inspection. Hello, President Su. Hello, President Su. Su Muwan crossed her arms and slightly raised her chin, satisfied as she wandered around the group. Although it was officially a work inspection, in reality, it was just to hear the applause. President Su. And Mr. Qin. Upon seeing Su Muwan, Shin Yu stood up happily, but when she saw Qin Luo beside Su Muwan, she hesitated slightly in greeting him. Su Muwan. She raised an eyebrow, seemingly recalling the scene where these two had been chatting enthusiastically at the clothing store earlier. Then she smiled slightly, naturally stepping in front of Qin Luo, and said to Shun Yu's sister, Shun, are you getting used to this place? If you don't like it, I can arrange for you to switch to another job. Shin Yu was touched by her words and quickly shook her head, saying, No, President Su, just call me Xiao Shun. The atmosphere in the group is great. She glanced at Qin Luo again and hesitated. I really like it. So why did you hesitate a bit when talking to Qin Luo? You really have an interest in Qin Luo, don't you? Su Muwan was furious. Our company does not allow office romances. On the surface, Su Muwan smiled faintly and patted Shin Yu on the shoulder, saying, All right, Xiao Shin, you can carry on with your work. We'll take our leave. Shin Yu nodded. All right, President Su. It wasn't until after Qin Luo and Su Muwan left that Shin Yu blinked, feeling a strange sensation. Why did I find Mr. Qin so pleasant when he stood next to Miss Su? Born charm infectors. Sister Shun, don't you also find Mr. Qin very pleasant and amiable? And Miss Su is quite intimidating. Born charm infectors, Shin Yu. Hong Hong, how about you? Oh, it's nothing. All the employees in our company from 10 to 70 years old, or regardless of gender, feel the same way. Born charm infectors. Yes, I don't know why I don't feel this way with others, and I don't feel it when seeing Mr. Qin alone, but it's strange. Every time I see Mr. Qin walking with President Su, the more I look, the more I like him, the more agreeable he seems. Oh, you all feel the same. To be honest, all the programmers in our tech department feel that way too. Previously, when Mr. Qin defeated the hacker during this inspection by President Su, a few of us have also started to feel that way about Mr. Qin. Born charm infectors. Could it be that Mr. Qin has some kind of magical power? Born charm infectors. Hard to say, but he's definitely more agreeable than Miss Su. In the elevator heading to the president's office, Su Muwan nodded in satisfaction. Very well, this inspection was perfect. All the employees respected her greatly. Looking at their gazes, each of them showed admiration and respect towards her. Qin Luo. What is it, miss? You still need to learn from me about this art of influencing people. When my influence becomes unmanageable in the future, you will have to handle it. Whether the people under you will respect you will depend on your abilities. Yes, miss, I will humbly learn and follow in your footsteps. Su Muwan heard this and curled her lips. Humph. Qin Luo smiled slightly. Su Muwan began daydreaming again. When exactly have you ever managed your own influence? In any case, since Su Muwan was like this, just compliment her.